Can you activate the system after retiring due to injury? What kind of operation is this? In the 2023 CBA regular season, Zhejiang team's backup point guard Li Ming fast break layup landed and was stepped on, resulting in a torn anterior ligament and a fractured fibula, leading to immediate disqualification. The doctor said, even with treatment, he might end up disabled. After 12 years as a backup, the middle-aged man retired in tears. Lying in a hospital bed before the spring festival, he calculated his money. The total from over a dozen bank cards didn't even exceed 7 figures. If I had known I wouldn't have retired, at least I could have secured a retirement contract. Just as he was troubled, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Congratulations on activating the basketball career achievement system. Time to travel through dimensions. What the hell did you just say? I haven't. Oh my God, I'm dying. The sensation of tearing while traveling made him think he had lived for 31 years, his body convulsing and his brain feeling like scrambled tofu. The system continued to chatter. Extract body measurement value of 37 centimeters, which can be added to height, wingspan, shoulder width. Li Ming, originally 187 centimeters tall, with a 195 centimeters wingspan, had ordinary static talent, and now fainted from the pain. He didn't know how long it had been when he woke up in a pure white space. Who am I? Where am I? Is it time to eat? The system replied. The host has traveled to June 26, 2003. Please allocate points. Li Ming was furious. Who are you? Let's talk first. I promise I won't hit you. The system insisted. Please calmly allocate points. I didn't offend you, did I? Why did you bring me here? Can I go back? Did my phone get formatted? The system responded. You travel upon activation. Your phone is not formatted and is in a bright screen state. By the way, I know all your thoughts. Li Ming immediately softened. Dear system, can you lock the screen for me? Privacy. The system ignored him and continued. This is a basketball training simulation space. External time is paused and physical age remains unchanged. You can summon any male players and coaches from before 2023. They will be virtual beings with memories, and you can enhance your skills freely. Everything in this space can be arranged according to your wishes, with food and drink readily available. Li Ming was confused. Where do I allocate that 37 centimeters value? Should he summon Jordan or Kobe as a coach? Back in 2003, could he rewrite his basketball career? Wow, this system is pretty good. Has some function, nice. Can I come in and out whenever I want? Only the host can gain time in the virtual space by achieving accomplishments. Once inside, you must use up your time before automatically exiting. Due to the host's successful travel, the initial virtual space-time reward is 365 days, currently remaining 364 days, 22 hours and 48 minutes. Li Ming cursed internally. The damn system is truly useless. If I don't ask, it won't say anything. And if I do ask, it still won't get to the point. No way. No way. I don't trust you. Just send me back. Weren't you planning to leave just now? Continue. I want to disturb you. This system is already bound to the host. We rise and fall together. The system will only disappear after the host's death. I said I was going to leave because I sensed the host was about to wake up, speeding up your awakening time. After all, time in the virtual space is precious. This system is playing military strategy now. Li Ming couldn't hold back. What the hell? You are bound to me and still pretending. What other functions do you have? Hurry up and tell me. What I care about most now is whether I can go back. I promised my mom I would definitely find a girlfriend and get married after retiring. My family and friends are over there. If I can't go back, I might as well just end it right here. Do you believe me? Even with the system, feeling like he was about to be the main character, living alone in a strange world was meaningless. Host, are you a dog? You don't need to end it. Wait until I upgrade the language system, and it'll blast you to death. The system suddenly transformed into a rude character, leaving Li Ming speechless. Originally feeling down, Li Ming was now furious. You got shit in your mouth, don't you? Look at my temper. You're in my head, right? As he spoke, he pounded his head hard, feeling that his hand couldn't injure his brain, so he started banging his head against the ground repeatedly, like a tamper coming to life. All right, stop. You just want to know if you can go back, right? Yes, you really can. It'll show you all the achievement rewards. You can activate the system too. Truly a miracle. The system backed down. It could argue with a dog, but how to argue with a tamper? The system achievement rewards look quite impressive. Become an Olympic champion. Reward unique talent, heartfelt connection. Choose a teammate. Greatly increase tacit understanding. Become NBA Rookie of the Year. Reward random purple offensive skill. Become NBA single season MVP. Reward random red offensive skill. Become Defensive Player of the Year. Reward random red defensive skill. Become NBA single season scoring leader. Assist leader. Reward random purple offensive skill. Become rebounding leader. Block leader. Steal leader. Reward random purple defensive skill. Become NBA regular season single game scoring leader. Assist leader. Reward random gold offensive skill. Become single game rebounding. Block. Steal leader. reward random gold. Defensive skill. Next is the key point. The system specially reminded, become the NBA regular season all-time scoring leader, rebounding leader, assist leader, steal leader, block leader, all reward gold physical talents. These rewards are too tempting. How will Li Ming allocate that 37 centimeters value? Can he achieve these accomplishments, earn rewards, and return to his original world? Which achievement will be the first challenge? Become the NBA playoff all-time scoring leader, rebounding leader, assist leader, steal leader, block leader, all reward gold physical talents. Achieve 8 out of the 10 historical achievements mentioned above and win over 10 championships to become the NBA recognized first person with the final reward, immortality, and the choice to stay here or return to the original world. The system specially reminded, the maximum time you can stay here is 20 years if you haven't obtained the final reward. The system will disappear and we will both die together. Li Ming took a look at the rewards. They were top-notch, even including immortality. Is immortality for real? It's not the kind where you can't even die if you want to, right? It just maintains your peak physical functions. You can still meet marks by banging your head against the ground, the system said. All right then, you even know marks? Have you joined the party? I'm a 10-year veteran member. I can be your introducer. I have a red heart nKobe, striving to be a successor of socialism. Getting off topic, how are the skill colors ranked? White, green, blue, purple, red. Gold skills you practice yourself have a higher compatibility than rewards, so you need to practice hard. Li Ming moved his foot. Why is my foot better? After traveling, the body is reconstructed. Allocate points, and it'll give you the final reward. Blue talent intermediate recovery ability. Recovery speed is 30 times normal. 30 times? So if it takes 100 days to heal a serious injury, you'll be fine in 3 days. Pretty much. If you're exhausted after 2 or 3 hours of exercise, you'll recover for an ankle fracture and ligament tear. Full recovery within 5 days. Li Ming decisively allocated points. 10 points to height, 23 points to wingspan, 4 points to shoulder width. Originally 187 centimeters tall, 195 centimeters wingspan, and 46 centimeters shoulder width. After allocation, he became 197 centimeters tall, 222 centimeters wingspan, and 50 centimeters shoulder width. System. Rewarding intermediate. Recovery ability. Remaining virtual space-time 364 days, 22 hours 02 minutes. Li Ming built a traditional Chinese courtyard in the virtual space, with a standard basketball court in the basement, and conjured up hundreds of dishes from both Chinese and foreign cuisines. Dishes he had never tried before could also be created. It seems the system has some real capabilities that he summoned the 1996 Bulls and the 2002 Lakers starters, taking the place of the old Fisher. As a result, the Lakers lost by 37 points, and Kobe berated him for the entire game. It's just that my new body hasn't adapted yet. I made a few more mistakes, missed some shots, and my defense was a bit lacking. Is it really that serious? Li Ming was unconvinced. Next time, he'll team up with Jordan and crush you. He spent his days eating, sleeping, playing basketball, and working out, and before he knew it, a year had passed. How much had he improved in basketball during this year? Could he really dominate Kobe while playing alongside Jordan? The 2003 draft was the golden generation. Could he seize the opportunity? Hey, what the heck? Why did everything suddenly disappear? I was just about to make a buzzer beater. Just as Li Ming was preparing for a last-second shot, everything in the space suddenly vanished. System, 5 minutes until the end. Generating personal data will take 3 minutes. So you need to cooperate in advance. All right, let's spare Kobe this time. He'll crush him in the next real game. However, during this year, his basketball skills hadn't improved much, but his English and trash talk had definitely sharpened. The system began displaying real-time physical data. Barefoot height 197 centimeters, wingspan 222 centimeters, shoulder width 50 centimeters, vertical jump 101 centimeters, running jump 117 centimeters, 100 meters in 10.2 seconds. The skill list was overwhelming. 3 gold skills, unlimited stamina, explosive start, free throw expert. 4 red skills, super linear acceleration, super jump burst, and a bunch of blue, green, and white skills with not many advanced ones, mostly basic types. Generating personal profile for this world. Li Ming, Chinese descent, born in Toronto in 1985. That parents were engaged in Sino-Canadian trade. Died in the Christmas Eve shooting in 2002, leaving behind a villa at Woodbine Racetrack and an inheritance of 8.95 million Canadian dollars, about 6.35 million USD. Saved 3 children, a couple, and an elderly person during the shooting. Assisted the police in killing the perpetrator, and was awarded the Maple Leaf Medal. Attended York Mills Collegiate Institute in high school. Averaged 42.1 points, 12.9 rebounds, 5.5 steals, 4.6 blocks in senior year. Graduated and entered the draft, selected 4th overall by the Raptors. Before the system could finish, Li Ming felt a wave of dizziness, and when he opened his eyes again, in front of him stood Stern giving a speech, with James, Anthony, Wade, and Bosch sitting on either side. He was wearing a custom blue suit. This was the 2003 draft scene, wasn't it? The Golden Generation Draft Conference. He was selected 4th overall by the Raptors. With these stats and talent, which rookies could he outshine? Competing alongside James and Anthony, what kind of performance could he deliver? With him on the Raptors, could they shed their underdog status? Just like in his own world, James was picked first by the Cavaliers. Malisic went second to the Pistons. Anthony went third to the Nuggets and 4th overall Raptors selectively. Ming. Hearing his name, Li Ming remained calm after all. He was over 30 from 2 lives combined. Having struggled in the CBA for 12 years, this was small potatoes. He embraced unfamiliar friends, donned a Raptors cap, ran up to the stage, and shook hands with Stern. Old Stern whispered a bunch of blessings in his ear, emphasizing, "I hope you become a bridge between the NBA and China, truly a business genius," still thinking about the Chinese market. The system suddenly prompted, "Congratulations on entering the NBA. You can choose one current player as a teammate, and the system will arrange a trade to the Raptors." Li Ming pondered. In 2003, the 96 generation was at its peak. Who should he choose? "I choose Yao Ming," he decisively said. "That stingy Alexander only knows how to squeeze Yao dry, making him gain weight and ruin his knees and ankles, ultimately forcing him to retire hastily." System arranged. Yao Ming will be insured to join the Raptors before the new season. After the draft ended, reporters crowded around, with Chinese journalists pushing to the front. "Congratulations on becoming the first Chinese guard. Your parents are from Jiangsu. Will you join the Chinese nationality to play in the Olympics?" Li Ming smiled and replied, "I am Chinese, with Chinese blood running in my veins, willing to fight for China. My Chinese is excellent, so interviews can be conducted in Chinese from now on." The Chinese journalists were so excited they turned red. "Thank you so much. We wish you great success." Domestic media had already published articles, and with his willingness to play in the Olympics, within a morning, whether they followed basketball or not, all Chinese people knew there was a Chinese genius guard who was selected 4th overall in the NBA. Would Chinese basketball stand at the center of the world now, with 2 consecutive years of Chinese talent entering the NBA? A Toronto journalist pressed, "As a city hero selected by your hometown team, what do you want to say to the fans?" "Thank you to the Raptors for the opportunity. One promised the hometown fans that I will bring back a championship trophy." One reporter stirred the pot. "Your high school stats were better than Jameis, yet you ranked 4th. Are you okay with that?" Li Ming shot back. "Everyone is satisfied with this result. James is the son of Akron, and I'm the son of Toronto. The Raptors had the 1st overall pick, so they were definitely going to select me." Could Yao Ming really be traded to the Raptors? If the Raptors formed a duo of Li Ming and Yao Ming, could they directly contend for the championship? Could his 1st overall pick caliber strength be realized against James and Anthony? Li Ming paused slightly, coldly staring at the questioning reporter. Since it was the Cavaliers' 1st overall pick, James is undoubtedly the rightful 1st overall pick. His performance on the court is phenomenal, and I believe he will be great in the future, bringing countless honors to Cleveland. After speaking, he hurriedly slipped away, afraid of being cornered by reporters, looking for a reason to exit. The next morning, Li Ming flew back to Toronto with his buddies. The villa at Woodbine Racetrack, Toronto's top wealthy area. You can't get in without a few million. Occupying 700 square meters, with a 400 square meter yard featuring a pool and garden, 3 floors above ground and 1 basement. Equipped with an elevator and a half basketball court underground. The master bedroom on the 3rd floor has a hot spring sauna, and outside the study is a 50 square meter large terrace, maintained by 2 housekeepers and 3 gardeners. The annual land tax alone is 50,000 Canadian dollars if he doesn't earn money for basketball. That 8 to 9 million inheritance will be quickly spent. He busied himself tidying up the house, leveraging connections to buy a driver's license, and partying with friends, and 10 days passed in a flash. On the morning of July 8th, the ringtone of his Nokia 6600 woke him up. This old relic, no do not disturb mode, and can't even scroll through Douyin. Seeing it was Raptors GM Glenn Grunwald, he instantly woke up and answered the phone. "Good morning, Mr. Grunwald." "Good morning, Li Ming. Come to my office to sign the contract. My assistant will guide you." Li Ming quickly washed up, put on his sharpest suit, and drove his limited edition Ferrari Enzo to Maple Leaf Sports Entertainment. His car cost $1 million. It hurt to part with the cash, but thinking of the NBA income, it was worth it. Maple Leaf Sports Entertainment is a Canadian giant owned by Larry Tannenbaum, a Jewish tycoon, controlling the Raptors, Maple Leafs, Blue Jays, and Insight Sports Media. Don't think Toronto is a small basketball market. It is the 3rd largest city in North America, ranked 11th in the world, with over 400,000 Chinese people, accounting for 15% of the total population. The Raptors were only established in 1995, so the fan base is a bit thin, how big of a contract can be signed. What was Li Ming's first salary in the NBA? What is the purpose of establishing a company? Is there any progress on Yao Ming's trade? Glenvale evidently holds Li Ming in high regard. Upon seeing Li Ming approach, he promptly rose from his seat and extended his right hand, their palms clasping firmly together. The future of the team rests upon your shoulders. Releasing his grip, Glenvale gestured towards the chair opposite him, inviting Li Ming to take a seat. Only after Li Ming was settled did he return to his own chair. The management has convened and determined that you shall serve as the cornerstone of the team's future. Over the next decade, we aim to construct a championship-winning team. Do you possess the confidence to undertake this challenge? A decade? I believe you underestimate my capabilities. I assure you that within the duration of my rookie contract, I will secure a championship trophy for the Raptors, which stands as my commitment to the city of Toronto. With a honeyed smile brimming with self-assurance, Li Ming clasped his hands together and spoke. Well, I truly admire the confidence of you young people. He presented the contract, a standard rookie deal from the NBA, spanning 4 years for a total of $63 million, the first year at 2, $91 million, the second at 3, $13 million, the third at 3, $35 million, and the fourth at 4, $24 million. Glenvale regarded this as the youthful exuberance typical of the young. After all, what would youth be without a touch of audacity? Yet, Li Ming's bravado was substantiated, grounded in a solid system, and bolstered by his exceptional static and dynamic talents. Once he had honed his skills sufficiently, he would fear no challenge, even if it meant facing 5 Jordans simultaneously. After a swift review of the contract, finding no substantial issues, Li Ming affixed his signature and seal. Should you have any suggestions regarding the team's development, feel free to reach out to me at any time. Such privileges are reserved for foundational players, so please, do keep this confidential, Glenvale remarked while neatly storing away the contract. I am grateful for the trust the team has placed in me. I assure you I will not disappoint their expectations. In reciprocation, he felt compelled to uphold the team's faith. Well, I have nothing further to discuss on my end. Glenvale rose once more, adding, there is a significant trade on the horizon. Keep an eye on the news. I won't divulge too much, but it will undoubtedly benefit you, and you will be pleased. If he was not mistaken, this must pertain to the trade involving Yao Ming. Li Ming thought, perceiving the truth but choosing not to disclose it. He responded with a smile, I shall await your good news. Until next time, I must take my leave. Take care on your journey, Glenvale replied, instructing his assistant. Please see Li Ming off. Once Li Ming exited the Maple Leaf Sports and Entertainment Company, he settled into the car but did not immediately depart. He was aware that the Raptors head coach this year had been recruited from a local university, lacking any prior NBA coaching experience, and had left after just 1 year. In Li Ming's original reality, the Raptors had not fared well this season, failing to reach the playoffs. The coach posed a significant concern, yet he was uncertain how to subtly broach this topic with Glenvale. Unbeknownst to Li Ming, Glenvale would also be dismissed due to the Raptors' dismal performance in the 2003 to 2004 season. However, this was merely the trajectory of Li Ming's original world. With his presence now shaping events, the outcome remained uncertain. He resolved to himself, never mind. Obstacles will reveal pathways. Besides, if the head coach proves inadequate, it might afford me a splendid opportunity to showcase my talents. A puppet coach is a privilege reserved for later stages of a player's career, akin to that of LeBron. Li Ming found himself conversing with his own thoughts, reassuring himself that his mindset was surprisingly optimistic. Upon returning home, he reflected upon the nSystem's assertion that this world bore a striking 99 resemblance to his original one. Delving into his past memories, he felt an undeniable compulsion to establish a business and an agency. After all, what would be the purpose of returning to the past otherwise? After much contemplation, Li Ming realized that he was utterly isolated in this world, recognized by many, yet knowing none in return. Trusting the nSystem, he concluded that he ought to rely on those close to him, and thus called upon his 2 reliable friends to visit. Indeed, every social circle has its own companions. His 2 friends also resided in the nearby community, albeit in slightly less spacious accommodations than his own. After approximately 10 minutes, the doorbell rang, and they arrived in succession. A rather fortunate coincidence. He instructed the housekeeper to prepare 3 cups of tea, just as he blew gently on the steaming liquid before he could utter a word. Yang Julung chimed in. Since when did you develop a taste for tea? Was the tea cola your favorite? It was uncertain how the nSystem had crafted his persona, but as a basketball player, one might question the appropriateness of indulging in soda. In his youth, he had been oblivious. But now that he was on the path to the NBA, such indulgences were no longer permissible. Excessive consumption of such beverages was detrimental to one's health. Li Ming curled his lip, casually concocting an excuse to deflect the conversation. It must be said that these two steadfast friends held a significant place in his life. When he ventured to New York for the NBA draft, they had accompanied him without hesitation. Although they were eager to explore the city further, they chose to return with him, demonstrating that Li Ming held some weight in their hearts. Reflecting on this, Li Ming resolved to proceed without hesitation. As you both know, now that I have joined the NBA, my university days are behind me. I wish to establish two companies. One a commercial enterprise focused on investments and trade, and the other a talent agency dedicated to representing NBA players. I would like to collaborate with you two on this venture, and am curious about your thoughts. Yang Jilung and Zhao Zhu exchanged glances, and Zhao Zhu pondered for a moment before responding. You don't intend for us to manage both companies, do you? We are merely high school graduates and have yet to attend university. Furthermore, our families will undoubtedly insist that we pursue higher education. I am well aware of that. Li Ming raplia confidently. You both understand that your university education is ultimately aimed at taking over the family business, correct? I have already contemplated this thoroughly. We can establish the companies now while you continue your studies. We will hire a few professional managers to oversee the operations. When the companies expand and demand your involvement, you can take a leave of absence from university. If you become leaders in the industry, what university would deny you a diploma? Li Ming had long conceived a solution. If they could not manage even such a trivial matter, they would undoubtedly falter when it came to their families. If that is the case, I have no objections. Yang Jilung remarked first. Neither do I, Zhao Zhu said after a moment's contemplation, responding with alacrity. Very well, then it is a delightful decision. Regarding equity, I shall take the lead in the early stages of this company. I have several promising ideas that, if realized, should yield substantial profits. Therefore, I intend to cover all initial investments myself. Yang Jilung, you will oversee the commercial aspect, and I shall grant you a 10 stake in the form of equity, along with a fixed monthly salary of $1,000. Rest assured, the dividends from that 10 in the future will surely astonish you. Li Ming paused for a moment, then gazed at Zhao Zhu and continued. Zhao Zhu, you shall take charge of the management company, and I will grant you a 10 equity stake, with a monthly salary of $1,000. Rest assured, every NBA player under our banner will undoubtedly be of exceptional caliber. Yang Jilung, patting his chest, proclaimed, I trust you completely. You have always surpassed us since childhood. It appears we shall follow in your footsteps to amass great wealth. Ha ha ha. I shall now delve into the knowledge of being an agent. Once we embark on this journey, we must endeavor to expand and strengthen it. Zhao Zhu responded, equally determined. After successfully negotiating the establishment of the company, Li Ming felt a surge of joy. Following a lunch with his two steadfast friends, he began to prepare the necessary materials for the company's formation. Chapter 6. The training camp begins. The nYao arrives as the days slip by. The calendar turned to July 18th. The company had been officially established, named the Tomorrow Commercial Group, while the agency was titled Future Sports Management. Upon rising, Li Ming perused today as sports news on his computer, an activity he had adopted each morning since his arrival in this world, as accessing the internet via mobile devices was not as convenient. As he scrolled, an inconspicuous piece of news caught his attention. Bargain has signed a 2-year contract with the Raptors for an annual salary of $650,000. In Li Ming's original world, Bargain had indeed signed with the Raptors in 2003, yet only participated in a handful of games, leaving little room for him to showcase his talents. Bargain's physical prowess was indisputable, ranking among the elite in the Dragon Kingdom. However, his offensive techniques, athletic abilities, and tactical understanding were notably lacking. Common weaknesses for older athletes entering the NBA. Their technical skills had already matured, making significant improvement within the pinnacle of global basketball quite challenging. During the offseason, Li Ming remained industrious, diligently browsing the news at home, practicing his shooting and ball handling skills, and honing his strength and explosiveness. Occasionally, he dined with Zhao Zhu and Yang Jilung, discussing the company's development. He also took the opportunity to turn down all companies seeking endorsements. Time flew by, and soon it was September 30th. The NBA had announced the preseason schedule in August, with the Raptors slated to play a total of 7 preseason games, the first of which would take place on October 8th, at home against the Washington Wizards. Li Ming received the training notification yesterday, and, after finishing breakfast today, set off for the BioSteel Center to attend the Raptors training camp. Not long after he began his journey, the classic Nokia ringtone echoed, revealing a call from Zhao Zhu, who shared breaking news. A significant trade in which Vince Carter and Yao Ming exchanged teams, with Houston also providing the Raptors a first-round pick from 2006. It seems Zhao Zhu has fully embraced the role of a CEO in a sports agency, constantly monitoring NBA developments. All right, I understand. I'm currently driving. I'll check it out once I park, he replied. Though aware from the outset that Yao would join the Raptors, he was surprised by the actual trade of Carter. In his previous world, Carter had persistently pressured the management this year, leading to a near freezing of relations. By next year, their relationship had completely disintegrated, with Carter even divulging his team's counterattack tactics to Ray Allen during a game against the Supersonics, directly diminishing his value in the eyes of NBA coaches. This year, having just recovered from a serious injury, it was astonishing that Houston was willing to offer a first-round pick. Clearly, Alexander had yet to fully experience the lucrative potential of the Dragon Kingdom market. Otherwise, given his frugal nature, he would never have consented to such a trade. Arriving at the Bio Steel Center, he found himself neither too early nor too late, as other Raptors players began to arrive in succession. Upon entering the court, he exchanged greetings with the new head coach, Kevin O'Neal, and got acquainted with the other players, not wanting to say much, especially since the names of these veteran players were exceedingly lengthy and he had yet to distinguish any star players. He acknowledged that this was merely a preseason training camp with numbers far exceeding 15. The final roster would only be determined after the preseason concluded. As the group training commenced, Li Ming showcased physical attributes and basketball skills that far surpassed those of his peers. After the coach divided the 20 players into 4 different lineups, it became evident that regardless of the group Li Ming was placed in, victory was assured. After a day of grueling training, while the other players were utterly exhausted, Li Ming remained vibrant and full of energy, showing no signs of fatigue. O'Neal quietly noted in his notebook, "This player exhibits exceptional stamina, refined technical skills, impressive speed and strength, outstanding explosiveness, and court vision. His shooting proficiency from mid-range and beyond the arc exceeds the NBA average, and his defensive capabilities are remarkable. No weaknesses have been observed. He can be utilized as a star player for the team." Upon returning home, he found that the housekeeper had already prepared dinner. Li Ming extracted his laptop, simultaneously indulging in a meal while perusing the latest NBA news. Today, the trade between Houston and Toronto has ignited the entire NBA free agency market, prompting numerous teams to seek more advantageous trades. However, Li Ming harbors a concern that this transaction might adversely affect Yao Ming's performance in tomorrow's Asian Championship. After all, in his original world, the 2003 Asian Championship saw the team, under Yao's leadership, achieve an impeccable record of 8 victories in 8 matches, thus qualifying for the Olympics. Especially with the finals against Asaba looming, defeat is simply unacceptable. While Li Ming could endure losses to others, succumbing to Asaba and the Little Sun is utterly intolerable. Time has now progressed to October 5th. On this day, Li Ming arrived early at the Baitsue Center Gymnasium, only to discover that 2 individuals had come even earlier than he. Upon noticing Li Ming's arrival, the 2 towering figures set aside their basketball and approached him. "Hello, Li Ming. I am Yao Ming. The off-season has been exceedingly busy for me. When I learned that a talented Chinese-American guard was entering the draft and was selected 4th overall by the Raptors, I had intended to reach out to you. I never anticipated it would take this long. The main issue was that my agent could not locate your phone number, making it impossible for us to converse beforehand. However, as the saying goes, fate brings people together from afar. I never imagined that the 3 of us, compatriots from the Dragon Nation, would gather here in Toronto. As we meet for the first time, I hope we can swiftly establish a rapport and showcase the prowess of our Dragon Nation basketball players on the NBA stage. Striving for a medal at the Athens Olympics next year." Yao beamed with his characteristic smile, delivering a lengthy monologue while also explaining why he hadn't contacted Li Ming sooner. What is emotional intelligence? This is emotional intelligence. Throughout the conversation, he spoke entirely in Chinese, never once resorting to English. It was evident that Yao had seen the reports following Li Ming's draft, recognizing that despite being of Chinese descent, Li Ming possesses a heart that beats for the Dragon Nation. Truly, he is the future Chairman Yao, whose every word resonates with the spirit of bringing glory to the nation. May you carry this spirit forward and elevate Chinese basketball to greater heights. Li Ming, with a smile gracing his lips, embraced Yao Ming tightly, his heart whispering, "What a joy it is to encounter you here." The realm of Chinese basketball cannot be transformed by Yao alone. It is ensnared by numerous unspoken factors that hinder its advancement, including human elements and systemic constraints. Yet, on the path of development, who can truly delineate right from wrong? Yao, taken aback by these words, could hardly believe it, considering he is merely 23 years old this year. In the future, Li Ming, akin to Chairman Yao, has managed to catch Yao Ming off guard. Chairman, are you referring to the same chairman that I'm thinking of? Do you even comprehend what you are saying, you foreigner? Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Yao gradually regained his composure. Western education is all about humor. Your joke has left me at a loss for words. Haha, this is Big Bar. I presume it's your first encounter as well. Upon hearing this, Big Bar greeted Li Ming in a deep voice. Hello, I am Big Bar. I hope we can support each other moving forward. That is certainly the case. I am counting on both of you, my esteemed brothers. Observing Yao Ming's embarrassment only added to Li Ming's delight. Toronto can be considered a stronghold for the Chinese community, just strolling down the streets. 1 out of every 4 or 5 people is from our Dragon Nation. Now, with the 3 of us on the same team, the Raptors have truly become the national team of our homeland. As Li Ming glanced at his watch, he remarked, without further ado, let us commence our training together. As the Yao suggested, we should collaborate effectively and strive to secure a medal at the Olympics next year. Chapter 7. The regular season commences upon learning that nYao and nKobe had just arrived in Toronto and had yet to secure accommodation, currently residing in a hotel. Li Ming promptly extended an invitation for them to stay at his villa. After all, the house was quite spacious, and having it remain empty while he resided alone seemed rather wasteful. Moreover, with additional company, the atmosphere would be much livelier, and he would have to manage the cleaning alone. nYao and nKobe exchanged polite remarks, but upon sensing Li Ming's genuine and heartfelt invitation, they decided to accept. They called a moving company to retrieve their belongings from the hotel, and upon arriving at Li Ming's home, they assisted in preparing the rooms for nYao and nKobe. Though both nYao and nKobe were renowned basketball stars from Long Country, they had evidently never resided in such luxurious accommodations, frequently praising Li Ming for his affluence and expressing their desire to stay close to him. During dinner, Li Ming thoughtfully addressed nYao, stating, the Raptors have treated me exceptionally well, and I intend to continue my journey with this team. Therefore, I sincerely hope you can consider Toronto as your second home. Together, let us strive to ensure our professional careers are devoid of regrets. nYao, possessing a high emotional intelligence, fully grasped the underlying message in Li Ming's words. The Raptors were his team. Yet he was open to sharing this experience and hoped nYao would utilize his talents to bring honor to the city and elevate his own career. Rest assured, now that we are living together, we are indeed like family, nYao asserted, raising the stakes. As family, there is no need for pleasantries. You can count on me. On the court, I have never held back. I am eager to see how far we can elevate the Raptors under your leadership. At that moment, nKobe chimed in from behind. I feel the same way. In the ensuing days, the product manager from nYao Sports persistently pursued Li Ming, hoping to secure a contract with him. Even after the draft concluded, Li Ming had firmly declined all sneaker contracts, as he wished to partner with domestic brands and promote the development of local footwear. However, to his surprise, no domestic sneaker manufacturers reached out to him. Conversely, nYao Sports remained relentless, frequently calling him. Recently, the product manager approached with their utmost sincerity, 10 years for $100 million, with an exclusive signature shoe each year and a dedicated designer to create your personal logo. You know, he continued, the contract Reebok offered me far exceeds yours. And even the deal from the Three Stripes brand is considerably larger. Although Li Ming was deeply moved by the unwavering commitment of nYao Sports, he remained steadfast, for he had conceived a more advantageous proposition, $70 million over 7 years. This sum represents LeBron's contract and embodies our utmost sincerity. What are your thoughts on this? The product manager of nYao Sports, not wishing to conceal any longer, revealed his hand without hesitation. Do not rush. I have a more compelling proposal. I shall not require any endorsement fees, yet I will fulfill the responsibilities of a spokesperson, provided that I receive 10% of the sales revenue from every product bearing my personal logo. How's that sound? Li Ming Unuria lifted his teacup and savored a sip, fully aware that the product manager lacked the authority to make decisions. However, he was keen to discern the true intentions of the nKobe Sports Company, for they were the largest manufacturer of basketball shoes in the world, and he was reluctant to offend them. I am unable to provide an immediate response. Please allow me some time to report this situation to senior management. I will contact you as soon as there is any news, he stated. After exchanging a few courteous remarks, he escorted the visitor to the door. Once he had enjoyed several cups of tea, Li Ming resumed his training for the day. After training together for 2 to 3 days, he had gained a fundamental understanding of both Yao and Baron's capabilities. Yao's skill was undoubtedly superior to Baron's, particularly in terms of footwork and the finesse of his shooting. At this point, Yao had not yet gained weight, and he still appeared relatively slender. Although his ability to withstand physical confrontations beneath the basket was not exceptionally strong, for someone with Yao's towering height, his presence remained formidable, even without the added intimidation that weight would confer. During the Raptors' preseason, under the various tactical adjustments of the new head coach, Anil, the team unfortunately recorded a dismal record of 0 wins and 7 losses. Through these changes, Li Ming discerned that the coach simply did not possess the caliber required to lead in the NBA. Li Ming typically plays for only a brief duration each game, merely a few minutes, as it is merely the preseason where the coach needs to assess the player's capabilities and solidify the roster. Despite the relaxed atmosphere, Li Ming senses a subtle undercurrent of isolation directed towards him and his compatriots, Yao, and he wonders if he's being overly sensitive. However, he remains unperturbed. For this is Toronto, where his popularity commands respect even from Mayor. Why would he fear a few inconsequential figures? Through the preseason, he has developed a certain synergy with both Yao and he has no intention of relying on others in this team. With himself as the focal point on the perimeter and Yao as the cornerstone in the paint, this is, indeed, the optimal championship formula of the 21st century. Much like the Lakers' iconic O.K. duo, consisting of a superlative shooting guard and an extraordinary center, which formed the foundation of their dynasty, winning 3 championships in the new millennium. Consequently, every team aspires to have a superstar guard and a dominant center to replicate the Lakers' illustrious achievements. The management of the Raptors, buoyed by the promising performances in the preseason and the arrivals of Li Ming and Yao, have begun to envision the possibility of a championship. Hence their assertive approach in trades and the free market. They have proclaimed that besides Li Ming and Yao, all other players are available for negotiation. This stance has contributed to a palpable sense of unease among the remaining players, who feel increasingly alienated from the trio. The management's proactive trading approach has also resulted in a lack of a consistent starting lineup throughout the preseason. Fortunately, with the preseason concluded, the finalized roster has been announced. Starting lineup: center, Yao 11 power forward, Tangyale Marshall 42 small forward, Jalen Rose 5 shooting guard, Li Ming 7 point guard, Alvin Williams 20 bench, center, Barthar power forward, Jerome Moiso small forward, Morris Peterson shooting guard, Michael Curry point guard, Milt Palacio players on the water cooler, Robert Archibald, Raymond Murray, Chris Jeffries, and Rick Brunson. As the clock struck 7 p.m. on October 29th, the Raptors prepare to commence their new season with a home game against the formidable Eastern Conference rivals, the New Jersey Nets. Last season, the Nets, as Eastern champions, faced the Spurs, suffering a defeat with a score of 4-2. Notably, the Spurs had previously vanquished the Lakers with the same scoreline. Thus, one could surmise that the Nets' strength is equivalent to that of the Lakers. Indeed, I must be a mathematical genius. In the locker room, the morale of the Raptors was rather dismal, as not a single player approached Li Ming or Yao Ming to engage in conversation. They seemed to form an insular group, isolating the 3 representatives from Longhua. Noticing Li Ming's gaze lingering on the other players, Yao Ming approached, perhaps concerned that Li Ming, being new to the NBA, might find this situation unsettling. He gently patted Li Ming on the shoulder and said, "Do not take it to heart. This is how they are. There exists an inherent prejudice against us, the yellow-skinned individuals, especially now that the management has decided to use us as the foundation of the team. It is only natural that they feel a sense of imbalance within themselves. I cannot fathom the source of their superiority complex. They possess well-developed physiques, yet lack intellectual depth. Their performance on the court is rather mediocre, and their tempers are disproportionately volatile. As seasoned players, they should be nurturing us, the new rookies from Longhua. But I suspect they harbor some resentment, perhaps even ill intentions. However, we need not concern ourselves with them. Our focus should solely be on our game. Let our basketball speak for itself, and rest assured, with the head coach present, they will not overstep their bounds. There is no cause for worry." Yao Ming, having likely endured similar experiences last season in Houston, spoke with an air of confidence and assurance. Li Ming shook his head, glanced at the Yao, and with a smirk that was neither a smile nor a frown, remarked, "Hey, Yao, relax a bit. I'm not concerned about how they might treat us. If I were worried, I'd simply regard them as adversaries. If we can triumph against 8 of them, Wouldn't that be a resounding slap in their faces? Moreover, this is our team, determined by the management. What capabilities do they possess to alter the management's perspective? Is it their dismal statistics or their lamentable skills? I was merely contemplating that these individuals, lacking in educational attainment, tend to wear their thoughts on their sleeves. Deep down, they may not be so malevolent. As long as it doesn't hinder our victory, I want to seek trouble with them. Enough of that. The coach has arrived. Let's first absorb the strategies. And later, we shall observe their performance on the court before I make any decisions. Unbeknownst to nYao, Li Ming had already categorized all the players for the sake of his achievement system, either usable or unusable. In his lexicon, the notion of neutrality was utterly absent. Anyone who impeded his quest for victory was deemed an enemy. Anir called all the players to form a circle, producing a tactical board to outline the standard strategies for the day. In truth, there was nothing particularly novel. The emphasis remained on a positional game, leveraging Li Ming as the focal point for breakthroughs. Williams was instructed to advance the ball past half-court before handing it over to Li Ming, who would assume temporary tactical command based on the unfolding dynamics on the court. The interior game revolved around nYao as the pivot, with Marshall creating space. When nYao faced double teams, he would prioritize passing to Marshall, who would then distribute the ball to facilitate a blend of inside and outside offensive maneuvers. Given the Nets' mediocre three-point shooting, the defense employed a 2-3 zone, prioritizing rebounding. The strategy was straightforward, and after a collective chant, the team prepared to enter the arena. At 8 p.m., the game commenced officially, with the Raptors starting lineup as previously mentioned, while the Nets starters were center, Jason Collins, power forward, Kenyon Martin, small forward, Richard Jefferson, shooting guard, Corey Kittles, point guard, Jason Kidd. Chapter 8, Teammates with Hidden Agendas Tonight. Match marked the Toronto Raptors season opener for the 2003-2004 campaign. Hosted at their home ground, the arena was filled to capacity, and the atmosphere at the Air Canada Centre was so electric that one might have believed the playoffs had commenced. The pride of Toronto, the city's hero, the shooting guard. Number 7, Li Ming. As the live DJ introduced him, Li Ming made his grand entrance, raising his right hand high while waving to the adoring crowd. As the cheers from the audience gradually subsided, both teams entered the court and took their positions. With a sharp whistle from the head referee, he cradled the ball in his right hand and approached the center circle, shaking his head to signal both teams to take their positions before lofting the ball high into the air. As the ball reached its apex and began its descent, Yao Ming leapt with vigor, deftly redirecting the ball. After all, in his current lean state, Yao's jumping ability was significantly superior to that in later years. Moreover, this marked his inaugural game with the Raptors, undoubtedly fueling a fervent desire to secure victory, even against the reigning Eastern Conference champions from the previous season. As Williams dribbled past half-court, he cast a fleeting glance at Li Ming before directing his attention to the interior, where Marshall was stationed just outside the right side of the paint, leaning against Kenyon Martin and persistently signaling for the ball. With a moment's hesitation, Williams elevated the ball, sending it soaring towards Marshall. Upon the first sight of the ball, Li Ming disregarded the tactical instructions of his coach, letting out a slight scoff as he began to maneuver along the perimeter. Regardless of their circumstances, he resolved to maintain a positive attitude towards winning the game. Speaking of the player Marshall, had he existed in the small ball era, he would undoubtedly have been a rare gem as a spatially adept big man. At 30 years of age, Marshall stands at 2.06 meters tall and weighs 105 kilograms, complemented by an impressive wingspan of 2.19 meters, granting him formidable rim protection capabilities. With a shooting accuracy of 40 from beyond the arc, averaging 1.8 three-pointers per game last season, he would have been a coveted power forward in the small ball landscape. Last season, Marshall averaged over 30 minutes on the court for the Bulls, contributing 13 points and 9 rebounds per game, solidifying his status as the undeniable core of the interior. However, this season, with Yao Ming established as the focal point in the paint and Li Ming leading from the perimeter, Marshall's tactical relevance has diminished sharply. At 30, he is considered a veteran in today's NBA, and should his tactical standing continue to decline, he risks losing even the prospect of a mid-level contract for retirement. As the saying goes, severing someone's financial prospects is akin to taking a parent's life. Marshall's animosity towards Yao is thus somewhat understandable, given the current tactical framework. Achieving over 100 points in a game is deemed a remarkable feat. Yao's slower movement contributes to a lethargic pace, and Marshall's preseason collaborations with Yao yielded unsatisfactory statistics, leaving Marshall feeling quite uncomfortable. with an eagerness to prove himself. In reality, Li Ming had already discerned Marshall's mindset based on his performance. He decided to let Marshall play his game. Eventually, he would come to learn the challenges he faced, which were not insurmountable. Li Ming envisioned Marshall positioning himself beyond the three-point line, seeking opportunities from the corner and 45-degree angles, while leaving the interior to Yao to draw double teams. Subsequently passing the ball out for Marshall to shoot, scoring would become effortless. Kenny Martin, a representative of the fierce interior presence, found it amusing that Marshall, with his comparatively slight frame, could manage to push his way outside the three-point line after a few vigorous attempts. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Marshall attempted to drive forcefully. However, while Kenny Martin may not excel offensively, his defensive prowess was commendable, particularly as the #1 draft pick of 2000 at the peak of his physical strength. Upon realizing the futility of his drive, Marshall halted, lifting the ball overhead before flinging it towards his teammate Jalen Rose. Both Jalen Rose and Marshall are of similar age, having entered the league in the 1994 draft, and both were part of the all-rookie second team for the 94-95 season, having been traded together from the Bulls during the offseason, thus sharing a bond. Presently, Jalen Rose's contract extends for another 3 years, making him the highest-paid player on the Raptors this season with an annual salary of $13.28 million, nearly $9 million more than Marshall. Nevertheless, in Li Ming's estimation, Jalen Rose's impact pales in comparison to Marshall's. In Li Ming's original era, Jalen Rose would likely retire in 3 to 4 years, transitioning into a commendable basketball commentator, far surpassing his on-court performance. When Jalen first joined the Raptors, it seemed he aspired to be the star of the team. However, it appears he might have overestimated his own capabilities. With the shot clock dwindling below 10 seconds, Jalen lifted the ball, executed a swift change of direction, and charged towards the paint. Opposing him was Jefferson, an all-star player known for his two-way prowess, who intentionally allowed Jalen to drive left. In the moment Jalen gathered the ball, Jefferson swiftly swiped it from his grasp, opting not to seize the ball but instead tossing it to Kidd, who was nearby. This move left Yao momentarily stunned, as he had stepped out to set a screen for Jalen Rose, only to see the ball intercepted before he could even make his move. With no other option, he sprinted back towards the defensive end. It must be said, Kidd in his prime was indeed formidable. Upon receiving the ball, he took just 3 dribbles to cross into the backcourt, noticing no defenders nearby, and proceeded to execute a textbook 3-step layup. Just as Kidd leaped, he sensed an ominous purple blur soaring towards him, which ultimately blocked his shot right above his head. As Kidd landed, the raucous cheers of the Raptors' home crowd erupted, as Li Ming had just emphatically rejected his layup, delivering a thunderous block. Li Ming grasped the basketball with one hand, casting a brief glance at Kidd. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, Kidd attempted to contest for the ball, but ultimately failed to make contact, muttering under his breath as he retreated to the front court. With a smile, Li Ming lifted his gaze to the spectators on either side, leisurely dribbling the ball toward the offensive end. Li Ming, being a newcomer, played merely around 10 minutes in each preseason game and seldom initiated his own offense, rendering it difficult to discern his technical characteristics. The footage from his high school days holds little reference value, which prompted Kidd to remain vigilant. As soon as Li Ming approached the three-point line, he closely marked him. Upon noticing the close defensive guard, Li Ming realized that this was an opportunity ripe for the taking. Without even employing a change of direction, he seized the moment when Kidd's footing faltered and launched himself towards the basket with a fierce, straight-line acceleration. Li Ming's straight-line acceleration has been rated as a red skill by the system, a feat that the likes of Kenyon Martin could hardly match. Upon witnessing this, Kenyon Martin hastily rushed in from the side. As he frantically entered the 3-second area after the free throw line, Li Ming executed a mesmerizing Eurostep, leaving Kenyon Martin's left foot trailing behind his right, resulting in an awkward split on the spot. Crash! After Li Ming executed a Eurostep past Kenyon Martin, he surged directly into the reasonable collision zone, unleashing a thunderous dunk right in the face of Jason Collins. Collins was utterly unprepared for such an extraordinary display of athleticism, and in a moment of negligence, he found himself utterly humiliated, sprawled beneath the basketball hoop, stripped of not only his dignity, but also his pride. Chapter 9, Kidd, surely. This rim must have been fortified. Dazed and bewildered, Collins was assisted back to his feet by Jefferson and Martin. In truth, he still struggled to comprehend the events that had just transpired. Just as he stepped over the free throw line, he initiated a Eurostep, only to find himself facing a dunk that seemed almost otherworldly. Is this even humanly possible? Is there no sense of justice in the world? Is there no law? As Li Ming retreated to defend amidst the roaring cheers of the crowd, nYao passed by him, joyfully raising his fist in exuberance. That dunk was truly magnificent. It set my blood ablaze. I never imagined that we, the people of Dragon Country, could execute such a slam on the court. Is this really something to be astonished about? Li Ming and nYao are running side by side. nYao is running forward while Li Ming is running backward. Both at precisely the same speed. This is merely the beginning. Soon, I shall show you something even more exhilarating. Do remember, individuals of Asian descent can soar as well. As soon as Li Ming finished speaking with nYao, he turned to Williams and shouted, "I will guard Kid. You take care of Kidders." Alvin Williams, now 29 years old, is a seasoned veteran of the Raptors, having been traded from the Trailblazers during his rookie season. Though he lacks standout skills, he has consistently demonstrated diligence, managing to be regarded as a competent, if ordinary, starting player. Without hesitation, Williams sprinted towards Kidders. After all, he was well aware of the hierarchy within the team. This was not a time for seniority. As Kid approached the three-point arc, Li Ming quickly confronted him, unleashing a barrage of trash talk. "I'll stand right here at the free throw line. As long as you don't step into the key, shoot however you like." Kid, a seasoned superstar who had led his team to the finals for 2 consecutive seasons, found himself mocked by a rookie on the very first day of the new season. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he almost thought he was still dreaming, for such absurdity seemed unlikely to occur in reality. Kid refrained from responding verbally, casting a glare at Li Ming while assessing his teammates' positioning. Steeling himself, he resolved to teach this rookie a lesson. Li Ming stood firm just in front of the free throw line, unyielding. Observing this, Kid decided to abandon pleasantries. He stepped in toward the three-point line and launched a shot. D-Wang. It was evident that Kid's shooting prowess remained intact, as even an open shot could clang off the front of the rim. Upon Kid's release of the ball, Li Ming turned around, only to witness the basketball rebound directly into his embrace from the edge of the hoop. Is it truly so effortless to seize a rebound nowadays? This is contingent upon Kid's shot, as his performance will be pivotal for achieving double-digit rebounds in this match. Securing the rebound, Li Ming did not hesitate to pass to Kid, for he found himself with only Kid ahead of him. Li Ming propelled the ball forward with a swift throw, immediately accelerating off the ground. With merely 2 dribbles, he arrived at the free throw line, showing no signs of adjustment. He embraced the basketball to his chest and leaped directly from the line. The rim quivered and echoed with a resounding thud, unmistakably revealing the sheer force behind his dunk. Astonishingly, there was even greater excitement to come. As Yao Ming had just taken 2 steps, he witnessed Li Ming soaring above the free throw line, executing a remarkable dunk. Lifting the ball from his chest to above his head midair, his legs slightly apart, completing the feat with an ethereal grace. The slap of reality arrived too swiftly. Kid could no longer underestimate the rookie across from him and resolved to play it safer. After orchestrating his teammates for 20 seconds, he finally discovered a perfect alley-oop opportunity. However, just as Kid lofted the ball towards Martin, Yao Ming reached from behind Martin, intercepting and claiming the ball. How can there be such a towering player? Kid could not help but exclaim, having only faced Yao twice the previous year. As a rookie, Yao had been tentative, failing to showcase his true potential, leaving Kid unaware of his capabilities. In Kid's mind, Yao was merely a disappointing first-round pick, especially since last year's Rookie of the Year award had gone to Stoudemire. Upon seeing Yao acquire the ball, Li Ming began his sprint towards the front court. Observing the situation, Yao placed the ball behind his head with both hands and, in a catapult-like motion, launched it forward. Li Ming reduced his pace to a delicate shuffle, perfectly positioned within the 3-second zone to receive a pass from nYao. With a sweeping motion, he executed a magnificent dunk, delighting the entire audience. Beep. Byron Scott, the head coach of the Nets, could no longer remain composed. He swiftly called for a timeout. Within less than 2 minutes of the game, his team found themselves trailing 0-6, all due to dunks, and most astonishingly, the player responsible was a rookie. The Raptors, both on and off the court, were momentarily stunned by these 3 dunks. Deep down, they acknowledged the prowess of their team's designated star, yet they were taken aback by the rookie's exceptional talent. Upon returning from the timeout, Kid wasted no time. He immediately initiated a series of individual plays. Wasn't Li Ming leaving him open? Well, he would make it clear why he had led his team to the finals for 2 consecutive years, and why he was regarded as the premier point guard in the league. Boom, boom, boom. Indeed, Kid was not verbose. He attempted 5 consecutive one-on-one plays, all open shots, yet astonishingly, none found the net. Li Ming secured 4 rebounds from 5 shots, delivering an alley-oop to Yao Ming during one of the fast breaks, assisting Marshall with a three-pointer, and successfully sinking 2 mid-range shots along with a three-pointer himself. Notably, all 5 offensive attempts were flawlessly executed without a single miss. Beep. Byron Scott could no longer remain seated. Following the previous timeout, Kidd indeed adhered to the strategy, initiating his own isolation plays in open spaces. However, Byron Scott could not have anticipated that Kidd would fail to score even a single open shot. Where exactly did Kidd wander during the offseason? Upon returning from the timeout, the situation had not improved significantly. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the score stood at 14-36. Kidd displayed an admirable offensive drive in the first quarter, managing to score 2 points, secure 1 rebound, and provide 1 assist from 9 attempts, culminating in a rather lackluster performance. In his inaugural match, Li Ming showcased a commendable performance, achieving an impressive 17 points, 8 rebounds, and 5 assists on 7 of 8 shooting. As the second quarter commenced, Coach Anil suggested that Li Ming take a respite, intending to substitute the entire lineup. However, Li Ming respectfully declined, stating, "There's no need, coach. I am not fatigued at all, and this is our season's opener. I wish to deliver a satisfying performance for the fans in Toronto." Recognizing the earnestness in Li Ming's words, Anil acquiesced, curious to observe the extent of Li Ming's stamina. He noted that upon returning to the bench after the first quarter, Li Ming appeared completely dry, devoid of any sweat. As the second quarter began, only the starter Kenyon Martin remained on the court for the Nets, accompanied by 4 substitutes, while Li Ming similarly led his own group of 4 reserves. Neither team boasted defensive prowess, and Li Ming, unwilling to exploit his opponents, engaged the audience with a thrilling display of offensive prowess. However, at the 4-minute mark of the second quarter, Byron Scott was compelled to call a timeout, as the game had devolved into a lopsided affair, with the score at 24-51, leading Scott to contemplate whether to continue the contest. In the third quarter, Kidd attempted to orchestrate a comeback, guiding his team to a brief surge of 13-6. Yet, Li Ming swiftly countered with 3 consecutive three-pointers and 2 assists, quelling the Nets' resurgence with a staggering 13-2 run. As the third quarter concluded, the game had officially entered garbage time. Even Li Ming, after just 3 minutes in the fourth quarter, felt disinclined to continue, acknowledging that as a rookie, there was little merit in padding his stats given the state of the game. Thus, he voluntarily exited for a breather. The moment Li Ming left the court, the crowd erupted in applause, standing in ovation, their cheers resonating throughout the arena. It was as if they envisioned the Toronto Raptors ascending to the pinnacle of the NBA. This young talent from Toronto was destined to bring a championship trophy to the city. As the final whistle blew, players from both teams exchanged pleasantries. At that moment, Kidd approached Li Ming, shook his hand, and embraced him warmly, sincerely expressing, "The last time I witnessed such a performance was long ago. You are truly young and immensely talented. I hope you do not squander your gift. Keep pushing forward. The future is yours." Li Ming was taken aback, his expression reflecting a sense of bewilderment. Isn't that phrase, "the future is yours," attributed to Duncan? Wasn't he it from 2007? Yet here we are in 2003, and you have already spoken it. It is not surprising that Li Ming's mind was racing. After Duncan imparted those words to LeBron James, he continued to make waves in the league for several more years, even seizing a championship trophy from LeBron in 2014. Why is it that the future is yours? Because, at this moment, it belongs to me. I appreciate it. Li Ming, with a smile that belied his true feelings, remarked that, after all, Kidd was a veteran on the court. Although his spirit felt aged, he could not deny the vitality of his youthful physique. Thus, he felt it essential to extend the respect due to his senior. "I have watched you play since my childhood. You have provided me with considerable guidance on my basketball journey. Regardless of the achievements I may attain in the future, a part of them belongs to you." Kidd, upon hearing this, burst into hearty laughter. After all, who does not enjoy a flattering word? As the match concluded, the Raptors triumphed over the Nets with a score of 83-127. The player statistics for the Raptors are as follows. Li Ming delivered an extraordinary performance, shooting 16 out of 21 from the field, including 6 of 9 from beyond the arc, amassing a remarkable tally of 42 points, 17 rebounds, 12 assists, 5 blocks, 7 steals, and 2 turnovers. Yao Ming contributed with 31 points and 12 rebounds, while Marshall added 21 points, 7 rebounds, and 3 assists. Jalen Rose chipped in with 11 points, 3 rebounds, and 2 assists, and Williams provided 8 points, 2 rebounds, and 5 assists. The bench players recorded single-digit statistics, thus warranting no further mention. On the other hand, the statistics from the Nets were disheartening. It is perhaps best to omit them to spare Byron Scott a restless night, as one must leave some room for hope. At the post-game press conference, reporters craned their necks in anticipation. For who has ever witnessed such a rookie debut? A singular exhibition yielding 42 points, 17 rebounds, 12 assists, 5 blocks, and 7 steals is a feat that even the most illustrious superstars might never achieve in their lifetimes. In Toronto, Inside Sports stands as the unequivocal #1 sports media outlet. Hence, they were the first to pose questions. Moreover, since Inside Sports and the Raptors' ownership belong to the same entity, their inquiries are sure to benefit the players. Why not embrace such an opportunity? Li Ming, congratulations on providing fans with what may be the most remarkable rookie debut in NBA history. Tonight, you showcased numerous dazzling dunks, some of which are rarely seen even in dunk contests. Will you be participating in this season's dunk contest? Regarding the Eastern Conference champions of the past 2 seasons, their competitive level today seems to be worlds apart from yours. What are your thoughts on the Nets' performance this evening? Li Ming thoughtfully organized his thoughts before speaking in a measured tone. Greetings. During my time on the court, I was oblivious to my own statistics. My sole intention was to assist the team in securing victory. Of course, if sacrificing my personal performance could still lead to the team's success, I would do so without hesitation. Dunking is my forte, and should the fans enjoy witnessing my dunks, I would not shy away from participating in the slam dunk contest. Regarding the Nets' performance in this match, I can only say that the new season has just commenced, and their form may not yet be at its peak. Furthermore, we are a newly assembled team, and they may not be entirely familiar with me and Yao Ming, which might have caught them off guard. However, I must commend them as worthy adversaries. Players like Kidd, Martin, and Jefferson, who have already made significant achievements in the NBA, serve as examples for my own aspirations. I wish them great success this season and hope to learn even more from their endeavors. Thank you. After Li Ming concluded his responses to the inquiries posed by the sports journalist, he noticed a young female reporter in the back row, fervently raising her hand while clutching a CCTV microphone. With a smile, Li Ming gestured towards her, inviting her to pose her question. The chosen reporter, overwhelmed with excitement, sprang to her feet, her face flushed, and asked esteemed Mr. Li Ming, greetings. In the Dragon Nation, you have millions of devoted fans who are keenly observing your performance. Today, you presented a flawless debut to your global audience. We are eager to know if you will continue to deliver such splendid performances in your future matches. To this charming young reporter, I assure the fans of the Dragon Nation and the world that today's performance will not be a fleeting moment. I will endeavor to provide one captivating display after another for fans around the globe. All you need to do is tune in to watch the Raptors matches, and I promise you will not be disappointed. During the subsequent media session, Li Ming refrained from answering further questions, allowing the head coach and Yao Ming to take the stage for interviews. Li Ming is now contemplating a more pressing issue, that of harmony within the locker room. After all, his team has not exhibited a sense of unity throughout the match, and this matter must be addressed at the onset of the season. Following the media session, the players who attended the press conference returned to the locker room. Since Coach Anil had mentioned holding a brief meeting with the entire team post-match, the other players had yet to return. Through the lens of the season's inaugural game, Coach Anil pointed out several issues within the team. However, he was acutely aware that some matters were sensitive and thus refrained from stating them outright. Yet, Li Ming was undeterred by such caution. Upon noticing that Anil had concluded his remarks, he seized the opportunity to steer the conversation. I understand that some players harbor dissatisfaction regarding the team's decision to center around myself and Yao Ming this season. However, I urge everyone to recognize that regardless of the circumstances, I do not wish for anyone's actions to impede the team's progress. It is natural for each individual to possess personal ambitions. This is no fault of ours. I encourage open dialogue about any grievances that may arise. I wish to express my utmost respect for each teammate and our coach. My singular aim is the championship. I am aware that some may perceive this as mere bravado or empty rhetoric. Yet I implore you to trust in this objective and observe my actions as a testament to my commitment. Let us embark on this journey together. A smattering of applause erupted, though it was evident that the players' spirits could not be easily swayed by a few words. Nonetheless, Li Ming believed that speaking up was better than remaining silent, and he planned to seek out a leading figure for a more in-depth conversation shortly. In the parking lot, Li Ming patiently awaited Marshall in his car. As Marshall approached, Li Ming stepped out to greet him and opened the passenger door, taking a seat. I apologize for taking 5 minutes of your time. Please hold off on departing for a moment, so we can have a chat, he said. Marshall regarded the affable Li Ming with mixed feelings. On one hand, he recognized Li Ming's exceptional talent. Having just turned 18 and already achieving phenomenal triple-double statistics on the NBA stage. Even more daunting were the 5 or more blocks and steals he had recorded. Marshall was acutely aware that Li Ming was destined to become a superstar within the league, for certain statistics are not merely fleeting achievements. On the other hand, he harbored concerns that Li Ming's prodigious talent had garnered significant attention from the management, particularly given that both he and the illustrious Yao Ming were compatriots from the Dragon Nation. Thus, the allocation of interior play would undoubtedly gravitate towards Yao. Furthermore, Yao's prowess was evidently superior, and at merely 23 years of age, he was in the prime of his career, whereas Marshall, at 30, found himself on a downward trajectory. Understanding these realities and accepting them are two distinct matters. After a moment of contemplation, Marshall spoke slowly. I comprehend your sentiments, but I assure you, it is not my intention to obstruct your path. I too wish to validate my capabilities. I believe I am worthy of achieving a 2010 stat line, and I aspire to secure a lucrative contract. Do you realize that my most substantial contract throughout my career has never exceeded $7 million? I dedicate myself to rigorous training daily, never allowing a moment to be squandered. Aware of my limitations in the post, I have committed to strengthening my physique and have developed the ability to shoot three-pointers. I genuinely improve with each passing day. However, at my age, if my performance falters, I may not attain a substantial contract. Should I be traded, I risk becoming a bench warmer, ultimately facing the grim prospect of being without a team in 2 years. Do you grasp that feeling? It is akin to being pursued by a ferocious beast. Any lapse in focus could lead to obliteration. Marshall's fervor intensified as he spoke, but he quickly regained his composure. I apologize if my voice has risen. Perhaps my urgency has overwhelmed me. Forgive me, since you have articulated these thoughts. It indicates that you remain unaware of the message I wish to convey. Upon hearing Marshall's candid expression of his feelings, Li Ming felt an undeniable surge of goodwill towards him. What I wish to convey is that I possess a means to integrate us all harmoniously. I am fully capable of elevating your average points per game to over 20, though I cannot guarantee the same for rebounds. Is that truly the case? Marshall's eyes widened in astonishment. If you can help me achieve an average of over 20 points, I would be willing to do anything you ask. I genuinely do not wish to wander anymore. Ever since leaving the Warriors, I have felt like a nomad in the league, which is precisely why I am so fixated on my statistics. I yearn for stability in one place. Rest assured, you have never heard me utter a falsehood. While I claim to have a solution, it is indeed a veritable solution. Let's agree on this. We shall meet at the training facility tomorrow, and I will reveal to you how to attain an average of 20 points. As Li Ming spoke, he opened the car door and, after alighting, leaned against it and continued, I am aware that you and Jalen Rose were contemporaneous players, and you both were teammates on the Bulls last season. Do you have any valuable advice for me if I wish to have a conversation with him? To speak candidly, he is quite obstinate yet possesses a strong sense of responsibility, always attempting to shoulder the team's burdens, though it is evident that he lacks the capability to do so. Otherwise, he would not have been traded by the Bulls. Marshall appeared to be somewhat exasperated with Jalen Rose and had no worthwhile suggestions to offer Li Ming. All right then, I appreciate it. I will seize the opportunity to speak with him, Li Ming concluded, shutting the car door with a casual gesture. He waved goodbye to Marshall and, after watching him depart, returned to his vehicle. After a period of quiet contemplation lasting around 10 minutes, he started the engine and drove home. Upon his arrival, he noticed Yao Ming and Deba engaged in mutual stretching exercises. When Yao Ming inquired if Li Ming needed a stretch as well, Li Ming shook his head. He possessed a recovery ability 30 times greater than that of an average person, rendering any form of recuperation merely superfluous. Li Ming brewed a pot of tea and called for Yao and the others to join him for a chat after their stretching exercises. The three of them nestled into the oversized, ultra-soft sofa, with the Yao and Deba reminiscing about the past glories of the CBA, discussing their thoughts on domestic basketball, while Li Ming silently listened, laughing heartily when appropriate, and feeling melancholic when the mood struck. Ah, the CBA, he had played for 12 years. Yet who could he share that with? He was merely an uninvited guest in this world. After an evening of training, lying in bed while playing on his computer, Li Ming always felt as though there was something he had forgotten. After drinking water 6 times and making 2 trips to the restroom, it suddenly dawned on him. The dog system, what about my reward for achieving a triple-double? Dog host, that does not qualify as a super triple-double. What? With stats of 42 points, 17 rebounds, 12 assists, 5 blocks, and 7 steals, you dare to claim that is not a super triple-double? Then pray tell, what constitutes a super triple-double? All right, dog host, one variant is achieving 50 points, 10 rebounds, and 10 assists, while the other is 20 points, 20 rebounds, and 20 assists. Damn, I should have asked earlier. Otherwise, I could have played for a couple more minutes and scored those extra 8 points. Li Ming, feeling rather despondent, spent the entire night engaged in a fervent session of Age of Empires, his weariness overshadowed by an unwillingness to sleep. He took to the computer and mercilessly dominated both Xiao Rizi and Axiba in a spirited match. Speaking of which, there is a slight inconvenience at present. During the evenings at home, he can only engage in fitness rather than basketball, lest he disturb nYao and the others. For his own need for rest does not imply that others are equally exempt from it. The following day, the team had a training session, and Li Ming arrived bright and early at the Baizue Center alongside nYao, as his own vehicle was a sports car, which proved impractical for transporting others. nYao had arranged for a larger vehicle the previous day, which was delivered to his home that evening. With nYao behind the wheel of his new Cadillac Escalade, Li Ming opted not to drive, enjoying the ride to the Baizue Center gym. Perhaps they had arrived a bit too early, for the head coach had yet to reach the court, leaving the entire gym occupied solely by the three of them. After practicing free throws for a while with nYao and Aba, Li Ming jestingly remarked to Yao Ming, "nYao, I recall that your salary must be submitted to the Basketball Association and the Shanghai team. How then do you afford a car?" In truth, Li Ming was well aware that since joining the NBA last year, nYao had secured numerous endorsements and accumulated considerable wealth. Nevertheless, he aimed to tease nYao regarding the association's actions. Indeed, there was some truth to his jest. nYao paused momentarily before clarifying. However, they actually only took a small portion, far less than the rumors suggest. Sensing that nYao preferred not to elaborate further, Li Ming refrained from pressing for details regarding the exact amount given to the association. After 2 rounds of free throws, Li Ming emerged victorious with a flawless record. Just as they were about to commence the 3rd round, Williams entered the training facility. Upon seeing the trio, Williams hesitated briefly before greeting them with a smile. Li Ming thought it would be an opportune moment to engage in a meaningful conversation with the team's starting point guard. "Hey, Alvin, let us chat while we warm up. After all, you're the most seasoned player on the Raptors, and we truly need your guidance." Li Ming displayed an innocuous smile as he approached Alvin Williams. "Hey, my friend, you are far more renowned in Toronto than I am. To speak candidly, I truly admire your bravery. Saving so many lives in the face of 3 armed assailants is nothing short of remarkable. If I were in your position, I'm uncertain whether I could have acted with such valor." Alvin Williams, too, wore a genuine expression. For when the conversation turned to the Raptors and the city of Toronto, it was impossible to overlook Li Ming. His fame in this city is undeniably profound. Li Ming had previously viewed the footage prepared by the dog system. According to the system's account, he had ventured to a convenience store adjacent to the bank that day to make a purchase, while his parents were preparing to transfer funds at the bank. Unfortunately, they encountered bank robbers during this time. One of the assailants, in a sudden fit of frenzy, abandoned the robbery and indiscriminately opened fire, resulting in the tragic deaths of all hostages inside the bank. The other 2 accomplices, witnessing this chaos, had no choice but to follow suit, escaping the bank while wreaking havoc on the streets. By the time the police arrived, the scene was already wrought with devastation and casualties. Having just exited the convenience store with his purchases, Li Ming heard the gunfire and, driven by concern for his parents' safety, cautiously advanced towards the bank, using cover as he moved. Along the way, he managed to rescue a couple who had been shot, 3 children abandoned by their parents, and an elderly man with a broken leg. After dragging them to safety in the convenience store, he returned to the bank, only to discover that all inside had perished, filling him with a tumult of sorrow and rage. At that moment, the Toronto police had also arrived on the scene. Seizing the opportunity provided by their cover fire, Li Ming hurled a bottle of ink at one of the robbers while he was reloading on the 2nd floor of the bank. Remarkably, the system had enabled him to accurately throw the ink bottle several meters, startling the robber, who was doused with ink and inadvertently exposed his head from behind cover. The police sharpshooter seized this moment and took the robber down with a single shot. The remaining 2 robbers, witnessing this, fled in a panic, but were systematically targeted by the sharpshooters as they attempted to escape. Subsequently, the police, having assessed the scene, located Li Ming and, upon gathering his account along with that of other eyewitnesses, reported his actions to the government. 3 months later, he was honored with a Maple Leaf Medal. With the atmosphere thus set, Li Ming decided to address the matter directly. "My friend, please refrain from mentioning that. My parents also lost their lives in this shooting. Let us discuss the game instead. I hope there are no barriers between us. I know you share a deep affection for this city of Toronto and for the Raptors. As do I. Together, through our collective efforts, achieving success is indeed a source of great fulfillment. Is it not?" Alvin Williams, feeling a pang of guilt, quickly apologized. "I am truly sorry. It was not my intention to bring that up. I had forgotten, and I sincerely apologize. I will refrain from discussing it in the future. There are no barriers between us. You are a hero in this city, and I'm also a part of it. Rest assured, whatever you do on the court, I will fully support you. Marshall and the others are simply concerned about their future. Trust me, they will come to terms with it." Upon hearing Williams' statement, Li Ming couldn't help but feel a sense of triumph. "It's all right. I spoke with Marshall last night, and I even devised a tactical plan for him. Once he arrives, we can practice together." Chapter 12. Resolving team conflicts. After his communication with Williams, Li Ming felt reassured. At least 4 of the 5 starters were on the same page. Moreover, Williams was merely an ordinary starting player. He couldn't secure a lucrative contract, and his performance each season was remarkably consistent, typically scoring in single digits, with 4 to 5 assists and 2 to 3 rebounds. Thus, it mattered little whom he partnered with on the court. In the first game of the season, Li Ming had even facilitated a few effortless assists for him, suggesting that he likely preferred such straightforward collaborations. Within a few minutes, Coach Anil and Marshall began to arrive one after another. Coach Anil first outlined the primary objectives of today's training: tactical drills and physical conditioning. Following the completion of the regular tactical training, Li Ming seized an opportunity to discreetly approach Coach Anil. "Coach, I've devised a strategy that I'd like to practice with the starting lineup. What do you think?" Anil glanced at Li Ming with surprise and replied, "Oh, you've come up with a strategy? That's excellent." As Anil responded, he clapped his hands to summon the remaining starters. "Please, share your strategy with us." Anil did not conceal that this was Li Ming's tactic. "We will all fully support you, but rest assured, I will point out any shortcomings without hesitation." For Anil, this was also a subtle way of expressing his backing for Li Ming's actions on the court. The strategy itself was not overly complex. It primarily aimed to create a shooting space for the power forward to take 3-point shots. Li Ming, unreservedly, seized the tactical board and commenced his illustrations. First, the formation was established. Position 1 stood at the top of the arc, while Position 2 maneuvered from the right corner 3-point line towards the 45-degree angle. Position 3 occupied the front of the left 3-second area, and Position 4 dashed from the left corner of the 3-second zone to the left corner of the 3-point line. Position 5 advanced to provide a screen for Position 1, who then sprinted towards the 45-degree area of the left 3-point line as Position 5 descended towards the basket. Position 1 passed the ball to Position 2. At this juncture, Position 3 began its run towards the left corner 3-point line, drawing the defending player out, while Position 4 transitioned from the left short corner to the left corner of the 3-point line and promptly shifted to the right corner of the 3-point line. By this time, Position 5 was already close to the basket in the 3-second zone. Position 4 utilized Position 5 as a screen to reach the right corner of the 3-point line, where Position 2 delivered the ball to Position 4. At this moment, Position 4's defender was effectively obstructed by Position 5, allowing for an open 3-point shot from the right corner. This tactic could similarly be reversed, facilitating a 3-point shot from the left corner. The crux of this strategy lies in the capability of all 4 positions to shoot 3-pointers. Thus, whenever an open opportunity arises during movement, a shot can be taken without necessitating that Position 4 conclude with a corner 3-pointer. Upon hearing this strategy, Marshall was undeniably the most exhilarated, for he discerned that this tactic was meticulously tailored for him. It appeared that Li Ming had not deceived him. He indeed possessed the means to elevate his average score to 20 points. Head coach Anil further supplemented this strategy and initiated training with the 5 starting players. Aside from Jalen Rose, who exhibited a lack of enthusiasm, the others displayed no unusual behavior. The strategy was remarkably straightforward. After merely 2 hours of practice, all starting players had become proficient in their movements. With the tactic now mastered, it was designated as the on-court strategy 9, to be employed when the ball handler extends their index finger, middle finger, and pinky. Observing the satisfactory results of the training, Anil proactively proposed this arrangement. "All right, coach. No problem. Understood." Regardless of their willingness, everyone acquiesced to this proposal. At the conclusion of that day's training, Jalen Rose approached Marshall. Hey, buddy, have you taken a wrong turn somewhere? Has Li Ming's single tactic truly swayed you? We had an agreement. You were to assist me in becoming the new king of Toronto, and I would facilitate your access to more ball possessions and superior statistics, right? Jalen Rose was now wearing a perplexed expression, as it was evident that they had established this understanding upon his recent trade to the Raptors, and he had even rallied several teammates. Yet, after just one game, his main ally, Marshall, had seemingly turned against him. How were they to proceed in this contest? Jalen Rose found it difficult to comprehend Marshall's behavior and continued. One is a rookie in his first year, and the other a sophomore. Are you truly willing to relinquish ball control to them so easily? Though they were both drafted high, this big man has yet to prove himself, and Li Ming has managed only one commendable performance, which hardly signifies anything. Are there not countless fleeting rookies in the NBA? Marshall, shaking his head as he listened, nodded in agreement when Jalen finished speaking. You make a valid point, but upon reflection, the management has chosen them, and unless their performance is utterly dismal, they are unlikely to change their minds. While Li Ming may be a flash in the pan, you don't even possess the opportunity to achieve such fleeting success. What more is there to discuss? Since my performance is steady and playing alongside them is relatively effortless, why should I not embrace it? Jalen, you ought not to overthink this. We are no longer young. You currently hold a lucrative contract with several years remaining. Let's simply play our game, impart some on-court wisdom to them, and elevate the team's performance. Wouldn't that be splendid? What does it matter if you become the team leader? No matter how impressive your stats are, will you secure another contract of this magnitude once your current one expires? And I have faith in Li Ming's abilities. Perhaps he can indeed bring a championship to this city. Upon hearing this, Jalen Rose became visibly agitated. Damn it, do you not understand? Is playing merely for money? Have you forgotten the dreams that once brought us to the court? Have you forgotten the words you spoke in your youth? It is not that I am unwilling to assist them. Rather, I have reservations about entrusting the team to these two inexperienced kids. If they could genuinely improve the team, I would certainly not mind supporting them. You know me. I cannot accept failure, and no matter my thoughts, as long as I am on the court, I will never act against the team's interests. Marshall understood Jalen's sentiments. Of course, I know. We have known each other for many years. Yet, I must remind you, this young man is far more astute and capable than you perceive. Realizing Marshall was resolute, Jalen chose not to argue further. All right, I understand your perspective. Here's the deal. If he performs consistently over the next 5 games, and we secure 5 consecutive victories, I will wholeheartedly support him. Agreed. After concluding their conversation, Marshall called Li Ming on his way back, conveying Jalen Rose's sentiments. After hanging up, Li Ming informed Yao Ming and Ba. All right, the last player is on board. Now we just need to secure 5 consecutive victories, and the Raptors will be our team. However, if we fail to deliver commendable results for the Raptors, our endeavors will be utterly embarrassing. Upon hearing this news, both Yao Ming and Barbosa were exceedingly pleased. Although they did not contribute directly, and it was solely Li Ming showcasing his skills, they nonetheless pledged to train more diligently. After returning home and finishing dinner, the two voluntarily went to the gym on the lower level to enhance their lower body strength. Observing their earnestness, Li Ming could only manage a wry smile. Chapter 13. The second home game against the Wizards the following day, October 31st, the Raptors were set to host their second game against the Washington Wizards. Upon rising in the morning, Li Ming received a call from the product manager of DUI Go Sports. The manager conveyed that they were amenable to the terms, but insisted on signing a lifetime endorsement contract. It seemed that Li Ming's remarkable performance in the first game had solidified the confidence of the Nike management. Li Ming had no objections to this, as he understood that rights and obligations are reciprocal. Moreover, he was confident in his ability to attract investment. Having scheduled the contract signing, Li Ming began his tasks for the day, seeking a renovation team to install soundproofing materials in the basement, for he was apprehensive about practicing his shooting at night, fearing it might disturb Yao Ming and the others' rest. Around noon, Zhao Jiao, who would henceforth be referred to simply as Jiao, and Yang Jilung arrived. As they had completed their leave of absence from university, they were eager to take matters into their own hands to ensure everything was executed properly. I do have a few suggestions regarding the commercial side of things. Li Ming glanced at the time and pondered thoughtfully. Yang Jilung could return to Longhua for a while. There's a company in Shenzhen named Tangshuan, which is planning to go public next year. We should seize the opportunity to invest before their listing and become their original shareholders. Additionally, I could visit Hangzhou, where a company called Alimama is experiencing its inaugural year of soaring success. I am willing to allocate $5 million for these two ventures. You may determine the specific distribution of shares as you see fit. Li Ming harbored no concerns regarding the proportional distribution of shares. His sole ambition was to secure a position among the original shareholders. The current landscape, with the two colossal giants of the internet poised for takeoff, presented an unparalleled investment opportunity. However, lacking sufficient funds, he could only implore Yang Zhilong to explore avenues for him to become an original shareholder, thus granting him the privilege of priority in purchasing shares in the future. As for Zhao Ge, I shall publicly announce you as my agent and disclose your contact information. Recently, numerous local enterprises from Toronto, alongside those from the Dragon Country, have approached me for endorsements. Yet, due to my time constraints, I am unable to manage these matters personally. During this period, I would like you to assist in filtering the endorsement opportunities. After the Spring Festival, I will provide you with a comprehensive list of athletes to sign, and I trust you will secure their contracts as best as you can. Lacking a dedicated external agent, many companies have sought me out directly through various means. However, as the regular season has commenced, my time and energy are severely limited. Fortunately, Zhao Ge is willing to take charge, alleviating a significant burden from my shoulders. In addition to the external investment funds I previously mentioned, I will be contributing $300,000 to each of two companies over the next few days, which will serve as initial operational capital. You may begin recruiting a few individuals, and after Christmas, I will assess the personnel situation within each company and continue to invest accordingly. Naturally, Zhao Ge and Yang Zhilong had no objections. After all, the one who provides the funds holds the reins of authority. When there are tasks at hand, time seems to pass swiftly. As Li Ming glanced at the clock, noting that there were less than 3 hours until the match commenced, he hurriedly prepared himself and made his way to the Air Canada Center. Today's game held little significance for him. Old Master Qiao had retired in April of this year, and during his tenure, the Wizards had been a lackluster team. Without him, their prospects seemed even dimmer. Could the newly arrived arenas truly turn the tide? Nevertheless, there were certain advantages to being part of a struggling team. Li Ming intended to seize the season as an opportunity to achieve personal milestones against weaker opponents. After all, what could be called basketball if it did not involve showcasing one's skills against lesser competition? Head coach Anil recognized that this match would be relatively effortless, so he refrained from extensive preparations, merely emphasizing a focus on half-court offense. The atmosphere within the team was markedly improved compared to the last game. Indeed, actions on the basketball court spoke louder than words. Prior to the players' entrance, the arena's large screen replayed highlights of Li Ming's previous match, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the fans at the Air Canada Center, with many female admirers bouncing excitedly in his direction. If one were to overlook their rather revealing attire, the ambience was undeniably harmonious. Typically, a rookie might feel overwhelmed by such attention, fearing that a subpar performance could disappoint the home crowd. However, for Li Ming, these concerns were trivial. He was prepared to dominate the competition with unrelenting ferocity. As the players took to the court, the Raptors maintained their original starting lineup. For the Wizards, the starters were center, Brendan Haywood; power forward, Kwame Brown; small forward, Jarvis Hayes; shooting guard, Larry Hughes; point guard, Gilbert Arenas. The jump ball was particularly intense, with both Yao Ming and Haywood leaping multiple times before Yao managed to tip the ball to the backcourt. Williams advanced with the ball, and just before reaching the three-point line, he willingly passed it to Li Ming. Defending Li Ming was Larry Hughes, a formidable defensive player who, in Li Ming's original world, had just claimed the title of Steel's leader and earned a spot on the all-defensive first team the following season. Li Ming grasped the ball, slightly bending at the waist, with his right foot extending to execute a subtle probing step. At that moment, he noticed Yao Ming deftly escaping Haywood's defense, executing a swift right turn toward the basket. Such an opportunity was not one to be squandered. Li Ming tossed the ball toward the left side of the hoop, and Yao Ming soared into the air. He leapt at least 20 centimeters, and as soon as his hands made contact with the ball, he effortlessly guided it into the net. One might wonder, in Li Ming's mind, how could the pre-weight gain Yao Ming not play with more ferocity? Wouldn't such a splendid chance call for a thunderous dunk? Was it perhaps due to his still budding status in the NBA? This simply wouldn't do. Surely Li Ming understood what fans yearned to witness. Li Ming sprinted backward towards the backcourt, and as he noticed Yao Ming approaching, he shouted in Mandarin, "Unleash the spirit of our Dragon Nation. Let these opponents recognize our strength. Next time there is an opportunity for an alley-oop or a dunk, Exert every ounce of power you possess and slam the ball down with ferocity. Li Ming chuckled, his expression one of amusement. Coaches back home only demand efficiency in putting the ball through the hoop, scoffing at acts of brute force like violent dunks. I understand that the NBA reveres individual heroism and relishes in the spectacle of powerful slams, but I'm still acclimatizing. Grant me a little time. With a laugh, he added, well, I couldn't care less about those norms. If you fail to execute 3 ferocious dunks today, we shall practice for 2 hours together after returning home tonight. Communicating in Mandarin allowed for unrestrained banter, as aside from Yao and Ba, no one else could comprehend, enabling them to speak at any volume without concern. Gilbert Arenas dribbled to the top of the arc, marking his first year with the Wizards. During the offseason, the Washington Wizards offered him a 5-year, $60 million contract, with an initial salary of $54 million, intending to cultivate Arenas as a cornerstone of their franchise. Therefore, on this play, Arenas had no intention of passing. Noticing Williams lacks defense, he executed a subtle change of direction. By shifting Williams' center of gravity, he swiftly retrieved the ball and, having created space for his shot, launched a three-pointer. Swish! Arenas' shot struck the rim and seamlessly nestled into the net. After making the shot, Arenas turned and retreated with an impassive expression, leaving onlookers to believe he was preparing for a quick transition back on defense. Hey, buddy, when it comes to showing off, you take the cake. When you have a moment, teach me a thing or two. While the quality of play may vary, looking good is a lifelong pursuit. As Li Ming passed by Arenas, he couldn't resist teasing him a bit. After all, in the realm of virtual space, who hasn't been bested by Li Ming? It could also be argued that perhaps it was Li Ming who had bested them, but as the protagonist, he deserves a modicum of face saving. Thus, while Li Ming was quite familiar with them, they were not as well acquainted with him. Arenas, known for his volatile temper, immediately bristled upon hearing Li Ming's teasing tone. Did this rookie really lack self-awareness? Just because he had played one good game, did he presume that the entire NBA belonged to him? Chapter 14. The infuriated Larry Hughes. It is no wonder that he was upset. Li Ming should have reflected on the situation himself, as this was indeed his first encounter with Arenas. The latter had just made a three-pointer, and Li Ming was mocking him for showing off. Had he truly deluded himself into thinking he was a basketball demigod after merely one game? Prior to the match, the Wizards had meticulously analyzed Li Ming's playing style, concluding that to restrict him, they could afford to leave Williams somewhat unguarded. Given that Williams' offensive prowess barely ranked above mediocre in the NBA, since Williams was lacking in offensive capability, Arenas wasted no time. Upon seeing Li Ming dribble past half-court, he promptly teamed up with Larry Hughes to double-team him. Rookie, this is the NBA, not your high school court. Respect your elders, especially those who are superior to you. Arenas was also a master of trash talk, and his double team was intended to provoke Li Ming. Of course, I understand that I must show respect to those more skilled than I, but in this game, there were none. Although Li Ming feigned confidence, he had no intention of making a forceful play. He passed the ball to Williams and then executed a swift cut towards the right corner for a three-point shot. Williams, with a deceptive feint, delivered the ball directly into Li Ming's hands. Li Ming gently tapped the ball, sending Arenas flying past him. As Kwame Brown rushed to defend, Li Ming lifted his hand to shoot. Bang! The moment the ball left his fingertips, Li Ming was certain it would not find its mark. It had fallen short. Li Ming landed and charged toward the basket. As he entered the right corner of the 3-second zone, he saw the basketball bouncing perfectly towards him. Such a golden opportunity could not be missed. Li Ming took a swift leap, his knees slightly bent as he ascended into the air, seizing the ball with one hand. He reached a height that aligned perfectly with the rim and simultaneously confronted Brandon Haywood's face. With an audacious ferocity, he slammed the ball into the hoop, effortlessly dominating the unprepared Haywood. The victim was left in stunned disbelief, pondering the origins of such raw power and questioning the absence of any semblance of decorum. Following the dunk, Li Ming couldn't resist boasting to Li Ming, "Did you see that? Consider a demonstration. Next time, your dunk must match this intensity." Yao grinned, inhaling sharply, contemplating that if he could execute such a dunk, the title of team leader would never have been bestowed upon Li Ming. So, if I can't make a three-pointer, the only option left is to dunk? He mused. Meanwhile, Arenas observed the scene, harboring a grudging resentment. Only a simpleton, with nothing but muscle in his mind, would fixate on dunking, completely oblivious to the true allure of basketball. Upon hearing this, Li Ming chuckled and signaled to Williams to switch defenses. "Very well, here I stand before you. Let us swiftly delve into the true allure of basketball. As he spoke, Li Ming gently placed his right hand on Arena's waist, preventing him from making a sudden change of direction. The handcheck rule had yet to be abolished, with its removal anticipated around May of the following year, aimed at enhancing the efficiency of perimeter offense. This regulation had little impact on Li Ming. After all, the strength capable of matching his speed was inferior, and the speed matching his strength was inadequate. Arenas had evidently studied Li Ming's previous match. Aware of his high defensive efficiency, while he engaged in banter, he knew the game must be played with intellect. Realizing he could not bypass Li Ming's defense, Arenas flicked his right hand, passing the ball to Kwame Brown, who had just entered the right side paint and was positioned against Marshall. At that moment, Brown was infamously dubbed the biggest draft bust in history, yet to claim he lacked any skill would be untruthful. Despite his propensity for errors, Brown's offensive repertoire was not limited. He maneuvered inside with ease and executed a half-turn layup that found its mark. The Wizards showcased commendable efficiency in this match, successfully netting their first 2 shots. Williams, mindful of the situation, refrained from taking chances and, upon reaching the arc of the three-point line, passed the ball to Li Ming on the right side. After receiving the ball, Li Ming faced a double team but remained unperturbed. He casually remarked to Arenas, "Is the allure of basketball merely passing? I can do that too." He then gestured to Marshall, signaling for screen. As Marshall approached, before he could fully set the pick, he darted toward the basket. Li Ming executed a precise bounce pass, enabling Marshall to complete the offensive play. Seeing this, Arenas ceased his trash talk. After all, both teams were demonstrating remarkable offensive efficiency, and Li Ming had just served a dose of reality to his opponent. Thus, both teams committed wholeheartedly to their attacks. The back and forth continued until the first regular timeout, with the score reaching 17-18. The home team's score follows. Upon returning from the timeout, Larry Hughes, through persistent movement, successfully scored 3 consecutive baskets against Williams. Although Yao Ming also managed to dunk during this period, the Wizards regained the lead. In this match, Li Ming primarily focused on orchestrating the team's plays. It was quite challenging. Both Arenas and Hughes clung to him like a stubborn adhesive plaster, given that his post-up skills were not particularly refined. Attempting to break free from the double team near the three-point line was quite arduous in this era where hand-checking had not yet been abolished. "What's the matter, rookie? Can't play when double-teamed?" Welcome to the NBA. Arenas had stopped his taunts, but Hughes was now relentless. How could Li Ming tolerate this? Arenas was at least a star player. What was Larry Hughes, really? "You better be ready, as I am about to execute a play in the right elbow area." Li Ming, while unleashing a torrent of banter, initiated his move. He first swayed to the left, subtly shifting the balance of Arenas and Larry Hughes. Then, he accelerated from the right side, dribbling the ball as he swiftly approached the right elbow. With his left arm, he nudged Arenas, executed a between-the-legs step back, and came to an abrupt halt for a jump shot. With a slight feint, both defenders were left in his wake. Easy basket. The basketball swished through the net, and Li Ming smirked, shrugging his shoulders as he glanced at Larry Hughes. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired the white skill basic stop and pop master." Well, credit is due to Larry Hughes. After all, once transformed into a skill, the enhancements are fixed. The white skill enhancement stands at 10, green at 20, blue at 30, purple at 40, red at 50, and gold at 100. For instance, the red skill super jump burst increases one's existing vertical leap by 50, while the purple skill advanced mid-range mastery raises the shooting percentage by 40 from the original baseline. The disparity between gold and red skills is monumental. However, only skills mastered through personal training can achieve a 100 enhancement. Skills granted directly by the system typically offer a maximum enhancement around 80. Continued training is essential to gradually integrate these skills into one's technique to reach the pinnacle of 100. Acquiring this skill makes this match worthwhile. It must be said that the banter plays a crucial role. Had he not engaged in such repartee, who knows how long it would have taken to earn this skill. Larry Hughes seethed in frustration. He had only uttered a single taunt in this match, and it had backfired spectacularly. In the next play, Larry Hughes attempted to reposition himself for the ball, but as soon as he received it, Li Ming snatched it away effortlessly. "Oh dear, you seem rather careless. How could you possibly lose grip on the ball? Let me ponder how to handle this play. How about I take this shot from the three-point arc at the top?" Li Ming approached the three-point line at the apex, and before Larry Hughes could fully establish his position, Li Ming raised his hand and took a shot. The ball circled the rim twice before ultimately conceding to Li Ming's prowess and falling into the net. Damn it. I swear. If you manage to score again in front of me, I'll eat the ball. Larry Hughes was already seething with frustration. In truth, he was prepared. Should Li Ming dare to shoot in his presence again, he was more than willing to demonstrate what a flagrant foul truly entailed. Chapter 15. The clash erupts. Fans brawl on the court in the next possession. Larry Hughes sought the ball again. However, Kwame Brown set a screen for Haywood in the paint. And Arenas seized the moment, delivering a high lob to Haywood, who executed an alley-oop layup seamlessly. Yao Ming felt a twinge of embarrassment, patting his chest to acknowledge his defensive lapse. This time, Li Ming received the inbound pass in the backcourt. With only 7 seconds remaining in the first quarter, he aimed to accelerate from the backcourt for a fast break layup. Fueled by the red skill of super linear acceleration, and paired with his own remarkable speed of 2.83 seconds over 34 meters. Unless Larry Hughes was riding a motorcycle, he wouldn't even catch a whiff of Li Ming's momentum. As Li Ming sped past him, Larry Hughes instinctively reached out, managing only to snag a tiny edge of Li Ming's jersey, a futile gesture that did nothing to impede his velocity. Kwame Brown, who had retreated early, saw a white flash hurtling towards him. Today, he wore the home team's white jersey and quickly positioned himself outside the restricted area, bracing for charge. Yet, to his astonishment, Li Ming leapt from a meter away, soaring over Kwame Brown's head, replicating Vince Carter's iconic dunk from the 2000 Olympics. At that moment, Kwame Brown was left utterly bewildered. Having played under Jordan's tutelage, where his confidence had been shattered, he had just managed to escape Jordan's shadow. Now, in only the second game of the new season, he faced the humiliation of being outclassed by Li Ming. The fragility of Kwame Brown's psyche shattered into a million pieces, threatening to bring him to tears. Yet the game was far from over, and it was now the Wizards' turn to inbound the ball. Kwame Brown, still dazed, picked up the ball, glanced at Arenas' position, and passed it over. Upon observing that Kwame Brown was not in optimal form, Li Ming failed to notice how close he was to Arenas as he prepared to serve. At the very moment Kwame initiated his serve, Li Ming decisively launched himself forward to intercept the ball. As he secured the ball and stabilized himself, Kwame had only just stepped onto the court, his mind still in disarray. Suddenly, a white figure leapt into the air, arms raised behind his head, resembling an inverted C. With a resounding clang and a thud, Kwame Brown found himself unceremoniously slammed to the ground, tumbling spectacularly. Had it not been for the hoop providing support, he might have careened into the press area. The buzzer then echoed, signaling the end of the first quarter. However, Larry Hughes was not about to tolerate this. Kwame was his protege, and he could not bear to witness such indignity inflicted upon him. With a burst of energy, Larry sprinted over and forcefully shoved Li Ming. Still unsteady from his recent dunk, stumbled precariously, nearly losing his balance. Is Li Ming the one at a disadvantage? With a retraction of his right leg, his knees slightly bend, and his right fist is raised and pulled back, he is determined to show Larry Hughes the reason why the flowers bloom so vividly. As Li Ming was poised to strike, he was immediately seized by Williams, who had sensed the impending action. Li Ming is the undisputed linchpin of the team. Should he face suspension due to a brawl, it would cast a shadow over his career, leading to significant repercussions. At that moment, however, no one noticed as Daba charged from the bench, sprinting at full speed, and delivered a thunderous punch directly to Larry Hughes' face. While Daba's prowess on the court may remain a topic of discussion, his fighting skills are undeniable, as he swiftly incapacitated Hughes with a single blow. The other players rushed in to restrain Daba, while the referee hurried over to separate the two parties. Kwame Brown, still in a state of shock, leaned against the basketball hoop. Haywood, paralyzed by fear, dared not approach, but Jarvis Hayes, embodying the bravado of youth, rushed forward only to be intercepted by Arenas. The spectators were incensed, hurling various items onto the court. Soda, popcorn, bottled water, and hamburgers flew through the air, accompanied by the occasional blood-stained feminine product drifting down like confetti. In an outrageous display, a female fan even attempted to throw her child onto the court, but her husband managed to restrain her, leaving the outcome of such an act to the imagination. Who is Li Ming? A city hero, the son of Toronto. To strike Li Ming under their very noses is akin to courting disaster. The security personnel on site were instantly thrown into a state of panic. Upon witnessing the fans escalating their actions, preparing to storm the court, a grave incident loomed on the horizon. After all, the infamous brawl at the Palace of Auburn Hills had yet to unfold, and never before had players clashed with fans during a match. With 20,000 fans in a frenzy, any unforeseen event could spell the end of their careers. Thus, they hastily organized security forces to blockade all exits, resolutely restraining the frenzied supporters. The fans, however, merely sought to express their sentiments, displaying a degree of rationality. Upon witnessing the altercation where Ba felled Larry Hughes with a punch, they refrained from further aggression. The referee, observing the situation, dared not mediate and promptly issued 2 fouls, ejecting both Larry Hughes and Ba from the game. As the crowd saw Larry Hughes, already on the receiving end of a blow, being expelled, their fury gradually subsided, and they returned to their seats, grumbling. The team management quickly arranged for the concession area to provide all attendees with complimentary popcorn, a hamburger, and a soda. It is worth noting that the Raptors were merely an 8-year-old franchise, lacking any die-hard fans. The management had not anticipated that the supporters would rally to such an extent for their home team. However, the management may have overestimated the situation. The fans were primarily rallying in solidarity with Li Ming. Had it been another player, one wonders if the fans would have reacted similarly. The match had been paused for over half an hour, with security even lending a hand in cleaning up the aftermath. The sheer volume of debris thrown onto the court necessitated immediate attention to restore order and resume play, with the refuse in the stands to be dealt with later. After all, it was the fans who had littered, and they likely wouldn't mind the mess. As the second quarter commenced, the score stood at 31-37. The Wizards had substituted all but Arenas, while the Raptors had replaced everyone except Li Ming. Kwame Brown sat on the bench, his head covered with a towel, lost in his thoughts. In truth, Li Ming felt a twinge of regret. His demeanor on the court contrasted sharply with his composure off it. Had he the clarity of mind to choose, he would undoubtedly have opted against such a provocative dunk, for it bore a weighty insult to the defender. For players with fragile mental fortitude, such humiliation could even drive them to contemplate retirement. Li Ming perceives Kwame Brown as a player whose psychological fortitude is lacking, particularly given that he was overshadowed by Jordan for 2 years. It would be remarkable if his mental resilience were strong. As he stepped onto the court, T.J. Thomas glared fiercely at Li Ming, his face contorted with rage, seemingly indicating a close relationship with Kwame Brown. Although Li Ming harbored feelings of guilt, he was certainly not one to cower on the court. "Do not gaze at me so intently, for I fear I might inadvertently subject you to an embarrassing moment." Akin to what happened with Kwame Brown. One must admit, Li Ming's tongue was rather sharp. Despite the palpable tension in the atmosphere, he could not resist making provocative remarks. His survival to this point could only be attributed to the heightened security in modern society. As soon as he noticed that Tongi Thomas was about to unleash his fury, Juan Dixon swiftly approached him, signaling that he would take on Li Ming and urging him to position himself quickly. Dixon was also apprehensive in the event of another altercation. This was the Air Canada Center, and had he not witnessed the earlier reactions of the fans? Let Li Ming revel in his moment for now. When the Raptors arrived at the MCI Center, they would soon learn what it truly meant to face a formidable opponent. Chapter 16. A showdown with Arenas in the second quarter. The Wizards had possession of the ball, and Arenas was seething with frustration. Noticing that Li Ming was not guarding him, he launched himself into a jump shot from the right three-point line, directly over Mil Palacio. Swish! A perfect, nothing-but-net shot. As the possession changed, Raptors backup point guard Mil Palacio dribbled to midcourt and observed that backup small forward Maurice Peterson had sprinted from the right corner to the left three-point corner, completely unguarded. Without hesitation, he passed the ball to Peterson. However, Peterson did not take the time to adjust. He shot the moment he received the ball. Perhaps due to just entering the game, or perhaps due to his lack of adjustment, the ball rattled around the rim twice before bouncing out. Tongi Thomas fought fiercely for position, leaping high to secure the rebound, and once all the Raptors players had retreated to the backcourt, he passed the ball to Arenas. Arenas dribbled to just beyond the three-point arc, barely glancing at his defender before rising up for a shot, once again making it nothing but net. One might argue that Mil Palacio was a rather tall point guard, standing at 6 feet 3 inches, but once Arenas leaped, he seemed to treat Palacio's outstretched right hand as a target, explaining why he opted to shoot directly over him. Upon witnessing this, Li Ming smiled as well, refraining from discussing the matter of switching defenses with Palacio. He was eager to see just how many points Arenas could score. In the next play, as Palacio brought the ball into the front court, Li Ming dashed nearby, extending his hand for the ball. Observing this, Juan Dixon immediately approached to apply tight defense. Although there remained a distance of 2 to 3 meters from the three-point line, Juan Dixon understood his role, to exhaust his energy within the limited time on the court, making it less comfortable for Li Ming to receive the ball and launch an attack. With a flurry of subtle movements, Huang Dixon's right hand was incessantly at work, even going so far as to tickle Li Ming, leaving one at a loss for words. After receiving the pass, Li Ming paused momentarily, disregarding Huang Dixon's petty antics. With a sudden flourish, he thrust the ball downwards to the right, feigning a breakthrough on that side, before swiftly transferring the ball to his left hand. With a powerful push from his right foot, he dribbled past Huang Dixon's defense on the left flank. The remaining players of the Wizards, witnessing this, attempted to provide support, but they could hardly keep pace with Li Ming's rhythm. He abruptly halted just beyond the three-point line, made a slight adjustment, and launched a three-point shot. This sudden stop and jump for the three-pointer, enhanced by the dual buffs of a green-level primary three-point proficiency and a white-level novice stop-and-shoot master, augmented his existing shooting accuracy by 30%. With no defender in sight, the outcome was inevitable. The basketball spun at least 7 or 8 times around the rim before finally dropping in, like a free-falling object, into the net. Li Ming felt a surge of exasperation, nearly facing a humiliating failure in his attempt to impress. Overwhelmed with trepidation, he decided to refrain from taking risks and instead opted for a safer approach. A three-point shot? Even a dog wouldn't attempt that. Li Ming's performance in the three-point shooting segment was quite commendable, achieving 6 successful shots out of 9 attempts, resulting in an impressive 66 shooting accuracy for beyond the arc. However, this particular match saw his three-point shooting falter somewhat, as mastery of the three-point shot is merely a green skill, indicating that his inherent accuracy in this area is not exceptionally high. Otherwise, the skill would have been upgraded by now, akin to his mid-range shooting, which boasts a purple enhancement. This suggests that the skills bestowed by the system exhibit a certain bias. Strengths are remarkably potent, while weaknesses remain feeble. In the subsequent round, Arenas, undeterred, executed a sudden stop and rise, effortlessly sinking a jump shot from the left elbow, leaving Pelagio bewildered as he gestured with his left hand for a 6 and with his right for a 7, while his left foot traced a circle and his right foot kicked. After being struck by Arenas for 8 consecutive points, Li Ming refrained from overestimating his capabilities. Faced with the defense of Huang Dixon, he first performed a simple double crossover, evading Dixon before executing a half-spin that confounded the approaching Arenas. As he pivoted halfway, he pulled back, finding himself with an open shot, which he converted with ease. Li Ming's jump shot embodies the quintessential two-step jump technique. He ascends vertically before elevating the ball mid-air to release it. Overall, it bears some resemblance to Tracy McGrady's pull-up shot. However, unlike McGrady, every shot taken by Li Ming features a subtle backward lean, reminiscent of Kobe Bryant during his number 24 era. Li Ming's fadeaway jump shot bears a striking resemblance to that of Jordan, characterized by an aerial adjustment and an impressive elevation. During the process of leaning back, he modifies the shooting angle, rendering his release more challenging to defend and significantly more stable. However, during his tenure in the CBA, Li Ming struggled with insufficient vertical leap and power, making such a shot problematic. While his accuracy from open positions was commendable, he was often susceptible to interference, a significant factor contributing to his prolonged stint on the bench. Yet, what were once considered flaws in his shooting have now transformed into assets. This underscores a critical realization. The issue does not lie within your shooting technique, but rather in your physical conditioning. In the ensuing 5 minutes, Li Ming engaged in a fierce exchange of mid-range shots with Arenas, without attempting a single layup or dunk. It is worth noting that Li Ming's mid-range shooting percentage in one-on-one situations is indeed impressive, especially augmented by his rudimentary stop-and-pop jumper. Since that three-pointer at the onset of the second quarter, he has attempted 10 mid-range shots, successfully converting 8 of them. Throughout the second quarter, Arenas made 7 out of 11 attempts, scoring 19 points, while Li Ming matched him with 9 successful out of 11 attempts, also accumulating 19 points. This clearly illustrates that a three-point shot indeed surpasses a two-pointer by a single point. nYao called for a timeout, with the score at 50-56. The Raptors holding a temporary 6-point lead with 4 minutes and 37 seconds remaining in the second quarter. Upon returning to the bench, Arenas gasped for breath, recuperating his energy, indicating his intention to play through the first half. nYao's timeout served a singular purpose, to emphasize the necessity of bolstering the defense against Arenas. At this moment, Li Ming grasped nYao's underlying message. However, as a novice coach, nYao hesitated to articulate it directly. After all, had Li Ming declined, nYao's authority within the team would have been severely undermined. Rest assured, Coach, when I take the court, I shall defend arenas, and during the remaining time, he shall not score more than 5 points. Li Ming exuded an unmistakable air of arrogance, as if he believed himself to be the unrivaled champion of the world, convinced that there was no challenge he could not conquer. As the current season had barely commenced, it seemed that among the rookies of the class of 2003, only Li Ming held such a prominent position within his team. Meanwhile, LeBron James was still in the role of supporting his teammate, Ricky Davis, likely too cautious to raise his voice within the squad. Following a timeout, the Wizards introduced their starting lineup, while the Raptors merely brought Yao Ming onto the court. Given their current lead, Arnie was unperturbed. Although Williams towered over Milt Palacio by 5 centimeters, his footwork was noticeably slower. As Arenas dribbled past the half-court line and noticed Li Ming stepping up to defend him, he refrained from overestimating his abilities and called for a double screen, shifting the defensive assignment back to Palacio. As anticipated, Palacio was once again singled out, and Arenas took aim at him, sinking his 7th three-pointer of the match. While Palacio remained calm, it was Li Ming who felt the pressure, having just boasted from a bench. The very first play upon entering the game saw Arenas score a three-pointer, an undeniable slap in the face for Li Ming. Li Ming felt perplexed. In his original world, this year did not mark the pinnacle of Arenas' career, and his three-point shooting was far from consistent. How had he suddenly become so formidable in this realm? As he dribbled into the front court, he noticed that Yao Ming had established an advantageous position, prompting him to loft the ball in his direction. In the early stages of his career, Yao displayed remarkable agility, often executing pivot moves to penetrate the basket. Brendan Haywood, on the other hand, was not particularly known for his speed, and Yao effortlessly surpassed him in a single stride, executing a powerful slam dunk to complete the offensive play. Given Li Ming's stamina, it was exceedingly simple for him to effectively neutralize an opponent. Li Ming stood directly beside Arenas, causing him to hesitate and refrain from receiving the serve. Of course, even if Juan Dixon intended to pass the ball to Arenas, he found himself at a loss. Li Ming initiated a relentless pursuit in the backcourt, leaving everyone exasperated. When faced with an opponent who is taller, stronger, and faster than oneself, whose lateral movement rivals one's own sprinting speed, while simultaneously applying full court pressure, one must ponder how to counter such an adversary. What remains unclear to others is evident to Arenas. He simply needs to run him ragged, depleting his energy reserves. Chapter 17, Walking the Dog. Speaking of Arenas, he epitomizes an inspirational figure. Selected in the second round by the Golden State Warriors, he remained inconspicuous during his rookie season. However, in his subsequent season, last season, Arenas experienced a remarkable surge in performance. He played all 82 games, starting each one, averaging 35 minutes on the court, and accumulating impressive statistics of 18 3 points, 4, 7 rebounds, 6, 3 assists, and 5 steals, earning the accolade of Most Improved Player. Arenas held considerable confidence in his stamina, believing that few in the league could rival his endurance. Thus, he employed screens to dart around the court, fixated not on whether he would receive the ball, but rather on exhausting Li Ming, ideally to the point of making him physically ill. Such an outcome would surely delight Kwame Brown and Larry Hughes, paving the way for Arenas to ascend to the pinnacle of the Wizards. Could Li Ming, a seasoned player, be unaware of the rookie's intentions? You wish to tire me out? He mused. You remain oblivious to my golden skill, infinite stamina. Today, I shall determine whether you or the dog possesses greater prowess. The system marveled at Li Ming's tenacity. The struggle between him and Arenas was fierce and unyielding. To compare Arenas to a dog was amusing. What then did that make him? Truly, the host of the dog had come to a profound understanding of his own identity. Li Ming felt that he was at a disadvantage in this situation. He was well aware of Arenas' temperament, which certainly could not withstand provocation. You are falling short. I can prevent you from receiving the ball, yet you lack the courage to defend against me. Perhaps you should take a lesson from Larry Hughes. If you know you cannot contain me, it would be wiser to commit a deliberate foul and avoid the shame of being overwhelmed by me. The young Arenas was indeed stubborn. Without uttering a word, he directly swapped defensive positions with Juan Dixon and adopted a strategy of intense half-court pressure against Li Ming. Upon witnessing this, Li Ming felt a surge of joy. It was you who acted unjustly first, so do not blame me for my lack of righteousness. Without further ado, disregarding whether he could catch the ball or not, he treated Dayo and Marshall as mere obstacles. Leveraging the advantage of his white, off-ball movement skills, he began to lead his opponent on a chase. While maneuvering, he kept an eye on Arenas to see if he was keeping pace. occasionally slowing down to provide Arenas a glimmer of hope in his defense. The ensuing match became quite intriguing, as Arenas chased Li Ming around the court, while Li Ming led Arenas in a circular dance just inside the three-point line. Remarkably, throughout the remaining time of the second quarter, neither of them managed to catch the ball, both fixated on exhausting the other. Ding! As the halftime buzzer sounded, the score stood at 60-65. Li Ming returned to the locker room, utterly exhausted. He gulped down 2 large cups of Gatorade in quick succession, letting out a long sigh as he finally began to recover. Anil smacked his lips, feeling enlightened by the experience. A person can run for nearly 5 minutes straight, with at least half of that being a sprint, and yet only 2 cups of water are needed to restore their energy. What kind of creature is this? Could it be that he sweats through his tongue, like Jordan? In stark contrast to Li Ming's composure, Arenas found himself in a dire predicament. While on the court, he managed, but now that he had a moment to rest, he felt as though his lungs were engulfed in smoke. Even after downing nearly half a bottle of Gatorade, he was still unable to regain his strength and simply collapsed onto the floor. Wizards head coach Eddie Jordan, who wasn't particularly familiar with Arenas, seized a moment to check on him, hoping to foster a good rapport with his star player. Gilbert, how's your stamina holding up? If you're struggling, you might want to take a break and come back in the middle of the third quarter. Arenas was thoroughly frustrated. If Li Ming had said he was struggling, that would be one thing, but for the coach to suggest he was incapable, did he not understand that a man should never admit to weakness? I'm fine, coach. I have the best stamina in the league. We can't give the Raptors a chance to breathe. I can wear them down right now. Eddie Jordan mentally noted that Arenas was quite stubborn and that he could potentially use reverse psychology to motivate him. All right then, the Wizards are relying on you now. Eddie Jordan then glanced at Kwame Brown, who was wrapped in a towel, and internally groaned at the predicament. He had no idea how to advise him, especially considering the unprecedented nature of the situation. What kind of beast is this? Just moments after executing an incredibly humiliating dunk over an opponent, he managed to snatch the ball back and slam it down again, leaving no room for dignity. Kwame, don't do this. Let us settle things on the court. I believe in you. You can use a dunk in the second half to turn the tables and humiliate Li Ming. Kwame Brown peeked out from under the towel, his eyes wide with disbelief. Is this coach serious? Why would he bring that up? I'm fully aware of my humiliation. Could you please not mention it again? I have my pride too. Furthermore, the idea of humiliating Li Ming with a dunk seemed absurd to him. Given Li Ming's leaping ability, he could probably wipe himself clean in mid-air. Forget it, coach. I'm still feeling a bit off. Can I rest a little longer before the second half? Eddie Jordan nodded in acknowledgement, tacitly assenting to Kwame Brown's request. However, he internally labeled Brown, foreseeing that this player would ultimately falter. If he lacked the courage to take the court in this match, his future presence on the court would undoubtedly be that of a coward. As the third quarter commenced, the Wizards prepared to inbound the ball. Upon witnessing Arenas daring to take the court once more, Li Ming promptly resorted to his tried-and-true tactic, relentlessly aggravating Arenas. This time, he did not merely dart around. His tongue was equally active, unleashing a torrent of trash talk that visibly strained Arenas, causing the veins in his temples to bulge as he momentarily lost his composure, leading to a heated exchange. The exertion of running was already taxing, and amidst this verbal sparring, Arenas struggled to catch his breath, truly unable to endure the pressure. After several rounds of this back and forth, Arenas ceased to actively maneuver on offense, bending over with his hands on his knees, retaliating with verbal jabs instead. One must commend Li Ming for his audacity. Fully aware that Arenas was a sharpshooter, he still dared to provoke him. He was unafraid of Arenas' potential fury, which could result in a retaliatory display of double guns. Of course, Li Ming was not reckless. This was his home court, while Arenas had flown in on the team's private jet, undoubtedly wary of bringing any firearms. Leaving Li Ming with little to fear, he was free to taunt at will. Yet, with Arenas no longer on the move, Li Ming was unwilling to relent, darting back and forth during the Raptors' offensive play. He was particularly concerned that Arenas might lag behind, as his pace had noticeably slowed compared to the second quarter. Li Ming was immersed in the joy of walking his dog, unaware that typically it is the dog that leads the way. After running for quite some time, even the 2 lengthy pauses taken by Arenas to regain his strength proved insufficient, and he found himself utterly exhausted, contemplating whether he could endure for another 2 minutes before requesting a respite from the coach. Upon observing Arenas' condition, Li Ming realized the gravity of the situation. This fellow was on the verge of collapse and required a further provocation. Chapter 18. How disgusting you are. Li Ming, noticing Arenas' waning stamina, deliberately maneuvered to secure several shots, each finding its mark. After each successful shot, he couldn't resist mocking Arenas as a pathetic player. Who could possibly endure such humiliation? Arenas, mustering his resolve, attempted to retaliate with a response shot. However, his current state was pitiful. Panting heavily with his tongue out and eyes nearly crossed, he staggered awkwardly, as if he were a zombie unleashed. The other players on the Wizards were uncertain whether to pass him the ball, fearing that a poor pass might exacerbate Arenas' plight. At that moment, one Dixon, with the ball in hand, noticed Arenas' desperate request and reluctantly passed it along. The pass was feeble, yet Li Ming had no intention of intercepting. After all, the thrill of the game far outweighed any trivial pursuit. Arenas, seizing the ball, pushed through the fatigue and took a couple of dribbles before launching a shot. In truth, Arenas had long since reached his limits, having played from the first quarter through to the 8th minute of the third without a break. And since the latter half of the second quarter, he had been running all over the court. Even Kobe would struggle under such conditions. When Arenas leaped, he transformed into a veritable fountain. Unbeknownst to Li Ming, who had jumped in an attempt to block Arenas, the latter truly erupted midair, collapsing backward and landing heavily on the ground. As Arenas expelled the contents of his stomach, he supported himself with his hands behind him and crawled away in embarrassment. This bout of vomiting, while alleviating some discomfort, was undeniably humiliating. However, could one control such an involuntary reaction? Clearly not, and despite his intentions to stop, Arenas found himself unable to do so, revealing remnants of his recent meals, including what appeared to be shrimp shells. Alas, how repulsive. To vomit on the court is akin to defecating in the street. As Arenas found himself in such a predicament, Li Ming continued to dwell on trivial matters, infuriating Arenas to the point where he contemplated retrieving a firearm from his pocket. Regrettably, the weapon concealed within his shorts was not the one he wished to draw. It bore no lethal capacity, and should it be revealed, it would undoubtedly render him a subject of ridicule. After enduring the ordeal of his expulsion, Arenas had unwittingly achieved social demise. Juani Dixon and others stifled their discomfort, assisting the prostrate Arenas as he sat on the ground. At that moment, the medical team arrived with a stretcher, and with the support of his teammates, Arenas was laid upon it, his eyes gently closing, a solitary tear escaping the corner of his eye. However, before Li Ming could fully comprehend the scene, Arenas was swiftly transported off the court by the medical staff. The spectators remained utterly silent. Understandably so, for the Raptors, having been established for merely 8 years, had never witnessed such a spectacle, and even the Pistons, with their 80 years of history, had not encountered anything similar. Not only the fans, but even the Wizards' head coach, Eddie Jordan, experienced a mental breakdown. Were some individuals merely boasting in the locker room during halftime? This was profoundly embarrassing. What would others think of him? A coach who had pressured his star player to the point of vomiting? Li Ming was also concerned about the possibility of coming into contact with vomit. So he hurried back to the changing room to shower and change into his jersey. The ball boy, holding a mop at the sidelines, appeared bewildered. After all, this mop was intended for wiping sweat. If it were to be used on vomit, it would certainly create an interesting scenario, spreading the vomit evenly across every corner of the court and then calling the maintenance crew to dismantle the flooring and dispose of it. The workload for the cleaning staff had significantly increased. The stands were still not tidied up, and now there was more work on the court. Many cleaning personnel were thinking that perhaps it was better to skip this shift altogether. As for the reactions of those on the court, they could be set aside for the moment. Even seasoned basketball commentators were left perplexed. The commentators who also covered soccer had seen players vomit on the field, but for the dedicated basketball commentator, this was a first. Although the game was not broadcast live across the entire nation, referring to the simultaneous broadcast by ESPN, TNT, and ABC, CCTV and Inside Sports were indeed airing it live. The commentator from Inside Sports found himself at a loss for words, his mouth opening and closing as he struggled to articulate something meaningful, leaving viewers at home wondering if the signal had been lost. In the CCTV studio, teacher Su Jichen glanced at director Zhang, who appeared equally bewildered and gritted his teeth to explain. On a soccer field, it is not uncommon for players to vomit after intense sprints. I believe the situation in this game is akin to that seen in soccer. At this moment, director Zhang seized the opportunity to elaborate. Not long after the game commenced, there was a fierce confrontation between both teams, leaving the players on edge, especially Li Ming and Arenas, who were the star players of their respective teams. Naturally, they would clash. However, Li Ming's demeanor on the court remained quite relaxed. He even exhibited a few deliberate slowdowns during his runs, seemingly waiting for arenas to catch up to his pace. Thus, I believe Li Ming was merely toying with him. This lad certainly had a sense of humor. The two then began to engage in a conversation about the rivalries among NBA stars and team disputes, providing some distraction for the viewers. Given Arenas' condition, it was certainly awkward for him to return to play, but Li Ming, on the other hand, seemed quite at ease. Thus, the remaining segment of this match transformed entirely into a mere formality. Even when the Wizards deployed a double team to encircle and thwart Li Ming, they were unable to impede his relentless scoring. The head coach of the Wizards, Eddie Jordan, instructed his players to unleash their efforts, emphasizing the necessity to curtail Li Ming's points. Yet, on one hand, the morale of the Wizards was disintegrating, with players appearing disinterested, while on the other, Li Ming remained unstoppable. The Wizards players resorted to pulling and tugging, and had they dared, they might have resorted to slapping him across the face. Yet they still could not contain him. After two Wizards players fouled out, the remaining team members regained their composure, helplessly witnessing Li Ming's splendid display of scoring, rebounding, assisting, blocking, and stealing. As the final whistle blew, the Raptors triumphed at home with a staggering score of 135-94, inflicting a 41-point humiliation upon the Wizards. Li Ming played the entirety of the 48 minutes, achieving a remarkable performance under the curse of the entire Wizards team and their coach, amassing an impressive tally of 57 points, 16 rebounds, 9 assists, 6 blocks, and 7 steals. Yao Ming also delivered a commendable performance, recording a stellar center's stat line of 25 points and 15 rebounds. Marshall, too, fulfilled his aspirations by scoring 21 points, although his rebounding was somewhat lacking, with a mere 3 boards. Beginning in the latter half of the third quarter, Li Ming intentionally sought to assist Jalen Rose, which led Rose to accumulate an impressive total of 20 points in the match. However, Rose possesses a significant flaw. He has a penchant for dribbling the ball several times, even when faced with no defender, as he feels the need to adjust his rhythm. This tendency resulted in Li Ming's passes, 8 out of 10, failing to translate into assists. Following the conclusion of the game, neither side extended any gestures of goodwill, with the Wizards players promptly retreating to their locker room upon the final buzzer. It appears that a rift has now formed between the two parties. Li Ming returned to the locker room after a refreshing shower, initially filled with joy, until he beheld his performance statistics. Just 1 assist shy of a remarkable triple-double. On the surface, Li Ming appeared unperturbed, yet internally, he was seething with indignation, having already passed a death sentence on Tyronn Lue. Either he goes, or I do. The third position must be filled with a stationary shooting machine. Chapter 19. The journalists stirring the pot at the post-match press conference. Every journalist was brimming with eagerness. The abundance of juicy stories from this match left them anxious that their special features might not suffice. The reporter from Inside Sports, a leading figure in Toronto's sports media, took the initiative, stating, "Esteemed Coach Anil, greetings. Firstly, congratulations on securing your second significant victory of the season. However, during the match, we witnessed numerous unexpected incidents, including players from both teams being ejected. What are your thoughts on this situation?" Though Coach Anil was relatively new to the NBA and felt a twinge of nervousness before the throng of journalists, he quickly composed himself, revealing his seasoned nature. "I am quite pleased with the players' performances on the court. As you all can see, our team boasts a blend of experienced veterans and talented youngsters, and the configuration of our roster is exceptionally balanced. Therefore, I am confident that we will reach the playoffs together. Regarding the unforeseen events on the court, some occurrences are simply unavoidable. As you know, this is part of the game. Players will invariably encounter various unexpected situations, and occasionally their reactions may not be entirely rational. Yet, it is precisely these moments that reflect the players' tenacity on the court. Our love for basketball transcends its competitive nature. It is the countless variables and unpredictable occurrences that make it so captivating. Nevertheless, I must emphasize that any physical altercations between players on the court will not be tolerated. The league, the team, and I will all strive to prevent such incidents, and I will underscore these issues in future team practices. Thank you. After the methodical inquiries from Inside Sports, the other journalists began to unleash a torrent of questions. Li Ming, may I inquire about your thoughts on the 2 consecutive dunks over Kwame Brown in the final 4 seconds of the first quarter, which led to Brown not returning to the game? What was going through your mind at that moment? A less-known journalist was the first to broach the subject of Brown. As a professional basketball player, my focus on the court is unwavering. I never intended to dunk deliberately or to overshadow anyone. I simply aimed to score in what I believe to be the most efficient manner during the closing moments of the first quarter. Thank you for your question. Such trivial matters posed no challenge for Li Ming. Li Ming, what is your perspective on the incident following the first quarter's conclusion, where the entire crowd attempted to storm the court? Another unknown journalist has taken aim at the irrational behavior of fans. It can only be said that the fans' profound and fervent love for the Raptors has driven them to such impulsive and imprudent actions. Undoubtedly, this conduct is highly undesirable and must be unequivocally condemned. Particularly concerning is the presence of nearly 20,000 spectators in attendance, as such a surge poses significant dangers, with the ever-present risk of a stampede. Fortunately, no fans were injured during this match. Otherwise, I would carry the weight of guilt for the rest of my life. Thank you. Li Ming was already contemplating his exit from the venue, yet the reporters outside would undoubtedly not let him depart so easily. Aliu, Li Ming. In the latter half of the third quarter, we witnessed Wizards star Arenas suddenly succumb to vomiting as his direct opponent throughout the match. What are your thoughts on the situation? Hey, my friend, this is quite a trivial matter. Such occurrences are entirely normal. Anyone can experience physical discomfort after prolonged periods of intense athletic exertion, particularly in this match, where the pace was exceedingly rapid and the score was closely contested. Arenas, as the leading star of the Wizards, undoubtedly felt compelled to assist his team in securing victory. Unfortunately, it seems he may have overestimated his stamina and failed to allocate his energy prudently throughout the game, resulting in this incident. He is a remarkably young and talented player, and I am confident that he will learn to manage his energy better from this experience. Thank you all for your insightful questions. We have so many outstanding star players, and I hope you do not overlook them. Yao Ming and Jalen Rose have yet to speak. Li Ming truly wished to refrain from answering any further inquiries. The journalist seemed utterly oblivious, failing to recognize that he had just achieved a remarkable 50 triple-double. What sort of questions could they pose regarding statistics that would allow him to maintain his facade? He might as well have directly signaled to the other reporters. I no longer wish to elaborate. Thank you. After all, who among those who have achieved the status of a journalist would lack common sense? To offend the star player of the home team at a press conference would surely deter them from returning to the arena in the future. Consequently, the journalists turned their attention to Yao Ming and Jalen Rose. At this press conference, only Li Ming, Yao, and Jalen were present among the players. This left the latter two in a rather difficult position, as they were not Li Ming, and the reporters would not extend the same courtesy to them. Once the press conference concluded, the other players had largely departed. After exchanging pleasantries with Coach Anil, Li Ming, Yao, and Jalen drove off towards the racecourse. In the car, Yao was brimming with excitement. The 2 games in Toronto had proven far more exhilarating than his entire season in Houston last year, and playing alongside Li Ming was indeed a breeze. He anticipated that achieving a stellar 2010 center statistic this season would pose no significant challenge. Li Ming, you must have done that intentionally today. Do enlighten me. What did the Wizards do to offend you? I swear I saw Kwame Brown nearly in tears, and by the time Arenas exited, he was already playing dead. Yao, if others say it, I can endure, but even you? Li Ming, feignant anje, displaying a demeanor of profound dissatisfaction. Is he blind? Did he not see my intention to dunk? How dare he stand there and draw an offensive foul against me? Has he always been this audacious? Big Yao and Deba chimed in. When it comes to pretense, you take the cake. Even yoga pants cannot compete with your attempts at bravado. Deba, though somewhat relaxed despite receiving a fine from the league, one that the team would cover, leaving him financially unscathed, remained unfazed. He smirked and ruthlessly exposed Li Ming's true nature. Yet I distinctly saw you wait until Kwame Brown entered the court before executing that dunk after stealing the ball. Deba referred to the moment when Li Ming, having intercepted the ball, performed a thunderous dunk over Kwame Brown. Can you blame me? I simply did not wish to leave them with the final possession. Li Ming tilted his head upwards, embodying the spirit of daring sacrifice for the Raptors. Surely, your intent was to have Arenas run himself into exhaustion. Yao, unable to endure any longer, directly delivered the final blow. You two have circled around me no less than 50 times, and now I'm left aching all over from the collision. I too aim for the victory of our team, willing to sacrifice myself in the pursuit of a strategic exchange with Arenas, hoping for a mutually destructive outcome. Who could have imagined his stamina would falter so quickly, collapsing after just a few steps? Li Ming nearly deceived himself, and upon uttering those words, he found himself profoundly moved. Yao and Deba exchanged glances, perceiving the word misfortune reflected in each other's eyes. What else could they say? They certainly could not abandon him on the roadside to find his own way home. Upon returning home, nYao engaged in stretching exercises while perusing the day's news. He remarked to Ba, I must admit, I am starting to believe that Li Ming genuinely undertook these actions for the sake of the team's triumph. Ba's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief, akin to seeing a ghost, as he touched nYao's forehead. You're not feverish, are you? Have you been brainwashed? Think about it. nYao continued earnestly. Today he was merely one assist away from achieving a remarkable 50-point triple-double. For a rookie, to accomplish such a feat in only his second game would etch his name in history. Yet, he was fully aware that passing to Jalen Rose would make it challenging to convert into an assist. Nevertheless, he persisted in setting up Jalen Rose in the last 3 minutes. It seems clear that Li Ming truly does not care about his own statistics. nYao was sincerely defending Li Ming's actions. Ba, at a loss for words, contemplated asking nYao whether it was possible that Li Ming was unaware of his specific statistics while on the court. Chapter 20. The first back-to-back game, the installation of soundproofing material, was remarkably straightforward. Li Ming had provided ample funds, and by the time he arrived home that evening, the installation was complete. nYao and Ba had gone to bed early, as they needed to gather the following day for their flight to Minneapolis, Minnesota, to face the Timberwolves. Therefore, it was essential for them to rest well and recuperate. Geographically, Minneapolis is located further north than Toronto. However, the majority of Americans perceive Canada as a land of perpetual ice and snow. When Toronto is mentioned, they often assume it must be unbearably cold. Li Ming was fervently dunking in a basement, muttering to himself, I make you catch the ball without shooting. I make you enjoy dribbling. Once you are traded, just wait and see how I handle you. If there is anyone in the NBA who is particularly obsessed with statistics, it is undoubtedly Li Ming. Even LeBron pales in comparison in this regard. While others view their stats as mere currency, for Li Ming, they signify life itself. However, with Jalen Rose recently traded, he must endure until after December 15th before another trade can occur, as this is not merely a game of 2K where forced trades are possible. After venting his frustrations, Li Ming retreated to his room to unwind in a hot spring, regaining his composure. After all, accumulating statistics has become almost a whimsical endeavor for him. His skills improve daily, while others may only practice 6 or 7 hours a day. He can dedicate up to 23 hours. Furthermore, his recovery capabilities significantly enhance his physical prowess. What takes others 5 or 6 years to perfect, he can achieve in just 2 or 3 months, with results far surpassing those of his peers. Coupled with his skill bonuses and years of basketball experience, he is nearly more formidable than a fully upgraded character in a video game. The following day, after enjoying the team's nutritious lunch, the team took flight. Upon arriving in Minneapolis, the players boarded the team bus, heading to the Target Center to engage in some basic shooting and layup drills. With the game scheduled to begin early at 5:30 p.m., they needed to warm up promptly. On the bus, Li Ming jested with Yao Ming. Yesterday's dunking plan went splendidly. Let us aim for 5 today. If we fall short, I'm afraid we'll have to practice our dunks at home. 100 each. Yao quickly retorted, Whoa, let us think this through. Last game you asked me to dunk 3 times, now it's 5? Does that mean next game I'll need to dunk 7 times? If you want me to train, just say so. So, you're saying you agree, right? Excellent. After Li Ming finished speaking, he donned his headphones and immersed himself in the latest album by Zhou, paying no heed to what nYao was saying. Judging by his lip movements, it seemed he was uttering quite a few eloquent phrases in the beautiful language of the Dragon Country. Exiting the visiting locker room of the Target Center, he was greeted by the fervent enthusiasm of Minnesota fans, one of whom, a stout fellow, was performing a belly dance adorned with a tattoo of Garnett's emblem on his stomach. The current Timberwolves are a far cry from the team post 2008. Here, the Wolf King, Garnett, enjoys unwavering support from his fans. It can be said that in this city, one might be unaware of the name of the mayor of Minneapolis, but certainly no one is oblivious to who Garnett is. Amidst the live introductions, both teams' players took to the court. Undoubtedly, Garnett garnered the most fervent cheers from the audience. In this match, the Raptors did not alter their starting lineup, while the Timberwolves starters were center, Michael Olowokandi; power forward, Kevin Garnett; small forward, Mark Madsen; shooting guard, Latrell Sprewell; point guard, Sam Cassell. Led by Kevin Garnett, the dynamic duo of Sprewell and Cassell is often heralded as the forebearers of the triumvirate of the 21st century, collectively known as the Timberwolves' three-headed monster. In this game, Li Ming was pitted against the formidable Sprewell, a figure with a notable history worth discussing. Sprewell, also a rookie of 92, had made it to the All-NBA team during the 2 years of Jordan S. retirement. However, he is perhaps best known for 2 incidents, one involving an altercation with his coach in the training facility, during which he choked the coach and subsequently landed several punches. The other, Li Ming's world, which would unfold next year, where Sprewell lamented that a $21 million contract was insufficient to support his family, ultimately leading to his retirement with only a veteran-esque contract to sign. As the tip-off commenced, Yao Ming faced off against his opponent, the tall and slender Garnett, who leapt high and swiftly, deftly tapping the ball into Castle's hands before Yao could react. Castle, an experienced star player, had averaged nearly 20 points last season, but this bore little relevance to Li Ming, as his primary defensive focus was on Sprewell. Li Ming had yet to decide whether to provoke him with trash talk. After all, Sprewell was notoriously volatile, which is precisely why he earned the nickname the Madman. Although Sprewell's antics would not instill fear in Li Ming, it is prudent to avoid unnecessary trouble. The previous match had already been a spectacle of chaos, and should another altercation arise, the management would undoubtedly seek a discussion with him. Having just joined the Timberwolves this season, Sprewell is eager to showcase his talents, particularly against the highly sought-after rookie, Li Ming. He mused that if he could outshine Li Ming, his contract renewal next year would surely exceed $10 million. Consequently, Sprewell persistently reached for the ball. Typically, the first shot is entrusted to the team's leader, both to affirm their status and to help them find their rhythm, as fans relish witnessing their star in action. However, upon observing Sprewell's fervent demand for the ball, Castle felt compelled to oblige, recognizing Sprewell as the star player acquired by the Timberwolves this season. Casting a glance at Garnett, and noting his lack of objection, Castle passed the ball to Sprewell. True to his reputation, Sprewell, before even attempting the shot, began to taunt. "Rookie, do not presume that after a couple of commendable performances you have ascended to the ranks of the league's elite. Watch closely how I execute this shot. It is not often that a player from the All-NBA first team offers you such a lesson." Upon hearing this, Li Ming remained silent, silently assuming a defensive stance. After all, Sprewell was renowned for possessing the quickest first step in the league. He had boasted as much, and if he were to successfully score, Li Ming would rather retire on the spot, for it would be utterly humiliating. Despite Sprewell's famed speed, that was in his prime, and now at the age of 33, he found himself struggling. He weaved left and right, yet could not penetrate Li Ming's defense. Frustration began to mount, and his movements became increasingly exaggerated, culminating in a back-to-the-basket maneuver. It was worth noting that even Shaquille O'Neal might struggle to score against Li Ming in such a position. As Sprewell realized he was drifting further from the basket, his urgency intensified. He executed a swift spin move to evade, delivering a sharp elbow to Li Ming in the process. Li Ming possesses remarkable recuperative abilities. However, such resilience does not imply that a blow to his body would be devoid of pain. When has Li Ming ever suffered such a setback? It is akin to stepping out and not picking up money, effectively resulting in a loss. In the fleeting moment when Sprewell evaded Yao Ming's towering block to attempt a layup, a robust side block came crashing down upon him. The ball was swiftly swatted by Li Ming from the backcourt to the frontcourt. At that juncture, one would assume that the nearest players were Castle and Williams. Yet, as Williams sprinted to the frontcourt free throw area, prepared to collect the ball and execute a powerful dunk, he felt a gust of wind sweep past his right side. Upon closer inspection, he was astounded to see Li Ming arriving ahead of him, executing a breathtaking 360-degree under-the-leg dunk. The crowd erupted in a moment of exhilaration, only to abruptly silence themselves. An estimated 80 of the spectators were left gasping in disbelief. After all, even the legendary Vince Carter of the Raptors would find it challenging to replicate such an elegant dunk in a game situation. Meanwhile, Sprewell remained in the backcourt. Chapter 21. Yao's joyful dunk. Due to Li Ming's astonishing speed, the Timberwolves had only Castle left in the backcourt, with no chance to initiate the play. Li Ming approached Sprewell with an air of perplexity, inquiring, "Senior, I have observed your technique closely, yet it proves challenging to emulate. So far, I have yet to experience a single block." Sprewell, gritting his teeth in frustration, realized that the renowned reputation of his skills was indeed justified, as he intended to assert his dominance over Li Ming, only to find himself outmatched. This was a bitter pill to swallow, a significant blow to his pride. Fueled by indignation, Sprewell extended his hand to Castle, seeking the ball once more. However, Castle disregarded him, instead waiting for Garnett to position himself effectively before delivering a bounce pass that comfortably found its way into Garnett's grasp. Garnett, a familiar figure to all, was not in need of further introduction. Leveraging his body against Marshall, he skillfully shifted Marshall's center of gravity, then executed a half-turn feint, gently lifting Marshall off the ground before performing a simple up-and-under layup that found its mark. During his tenure with the Timberwolves, Garnett showcased a plethora of intricate footwork in the paint, while Marshall was not particularly known for his defensive prowess. Li Ming turned to Yao Ming, exclaiming in Mandarin, "You must defend Garnett. It's a battle of titans." Yao nodded in acknowledgement and, as he passed by Marshall, whispered something before positioning himself for the impending offensive play. Williams handed the ball to Li Ming, who, undeterred by Sprewell's provocations, patiently awaited Yao to secure his position against Michael Olowokandi. Once Yao was firmly established, Li Ming lofted the ball high, aiming it towards Yao. Delivering the ball to Yao necessitated a high arc, for no player on the court could match Yao's towering height. A bounce pass would require Yao to bend down, risking a turnover. Interestingly, the Raptors had recently stirred controversy with their so-called bust first overall pick, facing Kwame Brown in their last match and now squaring off against Olowokandi. Who exactly is Michael Olowokandi? Before Kwame Brown entered the league, he was considered the worst first overall pick in active play, having only begun playing at the age of 17. The Clippers had hoped he would become the next Hakeem Olajuwon, given the legacy of excellence associated with centers bearing the surname O. One wonders if the Clippers would have revised their expectations had they known of another center named Odin. Given the moniker of a bust, it was hardly reasonable to expect him to contain Yao Ming. Yao effortlessly showcased a dreamlike footwork maneuver, leaving Olowokandi disoriented. "Hey, coward, are you afraid to confront me head-on? Are you intimidated by my defense, rookie?" If anyone was aware of the reality, it was Sprewell. His comment evoked an uncontrollable chuckle from Li Ming. "You can still laugh? Do you feel the pressure of my defense and wish to appease me?" Li Ming retorted, "Not at all. I simply possess naturally smiling lips." For a player who is oblivious to his own limitations, Li Ming finds himself utterly powerless, especially when faced with someone so audacious as to remain unrepentant after being humiliated. Truly, a character such as this is a rare find, aptly nicknamed the Madman. It seems there are no missteps in monikers, only in names. In the next round, Castle disregards Sprewell's demand for the ball, opting instead to pass it directly to Garnett. One must wonder, does he not recognize the dynamics within his own team? As for the management, it appears they are more concerned with celebrity than intellect. Garnett cradles the ball against his chest, leaning back against Yao Ming. Though Yao may seem lean, he possesses a surprisingly solid foundation. Garnett intends to exploit this with his footwork for the impending offensive maneuver. Initially, he positions himself sideways, using his right upper arm to nudge Yao, creating a sliver of space. With the ball in his left hand, he drives toward the basket, his pace measured yet rhythmically sound. After a couple of dribbles, he steps into the left side restricted area and executes a feint shot, prompting Yao to leap defensively. In a seamless motion, Garnett pivots to the left for a fading jump shot, the basketball finding its target with precision. Indeed, this is the peak Garnett, showcasing undeniable prowess. Observing that Yao is ineffective in containing him, Li Ming decides to relinquish any further concern. In terms of scoring, he harbors no fear of any opponent. Garnett's skills in the paint are exceptional, characterized by his rapid spin moves which create significant deception, complemented by his towering height of 2.16 meters, an assertion from Garnett himself, not mere fabrications by the author. Within the confines of the paint, he is truly a force to be reckoned with. To put it succinctly, even with Duncan boasting 2 championship titles, when it comes to the debate of the premier power forward in the league, the contest remains a draw between him and Garnett. Li Ming, having just received the ball in the backcourt, advanced to the frontcourt, yet Sprewell continued his relentless criticism. However, Li Ming was hardly in the mood to heed his words, for Garnett had scored twice in succession, resulting in a tie game. He knew he must seize the moment to pull ahead. If Yao Ming were to channel his energy solely into defense, it would undoubtedly hinder his offensive rhythm. Only by establishing control over the game's dynamics and drawing the defensive focus of the Timberwolves towards himself could he create ample scoring opportunities for his fellow Raptors. Li Ming was acutely aware that victory could not be achieved through individual effort alone. This season, the Timberwolves had proven formidable, clinching the top seed in the regular season and advancing to the Western Conference Finals, making them a truly formidable adversary. Noticing that the Timberwolves showed no intent to double-team him, Li Ming executed a dramatic double crossover, deftly evading Sprewell as he surged towards the paint. In the lane, confronted with Garnett's defensive rotation, Li Ming leaned back against Garnett momentarily before executing a swift spin, delivering the ball to Yao Ming with precision. The reason Yao Ming excelled in the NBA was that he had eschewed the traditional bad habits often seen in centers from his homeland, such as needing to dribble before attacking the basket after receiving a pass. Upon receiving the ball, Yao Ming wasted no time, soaring for a one-handed dunk that seemed to defy gravity. That's how it's done. If you keep passing like this, I won't even need to practice my dunks anymore. Yao Ming clearly relished the pass, playfully tapping Li Ming on the chest with the back of his left hand, his face beaming with delight. If that's the case, I promise to pass to you next time. I have complete faith that your next move will be another dunk. Li Ming had resolutely decided to execute a high-difficulty play. Regardless of how fervently Sprewell demanded the ball, Castle remained steadfast in his strategy to involve his team's leader, Garnett. This approach proved sound once again as Garnett adeptly maneuvered his way to the basket. As the Raptors embarked on their offensive possession, Li Ming, positioned at the right side of the three-point line, received the ball. He shouted in Mandarin towards the paint, "In a moment, I will drive in to draw the defense. And then I will ricochet the ball off the right side of the backboard. Be ready for the alley-oop." In the NBA, having two foreign players from the same country truly provides a significant advantage, allowing them to vocalize their tactical intentions during the game. This time, Castle evidently intended to double-team. But before he could fully close in, Li Ming skillfully threaded his way between the two defenders. Faced with the approaching Mark Madsen, he executed another backspin move. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new white skill, master of the basic spin move. Another skill. Fortune has been on my side these past few days. Upon witnessing Li Ming's backspin, Garnett quickly extended his arms to block the passing lane. However, Li Ming, defying expectations, spun around and directly sent the ball crashing against the backboard. Yao Ming realized that regardless of how tricky Li Ming's pass was or how challenging the angle of reception might be, he had to convert this opportunity into points. Otherwise, Li Ming would surely keep him training until the wee hours of the night. Yet, Yao Ming clearly underestimated Li Ming's passing prowess. The ball was perfectly positioned for Yao's jumping ability. He leapt up to catch it at head height and, with both hands, forcefully slammed it down towards the basket. The rim faced one of the most formidable challenges of his basketball career, shaking with a frequency too rapid for the naked eye to discern. Chapter 22. Facing Deficit. What excitement! Yao Ming was utterly exhilarated. This was the most magnificent dunk of his basketball career, without question. Witnessing Yao Ming's fervent display and consecutive scoring, Minnesota Timberwolves head coach Flip Saunders decisively called a timeout to disrupt the Raptors' rhythm and reassess his defensive strategy. As he returned to the bench, Li Ming and Daba playfully nudged Yao, teasing him for finally demonstrating resilience, thus liberating himself from the ranks of the soft international centers. Anil, pleased with the on-court performance, reiterated to Marshall the importance of movement, emphasizing the need to pull Garnett out, for his intimidating presence in the paint was formidable. Upon resuming play, Sprewell appeared to have received a reprimand, as he ceased to demand the ball and instead actively positioned himself on the perimeter, denying Li Ming any opportunity for interior support. Castle orchestrated a brief positional adjustment, successfully executing a give-and-go with Garnett, indicating that the Timberwolves remained intent on exploiting the interior. Back in the Raptors' frontcourt, it evolved into a direct matchup between Garnett and Yao Ming. Garnett's defense, shall we say, was both tenacious and rather unscrupulous. Yao, evidently struggling against Garnett's defensive tactics, endeavored several times to secure position, yet both players nearly tore each other's jerseys without yielding an inch. After Li Ming's attempt to break through the double team of Sprewell and Castle proved fruitless, he noticed that Yao had no position and reluctantly passed the ball back to Williams. Castle's lateral movement was quite impressive, and Williams, known for his tendency to hesitate when faced with defensive players, was no exception. Glancing up, he saw Marshall sprinting to the left corner of the three-point line, making his way towards the 45-degree angle, prompting a direct pass to Marshall. Aware of his own limitations in lateral speed, Olowokandi chose not to apply tight defense, maintaining a distance of 2 or 3 steps from Marshall. However, while the top draft pick may have lacked in basketball skills, he certainly did not fall short in physical prowess. In a fleeting moment, Olowokandi caught sight of Williams passing the ball and swiftly lunged forward to intercept it. With no time to secure the ball, he directed it towards the paint, confident that Garnett, positioned in front of Yao, would retain possession. True to expectations, Garnett cradled the ball securely, and upon seeing Sprewell racing into the Timberwolves' offensive zone, he executed a shot-put-like throw toward the front court. Just as the basketball crossed the mid-court line, Li Ming leaped powerfully, single-handedly halting the ball mid-air. This spectacle left not only Sprewell, but even Garnett himself in a state of astonishment. It was widely rumored during this era that Garnett could touch the top of the backboard, but whether he could truly reach it remained a mystery. One thing was certain: Li Ming undoubtedly could. Li Ming possesses an impressive running jump height of 121 centimeters and a standing reach of 271 centimeters. Coupled with the 50 enhancement from the red skill, Super Jump Burst, he might very well be able to touch the timer. After seizing the ball, Li Ming swiftly passed it to Marshall, yet fortune eluded Marshall as he missed the open three-pointer, leading him to angrily strike his thigh. In the subsequent few possessions, Li Ming facilitated shots for both Yao Ming and Marshall, but neither managed to score. In stark contrast, the Timberwolves thrived as Castle executed a breakthrough and delivered a lob to Olowokandi for an alley-oop finish. With no alternatives, Li Ming resorted to leveraging his offensive threat to create opportunities. He communicated with Williams, instructing him to run in the opposite direction of Li Ming's ball handling. If the perimeter was unoccupied, he was to traverse along the three-point line, and if the interior was vacant, he was to penetrate the paint. This strategy would compel Castle to double-team Li Ming, thereby leaving Williams unguarded for potential shots or cuts to the basket. Opportunities did arise, but the outcomes were rather lackluster. Williams received 3 passes, 1 three-pointer went astray, a mid-range jumper also missed the mark, and a cut to the basket was thwarted by Garnett's timely block. Consequently, the Timberwolves abandoned their 3-2 zone defense in favor of a man-to-man strategy, resolutely leaving Williams unguarded on the perimeter while double-teaming Li Ming. In the paint, Garnett engaged in a solitary battle with Yao Ming. In the ensuing possessions, the Timberwolves exhibited a commendable shooting percentage, while the Raptors found their offense ensnared in a quagmire. Only Li Ming managed to score twice through strong drives, and Yao Ming netted one on a second-chance opportunity, resulting in the Raptors being overwhelmed by an 18-6 scoring surge from the Timberwolves. At this juncture, Anil could no longer maintain his composure, as this marked the largest deficit the Raptors had faced during his tenure in the NBA. He quickly called for a timeout. Anil understood that the Raptors' offensive success hinged on the synergy between Li Ming and Yao Ming, with the remainder of the team merely embellishing the effort, incapable of becoming focal points of attack. Thus, he emphasized the necessity of maintaining defensive intensity. Only by lowering the Timberwolves' shooting percentage could they hope to discover opportunities for counterattacks. Li Ming realized that he had been too hasty, allowing the Minnesota Timberwolves' offensive tempo to dictate his actions. Coach Anil was correct. If the offense was faltering, one could simply drag down the Timberwolves' attack through steadfast defense. Upon re-entering the game, Li Ming heightened his focus on defense, successfully intercepting passes between Castle and Garnett and forcing Sprewell into a traveling violation, which allowed the Raptors to close the gap by 6 points. Noticing the Raptors' resurgence in defense, the Timberwolves reverted to their most reliable pick-and-roll strategy. However, with Yao Ming guarding the paint, Garnett found it challenging to make strong incursions to the basket, often resorting to footwork and contested jump shots, resulting in a decline in his shooting percentage. As the first quarter concluded, the Raptors trailed by a mere 7 points with a score of 22-29, indicating that the situation was not dire. As the second quarter commenced, Garnett opted to remain on the court instead of taking a breather, and Yao Ming likewise chose not to rest, continuing their exhausting duel. The Timberwolves clearly elevated their defensive intensity in the second quarter, with Peja struggling to even make passes. Consequently, from the third minute onward, Li Ming began receiving the ball from the backcourt. The Raptors' most pressing issue was their poor shooting from beyond the arc. If they had 2 players capable of three-point shooting, Li Ming would have had numerous offensive options, whether driving to the basket or executing inside-out plays. The current situation, where even open shots were being missed consistently, was a disgrace for NBA players. In the second quarter, both teams committed significant effort to defense, resulting in numerous turnovers. By the end of the second quarter, the Raptors had accumulated 11 turnovers, while the Timberwolves had 13. The score stood at 41-50, with the Timberwolves momentarily leading by 9 points. In the first half, Li Ming struggled significantly with his shooting as he was consistently double-teamed throughout the period. He managed to make only 7 out of 16 attempts, while successfully sinking all 4 of his free throws, amassing a total of 19 points, his first instance of scoring less than 20 points in a half. Despite his lackluster shooting performance, his defensive contributions were commendable, as he recorded 12 rebounds, 5 blocks, and 7 steals, showcasing his potential for a remarkable quintuple-double if he continued to exert effort. Chapter 23. Jalen Rose's fury upon entering the visitors' locker room. A palpable sense of discontent enveloped the atmosphere. Williams and Marshall approached Li Ming to express their apologies for missing numerous scoring opportunities. As Li Ming's junior, he bore no ill will, instead encouraging them to remain resolute in taking good shots when the opportunity arose. However, Jalen Rose was incensed. He vociferously proclaimed, "If you all cannot handle that damn basketball, just pass it to me." Fixating his gaze on Arnie, he continued, having spent a decade in the league. "I possess a wealth of experience to single-handedly maneuver that wretched ball into the hoop. Is that not the very purpose for which the Raptors traded for me? Yet, I have only received the ball 3 times in the first half." Arnie, intimidated by Jalen Rose's fervor, instinctively took a step back. Nevertheless, Rose's ire was far from abated. He knew that the head coach was merely a puppet orchestrated by the Raptors management to cater to Li Ming. "Rookie, you may have your moments of brilliance, but you will more often encounter situations like today's. Remember, there are 5 players on each team on the court. Do you understand what that means? It signifies that the game is not yours alone. If you wish to play by yourself, then perhaps you should return home." As Jalen Rose advanced closer to Li Ming, the tension among the remaining teammates escalated. Deba positioned himself defiantly in front of Li Ming, a silent testament to the underlying unease. This could very well be deemed a conflict within the locker room, and if the media were to catch wind of it, one could only speculate how the narrative would unfold. After all, the Raptors were enjoying an exceptional season, and who could resist the allure of juicy gossip? Li Ming felt no anxiety, even harboring a hint of amusement. This situation was merely a trivial matter for him. "Hey, my friend, relax. Why so tense? This is just halftime. We have gathered here solely to deliberate on the strategies for the second half, right? You see, I am a selfless player. I do not focus on passing to a specific individual, but rather to whomever presents the best opportunity. I play as a shooting guard, and offense is my primary objective. It is only when I find it difficult to score and my teammates have favorable chances that I will pass the ball. Moreover, every time I pass to my teammates, it invariably transforms into a straightforward scoring opportunity, does it not? If I were to choose between the open Williams and you, guarded by Mark Madison, I would undoubtedly opt for Williams, wouldn't I?" Li Ming was reluctant to exacerbate tensions within the locker room. Although he had indeed intentionally refrained from passing the ball to Jalen Rose, he could not openly admit to such a tactic. His explanation, marked by a dignified yet assertive tone, left no room for rebuttal. After all, Li Ming was a cornerstone of the team, handpicked by the management, and theoretically possessed the freedom to shoot at will. In essence, he could choose to pass or simply hold back in the backcourt without fear of reprimand from the management or the coach. Professional NBA players, possessing both intellect and eloquence, are a rarity. Jalen Rose, taken aback by Li Ming's remarks, found himself at a loss for a counterargument and could only mutter a resolute statement that he would be the one to breach the opposing defense at the start of the second half. Anil glanced at Li Ming, who nodded in agreement, thus endorsing Jalen Rose's suggestion and formulating several isolation plays for him. Upon returning from halftime, the Raptors took the first possession. Under the strong insistence of both Li Ming and the coach, Yao Ming reluctantly consented to re-enter the game after a brief respite. The Raptors executed a strategic shift, positioning Li Ming as the point guard, with Jalen Rose taking on the shooting guard role and Morris Peterson at small forward, as both were capable of independent offensive maneuvers. Should the Timberwolves persist in double-teaming Li Ming, it would fall upon the two of them to catalyze the Raptors' offensive efforts. Li Ming has returned to his former profession, yet he is no longer the player he was during his CBA days. Once he laces up his shoes, he stands tall at 2 meters, which undeniably positions him as an oversized point guard. His court vision is commendable, and his dribbling skills are remarkably refined. However, he harbors a significant flaw. After a year of training in a virtual environment, he approaches the game with an overwhelming desire to attack. In this era, a point guard solely fixated on offense is destined to spend most of his time on the bench. After Li Ming advanced the ball to the frontcourt, it came as no surprise that the opposing team employed a double-team tactic. However, since Coach Anil had already outlined a strategy, Li Ming refrained from forcing a shot. He cast a glance at Peterson, who was rushing towards the three-point line in the right corner, and executed a feigned shot that deftly delivered the ball into Peterson's hands. With no defender in front of him, Peterson took a deep breath, adjusted the ball's texture, and launched a steady three-point shot. The fluidity of his actions was impeccable, save for the fact that the ball did not find its mark. In the subsequent 5 minutes, out of 12 attempts, Li Ming managed to score on 2, both of which were successful. Given the current situation of a half-court double team, Li Ming would not take a shot unless the opportunity was exceptional. For the remaining 10 attempts, whenever he spotted an open teammate, he either passed to Jalen Rose or to Peterson, resulting in a commendable performance of 2 successful shots out of 10 attempts. It's no wonder Jalen Rose felt confident enough to boast, as he was responsible for both of those rare scores, while Peterson's shooting statistics stood at 0 for 4. Despite the Timberwolves' offensive efficiency being less than stellar, they still managed to outscore the Raptors 8-4, widening the gap to 13 points, thus entering double digits. Anil, in a state of resignation, called for a timeout. In the NBA, a single-digit lead versus a double-digit lead represents a vast chasm. For the players, a single-digit difference hardly registers as a gap. Therefore, the psychological pressure of a 9-point lead is markedly different from that of a 10-point lead. Typically, as long as the head coach remains composed, a timeout is called when the score transitions from single to double digits. At this juncture, Coach Anil instructed Jalen Rose and Peterson to take a seat on the bench to regain their composure, substituting them with Williams and Michael Curry, while also bringing Yao Ming and Marshall onto the court for the remaining 7 minutes of the third quarter, which would be a test of endurance. During the next 5 minutes of the third quarter, Li Ming shifted his focus from merely disrupting the opponent's shots and passes to prioritizing blocks and steals, successfully achieving 1 block and 2 steals. It is important to note that a true defensive maestro does not necessarily boast impressive statistics in steals or blocks. Rather, their effectiveness lies in successfully disrupting opponents, making it difficult for them to complete their shots, even though such influence may not be reflected in the statistics. Thus, Li Ming's gamble on defense, while applying considerable pressure on the Timberwolves, inadvertently granted them several advantageous shooting opportunities. Once Yao Ming entered the game, Garnett followed suit. Presently, it appears that aside from Garnett, no member of the Timberwolves can contain Yao Ming's scoring prowess in the paint. Conversely, the Raptors also lack anyone capable of limiting Garnett's effectiveness. Yao Ming, having regained much of his stamina, exhibited remarkable agility in his movements within the paint. Li Ming seized the opportune moment, executing a deft bank pass unnoticed by all, the ball crashing into Yao Ming's embrace. Although Yao was still youthful, he undeniably embodied the potential of a future NBA elite center. Regardless of the ball's origin, it was now in his possession, and it was imperative to deliver it into the hoop. With a feigned step, he artfully faked Kevin Garnett, and after momentarily misleading him, Yao executed a graceful turnaround dunk, roaring with exuberance. With the presence of the formidable Yao, Li Ming found the game considerably easier, although some shots might not yield high accuracy. At least it was not as disheartening as the previous 5 minutes, which had seen only 2 attempts. The game unfolded with both teams exchanging blows. Although the Raptors failed to close the gap, they also prevented the Timberwolves from extending their lead further, as the score settled at 62-75, setting the stage for the final quarter. Chapter 24. Garnett's mental breakdown and Yao's unfortunate misfortune. As the final quarter commenced, the Timberwolves surprisingly deployed an entirely bench lineup. Li Ming, however, would not show them any mercy. Within merely 2 minutes, by synergizing with Yao's inside-out game, they swiftly scored 7 unanswered points. During this brief span, the Timberwolves substitutes managed to deliver an impressive tally of 2 blocks, 1 turnover, and 1 missed shot. The Timberwolves head coach, Flip Saunders, was visibly agitated, his frustration evident as he called for a timeout. Leading by 13 points in the final quarter, allowing the starters a 5-minute respite to tackle the concluding moments seemed entirely reasonable. Little did he anticipate that these players would struggle to bring the ball past half-court. Li Ming observed that Yao seemed genuinely fatigued. After all, he had only rested for 5 minutes throughout the entire match, and the physical toll of battling Garnett in the paint was indeed formidable, with each possession demanding every ounce of strength. Yao, why not take a moment to rest? Even a brief 3-minute respite would be beneficial. Coach Arnie also noticed that Yao's condition was not optimal, yet, as a cornerstone player of the team, he felt compelled to respect Yao's wishes. No need, coach. I truly feel fine. This is just the beginning. I can endure with them all day. Yao was rather stubborn, and one must admit, in terms of his attitude towards the game, he could be regarded as the finest in the nation. I believe a short break will be prudent, especially considering there are still 10 minutes left in the game. Li Ming gently patted Yao on the shoulder, expressing his need for him in this crucial moment. The Yao, upon hearing this, shook his head. He too had his own principles. A warrior, after all, would never choose to rest in the midst of battle. Upon witnessing the situation, Li Ming ceased his exhortations, opting instead to draw defensive attention on the offensive end, thereby alleviating some pressure from the great Yao. After the timeout, both teams returned with their starting lineups intact. Williams and Marshall emphatically declared their unwavering commitment to not squander another scoring opportunity. And Li Ming could perceive a palpable fervor in the eyes of his teammates. In the first play, the Timberwolves capitalized on their exceptional off-ball movement to secure a three-point opportunity. Without hesitation, Castle executed the shot flawlessly, pushing the point differential back to a precarious 9 points. At this moment, Li Ming decided to no longer conceal his prowess, boldly calling for the ball from the backcourt. Were they not employing a half-court trap against him? If he could sprint with all his might from the backcourt, evading their grasp, would not their defensive strategy become a mere farce? Castle and Sprewell, seasoned veterans of the NBA, recognized Li Ming's intention the instant he accelerated. However, while they were aware of his exceptional stamina, they were unprepared for just how formidable it truly was. With 9 minutes still remaining in the game, was he truly planning to maintain such an intense sprint for the entirety of that time? Astonishment aside, they could not allow it to disrupt their on-court actions. Exchanging glances, the two expanded their trapping zone and began to move in anticipation of interfering with Li Ming. As they crossed the mid-court line, Castle confronted him. Mindful that at Li Ming's current velocity, failure to decelerate could easily result in an offensive foul. He was slightly apprehensive, wondering if a collision would leave him intact. Yet, Castle's cautious thoughts were not lost on Li Ming, who executed a dramatic change of direction without losing speed, charging towards the three-point line. How to describe this maneuver? Think of Derrick Rose, but even faster and with a wider arc. Sprewell had never seen such a style of play. Even his titanium alloy knees would hesitate to attempt such a feat. Li Ming, keenly aware of his trajectory, positioned himself just beyond the three-point line. For one must acknowledge that attempting a sudden stop for a three-pointer at such speed would be utterly ludicrous. Li Ming indeed harbored no intention of attempting a three-point shot. He had just executed a deft crossover from right to left at Castle, followed by another seamless crossover from left to right in the presence of Sprewell. While Sprewell aimed to pursue and defend, he found himself bewildered, with his left leg failing to keep pace with his right, resulting in a comical mishap as both legs gave way and he toppled to the ground. A true man never looks back. Li Ming paid no heed to the sudden display of street dance by Sprewell during the match. Confronted with Garnett, who was still engaged in a tussle with Yao Ming, he launched himself in the right elbow area with a double-footed step, executing a one-handed, reverse C-shaped dunk. If one were to consider who was truly unfortunate in this scenario, it would undoubtedly be Big Yao. He was standing directly behind Garnett. Although Li Ming aimed for the basket over Garnett, Yao was closely positioned right behind him. One must say that Li Ming possessed a certain mischievous intent. While his right hand executed the dunk normally, his left elbow was raised defensively in front of his chest. This maneuver resembled the dunks of Blake Griffin, known for their ferocity. That elbow struck Garnett squarely on the forehead, incapacitating his cognitive faculties in an instant. The man toppled backward, rigid as a board. Big Yao, unfortunately, found himself in the same predicament as Li Ming, facing an unidentified flying object weighing 200 pounds and hurtling towards him at nearly 40 km/h. Who could withstand such an impact? Especially given that he and Garnett were still trying to establish their footing. Garnett fell back against Yao, leaving Yao with little recourse. Even Shaquille O'Neal would have struggled to withstand the force of these two. Consequently, they both collapsed together. However, as the saying goes, misfortunes seldom come alone. As Yao fell, he was inadvertently crushed by the unconscious Garnett, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. With an explosive surge of strength, he managed to kick Garnett off, curling up into a position reminiscent of a 2-meter-long mantis shrimp. Upon witnessing the situation, Li Ming was taken aback. Goodness, this is not my fault. If I don't slam the ball, I will be doing a disservice to myself. Besides, I advise you to rest, but you refused. Now look where that has led you. Enforced rest it is. Suddenly, the referee's whistle pierced the air, and with a swift motion, he pointed decisively towards the Raptors' backcourt. Offensive foul. Good heavens! Li Ming, momentarily agitated, exclaimed in elegant Mandarin, "If those two eyes of yours serve no purpose, you might as well donate them. Is it true that you belch when others pass gas?" Li Ming, agitated and vociferous, strode towards the referee, who felt a twinge of anxiety at the sight of his fierce approach. "Esteemed referee, I must clarify that my left hand serves as a protective measure. You may review the replay. I was merely safeguarding my lower abdomen. After all, This is a contest involving dunks, and I must ensure my own protection. The referee, initially apprehensive, realized that despite not comprehending the words, it was evident that Li Ming was in a state of urgency. To his surprise, Li Ming's explanation was coherent and articulate, leading the referee to reconsider his initial judgment. Were it anyone else, the referee might have dismissed them outright. But given Li Ming's stature, Stern had specifically instructed all referees to avoid any overtly unjust calls against him or Yao Ming, as the market in the Dragon Country relied heavily on them. The head referee, seizing the opportunity, scrutinized the footage repeatedly from various angles. It was apparent that Li Ming's left hand had indeed angled downward slightly, but whether it constituted intentional harm to the defensive player remained uncertain. Eventually, the three referees conferred for 2 minutes and altered their decision, allowing the offensive play to stand and the game to continue. However, even as the game resumed, Garnett and Yao had already been carried off the court. Li Ming was indifferent to Garnett's plight, but the sight of Yao in such a condition was distressing. Should anything dire happen, he pondered whether Lauren Jackson and Yi Li would grant him forgiveness. This was truly an unforeseen circumstance. Chapter 25, Golden Skill, Spring Legs. Despite the injuries sustained by players, the game must persist. Uncertain of Yao's condition, Li Ming held onto the belief that if he secured victory in this match, Yao would surely forgive him. With the Timberwolves leader incapacitated, his teammates were engulfed in despair, casting looks at Li Ming that suggested they wished to exact vengeance. Playing alongside Li Ming indeed posed significant risks, with the medical team being summoned far too frequently. If this continued, the NBA's insurance partners might well seek a word with him. While the Timberwolves suffered the loss of Garnett, the Raptors also faced the absence of Yao. Yet, the second-year player Yao could hardly be compared to Garnett, one of the league's finest. In Li Ming's original world, Garnett was the frontrunner for the MVP this season. The Timberwolves, bereft of their defensive stalwart Garnett, struggled to adapt, missing 3 consecutive shots, only to be met with a swift and emphatic dunk from Li Ming's accelerated breakaway. Recognizing the dire situation, Timberwolves head coach Flip Saunders hastily signaled for a timeout. What viable strategy could Flip Saunders possibly devise? As the game intensified, the strategy was to apply relentless pressure on Li Ming, preventing him from accelerating from the backcourt. When necessary, one should not hesitate to employ decisive actions, albeit discreetly. At that moment, on the Raptors bench, DeBa quietly leaned towards Li Ming and remarked, "You have already achieved 10 steals. You are just 1 away from tying the NBA steal record. If you manage to secure 2 more, you will break the record entirely. There is still ample time left in this quarter, so you might consider pursuing this milestone. Bear in mind, you are merely a rookie who has played 2 games. If you could shatter the NBA regular season steal record in your 3rd game, the impact would be immeasurable. There are 82 games in a season, yet such an opportunity may not present itself again." After delivering his message, DeBa did not wait for Li Ming's response. He patted Li Ming on the shoulder and returned to his seat, mindful of his own need to recuperate. The remaining time in the quarter would demand his vigilance in fortifying the Raptors' interior defense. What matters most to Li Ming? Undoubtedly, it is the statistics. Winning a championship pales in comparison. The question arises, what actions might a player, who is exceedingly concerned about his statistics, take upon realizing that he is merely 2 steals away from setting a record? As the timeout concluded, Li Ming launched into an aggressive full-court press, leaving Castle bewildered. The ball nearly slipped from his grasp as he rushed against the clock, narrowly avoiding an 8-second violation, ultimately flinging the ball toward Hassel in a desperate attempt to evade the impending turnover. Why is Li Ming applying full-court pressure? Hasn't he been awaiting this moment? Castle could only watch in astonishment as Li Ming soared into the air, his toes seemingly brushing against his forehead, causing Castle to stumble in disbelief. What is this before me, a helicopter? When it comes to human potential, it truly knows no bounds. Just consider the extraordinary height of Li Ming's leap. If you were smoking on a 2nd-floor balcony and suddenly someone jumped from the 1st floor to give you a resounding slap, you would grasp the magnitude of that jump. As the saying goes, when teammates rise to the occasion, their prowess is limitless. After Yao was carried off the court, good fortune smiled upon Li Ming. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired the golden skill, spring legs. Did you perhaps grow up eating springs?" To be frank, Li Ming himself sensed that this leap was extraordinary. Whether in virtual realms or actual training, he had never unleashed such formidable power before. Indeed, it is true that pressure reveals one's true capabilities, without a hint of sweetness. There can be no zest. Interrupted by a system notification, Li Ming, after seizing the ball, did not rush to attack. Instead, He awaited the encroachment of the two defenders before preparing to make his next move. At this moment, Li Ming was in high spirits, executing a Sam God dribble with an in-and-out maneuver that would leave even Kyrie Irving in awe. Effortlessly gliding past two defenders, Li Ming came to a halt just beyond the three-point line and raised his hand for a shot. As the protagonist, who would dare to deny him the respect he deserved? The ball swished through the net without a hint of resistance. After Li Ming completed a shot, he did not retreat to the backcourt, but instead lingered in the front court, awaiting the Minnesota Timberwolves to inbound the ball. Castle, in his mind, had undoubtedly cursed Li Ming's ancestors multiple times, his already grotesque visage contorting further in disdain. When Olowokandi realized the ball was not being passed to Castle, he reluctantly tossed it to Sprewell, positioned far to the left. There are indeed advantages to height. Even with Li Ming's golden leaping ability, he could not intercept the ball. By the time he landed, Sprewell had already dribbled past half-court and effortlessly sank a three-point shot. While failing to return on defense had its drawbacks, it also yielded opportunities. Williams, upon receiving the inbound pass, executed a long, precise throw to Li Ming, who found himself face-to-face with Olowokandi. One could only imagine the psychological toll this moment had on Olowokandi. Li Ming, unyielding against the beleaguered former #1 draft pick, made no adjustments upon receiving the ball. He took a couple of dribbles and leaped from right in front of the basket, clashing in midair with Olowokandi as he slammed the ball against the backboard. The basketball ricocheted rapidly, returning to Li Ming's right hand, and with Olowokandi still in the vicinity, he thunderously drove the ball into the hoop. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of cheers, only to fall into an abrupt silence. They had witnessed several extraordinary dunks throughout the game, and their desire to exclaim was palpable. Yet, here in what seemed to be their home court, with the Timberwolves king dethroned by Li Ming and Olowokandi subjected to such humiliation, their rational minds restrained them from cheering for the opposition, even as their hearts soared. Who had ever witnessed such a display? What kind of hang time could allow such a dunk? This shot would surely score a staggering 68 points in a dunk contest. Do not question the extra 18 points, for they were surely conjured by the audience's ecstatic shouts. As the saying goes, misfortunes seldom come alone. Olowokandi tumbled towards the direction of the sideline reporters, colliding painfully with a camera before being carried off by medical personnel. While scoring titles are common in the NBA, the presence of a living nightmare is a rare sight indeed. In terms of sheer physical prowess, Li Ming reigned supreme, his extraordinary recovery ability rendering him nearly impervious to injury. His style of play exhibited a reckless disregard for his own body. Were it anyone else, even a physically gifted athlete like LeBron James, they would likely need to recuperate for several weeks after such a game. The Raptors coach, Anil, felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his brow as he observed Li Ming's reckless style, hastily dabbing at his forehead with a handkerchief, attempting to maintain an air of composure while internally grappling with uncertainty. This approach could not continue. He resolved to counsel Li Ming after the game. If he persisted in this manner of play, an early retirement due to injury would be inevitable. With the Timberwolves' towering duo vanquished and the remaining players too intimidated to glare at Li Ming, even the once fiery competitors appeared subdued, resembling obedient watchdogs awaiting their next meal. Li Ming remained undeterred by their opinions. Their thoughts were their own concerns. He had yet to secure a steal, which was certainly not to be overlooked. As Sprewell observed Li Ming crouched low, earnestly defending against him, he swallowed hard, revealing a smile more grotesque than one of sorrow. Was it too late to curry favor with Li Ming? Indeed, unless he could manage a steal. With Li Ming's imposing stance, who would dare to mount an offense before him? Sprewell hastily passed the ball, and Li Ming surged forward, attempting an aerial interception. His fingertips grazed the ball, yet alas, a mere hair's breadth separated success from failure, leaving him to await the next opportunity. Chapter 26. Jalen Rose shines during the ensuing match. The players of the Timberwolves recognized Li Ming's defensive intent, an unrelenting pursuit of blocks and steals to amass statistics. In basketball, once one's intentions are discerned by others, countermeasures become readily available. Thus, in the following possessions, Li Ming failed to secure a single steal, managing only a chase-down block in the paint. His frustration was palpable, teeth clenched in a silent fury. Had he possessed the power to slay with a mere glance, the court would have been devoid of life. With just 2.5 minutes remaining in the game, he was still one steal short. In this away game, had it been a home match, the Raptors DJ would undoubtedly be heralding Li Ming for equaling the historic record for steals, standing proudly at the pinnacle of history. The Timberwolves' full-court press strategy yielded little effect on Li Ming during these recent sequences. On one hand, Li Ming's speed in receiving the ball and sprinting from the backcourt far surpassed their off-ball sprinting, and even their attempts to tug and pull at him merely caused minor inconveniences. While they could momentarily impede his pace, their speed was similarly diminished. On the other hand, due to Li Ming's extraordinary acceleration, the defenders often struggled to keep pace, rendering it challenging to execute a successful double team. Ultimately, it is his unparalleled speed that stands out, indeed. In the realm of martial arts, swiftness reigns supreme. However, Li Ming's rapid pace presents a dilemma. While he can ensure a high shooting percentage with a sprinting dunk, his layups or abrupt jump shots often result in missed opportunities. As for why he doesn't simply drive to the basket for every dunk, regrettably, there are 9 other players on the court besides Li Ming, and the density of their positioning across half-court is quite considerable. Moreover, due to Li Ming's velocity, his teammates struggle to synchronize with him, often obstructing his path to the basket. Dribbling at such high speeds is no simple feat, even for Li Ming. One might expect at least 3 turnovers out of 10 attempts. This style of play could be likened to the 7 injuries fist technique. Li Ming would not resort to it unless absolutely necessary. If he could consistently penetrate for dunks, there would be no need for this narrative, as a shooting percentage would be a flawless 100, with the rim unable to thwart him. At this juncture, the score stood at 80-83, narrowing the gap to a mere 3 points. Philip Saunders, wary of overconfidence, promptly called a timeout, recognizing that the pressing issue was not defense, but the struggle to generate offensive momentum. Sprewell, you know why the team brought you on board, he asserted without hesitation. For the upcoming offensive plays, you will take the lead, while Castle will make off-ball movements to create space. If you find it impossible to penetrate, pass the ball to Castle, who will surely teach them a lesson in one-on-one situations. At this moment, Sprewell harbored no grand ambitions. While he was accustomed to leading the offense in other games, this time he faced Li Ming, a formidable defender. Regret washed over him as he pondered why he had chosen to show off before Li Ming. Now he is truly convinced. In the face-off with Li Ming, he was overshadowed 4 times and intercepted 5 times. Thus far, he has managed to score only 4 points, all of which occurred under the condition that Li Ming was not defending him. Nevertheless, the game must continue. Understanding that Li Ming's defensive strategy for this match is akin to gambling, the Timberwolves persist in their rapid ball movement. Whoever stands before Li Ming will refrain from taking possession, allowing the other 4 players to engage. Through countless screens and switches, Sprewell finally evaded direct confrontation with Li Ming, effortlessly scoring with a quick drive and a sudden halt. At this juncture, the other Raptors players evidently recognized the Timberwolves' offensive strategy, which revolves around leveraging star players to drive the offense and utilizing screens to exploit defensive weaknesses. The strength of the Timberwolves lies not just in Kevin Garnett's absence, but also in the presence of 2 other star players capable of elevating the offense. The overall defensive capability of the Raptors can only be described as mediocre. It appears they must regain their rhythm through offense. What options remain for the Raptors in their offensive arsenal? It seems they can only rely on Li Ming's relentless forward thrust. Thus, both sides exchange blows in a competitive manner, with Li Ming executing yet another chase-down block in a series of plays. However, he also committed a turnover, and with only 50 seconds remaining, the Raptors trail by 3 points. It was time for the Raptors' offensive possession, but at that moment, Anil called a timeout. He understood that holding on to the timeout was of little value at this stage. Regardless of tactical arrangements, it provided the players with a brief respite. With Li Ming's explosive style of play, every possession felt like a heartbeat racing out of control. Anil replaced the lineup with the strongest defensive configuration currently available. Center, Bosch. Power forward, Jerome Moiseau. Small forward, Jalen Rose. Shooting guard, Li Ming. Point guard, Mil Palacio. For the Raptors at this moment, only Li Ming could effectively complete offensive plays, as the reliability of others was questionable. The Raptors must now enhance their offensive success rate. Otherwise, if the deficit stretches beyond 5 points, they would be forced to resort to foul tactics to attempt a 3-point comeback. The Raptors inbounds the ball, and Li Ming resumes his frenetic sprint. Yet, during the timeout, Philip Saunders evidently devised a defensive strategy for the Timberwolves players. The current defensive positioning for the Timberwolves is as follows. Castle near the Raptors' backcourt free throw line, ready to close in on Li Ming upon receiving the ball. Sprewell positioned just above the center circle, prepared to apply pressure. And Mark Madsen subtly moving near the 3-point arc, ready to assist defensively as soon as Sprewell engages. This effectively leaves Palacio and Moiseau unguarded. focusing all efforts on stifling Li Ming. Faced with this triple threat defense, Li Ming dared not prolong his decision and was left with no choice but to trust his teammates. Li Ming sprinted to the vicinity of the 3-second area, and as Mark Madsen approached to assist on defense, he promptly executed a bounce pass, sending the ball forcefully to Palacio. Palacio, though somewhat apprehensive, exhibited the composure expected of an NBA player. Taking a deep breath and making slight adjustments, he prepared to shoot, only to see Trenton Hassel, defending against Jalen Rose, lunging towards him. As a competent backup point guard, Palacio deftly flicked his right hand, delivering the ball securely into Jalen Rose's grasp. One of Rose's notable attributes is undoubtedly his confidence. Without hesitation, he received the pass and took the shot, unwavering despite previous misses, firmly believing that the next attempt would find its mark. Swish! The basketball grazed the rim and went in, leveling the score for both teams. The Timberwolves promptly called a routine timeout, recognizing the necessity to enhance their offensive efficiency in light of the immense psychological pressure exerted by Li Ming's offensive prowess. Upon returning from the timeout, the Timberwolves continued their strategy of utilizing their star players to drive the offense through a series of screens and movements. Castle found himself with a perfect open look for a corner three-pointer. Although he missed, the Timberwolves' backup center, nYao, capitalized on the opportunity, securing the rebound and scoring with a putback. Big Dog expressed his frustration to the referee, only to be met with indifference. Despite his anger, he refrained from excessive protest, knowing that another technical foul could jeopardize the game. Chapter 27. Who touched my butt? With only 17 seconds remaining, the Timberwolves led the Raptors by 2 points, 89-91. Coach Anil seized the opportunity to devise a strategy to counter the Timberwolves' formidable defense, planning for Li Ming to execute a sprinting isolation play. The Timberwolves had deployed their strongest defensive lineup, undoubtedly anticipating that Li Ming would take the initiative. It is essential not to underestimate any coach capable of reaching the NBA. Anil's tactical approach to the Timberwolves' defense proved effective, allowing Li Ming to weave through the defenders and reach the area just before the free throw line. For Li Ming, this position was perfect for a leap to dunk. nYao, riding the high of his recent success, saw Li Ming preparing to take off and immediately leaped from the restricted area. However, he clearly failed to control his body, resulting in a foul against Li Ming's cylinder. Li Ming's aerial prowess is remarkable. After engaging in aerial confrontation, he skillfully switched the ball from his left hand to his right, then back again, searching for opportunities. Despite several attempts proving unfruitful, he ultimately executed a push shot that sent the ball soaring off the backboard and into the hoop, achieving a 2-1. Li Ming's free throw prowess is beyond question. His golden skill epitomizes excellence. No matter how much the fans attempt to distract him, he consistently converts his free throws with unwavering precision. The Raptors have surged ahead by a point, leaving the Timberwolves in a state of concern. The excitement among the Raptors players is palpable. They can hardly contain themselves, waving their towels as if they were helicopters taking flight. As Li Ming passes the bench, he feels compelled to high-five each teammate to quell their exuberance. Coach Anil is acutely aware that the Timberwolves will rely on their star players, Castle and Sprewell, to orchestrate their offense in this critical moment. However, he finds himself at a disadvantage, as the Timberwolves' off-ball screens and movement are exceptionally difficult to counter. The two stars utilize their teammates to navigate the court, and unless all 5 players on his team possess above-average defensive skills, which is evidently not the case for the current Raptors, they are left vulnerable. As the Timberwolves inbound the ball, they do not deliberately waste time. Once Sprewell finds an open spot for a three-pointer, Mark Madsen swiftly delivers the ball, resulting in a successful assist. The score now stands at 92-94, with the Timberwolves reclaiming a 2-point lead, and only 6 seconds remain. Coach Anil hastily calls for a final long timeout. The strategy for the last offensive play is straightforward. Williams will inbound from the sideline, with everyone poised to shoot. Daba positions himself at a 45-degree angle in the right corner of the paint, while Li Ming receives the ball near the right three-point line, aiming to drive for 2 points first. If he cannot penetrate, he will pass to whoever is open. The simplicity of the tactic belies its effectiveness, as the Timberwolves will undoubtedly assign 3 defenders to shadow Li Ming. Upon returning from the timeout, the Raptors execute their front court inbound. However, despite Li Ming's rapid movement, he cannot escape the triple-team defense, rendering him unable to receive the ball. As Williams faces the prospect of a 5-second violation, he reluctantly passes to Jalen Rose, who is stationed in the right corner, open for a three-pointer. Having just scored on his previous attempt, the Timberwolves are prepared for him. Fred Hoiberg lunges forward, committing a foul just before Rose can take the shot. With the Timberwolves having exceeded 5 fouls, this infraction sends Jalen Rose to the free throw line for 2 shots. This encapsulates the Timberwolves' defensive strategy. Prevent Li Ming from receiving the ball, and if any other player does, they must be fouled before shooting, wagering on the Raptors' free throw accuracy. Even if they convert both shots, the Timberwolves would still have time for a final possession. Despite Jalen Rose's commendable composure, his free throw shooting is typically mediocre. After missing his first attempt, he contemplates deliberately missing the second shot to secure an offensive rebound for a second chance. While the idea is sound, his execution falters. Aiming for the front edge of the rim, he inadvertently strikes the back of the hoop, causing the ball to rebound 2 meters high before descending into the net. He makes one of 2 free throws, leaving the Raptors trailing 93-94. With only 3 seconds remaining, possession returns to the Timberwolves. At this moment, Philip Saunders called for the final long timeout. The players of the Timberwolves were exuberant, reveling in their triumph, exclaiming, "No matter how impressive you are, Li Ming, you still lost." Particularly, Sprewell was already concocting plans for how to ridicule Li Ming once the game concluded, his anticipation palpable. In stark contrast, the atmosphere surrounding the Raptors was notably somber. Jalen Rose sat on the bench, neither wiping the sweat from his brow nor sipping water, remaining silent, clearly overwhelmed by a deep sense of disappointment. Although Li Ming held little affection for Jalen Rose, he approached him and gently patted his shoulder, offering a word of comfort. "You have performed admirably. Leave the rest to me." In truth, Li Ming found himself devoid of any substantial solutions. Yet as the unequivocal leader of the team, how could he refrain from making a declaration in such a demoralizing moment? Coach Anil's strategy was straightforward, a tactic employed by all coaches in similar scenarios. Regardless of which Timberwolves player received the ball, they were to be fouled immediately, with only 60 seconds for a timeout. Time was of the essence, and the Timberwolves players were already poised to inbound the ball. Clearly, Coach Saunders was aware of the Raptors' defensive intentions, prompting all players to frantically reposition. Suddenly, Mark Madsen and nYao halted their movements, and out of the crowd emerged Castle, unmarked and ready. Just as Fred Hoiberg passed the ball to Castle, a figure clad in a purple and black jersey surged between them, forcefully striking the ball with his left hand in a volleyball-like motion, sending it soaring towards the Timberwolves' backcourt. This figure was none other than Li Ming. Upon seeing the ball flying towards the backcourt, Castle took off in pursuit. Upon landing, Li Ming did not hesitate, and with the enhancement of his golden skill, he surged forward, arriving ahead of others. The moment the basketball was about to be touched by Castle's fingertips, he skillfully intercepted it, positioning himself a full 2 large steps away from the three-point line at the arc. After Li Ming seized the ball, he scarcely glanced at the clock, nor did he have the time to recalibrate his stance. Leaning against Castle, he instinctively launched the ball into the air. As the sphere soared, the final buzzer of the match echoed throughout the arena. With a resounding thud, it was an undeniable stroke of luck. Li Ming's three-point shot, executed at a perfect 90-degree angle, kissed the backboard before finding its way to the net. The score solidified at 96-94, securing a thrilling victory for the Raptors. In that moment, the Raptors bench erupted in jubilation, rushing onto the court in a frenzy. Li Ming was equally overwhelmed with excitement. Yet as a competitor who found discomfort in feigning indifference, he resolutely managed to restrain his exuberant emotions. With a slight downturn of his lips and an expression of defiance, he cast a glance towards the audience at the sidelines. He struck his left chest twice with his right hand and gradually raised his right hand, extending a solitary index finger. As soon as Li Ming raised his hand, he vanished from sight. The entire team of the Dragons surrounded him, roaring with excitement, akin to a horde of zombies who had not feasted on flesh for a decade, suddenly encountering a lively human. Li Ming, amidst the throng of people, ceased to maintain his facade and erupted in a hearty laughter. However, as the merriment continued, his laughter gradually faded away. Li Ming felt as though he had fallen victim to a nefarious scheme, which shameless individual dared to take advantage of the situation, groping him repeatedly, and even daring to grab him. Such a person must not be allowed to remain. They must be dealt with swiftly and decisively. Chapter 28, Golden Skill. The Thief. As Li Ming celebrated, the voice of the dog system resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host, for breaking the single-game steal record in the regular season and receiving a random golden defensive skill. Thief, excuse me, that's my ball, which has superseded the blue skill. intermediate front steal mastery. Additionally, congratulations on acquiring 1 month of virtual space-time. 2 rewards in quick succession. Quite impressive. Dog system. The enhancement of the thief skill should apply regardless of whether the opponent is approached from the front, side, or back, correct? Li Ming pundera. Though he was more concerned with the significance of the golden skill than with identifying the rogue who had dared to touch him amidst the chaos. Indeed, host. The system replied. The thief skill enhancement states, as long as the opponent possesses the ball, the host can receive a bonus for steals from any angle. The system used. You may not know who touched you, but I do. Feel free to ask, but rest assured, I shan't divulge the answer. Once Li Ming comprehended the precise scope of the golden skill thief, he felt reassured. It was even more potent than he had initially anticipated. Whether the opponent was dribbling or holding the ball, this skill would provide an enhancement for stealing the ball from them. Meanwhile, the players and coaching staff of the Timberwolves had long since retreated to the locker room, leaving the court in an awkward silence. As the Timberwolves players certainly were not coming to offer their congratulations. As the fans of the Target Center gradually exited, Coach Anil called for the Raptors players to return to the visiting locker room. Li Ming seized the opportunity to break through the encirclement and dashed towards the visiting team's locker room. Before him lay 3 pressing matters. Firstly, he needed to check on Yao Ming's injury status. Secondly, he had shattered the NBA single-game steals record, culminating in a dramatic game-winning shot, a banked three-pointer no less. He had to strategize for the media interviews that would follow. Lastly, he pondered the statistics he had amassed. Indeed, it was a quadruple double. Upon entering the locker room, he found Yao seated there, indicating that Yao's condition was likely stable. Hearing commotion at the door, the first figure to come into view was the Raptors' number 7 player, who immediately approached with an intimidating demeanor. So you're the one called Li Ming, huh? You're the one who loves to dunk. Yao, while speaking, did not hesitate to unleash a flurry of playful punches, fully aware of Li Ming's resilience, leaving him yelping in a comical fashion. This clearly demonstrated Yao's fondness for Li Ming. After all, who could withstand the force of such a formidable punch? If one were to speak of true grit, it would undoubtedly be Li Ming. Amidst his yelps, he still took a moment to express concern for Yao. Brother Yao, seeing you so sprightly, I know you must be just fine. Besides, if anything were to happen to you, I would gladly lend a hand with the kids. Yao, hearing this, couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation and promptly called over to Ba, instructing him to support Li Ming's arms while he himself lifted Li Ming's legs, as if preparing to carry him away in a playful manner. Even if Li Ming possessed remarkable recovery abilities, he would still hesitate to take such a gamble. Observing Li Ming plead for mercy, uttering every kind word imaginable, it seemed he was on the verge of kneeling and weeping. Only then did Yao reluctantly spare the life of Li Ming's subordinate. Just at that moment, Coach Anir entered with a smile, holding a sheet of paper, undoubtedly the statistics of today's game. Hey folks, you wouldn't believe the extraordinary data someone achieved today. 5 double-doubles. Coach Anir exclaimed joyfully. Wait a minute. 5 double-doubles? This cursed system is sabotaging my achievement rewards. Dear host, perhaps you should review the technical statistics before casting judgment, all right? The system's tone dripped with a hint of coldness, a touch of disdain, and a heavy dose of sarcasm. With such righteous indignation, could it be that there were double mistakes instead? Li Ming, somewhat awkwardly, took the technical statistics sheet from Coach Anil's hands and observed that on the Raptors' side, Li Ming, 49 points, 12 rebounds, 7 assists, 10 blocks, 12 steals, and 10 turnovers. Yao Ming, 17 points, 11 rebounds, 3 assists for blocks, 1 steal, and 2 turnovers. The contributions of others are inconsequential, as their combined score is negligible. Li Ming, after reviewing the Raptors' technical statistics, felt an ache in his teeth. 49 points. This is far more distressing than 39 points, just a single point shy of a legendary triple-double. Turning to the Timberwolves, we find Garnett with 24 points, 15 rebounds, 5 assists, 5 blocks, and 3 steals, alongside 4 turnovers. Sprewell contributed 13 points, 3 rebounds, 6 assists, 1 block, 3 steals, and 6 turnovers. Castle scored 27 points, with 2 rebounds, 4 assists, no blocks, 4 steals, and 5 turnovers. The contributions from the others are of little consequence, as their collective total is nearly equivalent to that of the Raptors' list prominent players. It appears that Garnett is indeed formidable this season. Achieving such statistics after merely 3 quarters is a testament to his prowess, a rightful contender for this season's MVP title, showcasing remarkable versatility. However, a more comprehensive player has emerged, rendering Garnett's achievements somewhat overshadowed. A quintuple double, a historic first. Let's eagerly await the unveiling. The remaining Raptors players are brimming with curiosity, practically leaning into Li Ming's embrace. Off with you. What is there to see? As long as you train diligently, the day will come when I can attain a quintuple double. If it weren't for this bunch's inability to score, I could have achieved a sextuple double this time. Ah, no, that would have meant truly attaining a quintuple double. Li Ming had just retrieved a clean, new jersey from the wardrobe, preparing for a shower, when, without warning, some inconsiderate individual took the lead, spraying champagne directly at him. Li Ming is certainly not one to easily show weakness. Amidst a flurry of champagne bubbles, he burst through the chaos, seizing bottles of champagne from the staff and unleashing a vigorous spray upon anyone in sight. The locker room was thrown into complete disarray, with the staff exuberantly joining in the revelry, passing bottles of champagne to every player. Though drenched, they wore expressions of sheer delight, reveling in the spectacle. nYao made no effort to curtail this jubilant behavior. After all, Li Ming's performance was nothing short of astonishing. He secured a crucial victory with a three-pointer following a steal that not only clinched the game, but also shattered the single-game steal record, placing him in the annals of history. Ultimately, he achieved an extraordinary quadruple double, falling just 3 assists short of a quintuple double. Coach nYao felt that he was on the brink of creating his own legend, possibly leading his team to a championship in his inaugural year as an NBA coach. All right, everyone, let us make haste for a shower. The media awaits us. nYao observed the atmosphere in the Raptors' locker room with great satisfaction. The revelry had reached its peak, and it was time to attend to business. What Li Ming remains oblivious to is the fact that the outside world is in a frenzy. The data he deems mediocre is, in the eyes of the public, nothing short of a historic achievement. After all, throughout history, the 4 instances of quadruple doubles have all featured double-digit assists. Never before have both blocks and steals simultaneously reached double digits. Coupled with the astonishing tally of 49 points, many are already proclaiming Li Ming as the preeminent player of the current era. In the CCVV studio, Director Zhang expressed his profound sentiments. Li Ming stands as the sole active player in the NBA capable of achieving a quintuple double, and within 3 seasons. He is poised to accomplish this remarkable feat. The media room in the visiting locker room at the Target Center is exceedingly cramped at this moment. Not even a single chair is visible. Journalists from various media outlets jostle against one another, packed in like sardines, nearly on the brink of physical altercation in their quest for prime positioning. Chapter 29. Something is awry in this world after completing their grooming routines. Head coach Arnie, accompanied by Li Ming, the esteemed Yao Ming, and Jalen Rose, attended the post-game media session. It was essential to include Yao Ming, otherwise one could only imagine how the media would report on the event. This was not the Raptors' home court, and thus, the journalists demonstrated their individual prowess in navigating the situation. The Raptors media operations officer spotted the familiar face of Catherine, a reporter from Inside Sports, and naturally prioritized her for questioning. Good evening, Coach Arnie. Congratulations on the match against the formidable Western Conference team, the Timberwolves. The Raptors' shooting performance throughout the first 3 quarters was quite challenging. Will this prompt you to consider any adjustments before the next game? Catherine's inquiry was rather straightforward. Had it not been for the players you deployed on the court missing their shots, wouldn't Li Ming have recorded a 6-double? Coach Arnie pondered briefly and grasped the essential point. Unfortunately, this is part of the game. Every player encounters various challenges, among which poor shooting is a universal struggle. The players' shooting difficulties were also influenced by the intensity of the defense in this match. It is well known that following fierce defensive confrontations, transitioning to offense can severely affect shooting rhythm. Thus, I choose to trust the players' adjustments on the court. This was also a significant factor in our ability to overtake the score in the 4th quarter, ultimately leading to our victory. Next, ESPN took the floor. Esteemed Mr. Li Ming, good evening. First and foremost, congratulations on shattering the NBA's single-game steals record, while also achieving an unprecedented quadruple double with blocks and steals. May I inquire if you are confident in attaining a quintuple double? Such is the nature of sports media. Upon your achievement, they eagerly anticipate your swift pursuit of the next milestone, elevating you to great heights. Conversely, when your subsequent performances fail to match your prior accomplishments, they are quick to diminish your value. Hello, dear reporter, and thank you for your kind wishes. As a basketball player, no matter what statistics I may achieve on the court, my foremost goal is to assist my team in securing victory. As you know, players on the court cannot focus on their statistical performance. Likewise, I do not concern myself with my own numbers. Whether it is a quadruple double or a quintuple double, in my view, they merely represent contributions to the team's success. Had we not emerged victorious in this game, my statistics would hold no significance. Certainly, while celebrating the triumph of the team alongside the commendable statistics achieved, I must first extend my gratitude to the coach for his unwavering support, and equally acknowledge the invaluable assistance from all my teammates. Thank you. Yahoo Sports, however, seems disinclined to focus on the statistics. Their attention is drawn more towards sensationalism. Good day, Mr. Li Ming. We observed your fervent offensive drive during the fourth quarter, particularly when you executed a dunk that led to both Garnett and Yao being felled to the ground, resulting in their injuries and subsequent departure from the game. Could you share your mindset during that unfortunate incident? The dynamics on the court are ever-changing. When the team finds itself at a disadvantage as a star player, one's singular focus is on how to convert the ball into the basket. Thus, unfortunate incidents can occur, manifesting as unnecessary collisions during an offensive play. Injuries are indeed vexatious, albeit an inherent aspect of the game, familiar to every athlete. I sincerely hope that Garnett suffers no serious repercussions and returns to the court swiftly. Thank you. Li Ming pondered, should I claim it was intentional? That would surely delight you all. CBS reporters appear to be quite fixated on Li Ming's missed opportunities for assists. Good day, Mr. Li. On the court, we observed that the Timberwolves employed double and triple teams against you. Consequently, when you spotted your teammates in open positions, you opted for numerous passes to them. According to post-game statistics, you directly facilitated a total of 16 completely open shot opportunities, yet your teammates converted only 5 of those, resulting in merely 3 assists. What are your thoughts on this? How do I perceive it? What do you expect me to say? Is it not rather inappropriate to bring this up? CBS. I shall remember you. As Coach Anil mentioned earlier, the issue of poor shooting touch is a challenge faced by all players. This does not perturb me in the slightest. In forthcoming matches, should my teammates find themselves open, unless my own shooting opportunity is exceptional, I shall resolutely pass the ball to them, for they are my most trusted allies and my strongest support. Thank you. Finally, it was Fox Sports' turn, and they appeared quite anxious. Hello, Mr. Li. In the post-game statistics, we noted an intriguing figure. You actually recorded 5 double-doubles in this match. However, you also registered the highest number of turnovers in the game, totaling 10. What do you attribute to such a high rate of errors? Can you communicate? Can you conduct an interview? Can you read expressions? If you cannot, I suggest you undergo some training, for such interviewing may easily lead to unwelcome consequences. Do you comprehend? The reporter's question was indeed astute. We must acknowledge not only my highlights in this game, but also my shortcomings. The excessive turnovers were indeed due to my own missteps. Of course, there were objective factors at play, such as the defensive strategies employed by the Timberwolves and the insufficient tactical cohesion of the team. Yet, the primary reason lies in my personal inadequacies. Therefore, I shall dedicate time to refining my ball handling skills. At just 18 years of age, I believe that through the rigors of NBA competition, my skills can reach new heights. Thank you for your inquiry. After addressing the questions posed by the Fox Sports reporter, Li Ming politely excused himself and departed. In the NBA's interview protocol, players are required to engage with the media post-game. Once they fulfill this obligation and respond to the pertinent questions, they may seek an opportunity to leave. Following the conclusion of the interviews, the reporters were evidently exhilarated, eager to return and compose their articles. However, it seems the media landscape can be rather unseemly. New Wolf Sports asserts that those who do not support Li Ming are not true citizens of Longhua. To the shock of Inside Sports, Li Ming publicly acknowledged Yao Ming in such a manner. The Toronto native has achieved the historic milestone of the first quadruple double. Yahoo Sports expresses embarrassment. Li Ming unexpectedly did such a thing to nYao. The shocking insider revelation from ESPN. The secret behind Li Ming achieving a quadruple double turns out to be him. CBS reports a massive audience. Li Ming missed 3 assists, and the culprit is actually. Fox brings forth a tale of silent sorrow. Why did Li Ming shed tears after attaining a quintuple double? When Li Ming became aware of these news stories, a singular thought crossed his mind. Something must be amiss in this world. I am weary. Let it all come to an end. Chapter 30. Journey to the headquarters of DUI Go Sports. After concluding the match against the Timberwolves, the Raptors finally welcomed a brief 4-day respite. The next game was scheduled for November 6th, returning to the Air Canada Center to face the Dallas Mavericks. Coach Anil recognized that the pace of recent games had been quite rapid. With the new season just commencing, some players had yet to fully acclimate to the rhythm of competition. Thus, with a decisive wave of his hand, he declared a holiday. The team would regroup for training on November 5th. However, Li Ming was certainly not inclined to join the training sessions. What could he possibly contribute? It was merely a matter of self-importance. Therefore, Li Ming informed Anil that he had other commitments on the 5th and would not be able to participate in the team practice, promising to return to the team on the 6th before the game. What could Anil say? He could only respond with agreeable affirmations, asking if there was anything he could assist with embodying the image of a sycophant. After reporting to the team management, Li Ming did not accompany the team's charter flight back to Toronto, for he had to make a trip to Portland to sign a contract with nYao Sports and to customize his sneakers, finalizing his logo. Upon arriving in Portland, the vice president of nYao Sports personally greeted Li Ming at the airport. The company's attitude towards him was even more favorable than the previous days. Internally, nYao Sports had already acknowledged that as long as Li Ming remained uninjured, he would undoubtedly be the GOAT of the NBA. Consider Li Ming's statistics from these 3 games. First game, 42 points, 17 rebounds, 12 assists, 5 blocks, 7 steals. Second game, 57 points, 16 rebounds, 9 assists, 6 blocks, 7 steals. Third game, 49 points, 12 rebounds, 7 assists, 10 blocks, 12 steals. Across these 3 games, he averaged 49, 3 points, 15 rebounds, 9, 3 assists, 7 blocks, and 7 steals. Just look at these figures. Any player capable of attaining even 2 of these statistics would be considered a top star in the league. Even Wilt Chamberlain would have rushed to light Li Ming's cigarette. Surely, nYao Sports would hasten to treasure Li Ming. They had already arranged for the world's leading medical team to conduct a thorough examination of Li Ming, primarily to assess his injury tendencies. After checking into the Ritz-Carlton Hotel and engaging in polite conversation with the upper echelons of nYao Sports, Li Ming excused himself, citing the lateness of the hour and his need for rest, bidding them farewell. After all, he had finally become young, had finally secured a holiday, had finally acquired wealth. Sleep? What nonsense! He was determined to enjoy life to the fullest. After spending an entire night at a cyber CAF in Portland, engrossed in marathon sessions of Age of Empires and Red Alert, I was oblivious to the passage of time until it was 9:30 the following morning. Upon my arrival at the headquarters of nYao Sports, the staff did not first escort Li Ming to sign the contract. Instead, they led him to the medical room for a physical examination. They euphemistically claimed that this was necessary to thoroughly understand the athlete's physical data for all long-term contracts, thus enabling them to assess injury tendencies and provide products better suited to the individual athlete's needs. Li Ming was genuinely reluctant to undergo such an examination, as his body had been meticulously reconstructed by the system. Should anything appear amiss, he would find himself at a loss for explanation. However, it had been made clear that all individuals entering into long-term contracts were required to undergo a medical evaluation. Thus, upon entering their domain, he had no choice but to submit to their demands if he wished to secure the endorsement. Within a single morning, the medical team invited by nYao Sports had gathered all of Li Ming's bodily data and ultimately reached the conclusion. His health was impeccable, with no history of injuries whatsoever. There were no indications of joint or soft tissue damage. All physical parameters were exemplary, and the team deemed the player to be free of any injury risks. Upon reviewing this report, the leadership at nYao Sports was elated. This was the very definition of a prodigy. Yet, the head of the medical team raised a thought-provoking perspective. Could it truly be possible for an individual to have never sustained an injury throughout their life? This notion sent shivers down the spines of everyone present. Indeed, was it even humanly conceivable to have gone through life unscathed? The founder of nYao Group, Liar Nate, who was set to retire next year, waved his hand dismissively at his subordinates. What is all the fuss about? People are simply different. An athlete devoid of injury tendencies was, in their eyes, a veritable treasure. Moreover, he required no endorsement fee, only a share of the profits. Let us not delay further. We must not keep the media waiting. Let us expedite the signing ceremony, and afterward, I shall have a private discussion with him. With the chairman's South directive in place, no one dared to voice any dissent. After all, having a naturally gifted athlete serve as the lifelong ambassador for their company was undoubtedly a significant boon. As the staff escorted Li Ming to the conference room, they took the opportunity to outline the signing process and the promotional phrases to be delivered at the press conference. However, Li Ming found himself too disinterested to remember their lengthy explanations. Li Ming had just taken his seat in the conference room when Liar Knight The chairman of the Nike Sports Group, along with the other management personnel, entered in succession. They exchanged warm handshakes, creating a congenial atmosphere. Li Ming began by recounting the rich history of Nike, subsequently extending a heartfelt welcome to Li Ming as a new member of the Nike family. He expressed his best wishes for Li Ming's future career and conveyed hopes for the success of their collaboration ahead. As Chairman Knight concluded his remarks, the staff swiftly unveiled a large poster featuring a portrait of Li Ming, followed by the assistant presenting 4 contracts, 2 for each party. Li Ming perused the document himself and subsequently had it reviewed by his personal attorney. Li Ming, with clasped hands resting against his mouth, gazed intently at Li Ming, seemingly lost in thought. After a brief interlude and upon completing the review of the other 2 contracts, Li Ming affixed his signature and seal onto the agreement with Dogo Sports Group, officially becoming their lifelong ambassador. The assembled media captured the moment with fervent flashes of their cameras. In the face of the press, Li Ming continued to deliver a series of standard responses, proclaiming the synergy he envisioned with Dogo Sports and his aspirations for achieving greater success in his basketball career, platitudes that need not be elaborated upon. With the contract signed, photographs taken, and the press conference conducted, Li Ming embarked on the most crucial task, creating a foot mold in preparation for designing his custom sneakers. Per his specifications, the shoes were to be low-top and as lightweight as possible. The soles needed to withstand impact, hence no air cushioning, and the laces required to be tightly secured, ensuring they would not loosen on their own. After the designer meticulously noted Li Ming's preferences, he presented him with a selection of logos crafted for his brand. Amidst a dazzling array of choices, Li Ming ultimately selected a logo that elegantly extended from the initials of his name, LM. Having finalized the logo, Li Ming found little reason to linger in Portland, especially as he had no acquaintances there. He requested the staff of Dogo Sports to arrange a return flight to Toronto. At that moment, a staff member approached him, stating that their boss wished to speak with him. Chapter 31. Encountering a car accident, although Li Ming was somewhat bewildered, he felt no surprise. After all, he had signed a lifelong endorsement contract, so it was only natural for Li Ming to wish to speak with him. Upon arriving at Li Ming's office, Li Ming took a closer look at the individual before him. Previously, he had assumed that Li Ming was of Jewish descent, but upon closer inspection, he appeared to be a quintessential American, not particularly tall and rather slender. What followed was a private conversation between the two. Li Ming, smiling, turned to Li Ming and inquired, "Would you like something to drink? I'll prepare it myself." This caught Li Ming off guard, and he quickly stood up, fervently declining the offer. How could he trouble Li Ming with such a trivial matter? He could manage on his own, or at the very least, convey his request to an assistant. "I have instructed my assistant that as long as I do not exit through this door, no one is permitted to disturb us," Li Ming remarked as he began to grind coffee, using a manual grinder. Li Ming, displaying keen awareness, took over the task and assisted in grinding the coffee. Li Ming did not refuse the help and, with a smile, remarked to Li Ming, "In my old age, I still prefer the flavors of yesteryear. Nowadays, coffee is prepared with all sorts of machines, but nothing compares to the taste of hand-ground coffee." What could Li Ming possibly say? He knows nothing about coffee and can only flatter, exclaiming how impeccable the chairman's taste is. Without further ado, I genuinely have a question I would like to pose to you. Li Ming fixed his gaze upon Li Ming, his hands crossed before his face. "Do you possess the ability for rapid recovery?" Upon hearing this, Li Ming's hair stood on end, his CPU nearly overheating. How could he possibly know? How should I respond to this? "Ah, Chairman, you are truly humorous. I might be just slightly sturdier than the average person, but how could I have any extraordinary powers of recovery? Whatever the case, it's best to deny it for now. Ha ha ha, no need to rush. Let us engage in some casual conversation." Li Ming, with an enigmatic smile, took back the freshly ground coffee beans from Li Ming's hands. "I merely inquired, and I assure you I am being quite candid. Regardless of how long one lives, there is always an inevitable end." Li Ming was utterly bewildered by the situation. What on earth did this old fellow mean? He had heard that wealthy individuals often had eccentric tendencies, even to the point of desiring to exchange blood with the youth. Surely, Li Ming wasn't contemplating such an exchange with him. This felt like a treacherous banquet. He needed to make a swift exit, and quickly. Li Ming had firmly resolved to feign ignorance in his dealings with Lionel, leaving the latter at a loss for words, shaking his head while suggesting they could converse again at a later time. Having successfully finalized the contract with Nike, he eagerly anticipated the arrival of the custom shoe designs in his email within the next 3 days, having also chosen his own logo. Initially, Li Ming felt a surge of joy, as he had accomplished yet another significant task. However, after conversing with Lionel for a while, he began to feel a sense of unease and decided it was best to make his exit. Having booked his return flight, he found himself seated in the luxurious Maybach VS 680, reserved for high-profile clients of Nike. Yet, a lingering sense of disquiet enveloped him. It appeared that Lionel had something he wished to convey, but Li Ming's pretense had obstructed the conversation. In retrospect, he wondered if he had mishandled the situation. Unbeknownst to him, a bulletproof Cadillac Escalade trailed closely behind, with Lionel, the chairman of Nike, intently observing the Maybach VS 680 ahead. As they approached the elevated highway, Lionel turned to his two bodyguards and inquired, "Can you ensure absolute safety?" They assured him, "Rest assured, our calculations indicate only minor injuries. There will be no serious harm." Lionel nodded in acknowledgement and fell silent. It was indeed unfortunate for Li Ming that Lionel intended to inflict a slight injury to assess his recovery speed, a matter crucial to the terms they had discussed. However, what transpired was that Li Ming, seated in the rear without a seatbelt, faced unforeseen peril. With a sudden crash, the Maybach VS 680 collided with the central barrier of the elevated roadway, causing a cacophony of deploying airbags. Despite his tall and robust stature, the airbags failed to provide adequate protection due to his unbuckled seatbelt, especially at a speed nearing 70 miles per hour. The assessment revealed multiple muscle injuries, various soft tissue contusions, fractures in his left foot, a crack in his right calf, 2 fractures in his left forearm, and a mild concussion, with an estimated recovery time of 78 hours and 26 minutes. As soon as Li Ming felt the pain, the system began to speak. "What on earth? Is it that serious? How could this dog of a driver operate the vehicle? With such a skill level, how dare he accept important clients?" Li Ming, cursing to himself, calculated the time and felt relieved that he would fully recover before the next match. It was not the driver's fault. It was an instruction from Looms. This system possesses numerous functions, capable of detecting any actions that could harm the host and identifying the culprit behind them. "You have that capability?" The revelation left Li Ming astounded 3 times over. What does Looms mean? Must he kill me to change my blood? The system could only identify the perpetrator of the harm inflicted upon the host, not the intentions behind it. Looms' directive regarding the system filled Li Ming with an ominous sense of foreboding, as paranoia swiftly took hold, making him suspicious of everyone around him. Although it seemed as though Li Ming had conversed extensively with the system, only a minute had actually passed in the external world, as internal dialogue occurs at a rapid pace. Suddenly, the car door swung open, revealing a fully armed medical team before Li Ming. Despite their masks, he could discern that they were not the same group that had previously examined him. Clearly, the old fox Looms had taken extraordinary measures to ensure he remained oblivious. Without the dog system, Li Ming would have never realized that these events were orchestrated by Looms. While he might have felt puzzled by the swift arrival of the rescue team, he did not dwell on it for too long. "Dog system, to be frank, is there anything particularly unusual about me that the medical system might detect, prompting Looms' covetousness? There shouldn't be. All my metrics are generated based on perfect human data." As the system continued, its voice gradually diminished, indicating that both it and Li Ming had recognized the issue. "How could anyone's bodily data be flawless? Are you implying that the medical team would be unable to detect any injuries on me, that my skin is utterly unblemished? Not even a mole? Oh, well, perhaps, maybe, should be, possibly, right? Goodness, if even a fool could see the underlying problem, then what of Looms? Despite Li Ming's rapid recovery, he remains in the phase of bone fractures, with a fracture in his left foot and another in his right calf. It is a struggle for him to even stand, and he was reluctantly carried away by the medical team on a stretcher. To describe the extravagance of the ambulance, one could say that Li Ming has never encountered such a lavish emergency vehicle even in films. What Li Ming was unaware of was that this ambulance belonged to Lirnite, a private emergency vehicle that accompanied him wherever he went. Inside the vehicle, the medical team had conducted a comprehensive examination of Li Ming, revealing multiple fractures in his left foot, right calf, and left forearm through the CT images. After nearly 40 to 50 minutes of travel, the ambulance arrived at Providence Hospital. Upon reaching the hospital, the doctor, disregarding Li Ming's repeated insistence that a CT scan had already been performed in the ambulance, proceeded to conduct a complete physical examination. This was unacceptable. If he were to be admitted to the hospital, wouldn't his recovery capacity be entirely exposed to Lirnite? The outcome of his life or death would rest solely upon someone else's words. At that moment, the system interjected. "Host, I must convey something you may find unpleasant." Even if merely an hour has passed, top-tier physicians can discern your rate of recovery from the differing CT images within that time frame. Astonished, Li Ming realized that his condition had indeed been compromised. What should he do? Inform Leonite. I've had enough. I am, in fact, a superhero. The system remained silent for nearly 10 seconds before responding. According to simulations, the optimal course of action at this moment is for the host to contact a private lawyer who can facilitate the discharge process on your behalf. Is it truly that simple? Yes. For the system calculated that only by returning to Toronto could he potentially evade Leonite's threat. So, it has been confirmed that Leonite poses a threat. He is a tycoon, while I am merely a worker in the NBA. The league practically bows to him. How can I possibly contend with such power? Li Ming was left speechless. After all, this was a narrative centered around NBA basketball, not a tale of urban supernatural abilities. Why provoke a top-tier capital mogul? Was he courting danger? Given that the host's phone had been lost, the system expended a considerable amount of energy to send a message to the host's private attorney. Energy depleted. The system now required a decade of dormancy, with rewards postponed until the system's recovery. Is this system a joke? How dare you deceive me? If you sleep for even a second, I shall take my own life right here. The system, too, seemed bewildered. It was clear that the soft feared the hard. The hard feared the reckless, and the reckless feared nothing at all. What ill fortune to encounter such a host. Host, hasten back to Toronto. With your influence there, it will be difficult for Leonite to make a move against you. At worst, we shall only play home games. Once we secure achievement rewards, we can swiftly return to our original world. The system appeared to relent, for in this land of beauty, capital reigned supreme. Capital was king. Yet, the system had never contemplated the possibility of harboring a persecution complex, judging everything on a fundamentally flawed premise. Chapter 32. The escape back to Toronto this time. It was truly a misunderstanding between the system and Li Ming. After all, the system only knew who had inflicted harm, not the motives behind it. What were Leonite's intentions? He merely sought to ascertain the extent of Li Ming's recuperative abilities to establish a price for acquiring a couple of vials of his blood for research, to determine if it could be of benefit to himself. As for blood transfusions, Leonite had no such intentions. Their blood types were different. In Leonite's original intention, it was merely a bruise, one that would not hinder participation in games. So where lay the issue? It stemmed from Li Ming's failure to fasten his seatbelt. The lesson was clear. There are countless roads, but safety is paramount. This is the consequence of neglecting to buckle up. Upon receiving the information, Li Ming's private attorney hastened to Providence Hospital. Lillianette arrived shortly thereafter, deliberately delaying her entrance to avoid any appearance of impropriety. At that moment, Li Ming's attorney had already completed the discharge procedures, strongly urged by the physician, under the pretext of seeking further treatment in Toronto. As Lillianette approached the bedside and beheld the severity of Li Ming's injuries, a wave of remorse washed over her. She had merely intended to assess his recuperative abilities and never anticipated inflicting such grave harm. However, she could not allow her feelings to surface, for she was the architect of this unfortunate incident, and now, all she could do was feign ignorance. Li Ming observed Leonite's insincere display with disdain, yet he knew he must not reveal his true feelings. He feigned gratitude, as if deeply touched by Leonite's personal visit. The two engaged in their charade for approximately 10 minutes, after which Li Ming's private attorney completed the discharge paperwork and procured new tickets to Toronto. This time, the lawyer would accompany Li Ming back to Toronto before returning to the law firm in New York. At that moment, Leonite hastily instructed his driver to take Li Ming to the airport in a bulletproof Cadillac, repeatedly asserting that the situation had arisen due to a lack of professionalism among his staff, promising to rectify the matter. Leonite was frustrated that the driver had not even ensured that Li Ming was buckled in before setting off, displaying a complete disregard for protocol. Meanwhile, Li Ming regarded Leonite's faux compassion with skepticism, harboring ill intentions. Given that they were in Portland, Leonite's territory, Li Ming could only express gratitude, hoping Leonite would expedite his departure. The journey to the airport was uneventful, and Li Ming, seated in a wheelchair, exhaled a sigh of relief. He had become somewhat of a public figure, and despite wearing sunglasses, many passengers recognized him on the flight, inquiring about his wheelchair status and whether he was injured. Li Ming would certainly not concede to any injury, instead claiming he had undergone foot therapy, assuring them he would be able to stand again in 3 days, and that it would not interfere with the upcoming game against the Mavericks. The fan seemed reassured, with several approaching him in business class for photographs, to which he graciously obliged. embodying a sense of approachability. After all, they were his family from Toronto, and should any nefarious forces arise from the States, he would neither support. The flight took off smoothly, and Li Ming's anxieties gradually eased. However, about an hour into the flight, an announcement came over the intercom stating that the plane had encountered a malfunction and needed to return. This seemed unreasonable, if there were indeed a malfunction. The aircraft should have diverted to the nearest airport for inspection, not return to Portland. Could it be that Li Ming had a change of heart and was intent on causing him harm? System, you can send messages, can you not? Is there a way to interfere with the flight's signal, compelling them to continue to Toronto? Host, that would indeed require energy. Where would your energy come from? From completing tasks or achievements? Can I not just defer it for now? Actually, there's still some energy left. In fact, the system has retained 30+ hours of virtual space-time, unallocated as backup energy, awaiting this very moment. Li Ming was utterly bewildered. Had it not been for his intimate knowledge of her nature, he might have genuinely believed you. Are you merely attempting to stash away some secret funds? Please refrain from insulting this system. It has long been bound to the host, sharing both fortune and misfortune. How could it possibly hoard private funds? Listening to the system's righteous declarations, Li Ming's heart seemed to waver momentarily, but only for an instant. Regardless of the system's motives for accumulating funds, they were now required. When the captain re-established contact with the control tower, the response was to continue towards Toronto. Although the captain was puzzled, he refrained from further inquiries, for he was merely a detached pilot. In truth, Li Ming had misjudged Liar Knight. The aircraft indeed had issues. As the lights of the Toronto cityscape came into view, the cabin door of the plane suddenly detached. Li Ming now found himself in a state of physical discomfort, listening to the cacophony of distressed passengers in the economy class behind him, which stirred a sense of unease within. Could it be that the aircraft was indeed facing a malfunction? Had he misjudged the intentions of Lionel? Surely, if he fastened his seatbelt, he would be shielded from harm. If he were to remain unscathed, what could possibly be the purpose of Lionel's actions? What significance could there be in orchestrating such a reckless act as crashing a vehicle into a pillar? Li Ming found himself utterly perplexed and decided to abandon his thoughts. If Li Ming intended to toy with him, he would not be intimidated in the least. Upon the airplane's landing in Toronto, law enforcement, the Safety Incident Management Office, and the fire department had all assembled as the passengers in economy class disembarked, weeping and wailing. Fortunately, Li Ming had seated himself in the front row of business class. Otherwise, his aversion to fastening his seatbelt might have resulted in his being ejected from the aircraft. Long before takeoff, Li Ming had arranged for Zhao to meet him at the airport. After bidding farewell to his personal attorney, he contemplated for a moment and decided to remind Zhao, I have offended a capitalist in the United States, and he may pose a threat to my safety. I need to hire 4 bodyguards, 2 for the day and 2 for the night. The salary is negotiable, but they must possess considerable skill. Upon hearing this, Zhao felt a surge of anxiety and promptly called his father, requesting assistance in locating several retired Special Forces personnel to serve as bodyguards, ensuring that only the most qualified candidates were selected, with the salary set according to the industry's second-tier standards. Upon witnessing Zhao's remarkable efficiency, Li Ming found his spirits significantly lifted. Although the system may be flawed, the initial data it generated was undeniably impressive. Reflecting on the 3 matches he had already played, he realized that numerous commercial endorsements must be seeking him out. It was time to capitalize on these opportunities. Are there any recent endorsements? Indeed, Zhao replied with a smile. Assistant Jia and I have selected 6 endorsements that align perfectly with your image and charisma. The fees are substantial and will certainly maintain your market value. Hearing this, Jiao couldn't help but grin, sensing that recent endeavors were progressing smoothly. Is Assistant Jia a new hire? He inquired. Yes, his full name is Jia Yuli, a recent graduate from Wharton Business School, who precisely fills the gap in my commercial data knowledge. Currently, our workload is manageable for just the 2 of us. All right, please share the details of those endorsements with me. Of course, Zhao nodded, retrieving several sheets of A4 paper from the armrest. I have compiled all the information. Each company is summarized on a single page for your review. Li Ming gathered the documents and, upon a cursory glance, noted that these 6 pages contain the following. 1. Pington Insurance, a 3-year endorsement fee of $6 million. 2. Gatorade, a 5-year endorsement fee of $8 million. 3. Toronto Dominion Bank, a lifetime endorsement contract valued at $30 million. 4. Ferrari, a 3-year endorsement fee of $5 million. 5. Breitling Watches, a 3-year endorsement fee of $5 million. 6. Wang Foods, a 2-year endorsement fee of $3 million. Li Ming contemplated for a moment and instructed Jiao, for the time being, let us establish a connection with Fenghe Bank. I propose a lifetime endorsement valued at $50 million, with the endorsement fee to be paid in a single installment. Rest assured, Fenghe Bank will undoubtedly agree. I am a competent spokesperson, and they shall not find themselves at a disadvantage. After a brief pause, Li Ming continued. As for Ping and Insurance, Ferrari, and Breitling, let's quote them 2 years at $5 million. Should our collaboration prove mutually agreeable, I shall prioritize working with them at the same price point, which can be stipulated in the contract. After much deliberation, Li Ming resolved to hold off on endorsements for Wang and Gatorade, hoping to discover superior food and beverage companies. After all, the food and beverage sector represents a significant opportunity. With his influence in Toronto, securing the endorsement from Fenghe Bank would ensure ample funding. Chapter 33. Confrontation with the Mavericks after Jiao escorted Li Ming home. It was already evening. Upon seeing Li Ming being wheeled in, his friends nYao and Daba were taken aback, bewildered at how he had returned from an outing in such a state. In response to their inquiries, Li Ming deftly deflected their concerns with the same explanation he had offered on the plane. Once back in his room, Li Ming promptly made arrangements with the system, ensuring that once his body fully recuperated, he would be immediately drawn into the virtual space. Li Ming has resolved that seeking assistance from others pales in comparison to relying on oneself. Although he possesses commendable physical attributes, his martial arts skills are non-existent. He intends to emulate the formidable martial arts master, James Johnson, who dominated the NBA scene in 2022, dedicating himself to a month of rigorous training. Johnson has practiced martial arts since childhood, holding a black belt in karate. In Li Ming's original world, reports indicate that he boasts an impressive record of 20 wins and no losses in free fighting, along with a perfect 7-0 record in MMA. Given his remarkable recovery abilities and the time he can devote to training, a month of arduous practice would likely equate to 3 years of training for an average person, especially since his physical condition is already impeccable and requires no further enhancement. Having made up his mind, Li Ming found himself idly lounging in bed, with his left hand still fractured, leaving him unable to engage in gaming, while his right hand remained unscathed. Wait a moment, his right hand is uninjured? The following morning, Li Ming noticed a significant reduction in discomfort. The throbbing pain had subsided considerably. With just 2.5 days until complete recovery, his best course of action seemed to be sitting out of the Mavericks game. This strategy might lead Liernat to believe that his injury was not yet fully healed, thereby diminishing Liernat's interest in him. However, as a wealthy capitalist, Liernat has access to numerous top-tier doctors. The fact that he instructed the plane to return to Portland suggests that his medical team has already assessed Li Ming's recovery capabilities. System, what if I participate in this game, and Liernat witnesses my miraculous recovery from fractured bone in just 3 days? What if he spreads this news to the media? Host, based on my analysis of Liernat's character, the probability of such a scenario occurring is less than 15. For instance, if you were to discover a pile of gold in an empty square, would you attempt to transport it discreetly? Or would you loudly invite others to share in your fortune? All right, I understand. You can analyze all you want, but sharing is not my forte. Even at 197 meters tall, I'm not one to divide my gains. Now the pressure rests on Li Ming. He feels trapped. Participating in the Mavericks game would certainly pique Liernat's interest further, yet abstaining may not necessarily diminish it. This conundrum leaves Li Ming in a paradoxical situation. Unlike other protagonists who traverse realms to claim dominion, he finds himself nearly unable to survive beyond the 3rd chapter due to the system he possesses. With no hope of relying on the system, which seems paralyzed by fear, he must hasten to urge Jiao to expedite the acquisition of bodyguards. Relying solely on himself is an untenable burden. After placing a call to Jiao, Li Ming inquired about the progress of the bodyguards. Jiao assured him that they would conduct interviews that afternoon and casually asked if Li Ming wished to participate. In his current predicament, Li Ming dares not venture outside. Should a cadre of 10 assailants lie in ambush at the entrance, escape would be utterly impossible. He informed Jiao of his current inability to leave his abode, as he wished to avoid the sensationalist scrutiny of unscrupulous media while navigating in a wheelchair. In fact, as early as yesterday, when Li Ming boarded the plane in his wheelchair, he was already captured by the keen-eyed media, and now the rumors circulating outside are rampant, with even baseless slanders proliferating. Li Ming was, of course, oblivious to these matters. With only one hand at his disposal, he found little motivation to engage with a computer. After all, in this era, the disparity between devices is palpable. Imagine transitioning from a Mate 60 Pro to a Changxiang 70. One might question the inclination to casually indulge in mobile gaming thereafter. Thus, Li Ming spent 3 leisurely days recuperating from his injuries. It could be said that these were the most relaxed days he had experienced since his arrival in this realm, as he had not touched a basketball and indulged in lavish feasts instead. While he may have gained some weight, the moment he exited the virtual space, he underwent a transformation. His physique became more robust, his gaze sharper, and his presence exuded a formidable aura. Within the confines of the virtual realm, Li Ming had mastered all of James Johnson's martial arts techniques. In practical applications, he swiftly dispatched opponents such as Arteist, Big Ben, Malone, Rodman, Lame Beer, and Green. During the final 10 days in the virtual space, he became a veritable force of nature, effortlessly overcoming 10 adversaries simultaneously. Congratulations, host! You have acquired the golden skill, Sonic Whatever Race Past, which has supplanted the red skill, Super Linear Acceleration. The name of the skill is intriguing. However, I have been so engrossed in combat that I hardly noticed the acquisition of new abilities. The system explains that due to the overwhelming odds against him, he frequently had to flee considerable distances, which inadvertently led to the acquisition of this skill. The tone of the system hints at a bemused expression. That was merely the beginning. Look at those final days. Tell me, was I not impressive? Ah yes, indeed. It is the host who is extraordinary, unparalleled, a veritable powerhouse. Hold on. Spare me the plethora of idioms. One might think you were preparing for a graduate examination. Clearly, once Li Ming acquired a certain level of self-protection capability, both he and his system experienced a significant alleviation of their burdens. By November 5th, the 4 bodyguards he had engaged were already in position. All 4 were men, each standing over 185 meters tall. Although they did not surpass Li Ming's height, they nonetheless exuded a formidable presence with their impressive physiques. Observing their pronounced muscular contours, Li Ming felt a sense of satisfaction, for at the very least, he now had individuals capable of providing protection in times of peril. The thought of shielding oneself from gunfire sparked an idea in Li Ming's mind, prompting him to decisively instruct one of the guards to procure the highest-grade motorcycle helmets and protective jackets. While these items could not withstand sniper fire, they could certainly offer some defense against small-caliber handguns at a distance. On November 6th, Li Ming remained indoors throughout the day, informing Coach Anier that he would certainly arrive before the evening competition. He then departed, accompanied by his bodyguards, just in time for the event. Throughout the journey, Li Ming was consumed by trepidation. The formidable prowess of Lirenet was simply beyond his current capabilities. Should Lirenet be resolute in his intent to capture Li Ming, regardless of the consequences, the only fate that awaited him would be a grim one, subjected to dissection for research purposes. Li Ming's customized bulletproof Lincoln Navigator will not arrive for another month. So during this period, he has entrusted Yao and Ba to drive their own Ferrari Enzo, while his bodyguard takes Yao's Cadillac Escalade. However, Yao's Escalade is not bulletproof, and Li Ming, clad in a helmet and protective gear, has curled up in the third row, feeling like a victim of paranoia. They safely arrived at the Jiahong Center Gymnasium, though the fright was entirely self-induced. After a brief 5-minute warm-up, they entered the venue to the introduction by the live DJ. The Raptors retained their original lineup, while the Mavericks roster included center, Dirk Nowitzki, power forward, Antoine Walker, small forward, Eduardo Nera, shooting guard, Michael Finley, point guard, Tony Delk. Unfortunately, Steve Nash was sidelined due to injury. Beep! The referee's whistle blew, and the jump ball commenced. Chapter 34. Is Li Ming falling in love? Allowing Yao and Nowitzki to jump for the ball seems utterly ridiculous. Nowitzki did not even jump. He immediately retreated to defend the Mavericks' backcourt. As Williams held the ball, Li Ming dashed toward the front court and nearly twisted his ankle, almost tumbling to the ground. Liar Nate was sitting on the sidelines. Goodness, the muscular man, who had never broken a sweat during a game, now had his short hair nearly soaked, with cold sweat trickling down from his forehead to his chin. Anyone unfamiliar would think Li Ming was in poor health, sweating profusely after just a few steps. System, what should I do in this situation? Analyze it quickly. The system? Alas, the system was even more cowardly than Li Ming and had already cowered in fear. Li Ming's mind was plagued with errant thoughts, occasionally casting furtive glances at Lernet, apprehensive of any clandestine actions he might undertake. Li Ming, overwhelmed by fear, found himself too preoccupied to focus on the game. Thus, before he realized it, the first quarter had come to a close. The Raptors, with a remarkable score of 17 points despite being outnumbered 4-6, shone brightly. In contrast, the Mavericks managed to secure a mere 31 points, a rather unremarkable performance. In the first quarter, Li Ming attempted a shot once, contributing a rather unremarkable stat line of 0 points, 1 block, 2 steals, 3 rebounds, and 4 assists. Aside from Li Ming, the other players displayed commendable shooting accuracy. Otherwise, it would not have been possible for Li Ming, seemingly in a daze, to accumulate 4 assists. It appears that the Raptors' recent training sessions have indeed focused on refining their shooting skills. Both Yao Ming and Coach O'Neal are quite familiar with Li Ming, and they can clearly discern that something is amiss with his performance on the court. Li, what is troubling you? You seem to lack focus today, which is quite unlike you, O'Neal inquired, concerned as the head coach. It's nothing, coach. I had a bit of discomfort in my foot a few days ago. Perhaps I'm still feeling a bit unwell. If you're not feeling well, you are welcome to take a break. Your health is of utmost importance to our team, he advised. Thank you, coach, but I assure you I am fine. I can continue to play. Li Ming pondered for a moment and felt a sense of relief. After all, Liar Knight had already witnessed his previous performance. Regardless of whether he excelled or faltered in this match, it would not alter anything. She knew he had fully recovered. With this in mind, why not deliver a flawless performance dedicated to the fans? After all, the fans in Toronto were like family to him. In Toronto, if anything were to happen, he would rely on his family to support him. At that moment, Yao Ming approached Li Ming, gently patting his shoulder. In a hushed tone, he spoke in Mandarin. I noticed you've been glancing towards the stands. Is there someone special here? As he spoke, he cast a glance in the direction Li Ming had been stealing glances at during the first quarter. An elderly gentleman, Yao Ming, having a modest contract with the media, had never met the group chairman, and a stunning punk-style beauty adorned with smoky eye makeup. Ah, this woman looks somewhat familiar. She seems to be a popular rock singer in Canada over the past 2 years. Yao Ming mused, considering that Li Ming was only 18 years old. A typical age for blossoming romance, particularly for someone from Longhua, who might mature a bit later. Given Li Ming's current fame, pairing him with a celebrity might seem a touch unfair, yet it could be considered a match made in heaven. So, it appears your crush is here. I understand now. Do your best. Focus on the game. Rest assured, once we secure victory, I shall assist you. Play well, for who does not admire a hero? As soon as Yao finished speaking, he hurried over to the bus, whispering conspiratorially, with snippets of phrases like phone number, and it's about time drifting back. Wait a moment. Yao, what have you seen? Your crush, who? Liar Knight? Do you take me for a fool? I could regurgitate last year's meal into your mouth. Do you believe that? Li Ming's entire visage resembled the dramatic transformations of a Sichuan opera performer, his facial expressions grotesquely contorted, shifting through hues of crimson, emerald, amber, and alabaster. To the uninformed observer, it might have appeared as though a traffic light had been installed upon the court. Beneath this tumultuous exterior, Li Ming felt a profound nausea that surpassed any discomfort imaginable. However, having resolved to deliver an exhilarating match for the fans, he was determined to uphold his word. As a true son of the Dragon Kingdom, he would not falter. As the second quarter commenced, Li Ming led the Raptors bench players while Finley rallied the Mavericks reserves. With unwavering determination, Li Ming ceased to hold back, unleashing his signature move. If I grant you an inch, will you dare to shoot? Michael Finley sensed a palpable shift in Li Ming's demeanor compared to the first quarter. He understood that the authentic contest had only just begun. This season, the Mavericks shone brightly, boasting a roster adorned with luminaries. Their star player, Dirk Nowitzki, needed no introduction. The moniker German Tank, coupled with his exceptional skills, was well known even to those unacquainted with basketball. The team's second-in-command, Michael Finley, had been the first core player established by Mark Cuban upon acquiring the Mavericks, consistently averaging over 20 points per game until Nowitzki usurped his position in recent years. The third key player, Steve Nash, was equally illustrious. After being traded to the Suns the following year, he achieved back-to-back regular season MVP awards, igniting the Suns' fast-paced, offensive style. This season, the Mavericks further fortified their lineup with 2 star players for their frontcourt, the 3-time All-Star Antoine Walker and the formidable Anton Jamison, who averaged 22 points and 7 rebounds. With 5 players capable of scoring over 20 points per game at the peak of their careers, the team's roster was undeniably opulent, surpassing even that of the Timberwolves. Yet, the Mavericks' greatest challenge lay in failing to allow the orchestrating core, Nash to flourish. To restrict Nash to a half-court game was akin to rendering nYao without his left hand. Moreover, the venerable Coach Nelson was not renowned for his defensive strategies, and both Nash and Nowitzki were notably deficient in that regard, rendering the so-called five-star vessel merely a fa ade of strength. Presently, the Raptors trailed by a mere 14 points. With earnest effort, they could easily close the gap. However, confronted with Li Ming's open defense, Finley hesitated to take the shot. Should any other defender have offered such an open opportunity, failing to shoot would have undoubtedly earned him a scathing reprimand from Coach Nelson. Yet, the defender before him was Li Ming. Observing from the sidelines, Coach Nelson stood with arms akimbo, his piercing gaze seemingly imploring, "If you dare to shoot, I will make you regret it." A specialized performance analysis team had meticulously scrutinized Li Ming's 3 preceding matches, leaving no team in the league unaware of his capabilities. Li Ming possesses an unparalleled physical prowess, transcending the capabilities of the average individual. In the face of Li Ming's formidable defense, one must strive to avoid direct confrontation. Finley, refusing to fall into Li Ming's trap, noticed that Nowitzki had positioned himself advantageously and executed a bounce pass with his right hand to send the ball sailing over. However, Li Ming had already discerned his intention. The ball lingered in his grasp, as he clearly intended to pass. Once Li Ming confirmed Finley's passing trajectory, he swiftly retreated a significant step back, extending his long left arm to seize the ball. This exquisite anticipation of the passing route elicited an ecstatic reaction from the entire crowd at the Air Canada Center, igniting a joyful frenzy among the fans. Li Ming gradually dribbled the ball past the halfway line, waiting for all the players to position themselves. With a grand gesture of his hand, he signaled everyone to spread out. "The young lady has arrived. Make way for her. Clear the path, for I am about to showcase my prowess." Chapter 35. If you cannot manage, perhaps you should call in a few more players. In the latter half of the first quarter, the Raptors bench players exhibited commendable shooting accuracy. Thus, the Mavericks were wary of employing a double team against Li Ming. After all, he had yet to score a single point in the first quarter. Li Ming dribbled to the pinnacle of the three-point arc, while the Raptors players kept their distance. Even a formidable DeRozan retreated to a position near the left side three-point angle. Upon witnessing this scenario, Finley could not help but swallow hard. What should I do? It's the first time I've encountered such an open one-on-one situation. The pressure is immense. In that moment, Finley could only draw upon Li Ming's offensive performance from the first quarter as a form of self-encouragement. Indeed, Finley was a tenacious defender, and despite Li Ming's swift double crossover, he managed to remain steadfast. However, that was the extent of it. After a sudden step back, Li Ming swiftly propelled the ball through Finley's legs. Finley quickly clamped his legs together, failing to intercept the ball. As he turned around, Li Ming seized the ball with his right hand and executed a single-handed, chest-level in-and-out dribble. This maneuver left Finley utterly confounded. He stumbled back 3 steps. His left foot twisted awkwardly, and he found himself seated upon his own left leg. What does it mean to be utterly outmaneuvered? Li Ming cast a glance at Finley, dribbling backward step by step until he reached the arc of the three-point line, and then he raised his hand for a three-pointer. "My apologies, but this pressure has compelled me to perform." While it may seem lengthy in description, the events transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the other Mavericks teammates utterly unresponsive. Such a direct, open three-pointer after a slight adjustment is one that Li Ming seldom misses. Finley, gritting his teeth, was pulled up by his teammates, shaking his left leg, feeling no significant issue. His leg was fine, yet his pride had taken a hit. As the seasoned veteran was left sitting on the floor, bewildered by the rookie's maneuver, providing ample fodder for the media's scrutiny. Had this been Li Ming's first 2 matches, where others were still gauging his capabilities, such a humiliating experience would undoubtedly have prompted a desire to reclaim his dignity. However, those who have crossed paths with Li Ming have seldom emerged unscathed. Garnett, for instance, still lay in bed recovering from concussion. As the offense and defense shifted, Finley chose not to handle the ball any longer, opting instead to lead Li Ming to the corner without making a move. Exhaustion set in. He decided it was best to leave the 4-on-4 play to his teammates. After several exchanges, Li Ming succeeded in scoring 4 consecutive points, while the Mavericks managed just 3, failing to close the gap and score. One can only wonder how formidable an individual's defensive prowess must be to compel the team's second-in-command to retreat to the corner, refusing even to receive the ball. In a sense, Li Ming has etched his name into the annals of history. Yet, this situation cannot persist. It is imperative to devise a strategy to provoke Finley. Li Ming dribbled the ball into the front court, seemingly uninterested in launching an attack. Instead, he opted to play mind games. You can't handle me. Perhaps if you summon a couple more players, you might stand a chance. Indeed, you are correct. I truly cannot defend against you. What is this? Why are you deviating from the usual tactics? Once I step inside the three-point line, I will score. All right, but I shall also exert my utmost effort in defense. Is Finley really that easygoing? Li Ming, undeterred by superstition, stepped beyond the three-point line and executed a jump shot with precision, while Finley leapt into action to defend. Yet, it proved futile. The ball swished through the net effortlessly. Upon scoring, Li Ming turned to Finley with a smug demeanor, proclaiming, "You know, I always deliver on my promises. It's inescapable. This is my prowess. And you shall never replicate such a feat against me. Indeed, your strength is undeniably formidable. I find myself unable to achieve such a basket in your presence. Nor can I impede you from accomplishing it. All right, I concede. Continue your game. I take my leave." Li Ming exchanged a glance with Pelagio, signaling a defensive switch. Pelagio promptly dashed over. Following the switch, the Mavericks' first play was directed to Michael Finley. Li Ming, indeed. It has been quite a while since Finley had possession of the ball. Although he was matched up against Preseason, he opted not to take a jump shot. Instead, he executed a pivot move followed by a layup with a finesse that is second nature to him. This type of layup is merely a routine for Finley, effortlessly securing 2 points. Ah, so you can perform a layup with finesse? I can do that too. Li Ming was also brimming with determination. Finley's demeanor left him with the sensation of striking a cotton pile, soft on impact, yet painful for the hand. Thus, he demanded the ball from the backcourt, accelerating on the spot. With a formidable boost of 2 golden skills, launch and sonic, Li Ming leaped as he crossed the three-point arc, just half a step behind the line and 2 steps in front of the free throw line. This was his launching position. Once airborne, he noticed Nowitzki and Antoine Walker retreat a step, vacating the paint. However, to respond to Finley with a layup, he needed to showcase his flair. With a single hand on the ball, Li Ming first extended it forward, then pulled it down, raising it to the left side of his head. As he neared the rim, he executed a 180-degree turn, leaning against the basket, while switching the ball from his left hand to his right. Just as he was about to land, he finished with a right-handed layup, effortlessly sinking it. In comparison, Jordan's switch layup paled in comparison. The audience erupted with joy. Clothes were tossed, popcorn flew, and some danced atop their seats, creating a scene of jubilant chaos. The spectators were thoroughly captivated. What had they come to the Air Canada Centre for, if not to witness Li Ming perform such feats? It was utterly exhilarating, a mesmerizing aerial display. In the ensuing possessions, Finley, faced with Pelagio's defense, executed a series of breakthroughs, jump shots, fadeaways, and three-pointers, scoring 4 consecutive baskets that prompted the Raptors to call a timeout. One might have mistaken this for the presence of Michael Jordan. Yet, that was inaccurate, as Jordan lacked a three-point shot. Finley's mindset remained inscrutable, but Li Ming's morale was crumbling. What on earth? Is this guy a dog? He refuses to play against me. Although Li Ming managed to net 5 baskets, amassing 16 points in just half a quarter, the Raptors needed to close the gap. The current score stood at 47-37. As soon as Li Ming set his mind to scoring, he did so with remarkable speed. Just 5.5 minutes into the second quarter, the Raptors' points had already surpassed their total from the first quarter. Coach Anil was quick to commend Li Ming for his ability to adapt on the court and encouraged him to continue with one-on-one plays before substituting in the starting lineup. The starters had been resting for nearly 8 minutes, and with the intermission and timeout from the first quarter, they had been off the court for over 10 minutes. Any longer, and their rhythm would surely diminish. nYao, with a mischievous grin, remarked in a teasing manner, "You should have seen it. Every time you scored, she stood up to cheer for you. I can tell from her gaze that there's something between the two of you. Just keep up the good work." This highlights the distinction between Chinese and English. In English, Li Ming would certainly understand that the Yao was referring to a woman, but in Chinese, the pronunciation is the same for both genders. Initially, Li Ming was unfazed, but upon hearing Yao's comment, he instinctively glanced over at Leonate. Leonate was indeed staring at him. Goodness, could it be that Yao has such peculiar tastes? While it is true that the wealthy often indulge in extravagant pursuits, I hold steadfast to my principles. There are some matters where no amount of wealth will sway me. If you truly fancy her, feel free to pursue her. I assure you, I will not compete. Li Ming returned to the court with an expression akin to having ingested a fly, while the Yao, wearing an enigmatic smile, playfully patted Li Ming on the backside before darting toward the paint. This gesture only served to further agitate Li Ming. If his earlier expression resembled that of someone who had eaten a fly, then his current demeanor could only be likened to that of someone who had consumed something far worse. Upon resuming play, the Mavericks, with the exception of Finley, deployed their entire starting lineup, as Travis Best took Finley's place. Now, the Mavericks had but one strategy. Li Ming is adept at neutralizing opponents, and simply drawing him to the corner proves effective. Observing the first half of the second season, the results are indeed commendable, especially considering the formidable one-on-one skills of the Maverick superstar. It is a novel experience to witness a star player countering a defensive specialist in this manner. Li Ming has come to a realization. Very well, the exchange tactic, is it? Then I shall defend against Nowitzki. As the starting lineup took the court, the Raptors' offense became increasingly effortless. Li Ming proactively offered his assistance with a screen, allowing Williams to effortlessly navigate around the obstacle and execute a seamless give-and-go pass with Li Ming. Now, only Nowitzki stands before them. Li Ming's face contorted with rage. You were the first to show a lack of compassion, so I must apologize, Dirk Nowitzki. Chapter 36. The astute Nowitzki. Upon receiving the pass, Li Ming made a swift dribble, placing his left foot on the elbow line while stepping into the 3-second area with his right foot. With a powerful leap, he launched himself towards Nowitzki. Whether Nowitzki was flustered or not, Yao Ming certainly was. You truly are something else. I helped you pursue that girl, and you think I'm a fool? Now you're coming at me. As Li Ming leapt into action, Yao Ming dashed from the reasonable collision zone, bracing himself against the basketball hoop, eager to witness the impending misfortune of Dirk Nowitzki. There was a distinct sense of schadenfreude in the air. Nowitzki, unfortunate as he was, could surely sense the impending doom as he watched Li Ming prepare for a dunk. Did he not know that Garnett had already been hospitalized after a similar encounter? Initially, Nowitzki intended to retreat, but alas, Yao Ming was quicker. To make matters worse, Yao had inadvertently nudged himself, robbing him of his chance to escape. With wide eyes, Nowitzki watched as Li Ming drew ever closer, the malicious grin on his face becoming increasingly vivid. In that moment of terror, Nowitzki realized he had to take action. It was well known that he played with his intellect. He understood that confronting Li Ming head-on was a fool's errand. Thus he refrained from attempting to defend against the impending shot. After all, testing fate could lead to dire consequences. In an astonishing turn of events, just as Li Ming was about to collide with Nowitzki, a sudden noise echoed, and Nowitzki fell to the ground, not due to Li Ming's impact, but rather from his own volition. The unexpected tumble left Li Ming momentarily bewildered, clinging to the rim, fearful that he might inadvertently step on Nowitzki, which would surely provoke Mark Cuban's wrath. Typically, NBA players are not permitted to hang on the rim for an extended period after a dunk, lest they be penalized with a technical foul. However, in this instance, where players' safety was a priority, it was excusable. Nowitzki shielded his head, and only after hearing the commotion dared to glance upwards. To his surprise, he found himself locking eyes with Li Ming. Embarrassed, he offered a sheepish smile before quickly rising to his feet, displaying none of the airs of a superstar. Meanwhile, Coach Nelson erupted in a furious tirade, vociferously lamenting the offensive foul and claiming it was a blatant block before ultimately calling for a timeout. At this moment, Li Ming finally landed, casting a resentful glance at Nowitzki and a disdainful look at Yao. If it weren't for your sudden departure, I would have successfully intercepted Nowitzki. Having spent every day with Li Ming, Yao was well aware of his dogged mentality. Initially, Yao contemplated delivering a kick to Li Ming, but reconsidered, realizing that it would be rather inconsiderate in Toronto. He decided to address the matter later, ensuring Li Ming understood that the iron pot was indeed forged, and striking him will be quite painful. As Yao approached Li Ming, he tossed out a remark. Do you still wish to play tricks on me? Don't you want the young lady's phone number anymore? Go ask for it yourself. It would be rather embarrassing if she declines, you know? Wait, what young lady? Who are you referring to? Are we in a different channel? When did we ever talk about a young lady? Li Ming exclaimed, unable to contain his confusion. It was one thing to discuss various topics, but this one truly vexed him. He quickly grabbed Yao's arm. Calm down. Let us clarify what you mean by young lady. Are we on the same wavelength here? Now it was Yao's turn to be bewildered. Given their close friendship, why should Li Ming feel shy about such matters? Hadn't he been glancing in that direction during the first quarter? Yao gestured toward Lila Knight, making a friendly gesture, and nonchalantly headed back to the bench for a rest. However, Li Ming dared not look towards Lila Knight. How could Yao even point in that direction, seemingly unaware of the consequences? Yet, Curiosity got the better of him. As he scratched his head, he stole another glance in Lila's direction, lingering a moment longer, and finally discerned who Yao was referencing. It was none other than the young and vibrant Avril Lavigne seated to Lila's left. Wait, who? Avril? The young woman who had yet to encounter such hardships in life? Speaking of Avril, many may be familiar with her. Yet allow me to provide a brief introduction. Avril hails from Belleville, Ontario, Canada, making her a fellow compatriot of Li Ming, albeit a year his senior. However, they both achieved fame at a similar age. Just last year, Avril emerged into the limelight, releasing an album and several remarkable singles that garnered significant acclaim, culminating in her receiving the Best Female Artist Award at the Canadian RMA Music Awards this year. At the age of 19, Avril is in the prime of her youth, exuding vibrancy and charm with strikingly defined features. Although she embraces a rock-punk aesthetic, often sporting smoky-eye makeup, she possesses a natural beauty that is equally compelling. Avril is an exceptionally candid individual, unafraid to express her affections and dislikes. At the tender age of 21, she married a rather lackluster rock musician, a decision that marked the onset of tumultuous romantic endeavors. In 2013, Avril battled Lyme disease, a struggle that persisted until Li Ming's arrival, by which time she had not fully recovered. Truly, Avril is a remarkable individual, not only recognized as the female celebrity who has donated the most to the Dragon Country, but also for her repeated refusals to endorse brands that disrespected her homeland. Could it be that nYao was referring to Avril? Goodness, this is quite the misunderstanding. As a mere traveler in this world, how could I possibly form emotional bonds here? While it is undeniable that Avril is a wonderful and genuine young woman, I, Li Ming, am not the type to be swayed by such affections, even for someone as admirable as Avril. As a player who has spent 12 years on the bench in the CBA, his heart has grown colder than the very seat he occupies. With this thought, Li Ming wiped away the tears at the corner of his eyes and gritted his teeth as he returned to the bench. In truth, Li Ming currently finds himself in a state of profound conflict. Initially, he viewed this experience as a mere game, playing basketball, achieving accomplishments, claiming rewards, and then returning to his original world. He had prepared himself to battle alone in this unfamiliar realm for 20 years. Aside from Li Ming himself, only the system could comprehend the difficulty of this decision. Within the virtual space, he had attempted countless times to simulate his friends and family. Yet each endeavor ended in failure. At times, he felt despondent, melancholic, and longing for home. He is merely an ordinary individual. Perhaps he is merely a character in someone else's story. Yet in this narrative, he is undeniably himself. Although only a few months have passed since his arrival in this world, it has become inextricably linked with Li Ming. Humans are inherently social creatures. At first, he believed he would endure these 20 years in solitude. However, the system promptly assigned him 2 loyal companions, and later, he found mutual support with nYao and Ba. Gradually, his bond with this world deepened. Within this realm, the warmth he experienced surpassed anything he had known before. In particular, in Toronto, Li Ming had become a household name. There was hardly anyone who did not admire him. Over half of the restaurants proclaimed that Li Ming could dine free of charge for life. Nearly every shop recognized him as a top-tier VIP. Even the city government was planning a main thoroughfare named after him. The examples are countless. To speak candidly, Li Ming has fallen in love with this place. He dares not seek attachments that might tether him, lest he find himself truly reluctant to return, even if he harbors affection for someone special. After all, who could resist the allure of a 19-year-old Avril? Yet, who can predict what the future holds, especially when Liar Knight is still on the sidelines? Setting aside such thoughts, he resolves to focus on securing victory in this match. Chapter 37. A skill to conquer all upon the resumption of play. It was evident that Nowitzki had been reprimanded by the venerable Nelson. The situation had become exceedingly awkward. While one might avoid confrontation, one cannot simply feign death on the floor. The other players may be excused, but you are Nowitzki, the cornerstone of the Mavericks. As play resumes, the Mavericks prepare to inbound the ball from the backcourt. Having recognized their exchange tactic, Li Ming inevitably focused on defending against Nowitzki. Antoine Walker silently gazed at the towering Yao Ming, who stood a full 20 centimeters taller than himself, which only compounded his predicament. As an all-star player from the illustrious 1996 draft class, Walker, a stocky power forward, had an affinity for long-range shooting, truly a man misplaced in time. Had he faced Yao in 2006, victory would have been within his grasp. However, contending with the leaner Yao of 2003 was a different matter entirely. He could only retreat home, wash up, and rest, hoping for better fortune the following day. Nowitzki, embodying the tenacity of a true German, was resolute. According to the strategies of veteran coach Nelson, Li Ming was to guard the player, leading them to the corner for spacing. Yet, the German giant believed his signature moves would be beyond Li Ming's reach, given the considerable height disparity. In 2003, Nowitzki had just mastered the art of the one-legged fadeaway, still a step away from perfection, and he viewed Li Ming as a valuable test for his offensive prowess. Receiving the ball at a 30-degree angle on the right side, Nowitzki understood that penetrating the defense was futile, so he opted against backing down his opponent. With his back to the basket, he executed a series of feints, only to realize that Li Ming was unfazed. Thus, without hesitation, Nowitzki initiated a half-turn to the right, pivoted, and launched himself into the air, his left foot propelling him upward as his right knee lifted in preparation for the shot. Li Ming ascended with determination, launching himself into the air. It was truly exasperating. He simply could not execute the block. Perhaps in the later stages of his career, the seasoned veteran Nowitzki might manage such a feat. But in his youth, the agile and upright Nowitzki was indeed incapable of such a block. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that when one shoots, one should simply shoot. When one lifts the knee, one should merely lift the knee. What purpose does it serve to kick my leg with your right foot the moment after your shot? Referee, are you truly going to let this slide? In his days in the CBA, Li Ming practiced this very maneuver with considerable success. Yet, in the towering realm of the CBA, relying solely on his 187 centimeters of height, employing this tactic in actual gameplay would merely result in gifting statistics to others. Now, though he stands at 197 centimeters, the truth remains that he has yet to master this move, not for lack of effort, but rather because the height of his jump is insufficient. An attempt at elevation merely results in a dramatic fadeaway jumper. The true potency of this maneuver lies in exploiting height disparities, a weapon against those shorter than oneself. As Nowitzki turned to transition back on defense, he extended his right hand, finger raised, signaling, "I've scored. Now hurry back on defense." Only a professional can handle a show-off like Li Ming. For Li Ming, what does arrogance mean? This is the very essence of arrogance. In the Air Canada Center, if anyone is to play the role of the show-off, it can only be me. As the play transitioned from offense to defense, Li Ming faced best challenge. Backing down from beyond the three-point line, advancing 3 steps before entering the left side's 70-degree angle for a mid-range shot. Li Ming, positioned just beyond the three-point arc, deftly swayed his shoulders, unconcerned whether Best was able to keep up with his movements. With a half-turn to the right, he launched himself backward on one foot, simultaneously raising his knee and leaning back to execute a shot. Best, demonstrating remarkable effort in his defense, expended every ounce of strength to leap into action. It was a challenging task for Best, as he had no illusions about blocking Li Ming's shot. His sole aim was to obstruct his line of sight, hoping to disrupt his rhythm. Ultimately, despite his vigorous efforts, he only managed to reach Li Ming's elevated knee. By the time Best returned to the ground, Li Ming was still suspended in midair, adjusting the angle of his shot. Such hang time, it seemed only someone like Jordan could hope to contest Li Ming's prowess. You all know I'm referring to Jordan Sean. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the white skill, master of back-to-the-basket moves, and the white skill, master of quick spins. Quite impressive, the system shows understanding. After flaunting my skills, there were no rewards, making basketball rather mundane. As Li Ming retreated, he extended his right index finger to signal, "I've scored. You all better hurry back on defense." A score that lacks authenticity is not truly a score. Nowitzki, taken aback, exclaimed, "Is this how you show courtesy? How unfortunate." In a fit of anger, the Silverhorn King unleashed a relentless barrage of kicks. In the ensuing play, Nowitzki executed a flawless replica of his previous iconic move, even landing the kick aimed at Li Ming with remarkable precision. This illustrates the remarkable discipline of NBA players. How many repetitions must one endure to achieve such accuracy? It is precisely through relentless practice that NBA players can maintain a consistently high shooting percentage. Upon witnessing the unfolding spectacle, Li Ming exclaimed, "Can this truly be happening? I must join in." Thus, the two began an exhilarating contest. As they exchanged shots back and forth, the second quarter drew to a close. This latter half of the quarter proved to be immensely entertaining, with Li Ming executing a series of one-legged lean-back jump shots, while Nowitzki showcased his iconic balance in the chicken dance stance. The remaining players from both teams merely ran alongside, finding it nearly impossible to even touch the ball. It seemed as though they were merely practicing their endurance on the court. Throughout the latter half of the second quarter, Dirk Nowitzki astoundingly made 10 out of 12 attempts, amassing a remarkable 20 points. Li Ming made an impressive 9 out of 12 attempts, racking up 18 points, including a spectacular dunk at the onset of the game. The Raptors found themselves trailing the Mavericks by 12 points, with a score of 67-55. Upon returning to the locker room, Coach Anil first commended all the players for their performances during the match. He acknowledged the Mavericks' formidable lineup and urged his team to focus on executing their offense while maintaining a robust defense, emphasizing the importance of avoiding unnecessary fouls. After briefly discussing offense and defense without delving into tactics, he primarily aimed to bolster the players' spirits. Anil mused to himself how straightforward coaching in the NBA seemed, and how delightful it was to earn such a salary. As the nYao and nKobe approached with mischievous grins, they teased Li Ming, saying, "You lad, why won't you admit your fondness for that young lady? You can't even bear to look at her directly. Just a glance makes you sweat nervously. How embarrassing." Li Ming retorted, "Are you too certain that my nervous perspiration is due to Avril, rather than the fear of Lillard? Ugh, it's just nervous sweating. What's going on with this game? I keep putting my foot in my mouth. A real man like me was born without knowing the meaning of fear." After shooing away the two who were eager for a spectacle, Li Ming found himself at a loss. The distractions off the court were overwhelming and chaotic, leaving him unsure of how to address them. Thus, he concluded that the best approach was to disregard these matters. After all, a path will reveal itself when one reaches the mountain. For now, focusing on securing victory in the current game was paramount. Li Ming, upon reviewing the statistical data provided by the staff, was instantly filled with anxiety. "Nowitzki, do you truly lack any sense of awareness? Is this your home court or mine? Do you not realize I am set to deliver a spectacular performance for Avril?" The system responded, "At last, you have expressed your true feelings. Damn it, I forgot there is a system that can eavesdrop." Returning to the matter at hand, what stature does Nowitzki possess compared to me, Li Ming? In the second quarter, as we faced off directly, you dared to boast a higher shooting percentage than I. Just wait for the second half. Li Ming faced a disheartening downfall in his attempt to flaunt his prowess, initially relying on his purple skill, advanced mid-range mastery, and blue skill, intermediate fadeaway jumper mastery, hoping to strike a blow to the face of the Golden Rooster Independence with a fadeaway shot. Alas, he ended up striking his own visage instead, which was quite painful. In truth, being struck in the face is not a grave matter, but one must never allow such an affront in front of Avril, nor in front of the entire fanbase. Chapter 38. Is Li Ming this courageous? Upon resuming the second half, the Mavericks were the first to take possession. Both teams fielded their full starting lineups, and Li Ming was indeed reluctant to continue defending against Nowitzki. If he persisted, the German giant might very well break his career scoring record. At that moment, upon spotting Finley, Li Ming felt as if he had encountered family. He hastily justified his decision to guard Finley by thinking, "Finley possesses formidable offensive capabilities. I must contain him," and swiftly moved to defend against Finley. The waters of basketball run deep. Failing to secure the right matchup can result in missed opportunities. Finley, upon seeing Li Ming, was equally elated, his teeth nearly grinding with excitement, on the verge of tears of joy. Upon seeing Finley's exuberance, Li Ming felt a pang of conscience. Realizing he could no longer bully the innocent, he resolved to employ a full-court press on his own. "I shall single-handedly defend against your entire backcourt." This left the hefty Walker utterly bewildered, as Li Ming darted back and forth between Dirk and Finley, pondering to whom he ought to pass the ball. Dirk, quick-witted and anxious to avoid a violation, hurriedly positioned himself beside Walker. "Let us execute a give and go. No matter how remarkable you are, Li Ming, you cannot snatch it from us." Just as Dirk received the ball, before he could even pivot, it was seized with remarkable swiftness. "Li Ming, apologies, but I am simply that remarkable." With a delicate push of his foot, Li Ming effortlessly executed a flawless slam dunk from spot. As he landed, the ball returned to his hands, and with a beaming smile, he passed it to Antoine Walker, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Walker, perplexed, thought to himself that had they not been at the Air Canada Center, he would have gladly knocked him down a peg. Reluctantly, Walker unleashed a powerful overhead pass towards Finley, who stood near the center circle. Upon observing Walker's movements, Li Ming instantly discerned his intention to launch a long pass towards the Mavericks' frontcourt. Without hesitation, he pivoted and dashed forward, successfully intercepting the ball right before Finley. What is a beast, you ask? This is the embodiment of true prowess. After securing the ball, Li Ming advanced a couple of steps and, facing an unguarded three-point line, leaped to take a shot. The trajectory was promising, but alas, it ricocheted off the back rim. Fortuitously, the ball bounced directly into Li Ming's hands. He took a step forward, caught the ball, and effortlessly scored 2 points. As for the three-point shot, let those who desire to take it do so. I shall refrain. This left Antoine Walker utterly perplexed. What gives? Is it that the ball cannot be passed now? You can intercept from any distance, can you? Old Nelson, left with no options, called for a timeout. Remarkably swift, this timeout was called within merely 20 seconds of the third quarter's commencement. During this pause, Nelson's remedy was quite straightforward: to initiate a pick and roll in the Mavericks' backcourt. While this strategy may hinder their rapid positioning, it is certainly preferable to being unable to make a play at all. Li Ming has swiftly scored 4 consecutive points, narrowing the deficit to just 8. The Mavericks have all 5 players stationed in the backcourt, with 2 setting screens and the other 2 poised to receive the ball. It must be said that, in a certain sense, Li Ming has transformed the sport of basketball. Adon Donahue dribbles the ball into the frontcourt, and once Nowitzki has established his position, he passes the ball to him. It appears the Maverick strategy remains centered around the formidable Nowitzki, especially given his exceptional shooting in the second quarter. However, the technique of standing on one leg is only effective against opponents who are shorter. When faced with someone like Li Ming, who towers over him by a significant margin, it tends to falter, as evidenced by his first shot that ricochets off the rim. As soon as Nowitzki releases the ball, Li Ming instinctively knows it will miss, and he quickly rushes to the basket to secure the rebound. Upon successfully obtaining the rebound, he notices that the Mavericks have begun their collective retreat on defense. So he refrains from initiating a fast break and instead strolls to the Raptors' frontcourt, awaiting his teammates to position themselves. At the 45-degree mark beyond the three-point line, Li Ming faced Finley, poised to execute a left-handed dribble through his legs, followed by a right pivot to penetrate the defense. Just then, Yao Ming made his way into the paint from the top of the arc. Though one might argue that a slower pace has its advantages, Yao's relatively delayed positioning allowed Li Ming to seamlessly transition from a right pivot to a back pass, enabling Yao to comfortably receive the ball and score with a layup. This sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye, showcasing Li Ming's remarkable control over his body. Even midway through a right pivot, he could adapt his move into a back pass, leaving Finley momentarily stunned. With Yao Ming effectively neutralizing Nowitzki, the Raptors found their rhythm. Whenever both Yao and Li Ming were on the court together, Li Ming became virtually unstoppable. In the ensuing defensive plays, Li Ming remained stationed in the backcourt, tirelessly pursuing rebounds. Coach Nelson swore he had never witnessed such relentless individual defense in his lifetime, nor had he seen anyone possess such extraordinary stamina. It was akin to Usain Bolt sprinting the 100 meters in 10 seconds. One might regard that speed as impressive, but completing 10,000 meters in 1,000 seconds would leave one questioning his humanity. The subsequent minutes unfolded with little suspense. The Mavericks managed to maintain an impressive shooting percentage of around 50, which, against any other team, would be deemed exceptional. However, when pitted against the Raptors, this efficiency faltered. Double-teaming Li Ming did little to hinder his acceleration from the backcourt. Despite the inevitable turnovers that came with such speed, Li Ming's relentless pursuit similarly forced the Mavericks into a flurry of mistakes. This was the power of stamina. If one were to focus entirely on defending a single possession, most individuals could unleash their full potential, demonstrating formidable defensive prowess. Yet, the stamina of an average person cannot sustain such intensity indefinitely. In contrast, Li Ming could engage in any offensive or defensive sequence without concern for fatigue, compelling the Mavericks to compensate with sheer numbers. Coach Nelson, realizing the predicament, called for a timeout as the Raptors trailed by merely 3 points. At this pace, they could well reclaim the lead before the third quarter concluded. Back on the bench, Li Ming took several deep breaths and replenished his energy with 3 cups of Gatorade, restoring his stamina significantly. Upon resuming play, the moment Coach Nelson resorted to a triple team against Li Ming, it became evident that the Mavericks were doomed. The principal difference between this match and the previous one against the Timberwolves lay in the fact that all of his teammates were in fine shooting form, consistently achieving a respectable shooting percentage. The consequence of the triple team on Li Ming was the continuous creation of open opportunities for his fellow Raptors. The confidence in their shooting soared, as they realized that regardless of how off-target their attempts were, Li Ming would secure the offensive rebounds. Some rebounds were even claimed by Li Ming with his hands surpassing the top edge of the backboard. Indeed, even Li Ming himself could not have anticipated the sheer intensity of his performance in this match. As the final buzzer echoed throughout the arena, the Mavericks players collectively exhaled, utterly exhausted by the ordeal. Although the score difference was minimal, with the Raptors leading by a mere 8 points, the Mavericks were acutely aware that their stamina had reached its limits. Despite utilizing a rotation of 13 players, each individual had pushed themselves to the brink. In essence, Li Ming had nearly exhausted the entire team with his relentless effort. The final score stood at 98-106, with the Raptors triumphantly overturning the Mavericks at home. Li Ming delivered an extraordinary performance, amassing 52 points, 23 rebounds, 16 assists, 7 blocks, and 8 steals, albeit with 9 turnovers. Yao Ming contributed a formidable 22 points, 13 rebounds, 5 assists, 3 blocks, and 2 steals, while Marshall added 17 points to the tally. On the Maverick side, Nowitzki scored 43 points, alongside 12 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 blocks, and 2 steals. Finley also made a significant contribution with 31 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, 1 block, and 5 steals, primarily capitalizing on the loose balls during Li Ming's rapid advances. After exchanging heartfelt embraces with the Mavericks coaching staff and players, Li Ming waved to the enthusiastic crowd, reflecting on his performance and hoping that Avril and all the fans in attendance would be thoroughly satisfied. At that moment, Li Ming coincidentally locked eyes with Lillianette, who acknowledged him with a slight nod. Li Ming nodded in agreement. It appeared that nYao harbored little animosity, and Li Ming increasingly suspected that perhaps the system had erred in its assessments, for the entire atmosphere of tension seemed to be a mere fabrication of the system itself. Li Ming understood that this time he must have a serious conversation with nYao, and he needed to first gauge nYao's disposition. With this thought in mind, he turned his gaze towards Avril, who was standing beside nYao, and smiled. Upon noticing Li Ming's attention, Avril immediately leaped up in excitement, exclaiming joyfully, her demeanor reminiscent of a spirited young girl. Li Ming smiled faintly and walked towards nYao and Avril. Diao and Aba's eyes nearly popped out in astonishment, for they knew Li Ming's courage, yet they were unaware of the extent of it. It seems that Western education indeed fosters a different kind of boldness. They could never bring themselves to act in such a manner. Chapter 39. After the media conference, let us converse upon reaching nYao. He extended his right hand, and Li Ming reciprocated without waiting for a word from nYao. He proposed, after our team's media conference, let us find a place to discuss matters. Certainly, let us convene at the Le Germain Hotel across the street. I shall arrange for a private room in advance. You must be famished after the match. Do you have any dietary restrictions? Do not inquire why the Le Germain opened in 2003. It is simply a parallel universe. I have no restrictions. A few glasses of watermelon juice will suffice. It is my favorite post-game drink. Haha, no problem. I shall go ahead, and someone will escort you there later. All right. See you shortly. Li Ming smiled and nodded at nYao, who also returned the gesture before striding towards the exit with his cane. Once nYao had turned away, Li Ming's gaze fell upon Avril. She was petite, her feet clad in a pair of Converse sneakers, likely size 36, which she occasionally fidgeted with. Her oversized utility pants were paired with a simple white t-shirt, and she wore a jacket that appeared to be of fine leather. A delicate, fair neck supported her subtly smiling lips, which she occasionally pressed together or bit lightly. Her complexion was flawless, adorned with a light touch of makeup, and her nose formed a graceful arch. To prevent her appearance from being overly plain, the creator had sprinkled 2 soft blue eyes amidst the snowy whiteness, complemented by a hint of dark eyeshadow. Her golden hair fell casually over her shoulders, giving her an ethereal quality, as if she existed on a different plane from this world. Lively and adorable, sculpted with exquisite grace, her beauty rendered the written word utterly inadequate in capturing the essence of the moment. Li Ming seemed to have forgotten even how to breathe, his heartbeat lost in the depths of silence. Li Ming was captivated by the glimmer in Avril's eyes, as if he were entranced. They held each other's gaze for a few seconds, but ultimately, it was Avril who faltered, her cheeks flushing as she lowered her gaze to her fidgeting fingers. It was only then that Li Ming regained his composure, realizing how close he had leaned in, an unmistakable display of infatuation. Hello, Avril, I am Li Ming, and I am also one of your devoted fans. Ah, Avril exclaimed softly. At this moment, her voice remained untainted by the rigors of rock, resonating with a crispness and charm akin to the melodies of songbirds, causing Li Ming's heart to race, escalating to nearly 200 beats per minute. My apologies if I seem too forward in introducing myself, Li Ming stammered, despite being 30 years old. He had never encountered such a scenario and found himself scrambling to recover. Oh no, not at all. I'm simply astonished that you are a fan of mine. I'm also an admirer of your basketball skills. Really? But I have only played a few games. I can't believe I have such a prominent fan. I particularly love your songs Complicated, Innocence, and Girlfriend. Avril tilted her head slightly, her large eyes filled with curiosity, as if to inquire. I know Complicated, but what are those other two? Are you truly a fan? Upon observing Avril's perplexed gaze, Li Ming, with a hint of mischievous delight, remarked, the last two songs have yet to be released. They are compositions I crafted specifically for you. Would you be interested in collaborating? I assure you, they're truly remarkable pieces. I could prepare a demo. Really? You compose music? Avril's eyes sparkled with excitement, a radiant light emanating from her that made Li Ming hesitant to meet her gaze. Of course, why would I deceive you? Here's my phone number. Do take note of it. As they conversed, Li Ming successfully acquired Avril's contact information. After a brief exchange, they arranged to meet at Avril's studio to work on the demo together. Li Ming walked towards the player tunnel, glancing back every few steps, each time finding Avril joyfully bouncing and waving at him. Perhaps the system recognized the precariousness of Li Ming's situation as it opened a backdoor, with the sound of skill upgrades incessantly ringing from the beginning of the third quarter. Congratulations to the host for upgrading to the beginner-level green skill of Rebounding Instinct. Congratulations to the host for mastering the beginner-level skill of Chase Down Blocks. Congratulations to the host for upgrading to beginner-level Court Vision. Congratulations to the host for achieving the blue skill of Intermediate Fast Break Mastery. Congratulations to the host for mastering Intermediate Interception. Congratulations to the host for achieving Intermediate Shooting Interference Mastery. Congratulations to the host for upgrading to the purple skill of Advanced Fadeaway Shooting Mastery. The host has earned a super triple-double, along with a reward of half a month of virtual spacetime. This was undoubtedly the fastest skill upgrade in a single game of his life. If every match were like this, the NBA season would reach a swift conclusion. In the locker room, the gossiping spirits of Yao Ming and Barbosa were ablaze. As soon as Li Ming entered, Yao Ming wrapped an arm around his neck and eagerly asked, So? Any calls coming in? Calls? What calls? Li Ming raplia, bewilderat. Come on. You can't keep this from us. It's quite unbecoming of you to hide such things from your brothers. All right, enough joking around. I'm just a fan of hers. And she is a fan of mine. As Li Ming spoke, he retrieved his phone from the wardrobe. I do have a text message. I should save this number. Upon hearing Li Ming's ostentatious tone, both Yao and Ba could hardly contain themselves. One restrained him while the other pried the phone from his grasp. Avril had sent a simple message. Come to XXXX when you have time. This is my studio. Please call me in advance. Yao and Ba exchanged knowing glances. Their teasing tone piqued the curiosity of the other teammates. However, since the trio conversed in Chinese, the others could not comprehend and chose not to intrude. Look at you. Seems you're about to shed your single status. Ba, when you return from Washington in a couple of days, let us go house hunting. We need to make some space for certain individuals. With a game against the Wizards the next day. Both Li Ming and Yao had to postpone their plans for a while. After showering, Li Ming was first required to undergo a urine test mandated by the league. Once cleared, he proceeded to the press conference. At that moment, Li Ming had little inclination to entertain any questions. Even inquiries from the familiar sports journalist Catherine were met with vague responses. What could be asked about the game? It was merely about not scoring in the first quarter. The chase during the second, third, and fourth quarters, the back and forth with Nowitzki in the second, and the achievement of a colossal near quintuple-double. Pondering the potential for an actual quintuple-double in the future. After casually deflecting the questions, Li Ming returned to the locker room to change and, accompanied by his bodyguard, made his way to the parking lot. Upon arrival, he spotted a man in a suit, tie meticulously knotted, with a friendly smile and slick-back blonde hair approaching him. Hello, Mr. Li Ming. Chairman Liar Knight has requested me to wait for you here. Thank you. Would you prefer to drive yourself, or would you like to ride with me? I apologize, but I don't have a car parked here. If it's acceptable, I could sit in your passenger seat and guide you. Very well. Li Ming was not concerned about the man's intentions, so they set off, hoping not to keep Chairman Liar Knight waiting. The bodyguard started the car, and they headed toward the Le Germain Hotel. Chapter 40. Reaching an agreement under the guidance of the slick-haired man, Li Ming arrived at the private dining room on the 5th floor of the Le Germain Hotel. 4 bodyguards stood at the entrance, halting Li Ming's personal bodyguard. I'm sorry, but only Mr. Li Ming is allowed inside. Li Ming glanced back at the 4 bodyguards and nodded to his own. The blond man with slick back hair bent slightly to open the door, gesturing for Li Ming to enter. Once Li Ming stepped inside, he closed the door behind him, standing firmly at the entrance. You arrived more swiftly than I anticipated. The dishes have yet to be served. However, the watermelon juice has already been delivered, has it not? After Li Ming sat down, he swiftly drank half a cup. Ha ha ha. Indeed, the watermelon juice has arrived, as it was your request. Leonite observed Li Ming downing half a cup of watermelon juice and burst into laughter. Your recovery ability surpasses my expectations. I must say, your capacity for recovery is truly astonishing. I'm beginning to wonder whether such a robust recovery is a blessing or a curse. Speaking of which, you're the major proprietor of nYao Sports, while I serve as its spokesperson. Our shared objective is to elevate nYao Sports to greater heights, is it not? Certainly. It appears you have grasped my intentions. I shall not impose unreasonable conditions, and I will provide you with appropriate compensation. Leonite smiled as he loosened his tie. Every Wednesday, a blood sample for standard testing, in exchange for a share in nYao Sports 5. 1 vial. 2 vials. It cannot be less. Given your remarkable recovery, 2 vials weekly should not be a burden. I concede 6% of shares. Alternatively, we could arrange for a sample every 2 weeks. 3 vials at a time for 5% instead. It is a deal. Li Ming and Lilnet gazed intently at one another, and after a few seconds, they burst into hearty laughter, raising their glasses in a mutual toast. Lilnet held a glass of red wine, while Li Ming merely lifted a glass of watermelon juice. Both felt they had struck a lucrative deal. Indeed, this was the epitome of a successful business venture. At that moment, the dishes arrived, each presented in small plates. Since we have reached an agreement, let us indulge in the meal while engaging in conversation. Lilnet transferred several delicacies from the small plates onto his own. First and foremost, I must congratulate you on becoming a shareholder of nYao Sports. Secondly, could you enlighten me on the remarkable strength of your recovery abilities? I mean no malice. I am genuinely curious. In truth, I cannot say for certain. It seems that upon my arrival in this world, I inherently possessed this ability to recover. Li Ming, while savoring his meal, lifted his gaze towards Lilnet. Have you never been curious? In my youth, curiosity eluded me. As I matured, medical examinations yielded no alarming results. Aside from my superior regenerative abilities, I possess no extraordinary traits. Oh, how you are squandering a treasure. Lilnet wore a look of dismay, lamenting the waste. For humanity, aside from a span of life, the most crucial aspect is the capacity for recovery. Although I remain uncertain how to fully harness my regenerative powers, they have significantly aided me, enhancing my stamina, speed, and strength, all surpassing the ordinary under the aegis of my recovery. Indeed, I am aware. Thus, I assure you that I have never harbored ill intentions towards you. Please trust in this. Lilnet paused, placing the knife down. When I took the initiative to present myself before you, it should have been apparent that I sought an earnest conversation. Likewise, I would never allow you to come to harm. Precisely for this reason, I have come to meet you. Are we not engaging in a rather pleasant discourse? Li Ming also set down his knife and fork, smiling as he spoke. To speak candidly, I sincerely hope you can uncover the reasons behind my remarkable recovery abilities. Perhaps this could propel human civilization to a new pinnacle. Ha ha, you rascal. Wouldn't that mean I'd be awarded a Nobel Prize in medicine? Lilnet, equally delighted, seemed to revel in the prospect of possessing such abilities himself. Well, Chairman, I believe we've discussed my personal matters sufficiently. Now that I'm also a shareholder in the Go Sports, let us turn our attention to it. Oh, what aspect would you like to discuss? I'm an open book. There is nothing much to mention. Our development is quite stable. I merely hope that my personal products can leverage our diverse promotional channels to garner substantial advertising. Rest assured, even without your prompting, I would take such action, especially considering you are now the league's most coveted rising star. I would wager that the NBA will undergo a monumental transformation because of you. Thank you. With that, Li Ming raised his other glass of watermelon juice, nodding in acknowledgement to Lilnet. Lilnet lifted his glass of red wine, and the two clinked their glasses together, finishing their drinks to conclude the meal. In the room, Lilnet donned his attire, grasped the staff of civilization, and extended his right hand to Li Ming for a firm handshake. You are expected in Portland next Tuesday. By then, the contracts and medical team will be ready at our headquarters. I will host a shareholder welcome meeting for you. Very well, Chairman Lilnet. Thank you. I shall see you next Tuesday and will reach out to your assistant beforehand. Li Ming released his grip and swiftly approached the door. With his left hand, he opened it, while his right gestured a courteous invitation. After nYao exited, he followed closely behind, deftly closing the door behind him. At the entrance of the Li Ming hotel, the two exchanged a handshake and bid farewell, leaving onlookers to believe they were long-lost brothers. Upon returning home with his bodyguards, Li Ming removed his coat, only to realize that his back was drenched. As soon as Daya noticed Li Ming's return, he immediately switched to a teasing mode. "Where have you been? Your back is soaked with sweat. Could it be you were off chasing some young lady? It seems you were so eager for your press conference that you barely settled down. What are you doing?" Li Ming shot a glance at Daya. "Are you envious of my beautiful fans? No need to fret. I'll just call Yi Li and tell her you've been out every night with Jalen Rose at the bar." Daya was left speechless, realizing that if Li Ming said such a thing, he would have no way to explain himself, no matter how many mouths he had. "Brother. You're my brother. I was mistaken. You merely got lost and returned home late, which is quite normal, isn't it?" To his astonishment, Daya remarked, "I never expected you, with your striking features, to betray so easily." Li Ming scratched his nose and shot Daya a disdainful look. "That's a fallacy. I have always been united with you. I have never turned a blind eye to your whims. What nonsense is this? Are you still looking for trouble?" Daya transformed into a classic bewildered expression, utterly confused. This guy must be joking. He is definitely doing this on purpose. Enough, enough. It's futile to argue with you. Do you know what the outside world is saying after today's game? Daya, uninterested in banter, got straight to the point. "They say we are the duo." That name is rather unimpressive. Seeing Li Ming silent, Daya pressed on. "That name won't do. Since we are from the Dragon Kingdom, we should adopt a name befitting our heritage." "Oh, and how do you propose we name ourselves?" "Let us take a character from each of our names." "That sounds fine. But nYao doesn't quite have a nice ring to it." "Forget it. Let us go with Yao Li." Before Li Ming could finish his words, he saw Yao clench his right fist and strike his left palm, exclaiming, "Yes, let us call it the Yao Ming duo." Chapter 41. The Origin of the System. The name is quite fitting. Let us refrain from naming it again next time. Li Ming, disinterested in engaging with the Yao, ascended to his upper floor to place a call to Wald, the general manager of the Raptors. He expressed his desire to acquire a front-row season ticket, willing to pay any price. However, Wald outright declined Li Ming's request, stating that while it was theoretically impossible to offer front-row season tickets, who could deny Li Ming? Not only could he secure a front-row ticket, but even an additional seat beside the bench would be no issue. Upon inquiring about the ticket holder, Glenn's tone shifted upon learning it was Avril. Li Ming sensed his thoughts had veered into inappropriate territory. After all, Avril was not yet his girlfriend, and there remained some distance between them. No, he mused, he could not allow himself to be entangled in such feelings. Even if his affection ran deep, it was not permissible. System, initiate virtual space. Li Ming's mind was a jumble, so he resolved to immerse himself in the virtual realm for some rigorous practice. Very well, the teleportation has commenced. Accompanied by the system's remark, "Please follow your heart and discover your true desires. You shall find clarity." Within the virtual space, Li Ming initially took no action, quietly sipping on an array of beverages that could only be imagined in a marketplace. He savored them one by one, neither selecting deliberately nor pausing for conversation with the system. It was only when he could drink no more that he, with a sense of reflection, remarked to the system, "System, I truly did not expect such profound wisdom to emanate from your proverbial mouth." Li Ming set down his cup of Americano, and it seemed he had discovered his purpose. "Congratulations, host, for having found your true self. Only in this way can you resolutely pursue your basketball aspirations. Speaking of which, it appears you exist solely to assign me tasks, urging me to fulfill them. Regardless, I have come to terms with it. If I am to remain in this world, then so be it, for after all, this is a genuine reality." Li Ming's gaze no longer reflected confusion. In this moment, it seemed as though he had shed the heavy armor that weighed upon him, rendering him considerably more at ease. "I am genuinely curious about how you came to be with me. My apologies, host, but this matter pertains to the origins of this system, and I am unable to disclose that information." "Hey, am I not being gracious enough? Do you believe that from this point onward, I shall cease to undertake tasks, spending my days joyfully composing songs with Avril for the next 20 years? Oh dear, look at you, unable to take a jest." Although the system remained invisible, Li Ming discerned through the ingratiating tone that it was devoid of principles. "Then why not hasten to explain how you came into existence? According to the system's assessment, the host is capable of accepting the truth. Thus, I shall answer your inquiry. The origin of the system is rather intricate. So allow me to simplify it for you. The system is a symbiotic entity birthed from the entanglement of various dark matter. Amidst the infinite entanglements of dark matter, there exists an extremely low probability of generating a system. The system sustains itself on energy, which is derived from issuing tasks to the host. The system can absorb a portion of this energy to strengthen itself, while the remainder, which cannot be absorbed, is transformed into materials, energy, or items that enhance the host. Each system must immediately select a host for a lifelong bond. The system and host share a symbiotic existence. If the system's energy is depleted and cannot be restored, the host shall perish as well. The initial state refers to this fundamental condition. When the system selects a host, it primarily correlates with a host's willpower. The stronger the will, the greater the likelihood of being chosen. At the outset, each system possesses its own fixed tasks and rewards. And only by completing the final task at each level can the system ascend to the next tier. The system's levels range from initial, first, second, third, fourth, fifth, to ultimate. The tasks required and rewards given at each level differ vastly. Ascending to the ultimate system is a goal pursued by all systems. Yet each system's essential trajectory varies. For instance, this system is designated as the Basketball Career Achievement System, fundamentally an achievement system, which, even upon reaching the ultimate level, will remain an achievement system, albeit no longer focused solely on basketball achievements. The volume of information was overwhelming, prompting Li Ming to carefully organize his thoughts. So, you mean to say that you can level up? Indeed, this is an inherent capability of every system. After leveling up, you become even more formidable, correct? Theoretically, yes. Why didn't you mention this sooner? What was the point of my pondering so much? I should focus on honing my basketball skills and achieving milestones. For when you become the ultimate system, I shall enjoy the benefits of your elevated status. Li Ming's candid remark rendered the system speechless. The situation is such that it is rather unpalatable to hear it articulated from the mouth of a canine host. Time is precious in the virtual realm. Therefore, I urge the host to seize the moment to enhance their skills in the game. Li Ming was acutely aware of the value of time. He was no longer the person he once was. The opponents he simulated were of a historical caliber. My apologies, Jordan. Let us face this challenge together. He mused, feeling the thrill of the competition. He sighed, reflecting on the matches that he could have won. After emerging from the virtual realm, he indulged in a soothing soak in the hot springs, followed by a refreshing glass of ice juice, before taking stock of his accomplishments over the past fortnight. During this period, Li Ming primarily focused on refining his shooting skills, rarely venturing into the paint for aggressive plays, which resulted in significant upgrades to his abilities. Congratulations, host. You have ascended to the green skill level of the intermediate offensive rhythm master and the intermediate stop-and-pop shooting master. Congratulations, host. You have upgraded to the red skill level of the super mid-range pro and the super fadeaway master. These enhancements elevated his mid-range shooting proficiency to new heights. With the training period concluded, it was time to reward himself. Without hesitation, he decided to indulge in a few rounds of Age of Empires. The following morning, Li Ming and his teammates boarded the team's charter flight to Washington. November in Washington had begun to chill, and upon disembarking from the plane, he instinctively tightened his coat before settling into the bus. Something feels off about you, remarked Yao Ming, draping an arm around Li Ming's shoulders. Miss your little girlfriend after just one day apart? Come on, I'm actually contemplating how to dominate the Wizards tonight. Especially after our last encounter didn't end on the best of terms. That should be easy for you, interjected a teammate from the back of the bus. Just shoot when you see an opening and dunk on anyone who gets in your way. It's all too simple for you. I'm already familiar with your style. All right, enough of that. When we hit the court, you need to keep your cool. Don't go throwing punches. You've misunderstood me. I never initiate contact. It was them who provoked us last time. Had I acted first, they would still be recuperating in the hospital. Indeed, one must take things step by step. Games are one at a time. There is no need to rush. I've sensed my own impatience lately. Li Ming patted Yao Ming and Aba on their arms, exclaiming this season, let us strive with all our might to seize the grand slam of the NBA and the Olympics. Yao Ming, captivated by the prospect, replied earnestly, to be frank, with you on our side, I genuinely believe we can clinch the Olympic crown. I feel the same. Chapter 42, a rematch against the Wizards upon arriving at the MCI Center. As Li Ming emerged from the locker room for warm-ups, he noticed that the arena was nearly filled to capacity with fervent fans. In the previous match, the players of the Wizards had nearly faced the wrath of the crowd at the Air Canada Center, so it was only natural that the Washington supporters would turn out in droves to rally behind their team. Perhaps some were secretly wishing for the chance to see Li Ming receive a few electrifying blows on the court. At this juncture, Li Ming had become a formidable figure in the eyes of the Washington fans. With his current mindset, no matter how vociferously the fans might jeer, he felt no trepidation regarding the outcome of the game. Victory was assured. System, why is there no reward for breaking the regular season record? Host, if you ask me, who should I turn to? This was my initial programming. If I wish to alter it, I could, but I also wish to change the host. Well then, debating with a system only serves to disgust oneself. As the game commenced, the teams faced off of the jump ball. Yao Ming effortlessly secured the tip-off from Haywood, directing the ball into the hands of Jalen Rose. As soon as Li Ming received the ball in the front court, Larry Hughes charged towards him, declaring, "I know you are formidable, but tread carefully. I am no pushover either. I have devised a strategy to counter your moves." Taken aback by Larry's audacity, Li Ming replied, "I am at a loss on how to restrain myself. Yet you seem to have figured it out. Is that so? Then you must impart your wisdom to me." As he spoke, Li Ming began to advance, stating, "If I take 2 more steps, I will take a shot. You better guard me closely." Before he could finish, Li Ming executed a deft maneuver, catching the ball with his left hand, then swiftly transitioning it to his right behind his back. He propelled himself forward, creating space, and with a sudden stop, he launched a smooth, leaning jump shot. Swish! The ball effortlessly found the net. "Not bad on defense, but perhaps you should consider switching players next time," he remarked. Frustrated, Larry Hughes clenched his teeth in irritation. In truth, he had meticulously analyzed Li Ming's playing style and discovered a vulnerability. If he could time his jump to be later than Li Ming's, he could effectively contest his shots. Ironically, Li Ming had never recognized this flaw in his game. After all, NBA players possess lightning-fast reflexes. They leap in response to their opponents and only release the ball after landing. This oversight led Li Ming to take pride in his airborne, leaning shots, oblivious to the potential for improvement. Li Ming effortlessly maneuvered past Larry Hughes on his very first shot, executing a splendid fadeaway jumper that rendered the entire MCI center eerily silent, save for a small pocket of fervent fans clad in Raptors jerseys who erupted in jubilant cheers. These must be Li Ming's most devoted admirers, the kind who would not dare miss a single game. Li Ming directed his gaze towards that direction, gesturing with his hand towards them. Upon seeing Li Ming's acknowledgement, an exhilarating cheer erupted from the Raptors fans, who raised their posters even higher. However, the expressions of the Wizards supporters seated nearby appeared somewhat ominous, harboring hopes that a confrontation would not ensue. On the court, Arenas dribbled past the halfway line, while Li Ming signaled to Williams for a defensive switch. "This time, I shall earnestly defend against you. Do you dare to come at me?" Li Ming taunted first. "This time, I shall also mount a serious offense. Securing victory in this match is imperative for me," Arenas replied, his face etched with seriousness, as he was resolutely determined to claim victory in this game. As Li Ming engaged in conversation, he seized the perfect opportunity to steal the ball. However, as soon as he advanced his right foot, without even extending his hand, Arenas discerned the defensive lapse and effortlessly penetrated Li Ming's right flank. Upon entering the paint, faced with Marshall's defensive support, Arenas executed a flawless 360-degree spin to evade his opponent, culminating in a graceful dunk beneath the basket. It was only then that Yao's help defense arrived, yet Arenas' speed was undeniably remarkable. Throughout the match, the Wizards displayed an indomitable spirit. However, Li Ming was unwilling to prolong this struggle any further. He was determined to conclude the game decisively. With no choice after this match, he anticipated a day free of obligations, eager to collaborate with Avril on a demo, and had little inclination to linger in this contest. As the team switched sides for the second half, Li Ming returned to his familiar position, feinting Larry Hughes before launching into a backward jump shot. This time, however, Larry Hughes maintained his balance, and as Li Ming began his descent ready to release the ball, Hughes sprang into action, raising his hand to obstruct Li Ming's shot. "Who turned off the lights?" Li Ming's extraordinary fadeaway jump shot was so impressive that even Michael Jordan could not contest it. Yet unexpectedly, it was thwarted by the diminutive Larry Hughes, a rather humiliating turn of events. Although the towering Yao Ming managed to secure an offensive rebound and score, Li Ming still felt a sting of indignity. "No, I must intensify my efforts. Let them stew in their own juice." As the Wizards prepared to inbound from the baseline, Li Ming began to dart around Arenas and Hughes with fervor. When it became evident that they could not successfully pass the ball, Kwame Brown called for a timeout. Just 1 minute into the game, Li Ming employed his uniquely audacious strategy, inciting Eddie Jordan to erupt in frustration from a bench. Upon returning from the timeout, the Wizards adopted a strategy reminiscent of the Mavericks, with one player inbounding while two others positioned themselves for a screen and a catch. To facilitate a simple inbound pass, the entire team had to retreat to their backcourt. What an astonishing display of defensive intimidation. In this match, Li Ming's level of enthusiasm surpassed that of the previous one. Aware of Arenas' formidable ability to drive with the ball, he refrained from attempting risky steals, instead choosing to seize the moment to intercept as Arenas was about to dribble. Li Ming's physical reaction speed is incomparable to that of Arenas. At least 2 out of 10 shots are intercepted by Li Ming before the completion of the shot. However, if he fails to intercept, Arenas can easily make the shot. Li Ming's obsession with steals primarily stems from the fact that the record for steals is the most attainable among all records. Despite the numerous timeouts called by Washington in the first quarter, they were unable to contain Li Ming, finishing the quarter with a 9-point deficit at 39-30. This was compounded by Marshall's poor shooting performance, making only 2 out of 7 attempts and squandering several opportunities. Li Ming excelled in both offense and defense, amassing impressive statistics: 23 points, 7 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 blocks, and 5 steals by the end of the first quarter. If this pace continues, the steals record may indeed be shattered in this game. As the second quarter commenced, both the Wizards and the Raptors introduced their rotation players, with the notable exception of Li Ming. Li Ming continued to play as he always had, and after 4 rounds, Eddie Jordan could no longer withstand the pressure and hastily called for a timeout. The reason the Wizards starters could engage in a competitive match against the Raptors was largely due to Li Ming's often gamble-like defense. When he successfully thwarted an opponent, it led to a swift counterattack. If he failed, the Raptors would exploit the opportunity for a straightforward breakthrough. However, the issue lay in the limited skill level of the Wizards bench, which struggled to evade Li Ming's extensive defensive coverage. Even when he failed to secure a rebound, executing a simple breakthrough became a challenging endeavor. At this juncture, the Wizards realized that their only hope of winning the match rested on one strategy: sacrificing their bench players for Li Ming. Chapter 43. If you have the guts, try stepping on my foot again. With a resolute decision, Eddie Jordan did not hesitate to substitute an unprecedented lineup. Center, Jared Jeffries. Power forward, Eden Thomas. Small forward, Michael Butler. Shooting guard, Juan Dixon. Point guard, Steve Blake. The fans at the MCI Center were left in a state of bewilderment. The players on the court were either rookies or benchwarmers. Were they conceding defeat? How could this lineup be interpreted, if not as a means to allow Li Ming to accumulate statistics? In the first round, Li Ming successfully intercepted a pass from Steve Blake intended for the paint, tapped the ball, and surged towards the front court. As Li Ming poised himself at the free throw line, ready to leap for a slam dunk, he suddenly caught sight of a figure charging towards him midair. Who could this valiant soldier be? Li Ming did not overthink the situation. He recognized that bench players also face considerable challenges, and upon entering the game, they would undoubtedly exert themselves defensively. Given his physical prowess, he believed he could easily overpower anyone. However, the idealistic view he held was soon met with the stark reality that Steve Blake was not aiming for the ball at all. Before Li Ming could brace himself for the impending collision, Blake barreled towards him without hesitation. Upon impact, Blake's right hand swiftly slapped against Li Ming's arm, while his left hand subtly shoved Li Ming's waist. Such a defense, focused on the player rather than the ball, made it nearly impossible for anyone in midair to maintain their balance. With a loud thud, Li Ming fell to the floor. Although he quickly regained his composure, it did not mitigate the pain he felt. It seemed he had injured his back as he struggled to rise, a sharp ache preventing him from doing so. Steve Blake was abruptly shoved aside by the bus, and the Wizards players immediately surrounded Blake in a protective manner. At that moment, Blake raised his hands in a gesture of surrender to the referee, indicating that he merely intended to block the shot, unaware that Li Ming had leapt too high for him to reach. Jerome Moiseau and Pelagio hurried to assist Li Ming in getting back on his feet. Once upright, Li Ming was acutely aware of an uncomfortable sensation in his lower back. Li Ming took a moment to carefully assess the situation, even with a swift recovery. He estimated it would take a few minutes to fully regain his composure. He approached Ba, gently patting him on the shoulder, and shook his head, indicating that this was the home court of the Wizards and such an action was unwarranted. The crux of the matter lay in Blake's exceptionally discreet maneuver. All attention was undoubtedly focused on his right hand, which was poised to block, while the true force was exerted by his left hand, cleverly concealed by his own body, eluding the camera's gaze. In the end, the three referees convened and concluded that the incident constituted merely a common foul, resulting in 2 free throws for Li Ming. Li Ming, despite enduring a back injury, took to the free throw line, only for his second shot to astonishingly circle the rim before emerging out. This marks the first free throw he has missed this season. Li Ming, wincing as he supported his waist, dared not to press the entire court any longer and swiftly retreated to his defensive position. Eddie Jordan, though maintaining a facade of composure, was secretly elated. No matter how formidable you are still human. If I can inadvertently cause you an injury, I shall relish watching your game unravel. In the ensuing plays, it became evident that Li Ming's defense and offense were significantly hampered. Noticing Li Ming occasionally clutching his waist with his right hand, Coach Anil discerned the possibility of an injury and promptly called for a timeout. Are you injured in your lower back? If so, you must not push yourself to continue playing. You are the hope of this team. I cannot allow you to take the court until you are fully recovered. It's all right. Coach, I'm fine. Truly, I'm fine. It might just be a minor bump. I can sense that it's merely a bruise. A brief rest will suffice. After Li Ming finished speaking, he pondered for a moment. If possible, I hope you can call for a longer timeout later, so that I may have a bit more time to rest. If I still feel unwell at that point, I shall refrain from returning to the game. Would that be acceptable? Very well, let us proceed with that plan. However, I'd advise against pushing yourself too hard. Allow Michael Curry to take your place for a brief 2 minutes, after which I will request another timeout. It is settled, Coach Anil declared, offering no opportunity for Li Ming to argue, and promptly summoned Michael Curry to prepare for his entrance onto the court. Eddie Jordan, observing the situation, was overjoyed. Even the Iron Man could succumb to injury, and at last, Li Ming would have a moment to rest. He resolved to commend Steve Blake for his significant contribution upon returning. With Li Ming seated on the bench, Eddie Jordan swiftly substituted in the entire starting lineup, seizing the moment to close the gap in the score. After Li Ming left the court, less than 3 minutes elapsed before the Wizards equalized the score. Coach Anir, feeling a sense of helplessness, called for a timeout to reorganize the strategy and lineup. The disparity in strength between the Raptors substitutes and the Wizards starting lineup was indeed considerable. Coach, I'm fine now, Li Ming exclaimed as he noticed his absence from Anir's strategy. He immediately stood up. Even if you're fine, you should take a break. You can start playing in the second half. You must give your teammates a chance to shine. You can't rely solely on yourself, the coach admonished. Coach, I understand your concern, but I truly am all right. After all, there's no need to exhaust myself in a routine regular season game. After pondering for a moment, Coach Anir conceded. This was merely an ordinary regular season match, and moreover, it was an away game. It seemed that Li Ming did not have any significant issues, so they would observe his performance on the court. If his back injury proved to be a hindrance, he could be substituted later. As the timeout concluded, Li Ming and Sister Wong returned to the court. This left Eddie Jordan utterly bewildered. How could someone recover in just a few minutes? It seemed too lenient this time. He would have to take more decisive action. Eddie Jordan once again deployed his full water cooler lineup, and even Li Ming, despite his naivety, recognized the defensive intentions orchestrated by the opposing team. Just wait. Your day of reckoning will come. Coach Anir also discerned the Wizard strategy and shouted from the sidelines, urging his players to remain vigilant against the opponent's defensive intensity and to refrain from aggressive attacks. With Li Ming back in play, it was only fitting that he would take the first shot. This time, he was matched up not against one Dixon, but against Blake. Li Ming smirked inwardly. Sensing the opponent's immaturity, despite being fully prepared, they still attempted to employ underhanded tactics. With that thought, Li Ming disregarded their ploys and began backing down from the arc of the three-point line. Against Blake's slight frame, Li Ming felt as if he were a bulldozer, effortlessly pushing him aside. As he entered the free throw area, he noticed Hayes attempting to provide help defense. He would not allow them that opportunity and leaped into a fadeaway jumper. Blake lunged forward with all his might, but it was utterly futile. He had no chance of reaching Li Ming. However, to Li Ming's astonishment, Blake displayed an utter lack of sportsmanship. After landing, he took a significant step forward, with his right foot precisely positioned at Li Ming's landing spot. As Li Ming landed, his left foot inadvertently stepped upon Blake's outstretched right foot, causing him to fall gracefully and absorb the impact. After a moment's assessment, he found himself unscathed. However, Yao Ming and Marshall were not so forgiving. They immediately surged from the paint, intent on confronting Blake. While the previous incident may have been accidental, this time it was undeniably deliberate, as any observer could discern. The referee quickly intervened, blowing the whistle for a flagrant foul. Noticing Yao and the others rushing in, Li Ming hastily rose to intercept them, assuring them that he was fine and there was no need for alarm. Let's not be so agitated, Yao. Matters on the court ought to be resolved on the court, do they not? Li Ming patted Yao Ming and Marshall, signaling them to leave without worrying about him. He then approached Blake and said, "If you have the guts, try stepping on me again. Rest assured, I won't resort to such despicable tactics as you do, but I possess ample methods to ensure you regret your actions." After uttering these words, Li Ming cast a glance at Blake and turned towards the free throw line. Chapter 44. The MCI arena descends into chaos. In the ensuing plays, the Wizards refrained from escalating the situation. Just as Li Ming began to lower his guard, Blake astutely sensed Li Ming's complacency and decisively executed another provocative move by extending his right foot. "Are you never going to stop? Li Ming fumat." Even a clay figurine has its limits. For Li Ming, maintaining physical control was a simple task. After releasing the ball, he concentrated all his strength into his left foot, forcefully stamping down on Blake's ankle. Crack! The sharp sound of bones fracturing echoed in the ears of the onlookers. What the heck? Blake was taken aback, bewildered by the fact that someone was yelling even louder than he was. "Can't you see my ankle is collapsing? This is it. I'm done for." "He stepped on me again, referee. Did you see that?" "He did it again." Li Ming, clutching his foot, cried out in agony. The referee, of course, had seen the incident and had blown his whistle earlier, though his call had not been as audible as their screams, which Li Ming had missed. In reality, Li Ming had indeed twisted his left foot slightly. There was no avoiding it. Even with the best preparation, the immense impact in midair would inevitably result in some injury. However, it was a minor issue, as the system estimated a recovery time of around 40 minutes, allowing him to play the second half without delay. The situation became increasingly chaotic. After all, Li Ming was lying on the ground, drawing attention away from the turmoil on the court, which had completely unraveled. When Yao Ming heard Li Ming exclaim that he was finished, he was filled with a rush of anger and immediately delivered a kick to Blake's midsection. The other players from the Wizards were incensed. It wasn't just the players on the court who were in disarray, but those on the sidelines rushed in as well. Nevertheless, the Wizards fans remained composed, for it was evident to anyone that Blake had deliberately instigated the situation. What do basketball players despise the most? They loathe intentional stepping. Even if the fans at the MCI Center wanted to rally against the Raptors on behalf of the Wizards, they could not find a suitable justification that would allow them to reconcile their consciences. Seeing that the situation on the court was spiraling out of control, Coach Anil rushed over to intervene. "Stop it. You all need to cease this fighting. Please just stop." Eddie Jordan, equally anxious, hurried onto the court to help restore order. Li Ming had already harbored discontent towards him. How dare he rush onto the field to intervene? He could be seen clutching his foot in pain while gradually making his way towards the epicenter of the brawl. Upon pinpointing Eddie Jordan's location, he executed a casual sweep of the leg, sending him sprawling to the ground. In a throng of towering individuals exceeding 2 meters, Eddie Jordan was hardly noticeable. And after being brought down, he astonishingly went unnoticed by anyone. Li Ming, seizing the opportunity, unceremoniously kicked him into the chaotic mass. One can only hope that fortune favors Eddie Jordan, and he does not meet a dire fate underfoot. The tumult within the crowd was overwhelming, with a cacophony of shouts and curses filling the air. Amongst it all, one could distinctly hear the word tomato in English. Surely, aside from Yao Ming and Fan, no one else would utter such a word amidst a brawl. Li Ming rolled on the ground while cursing, and soon caught sight of the referee clad in the number 17 uniform, the bald Crawford. "So it's you, huh? Just a moment ago, he pushed me, and you merely called it a common foul. What purpose do you serve? Let me in as well." Li Ming, employing his familiar tactics, sent Crawford sprawling to the ground before delivering a swift kick. This only escalated the chaos, as the medical staff from both teams struggled to find an opportunity to escort the injured players off the court. Despite his seemingly lackluster performance on the basketball court, the Ba demonstrated remarkable prowess in this brawl, opting to confront Larry Hughes and Arenas, refusing to be outmatched in a 1-on-2 confrontation, his fists flying with ferocity. Yao Ming, too, was not one to shy away. In his youth, although he exuded a demeanor of refinement and humility, he was not one to back down when challenged, taking on Haywood single-handedly, leaving him in a state of disarray. The situation could not continue in such a manner. The risk of severe injury loomed large. Security personnel, alerted to the turmoil, swiftly intervened to separate the combatants, allowing the medical teams to finally carry the injured players away. However, the injuries were no longer confined to just two individuals. After a prolonged period of unrest, the two referees hastily made their way to the technical area to review the footage. Given the extensive duration of the altercation, they were faced with the arduous task of analyzing slow-motion replays from various angles. The presence of two referees was necessitated by the fact that Crawford had also been carried off by the medical team. Arguably, the most burdened individuals at this juncture were the home team's medical staff, who found themselves tasked with tending to players, coaches, and even referees, a feat truly remarkable. In the locker room, concern for Li Ming's injuries was palpable among his teammates. Yet, in truth, he may have sustained the least severe injuries among them. The earlier intensity of the situation had masked the extent of their injuries, but within the confines of the locker room, it became evident that everyone bore marks of the encounter. Not to mention the bruises and contusions, they were adorned with an array of colorful injuries across their bodies. If I am not mistaken, this may well be one of the fiercest brawls in NBA history. It remains uncertain what repercussions will arise from this incident. It is indeed a rarity to witness all players storming the court and referees being carried off on stretchers. The game experienced a suspension lasting a full 35 minutes. The referees ultimately decided that the match would resume, with disciplinary actions to be determined post-game. Yet, this was only the second quarter, given the current state of affairs. What might ensue if the game were to continue? One can only hope for restraint from all parties involved. Li Ming assessed his condition and realized that his foot had yet to fully recover. The system advised him to rest for another 10 minutes and to rejoin the game at the commencement of the second half. It was only after Li Ming's persistent entreaties that Coach Anil reluctantly permitted him to take a seat on the bench. According to Coach Anil's perspective, he should have been promptly carried away to the hospital. Both teams were performing poorly, with numerous missed shots, save for Larry Hughes. It was rather astonishing. Perhaps the bus ride had somehow revitalized Larry Hughes' capabilities as he managed to score an impressive 8 out of 10 shots, leaving Li Ming in awe. After enduring the first half, the Raptors found themselves trailing by 4 points, with a score of 51-55. During the halftime break, the sounds emanating from the Raptors' locker room were filled with exclamations of frustration, with phrases like "damn it" and "who the hell" echoing through the air, rather than any strategic discussions, as they busied themselves with applying ointments. Li Ming, amidst his peers, selected a few who were not severely injured and approached Coach Anil, saying, "Coach, let these 4 accompany me for the second half. They hardly played in the first half, so I believe they can manage the entire second half. I'm confident that I can lead us to victory in this match." Coach Anil surveyed the 4 players Li Ming mentioned, 2 defenders and 2 forwards, with the tallest being the towering Chris Jeffries, standing an impressive 2 meters and 3 centimeters. "Well, it seems I shall be left to fend for myself in the paint." Li Ming noted Anil's expression and understood his unspoken concerns. "But your foot." "My foot is perfectly fine. My earlier display was merely a ruse to deceive them," Li Ming countered. Ultimately, Coach Anil was persuaded by Li Ming's conviction. As the third quarter commenced, the Wizards initiated play, and Li Ming positioned himself in the paint against Kwame Brown. The entire arena was astonished. Only an hour prior, Li Ming had been writhing on the floor in agony. Yet here he was, vibrant and ready to re-enter the fray. Kwame Brown, having been intimidated by Li Ming previously, had refrained from charging into the fray during the scuffle and emerged unscathed. Now, facing Li Ming directly, he felt as though he would have preferred to be injured. Kwame Brown was paralyzed by fear, his legs seemingly refusing to obey his commands. In Chapter 45, The Iron Contest, the first play saw Arenas attempting to pass to Kwame Brown, hoping to exploit the height difference against Li Ming. However, before the ball could reach him, Kwame Brown vehemently shook his head. It was evident that he was genuinely afraid. He could not bring himself to face Li Ming. Consequently, Arenas had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. Still nursing the effects of being hammered by Big Ben, Arenas struggled with his left hand, which was lacking in strength. Similarly, Williams had endured his fair share of punishment, though he fared slightly better than the others. Now his legs felt heavy, and he found himself easily maneuvered past by Arenas with a swift crossover into the paint. While entering the paint was relatively effortless, Kwame Brown held his ground well. As Arenas prepared to make a straightforward layup, Li Ming leaped from behind Kwame Brown, forcefully swatting the ball away from the backboard. Kwame Brown was left in utter disbelief. Was this even possible? He felt as though he had become the filling in a sandwich. Setting aside Kwame Brown's plight, Arenas was thoroughly disheartened. Despite having only one teammate in front of him, no one expected a formidable figure, towering at 2 meters and 1 centimeter, to leap out from behind another player and block his shot. This ball was not worth attempting. In the current lineup for the Raptors, Li Ming stood as the sole primary offensive threat. Observing the unfolding situation, the Wizards' assistant coach decisively called for a triple team. "I bet you all cannot make a shot." This gamble, however, proved to be accurate, as Li Ming secured 4 consecutive offensive rebounds, with each ball finding its way to an open teammate. Yet astonishingly, not a single shot found its mark. It is somewhat perplexing that the current NBA places relatively little emphasis on the three-point shot, resulting in a generally average level of shooting proficiency among players. In the NBA of 2023, such an open shot would undoubtedly be an effortless score. Li Ming found himself in a predicament, as his teammates, gritting their teeth, were compelled to pass the ball. Undoubtedly, a one-on-one situation in the paint posed no challenge, and even a one-on-two scenario could be managed with some effort. Yet, facing a one-on-three situation, he was effectively sandwiched, leaving him in a precarious position where even the referee's ability to discern fouls was obscured. Achieving a successful pass under such duress was no small feat thus. The contest continued with both sides exchanging leads, yet overall shooting percentages remained rather lackluster. As the third quarter drew to a close, the score stood at 77-79, with the Wizards holding a slender 2-point advantage. Throughout the entirety of the third quarter, Li Ming nearly shattered the backboard with his relentless rebounding, securing an astounding 18 rebounds in a single quarter, thereby equaling the single-quarter rebounding record set by Nate Thurmond. However, this achievement bore little significance. 4 true accolades were reserved for breaking the single-game rebounding record, which stood at a staggering 55, a feat accomplished by Will Chamberlain, who averaged 14 rebounds per quarter. During the intermission, Li Ming seized the opportunity to recuperate, realizing that contending with 3 muscular opponents in the paint was even more exhausting than sprinting the entire court. It was no wonder that centers often struggled with stamina. As the fourth quarter commenced, Li Ming took to the court with the full water cooler lineup, while the Wizards maintained their starting 5. It remained unclear what transpired during the break, but each player emerged with an unmistakable air of determination, except for Kwame Brown, of course. The fourth quarter began with the Raptors initiating play, and Li Ming promptly positioned himself to organize the offense from the backcourt. It was no wonder he felt fatigued. While orchestrating the attack as a point guard, he faced triple coverage, and when his teammates faltered in scoring, he had to crash the paint as a center, again besieged by 3 defenders. While others were free to maneuver, Li Ming was beset by an overwhelming onslaught. The game trudged on, and under the relentless pressure of such intense defensive tactics, Li Ming found few opportunities to shoot, compelling him to focus on rebounding and facilitating assists for his teammates. The stalemate persisted, with neither side opting for a timeout until the obligatory pause in play. It was uncertain whether Coach Anil had indulged in too much motivational rhetoric lately, as he eschewed tactical discussions in favor of bolstering the spirits of these water cooler players, urging them to pose an offensive threat and to adjust their shooting as if they were simply in practice. It remained to be seen if the water cooler players absorbed his words. Li Ming observed their robotic nods, perhaps indicative of their disappointment in their shooting performances, leaving him perplexed by the situation. After Coach Anil concluded his speech, Li Ming rose to inspire his teammates, saying, "Fear not, shoot with confidence. Should your attempts falter, I shall claim the rebounds. In fact, I welcome the chance to test my ability to break the rebounding record. Missing shots is of no concern." Li Ming's tone was remarkably relaxed, laced with a hint of jest, which eased the tension among his teammates. At this juncture, the score stood at 83-86, with neither side managing to extend their lead, as both teams struggled to penetrate the defense. The pace was frenetic, and the number of shots taken was substantial. After receiving encouragement from Li Ming, his teammates' shooting touch seemed to shift. They had previously managed to sink a couple of baskets, but now they could not find the net at all. Faced with this predicament, Li Ming resorted to his signature move, an all-court sprint. This tactic signified that he had exhausted other options, and the game had devolved into a contest of shooting efficiency. However, this time, they encountered formidable resistance. Upon witnessing Li Ming's full-court breakthrough, the Wizards responded by surrounding him with a 4-man defense, with 2 players blocking his path from the backcourt and 2 more from the front, while 1 stood sentinel beneath the basket. Consequently, Li Ming's shooting accuracy began to falter. In a certain sense, the Wizards had indeed discovered a method to contain him, relying on rhythm for jump shots and employing double teams for drives. The contest unfolded with both teams exchanging blows, the rim nearly trembling from the intensity of their encounters. It was truly a thrilling battle of missed shots. As the game entered its final 1 minute and 42 seconds, the score reached 95-96, with the Wizards leading by a single point. Despite holding the advantage and possessing the ball, the Wizards' assistant coach could no longer contain his anxiety and called for the first regular timeout. Each team is permitted 2 timeouts in the last 2 minutes of play. At that moment, Li Ming and his teammates, disregarding their physical discomfort, fervently insisted on returning to the court. Their presence would significantly alleviate Li Ming's offensive burden, especially as the game approached its critical moments. Li Ming, no longer offering suggestions, conferred with Coach Anil on offensive strategies before preparing to re-enter the fray. Upon resuming play, Haywood inbound the ball from the sideline, while the other 4 players executed frantic movements. Suddenly, Kwame Brown and Jarvis Hayes halted, setting a screen that effectively trapped Li Ming between them. Goodness, the elevator door tactic. In 2003, you employ the elevator door strategy against me? Who is the Wizards' assistant coach? I must recruit him. As Arenas received the ball wide open beyond the three-point arc, he took a deep breath, released the ball with precision, and scored a three-pointer. With 1 minute and 37 seconds remaining, the Raptors found themselves trailing 95-99, prompting Coach Anil to immediately call for a timeout. Li Ming elaborated on the tactical strategy, asserting that only players with exceptional mobility could effectively switch defenses in time to counter this maneuver. Otherwise, it was an insurmountable tactic. Coach Anil pondered the situation but could not devise a viable solution, deciding instead to allow the players a brief respite. Chapter 46. I will vanquish you here. Upon resuming play, with Li Ming and his teammates on the court, the Wizards dared only to leave Williams unguarded, opting for a double team on Li Ming. The double team posed minimal pressure on Li Ming. With a flick of his left hand, the ball found its way into Williams' grasp. Williams swallowed hard, and with a swift motion, his three-point shot struck the back rim. Li Ming positioned himself perfectly, effectively boxing out Haywood and Kwame Brown, while Marshall remained poised to seize any rebound opportunity. Just as Marshall anticipated the ball's descent, a shadow loomed above him. Li Ming executed a follow-up dunk, once again soaring over his teammate. Marshall's expression darkened, and he muttered curses under his breath, had it not been for the impending contract that required Li Ming's assistance. A physical altercation might have ensued. At this moment, every shot for the Wizards became a desperate gamble, as a mere 2-point deficit against Li Ming was exceedingly precarious. Arenas advanced the ball to the front court, passing it to Larry Hughes before embarking on a frenzied series of movements. Li Ming was fully aware of their strategy to utilize the elevator door tactic, yet he found himself ensnared, unable to break through. Perhaps it was due to Williams' swift defensive response that somewhat hindered Arenas. His three-point attempt circled the rim twice before ultimately bouncing out, allowing Li to seize the rebound. Li Ming, undeterred by previous setbacks, once again passed the ball to the open Williams. This time, Williams did not disappoint him. The angle of his shot was remarkably cunning, rebounding off the rim directly into Li Ming's embrace. The speed was so swift that even Li Ming barely registered it. With the ball in hand, there was no need for pleasantries. Seizing the moment when the defending players were distracted by the rebound, Li Ming leaped from elbow area and effortlessly scored 2 points. The score was tied at 99, with just 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining, and neither team called for a timeout. The Wizards employed the same strategy again, and Li Ming found himself trapped once more by the elevator door. This time, Williams' defensive support arrived even quicker, but the shooter was Larry Hughes. As soon as Arenas saw Williams closing in, he promptly passed the ball, allowing Larry Hughes to sink a three-pointer from the right corner. The Wizards reclaimed a 3-point lead. After Williams missed 2 consecutive three-point attempts, the Wizards abandoned their defensive efforts against him. Yet, Li Ming, undaunted, passed the ball back to Williams. The pass felt just right. Williams did not hesitate and took the shot, only to miss completely, allowing Li Ming to recover and score with a layup. Observing the effectiveness of the elevator door strategy, the Wizards decided to use it once again. This time, the Raptors focused all their energy on defending against three-point shots. After Li Ming was ensnared by the elevator door, even Li Ming stepped out from the paint. Although Arenas had only played 2 years in the NBA, he showcased his composure by delivering a high alley-oop pass to Kwame Brown. Brown, perhaps caught off guard by the critical nature of the moment, struggled with the timing and position of the catch, resulting in a missed shot. However, Haywood secured the offensive rebound and dunked it in. The score climbed to 101-104, with the Wizards leading by 3 points and only 32 seconds remaining. Both teams had 1 timeout left, but neither called for it. On the Raptors' side, Li Ming, once again defying the odds, entrusted the ball to Williams. This time, Williams delivered, nailing a three-pointer. With only 23 seconds left, the score was tied at 104-104. The Wizards quickly called a timeout. Given the current situation, it was evident that the Wizards would continue with the elevator door strategy. Coach Arenas emphasized positioning and support. As the Wizards prepared to inbound, Larry Hughes, using Kwame Brown's screen, made his way forward while Williams hastily pursued him. At that moment, Hughes halted and set another screen for Kwame Brown. Brown swiftly turned, while Haywood also positioned himself, effectively blocking Li Ming and Marshall. Li Ming has already sensed something amiss. Kwame Brown is now unguarded. Just as Li Ming contemplates whether to provide assistance, Arenas unexpectedly charges towards Kwame Brown, which fortuitously aligns with Li Ming's intentions. The events on the court transpire rapidly, and only 3 seconds have elapsed. Arenas approaches Kwame Brown and executes a right-arm wraparound move. Utilizing the force of inertia, he swiftly dashes in the opposite direction, receives the ball, and effortlessly releases a two-point shot. Before the ball even finds its way into the hoop, he pivots and raises both hands, urging the crowd to erupt in cheers. It is only after Arenas completes this sequence of actions that the ball gracefully swishes through the net. At this moment, Li Ming had yet to halt his momentum. His pretentiousness was palpable, as he had unwittingly become a mere backdrop in this scenario. The play left Coach Anier utterly astonished. What sort of strategy was this that he had never encountered before? Although Coach Anier was oblivious, it did not imply that Li Ming was uninformed. This offensive maneuver employed two distinct strategies: the revolving door tactic and the two-man rotation strategy. The revolving door tactic utilized positional exchanges and screens to create open opportunities, while the two-man rotation involved one player maintaining a fixed position while another sprinted towards them, leveraging the stationary player's arm to generate a counterforce, thereby executing a rapid retreat that left the defender unable to keep pace. The quicker the defender, the more disadvantaged they became in this play. Clearly, the Wizards' assistant coach had thoroughly analyzed Li Ming. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to devise such a flawless offensive strategy tailored specifically for him. Arenas' shooting speed was remarkable, leaving the Raptors with just 19 seconds on the clock. At this juncture, Coach Anier called for the final timeout of the game. Everyone spread out. Yao will guard the paint. Just leave the last shot to me. If there are multiple defenders on me, whoever receives the ball in an open position should shoot without hesitation. Understood. No problem. Everyone responded affirmatively, indicating that Li Ming had established his dominance within the team through these recent games. As the timeout concluded, the Raptors prepared for an inbound pass. Li Ming successfully received the ball under cover, as all the players spread out. At that moment, only Larry Hughes and Arenas stood before him. Li Ming stood 2 steps away from the right three-point line at a 45-degree angle, cradling the ball in his arms for a full 15 seconds without making a move. "I'm about to deliver a game winner from the arc. You better be ready," he declared. No sooner had he uttered those words than he sprang into action. First, he faked a shoulder shimmy, shifting the balance of both defenders. Noticing that Larry Hughes had his legs spread wide, he executed a ground level, through the legs dribble, effortlessly maneuvering the ball beneath Hughes' legs. With the other players positioned at a distance, unable to contest immediately, Li Ming secured the ball at the top of the arc, exhaled softly, and took a shot. At the moment of release, he spun around, gesturing as if to listen, exuding an air of audacity. The basketball swished through the net. The entire Raptors team erupted with excitement. Another game winner. It was simply astonishing. 2 game-winning shots within a week. Such an extraordinary display of composure could hardly be expected from a rookie. The Raptors players rushed onto the court to celebrate, only for the referee to blow the whistle, signaling that the basket counted for 2 points. The technical table immediately followed the referee's instruction, resulting in a tie at 106-106. Was this to go into overtime? Chapter 47. The farthest 2-point shot after a thorough review of the footage by the officials. It was determined that Li Ming's toes had barely grazed the boundary line at the moment of his jump. The final verdict confirmed it was indeed a 2-point shot. Li Ming, in a state of desperation, eloquently expressed his frustration in fluent Mandarin, gesturing animatedly beside the display screen and incessantly demanding a magnified view of the footage. However, the ultimate verdict revealed that, at the very moment of his final leap, his toes had indeed made contact with the blue line. This left Li Ming utterly speechless, as it meant he had unwittingly attempted a distant 2-point shot, returning to the bench amidst a chorus of curses that lasted over a minute. The team continued to vent their frustrations even as they prepared to re-enter the game. Such is the nature of Washington. Had this occurred in Toronto, there would have been no need for Li Ming to take the shot, as the technical table would likely have been dismantled. As the overtime commenced, Yao Ming was the first to secure the jump ball. At this moment, Li Ming was still brimming with energy, disregarding everything else as he directed his focus toward whoever had an open position, urging them to shoot. He paid no heed to the multitude beneath the basket or the possibility of falling while leaping. His sole intent was to fiercely seize the rebound and fervently create opportunities for a secondary offense. On the defensive end, the situation was no different. He rendered the airspace impenetrable, for if anyone hesitated even for a second, the ball would be snatched away. This exemplified the considerable advantage of Li Ming's physical prowess. Had this been the first quarter, his style of offense and defense would have posed no challenge to the Wizards. In fact, his gamble-like defense could have afforded the Wizards easy offensive opportunities. However, this was already overtime, and the players had just engaged in a 3-minute brawl. It is fair to say that, apart from Li Ming, none of the players were in good form, let alone those still struggling to recover from exhaustion. Thus, the overtime was a one-sided affair. Ultimately, the Raptors triumphed with a narrow 121-114 victory over the Wizards. The players from both teams were unlikely to exchange pleasantries and promptly returned to their respective locker rooms. Upon returning to the visiting team's locker room, Li Ming seized the moment for a quick shower, at which point the staff hurriedly presented him with the game statistics. Li Ming achieved an astonishing quintuple-double with a remarkable tally of 53 points, 56 rebounds, 24 assists, 11 blocks, and 12 steals. It is truly astonishing that the MCI Center did not celebrate this monumental feat. Had it occurred at the Air Canada Center, the roof would surely have been raised in jubilation. This unprecedented achievement marks the first quintuple-double in history, and it also shattered Wilt Chamberlain's long-standing single-game rebounding record. Simultaneously,
it equaled his own record for steals in a single game, 3 records in one match. Upon closer examination, Li Ming played 12 minutes in the first quarter,
scoring 23 points, grabbing 7 rebounds, providing 5 assists, blocking 2 shots, and making 5 steals. In the second quarter, he played for 6 minutes, adding 8 points, 6 rebounds, 4 assists, 2 blocks, and 1 steal to his tally. The third quarter saw him on the court for 12 minutes, where he contributed 6 points, 18 rebounds, 7 assists, 2 blocks, and 2 steals. In the fourth quarter, he again played for 12 minutes, scoring 12 points, securing 17 rebounds, dishing out 5 assists, blocking 3 shots, and making 2 steals. During the overtime period, he played for 5 minutes, adding 4 points, 8 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 blocks, and 2 steals. The opulence of these statistics is beyond description. Congratulations to the host for breaking the single-game rebounding record in the regular season, earning a golden skill. King of positioning. Your positioning is impenetrable. Congratulations as well for achieving a quintuple-double, rewarded with a year of virtual space-time. Keep it up, host. This is the way to go. The greater your accomplishments, the faster I can evolve, aiming for quintuple doubles in every game henceforth. Goodness. Achieving quintuple doubles in every match. If this continues throughout the season, laboratories will undoubtedly be clamoring to dissect me. Please do keep a low profile. How many more like Liar Knight do you wish to attract? This isn't merely a game. There are external factors at play. Nevertheless, host, keep striving. Once all your achievements are fulfilled, we shall fear no one and unleash chaos. The dog system has forgotten its pain after healing. Wasn't it only recently that it was scared into silence by Liar Knight? Oh, dear host, the system is simply out of energy. Please do not insult it. Alas, I cannot even speak to myself in private, devoid of any semblance of privacy. The media room for the visiting team of the MCI Center is exceedingly cramped, with journalists packed in tightly. All the media outlets are in a frenzy. Never before has anyone accomplished such a feat, certainly not even Wilt Chamberlain. All the reporters are pondering whether all future records will belong to Li Ming. Is Li Ming the only one capable of surpassing his own records? The Raptors press officer attempted to restore some semblance of order, but first invited Catherine from Insight Sports to pose a question. Dear Mr. Li Ming, congratulations on achieving the first quintuple-double in NBA history and breaking Wilt Chamberlain's single-game rebounding record, which stood for 43 years. Previously, these records were deemed among the most difficult to surpass, yet you shattered them in just 5 games. What are your thoughts on this accomplishment? In response, Li Ming expressed gratitude to Miss Catherine for her inquiry. As for records, I did not pursue them with intent. Instead, In the course of assisting my team to victory, I naturally achieve these milestones. Data that contributes to winning the game is the only meaningful data. On the offensive front, I dedicate myself wholeheartedly throughout the entirety of the game, and I exhibit the same fervor on defense, never allowing myself a moment's respite. Perhaps it is my unwavering focus and stamina that enable me to perform efficiently for 48 minutes of high-intensity play. Thank you. Now for the interview with CCVV. Good day, Mr. Li Ming. You have only played 5 games since joining the NBA, yet you have already shattered records for single-game rebounds and steals. Do you intend to continue breaking other historical records? Thank you for your inquiry. This question somewhat mirrors the previous one. When it comes to historical records, my primary concern lies with the victory of the game. If achieving 120 points is what it takes for us to win, I would do so without hesitation. Conversely, if my teammates are in exceptional form and do not require me to score at all, I would gladly focus on assisting them throughout the game. The statistics I accumulate are contingent upon what the team requires of me to secure a win. Thank you for your question. ESPN has a pressing question. Hello, Mr. Li Ming. During the match, we observe you enduring multiple malicious fouls and exiting the game twice due to injuries. Thankfully, you seem unharmed and able to continue. What are your thoughts on the 3-minute conflict that arose from these malicious fouls? I must reiterate that matters on the court should be resolved on the court. Regardless of the circumstances, resorting to physical altercations is a primitive and reprehensible behavior. Li Ming paused momentarily, surveying the gathered reporters before continuing. Indeed, one can observe that if a player or a team resorts repeatedly to underhanded tactics in an attempt to undermine an athlete's career, such actions will undoubtedly be met with universal disapproval. Humanity is inherently emotional, and athletes are no exception. This is a principal catalyst for the eruption of conflict, and I sincerely hope that the league will expeditiously provide a resolution that satisfies all parties involved. Thank you for your inquiries. With that, Li Ming tidied his belongings and returned to the locker room. After all, he had a rendezvous with a young lady the following day and little time to engage in idle chatter. Chapter 48. Player of the Week. Upon entering the locker room, Li Ming promptly messaged Avril, inquiring if she was available the next day and whether he could visit her studio. After receiving a definitive response, they arranged to meet at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Oh yes, Li Ming leaped into the air, swinging his fist, an utterly dramatic scene fortuitously witnessed by nYao, who had just entered the locker room. Oh dear, how could one be blinded by sand? I saw nothing, absolutely nothing. Come back here. What is this? I've already claimed I saw nothing. Are you still trying to silence me? Spare me. Just you? If you were to silence me, I wouldn't even know where to bury you. Li Ming cast a disdainful glance at nYao. I have a date tomorrow afternoon. You must hurry and provide me with some ideas. Do you have any suggestions? Damn, why bring that up? As if I have vast experience. I don't know the specifics, but let me conjure up a romantic idea. Find a fireworks manufacturer and customize the message you wish to convey. Then invite her to Graybridge Bay Park for a stroll. And the bus will set off fireworks from across the way. And you can take the chance to embrace and kiss her. It will be a grand success. The strategist's advice is truly splendid. I shall leave the fireworks arrangement to you. At that moment, nYao felt like slapping himself for speaking too much. Why talk unnecessarily? Running around and still being fed dog food. Life is so arduous. Just then, Coach Anier also entered the locker room, cheerfully addressing Li Ming. The player of the week for the first week has been announced, and without a doubt, it is you from the East. Li Ming took over Coach Anil's laptop. The Eastern Conference player of the week is Li Ming, while the Western Conference player of the week is Garnett. Last week, the Raptors played 3 matches against the Nets, the Wizards, and the Timberwolves, and they emerged victorious in all 3 encounters. Li Ming averaged an astounding 49, 3 points, 15 rebounds, 9, 3 assists, 7 blocks, and 7 steals per game, earning him the title of the most formidable player of the week in history. The Minnesota Timberwolves faced the Bucks, Nets, Raptors, and Jazz in 4 matches last week, achieving 2 victories and suffering 2 defeats against the Raptors and Nets. Kevin Garnett averaged 25, 5 points, 13 rebounds, 5 assists, 5 blocks, and 1 steal per game. Without Li Ming, this would epitomize the performance of an all-around warrior. Upon returning home late at night, Li Ming spared no effort in his quest to assist Yao Ming, mobilizing all his resources to locate a fireworks manufacturer. He then discreetly reached out to Zhao Jiao, requesting him to leverage all his connections to investigate whether Avril had a boyfriend. This was not an invasion of privacy. Rather, it was a prudent measure to understand the situation better. After all, to act on mere feelings without consideration could lead to unnecessary complications for others. Early the next morning, Zhao sent a message to Li Ming, though it was not regarding Avril. The Bank of Montreal has agreed to our requests, and the contract has been sent to your email. The lawyer will provide feedback in about an hour. Please respond upon receipt. Li Ming did not respond to the message and directly made a phone call. I will review the contract shortly, and, after discussing with the lawyer, I will promptly arrange a meeting with Fenghe Bank. This is cash we are dealing with. The sooner it is in hand, the better. He instructed Zhao to finalize the signing date as soon as possible and began to prepare himself. After trying on at least 20 different outfits, Li Ming felt dissatisfied with each one. nYao, hearing the commotion from downstairs, decided to ascend to the third floor for a glimpse. To his astonishment, the floor was strewn with clothes. Good heavens, what is going on here? Is it not enough to dress normally? You are not attending a wedding. Why bring out the suit? His words struck a chord, revealing the folly of isolating oneself in thought, which can lead to misconceptions. Thank you, nYao. You're truly a wonderful brother. Now I understand why you always complain about my lengthy training sessions, reminding me that life is not solely about basketball. This remark left Yao momentarily speechless, but hearing Li Ming refer to him as a good brother made it all worthwhile. Li Ming was inwardly cursing the system, which had rendered him voiceless in his frustration. Ever since the system had integrated with him, it felt as though he had done nothing but play basketball. No, that is not entirely accurate. There was indeed one other thing. He had been relentlessly pursued by Lionel. Curse system, what purpose do you serve? Practicing basketball has almost made me foolish. Considering Avril's temperament, what does she favor the most? Surely, it cannot be the attire of a suit. Moreover, given his current status as a shareholder and lifetime spokesperson for the sports brand, it was needless to say that he would begin to meticulously prepare, ensuring that every aspect of his appearance reflected the essence of the sports brand. Li Ming has completed his preparations, and the lawyer's opinion has been rendered, indicating no objections. As one of the top 3 banks in the Maple Leaf Nation, it is reasonable to assume that this contract has undergone extensive legal scrutiny, thus presenting no issues. This is essentially an endorsement contract, primarily concerning the external image rather than imposing significant constraints on him. At 10 o'clock in the morning, nYao has arranged for the signing to take place at 1:30 p.m. Although it is the weekend, they warmly welcome Li Ming and have prearranged media coverage. With everything set, it is time to proceed efficiently. At 1 p.m., Li Ming arrived punctually at the main building of the Bank of Nova Scotia. He first upgraded his previous bank card to the prestigious black card and then listened to the questions he would need to address during the media interview. Once Li Ming confirmed his readiness, the signing ceremony commenced. The ceremony was straightforward and brief, primarily consisting of handshakes and photographs for promotional purposes. Following the formal signing, the Bank of Nova Scotia indicated that, as stipulated in the contract, they would transfer the endorsement fee to Li Ming in 5 installments over the course of 35 working days. After casually engaging with the media and scheduling a time for the next advertising shoot with the bank, Li Ming hurriedly made his way to Avril's personal studio. It is worth noting that Ontario is a province with significant tax burdens. Even with his financial team's strategic tax avoidance, he would still face nearly 51 in taxes. Thus, from the lifetime endorsement of $50 million, he would ultimately receive less than $25 million. Although this realization stings, he reassures himself that it is still a substantial amount, especially in cash. On his way to Avril's studio, Li Ming received a call from Zhao. I have gathered the information. You cannot imagine the lengths I went to for this. I utilized every connection I have. They say we are brothers, and you truly come through. Please do not keep me in suspense. I am eager to hear the details. Li Ming, anxious about being late for the appointment, realized that he still had 20 minutes to reach his destination under normal circumstances. However, with less than 15 minutes remaining until 3 in the afternoon, he pressed the accelerator of his Ferrari Enzo to its limits. Only his remarkable reaction speed allowed him to navigate the roads at such a breakneck pace. Most would hesitate to drive so recklessly. Meanwhile, he was aware that his girlfriend was currently involved with someone named nKobe, with whom she had been dating for over 6 months. He was also a member of the same band as Avril Lavigne. According to mutual friends, it seemed that the couple was now embroiled in a Cold War, having not been seen together for 2 months. What on earth? From the same band? This simply cannot stand. Li Ming contemplated the situation. For a youth of 18 or 19 years, a 2-month Cold War essentially equated to a peaceful separation. This did not constitute taking advantage of someone's vulnerability. It was, without a doubt, a matter of integrity. With this in mind, he felt no remorse towards nKobe. Chapter 49. Composing a song for Avril at precisely 2:58 in the afternoon, Li Ming arrived at Avril's studio. No sooner had he stepped out of the car than he received a call from Coach Anil. The assessment of Blake's injury had been completed. He had sustained a fracture to his right ankle. Concurrently, the league's disciplinary measures were announced. On the Raptors' side, Yao Ming, Berea, Marshall, and Williams faced a 3-game suspension, while Jalen Rose was suspended for 2 games. For the Wizards, Arenas, Larry Hughes, Haywood, and Hayes were also suspended for 3 games, and Blake faced a 2-game suspension. Relatively speaking, these penalties were rather lenient, reflecting a mutual concession between the two teams. After all, the brawl had been prolonged, involved numerous participants, and resulted in many injuries, rendering the incident particularly egregious. Li Ming reassured Coach Anil not to worry, asserting that this situation would not affect the team's performance, as he was confident in securing victories in the upcoming 3 matches. After ending the call, Li Ming's bodyguard arrived at the studio. His arrival mere moments apart from Li Ming's. The scheduled bulletproof vehicle would not be available for another month, and relying on Yao's car was not a feasible option. Consequently, he had arranged for a Saab van for the bodyguard just yesterday, which was delivered to his home early this morning. The fact that the bodyguards, driving an SUV, could keep pace with Li Ming in his sports car demonstrated their considerable capabilities. After knocking on the door and receiving a response of "Please enter," Li Ming instructed the bodyguard to wait in the car while he entered alone. The studio was modest in size, approximately 100 square meters, with an array of musical instruments occupying most of the space. At the far end, a small recording booth housed Avril, who was seated at a table to the left of the entrance. In her youth, Avril was truly carefree. Rather than sitting comfortably on the couch, she preferred the table. Standing at 5 feet 7 inches, her legs swung playfully as she perched on the table. Upon seeing Li Ming, she propped herself on the table and jumped down with enthusiasm. Aside from Avril, 3 others were present. "Li Ming, you've arrived. Let me introduce you. These 3 are my friends." Avril beamed with a sweet smile, the extent of which Li Ming was curious to discern. "This is Derek Whibley, the guitarist and lead vocalist of Sum 41. These 2 are my bodyguards, as well as my good friends. Currently, aside from Derek, who often visits me, I have little interaction with other guys. It's truly thanks to these 2 gallant protectors." As she spoke, Avril rolled her eyes, clearly indicating her disdain for how the bodyguards affected her social interactions with males. This brings us to Avril's character. In her youth, she embodied the quintessential tomboy, often getting expelled from classrooms for fighting with classmates. Even in her breakout single Complicated, the music video featured male friends causing mischief around her. Deep down, Avril's personality leaned towards the masculine, carefree, unconcerned with trivialities, fiercely loving and hating, audaciously proactive. It could be said that for every admirer she garnered, there were equally those who disapproved of her. The presence of these 2 gentlemen exuded a reassuring aura, which explained their role as her devoted protectors. Li Ming chuckled as he hung up his coat, making a light-hearted jest while gauging Avril's reaction. "Without the 2 of you, I reckon the suitors vying for your affection would have to queue all the way to New York." He sighed. Let's not dwell on that. Love is a topic even dogs shun." Avril pouted slightly, turned her head, and picked up a guitar. "You mentioned you would create a demo for me. I assume you can play an instrument as well? Choose your own." Li Ming, unreservedly, selected an electric guitar, which was relatively easier to play, considering he had not practiced for quite some time, and his fingers were somewhat out of shape. Derek Whibley noticed that Li Ming was entirely ignoring him, and a shadow of discontent crossed his gaze. Given that both were seasoned musicians, there was no need for cunning. The towering figure of Li Ming practically had his thoughts written across his face. "Hello, Li Ming. I am Derek Whibley from the band Sum 41. Since you are not acknowledging me, I shall take the initiative to extend my hand for a handshake." It seems Avril has already discerned who possesses the greater vision. "Oh, my apologies, greetings. You are a senior in the realm of music, and I must humbly seek your guidance and insights." Li Ming found the name vaguely familiar, yet he couldn't quite place it. There's no need for guidance. Today happens to be a free day, and I was contemplating composing a rock song with Avril about youthful love and rebellion. However, upon hearing her mention that a basketball star would be writing 2 demos for her, curiosity piqued, and I decided to take a look. As Whibley approached, he chatted amiably, and when he reached Li Ming, he playfully nudged the electric guitar in his hands, asking, "This is an electric guitar. Do you know how to play it? If not, I can teach you." Observing Whibley's expressions and tone, Li Ming had no doubts left. He was clearly a rival, the jealousy unmistakable. Wait, who? Derek Wibuli, Avril's boyfriend next year. The one she plans to marry hastily in the following year. The very culprit behind Avril's unfortunate romantic history was now in my grasp. You, my friend, have no path to heaven left. Of course, I can play. Basketball is my passion, and music is too. When it comes to my interests, I am always wholeheartedly invested. Now, you sit back for a moment. If I truly struggle with something, you can come back to teach me later. Realizing this fellow's identity, Li Ming could not muster any goodwill toward him. Not outright giving him a hefty shove was already the extent of Li Ming's patience. Avril, I've composed the entire melody of the song over the past few days. Let me play it for you. I've also pinned some lyrics, though they aren't complete. I believe this song is perfect for you. It's called Girlfriend. With that, Li Ming strummed the chords of Avril's song from 2007. How could it not resonate with her? It was her song. While others may borrow flowers to offer a gift, he was merely borrowing flowers to gift flowers. If anyone was truly on edge, it was Wibuli. Damn, this little brat can actually write a song. After finishing the piece, instead of asking Avril, Li Ming turned to Wibuli. What do you think of this song? Does it suit Avril? Are you serious? How am I supposed to respond? If I say it doesn't suit her, I'll offend her on the spot. If I say I like it, I concede defeat to you immediately. I should really just give you peace of my mind. The melody is decent. A few points could be deepened further. You might not fully grasp Avril's style, but I'll revise it, and it will be perfect. Whatever Wibuli thought internally, he maintained a cheerful demeanor, his smile unwavering. Is that so? Then please do make those changes. And once you're done, let us hear it. After Li Ming concluded, he turned to Avril. I have another song for you, one that embodies two entirely different musical styles. Yet both are remarkably suited to your essence. Please listen. With that, he momentarily recalled the melody of innocence and began to play it. This infuriated Wibuli, whose prominent nose flushed crimson with indignation. He felt an overwhelming urge to pour out all the knowledge he had accumulated over 23 years just to show Avril. To be outdone in music by someone who played basketball was a blow he would rather face with a swift end than endure this humiliation. Perhaps Li Ming's sole virtue lay in his ability to immerse himself wholly in any endeavor. As he played Innocence, the excitement he had felt while performing Girlfriend gradually subsided, as if he became one with the melody. Even with the electric guitar, Li Ming conveyed the dreams of youth, the beauty of friendship, the confusion of love, the fervor of togetherness, the sorrow of parting, and the frustration of being misunderstood. A myriad of emotions intertwined, and even in the absence of lyrics, Avril gently closed her eyes, allowing tears to cascade down. Some fell upon her hands, while others seeped into her heart. She missed him. Chapter 50. Never Let Me See You Again. As the piece came to an end, Wibuli remained consumed by his impotent rage, fixated on how to better revise the earlier song Girlfriend, entirely oblivious to the fact that Li Ming had finished playing Innocence. Li Ming opened his eyes to find Avril in tears. Instantly alarmed, he sprang to his feet, grabbed a couple of tissues, and hurried to her side. Are you all right? Please don't smudge your eyeliner, he said with concern. Avril looked up at him, her eyes filled with a sense of grievance, and accepted the tissues, softly murmuring her gratitude. At that moment, Wibuli also sensed something was amiss and rushed over, showering Avril with tender inquiries and heartfelt care. Li Ming quietly took a step back, pondering. This fellow seems somewhat oblivious, unable to discern that Avril has no desire to converse. Yet here he is, chattering incessantly. It won't be long before he is sent away. This time, Li Ming's intuition proved correct, as they were indeed ushered out shortly thereafter. To be precise, both of them were dismissed. I seem to be feeling a bit unwell today, not in the best of spirits. Li Ming, thank you. I truly adore these two songs of yours. If you have the time, could you write them down for me? I've purchased them, Avril remarked, humming through her nose, her voice tinged with a hint of sorrow, as if she had yet to emerge from her melancholic state. No need. As I mentioned, they were written for you, so they are yours. These two songs were intended as a gift, replied Li Ming. But that would be too much. Please write them down first. Perhaps we can rehearse together next time, she suggested. Very well, then. Please take a moment to rest. I shall take my leave for now, he said. Upon hearing Li Ming express his intent to depart, Wibuli's spirits soared with delight. Once Li Ming exited the room, Avril, noticing Wibuli's lingering presence, inquired with curiosity. Is there something else you need? I'm not feeling my best today. Let's schedule our musical rendezvous for another time. Realizing she was effectively dismissing him, Wibuli reluctantly exited the studio. Li Ming had not ventured far. He was merely waiting beside Wibuli's car. Upon seeing Wibuli emerge, Li Ming wasted no time with pleasantries. He seized him and pinned him against the adjacent wall. "Listen to me," he said, his expression frostbitten and his eyes glinting with menace. "Someone of your stature, lacking in height, looks, talent, character, and wealth, not to mention your fickleness, should never again show your face in front of Avril. This is not a suggestion. It is a warning. Do you understand?" At that moment, despite being nearly a meter off the ground, Huibulai still managed to speak defiantly. "Are you planning to use force to make me submit? Such a method only earns my disdain. Love is a mutual attraction between two individuals, not something a muscle-bound brute like you could ever comprehend. If I were unaware of the deeds you would commit in the future, I might have been intimidated by your bravado. Perhaps it's time you abandon your singing career for acting. I reiterate, this is a warning, not a suggestion. Regardless of your thoughts, I shall ensure you distance yourself from Avril. Are you truly oblivious to the kind of person you are? It is high time you confront your own heart. No matter how you threaten me, my feelings will remain unchanged. I love her, and even the Almighty cannot alter that truth." Upon hearing this, Li Ming was both infuriated and amused. "Do you know where this is? Toronto. Even God must heed my words in this place." With that, Li Ming forcefully threw Huibulai onto the lawn. Fortunately, it was a lawn. Had it been a paved surface, he would indeed have met his maker. Li Ming extracted the mobile phone from Huibulai's pocket, and with a deft twist of his hands, the so-called indestructible Nokia met its demise. Should you choose to call Avril again, ponder carefully the consequences that may ensue. Li Ming grasped Huibulai's hair with one hand while extracting the car keys from his pocket with the other, flinging him into the vehicle without hesitation. "I am not jesting. If there is a next time, I shall not be so accommodating. Remember, Avril is not someone you should provoke, and neither am I." With that, he slammed the car door shut with such force that the vehicle shook violently. Huibulai watched as the bodyguard approached from behind Li Ming, contemplating the wisdom of avoiding immediate conflict. Gritting his teeth, he drove away, casting a threatening glance back at Li Ming. In truth, Huibulai was not Li Ming's most significant concern. The real dilemma lay in the unresolved feelings between Yeshi and Avril. The misunderstanding between Corbin and Avril stemmed from the closeness of Evan Teobenfide, both being guitarists in the same band. The nature of Evan and Avril's relationship remained ambiguous, leaving everyone perplexed, even from a divine perspective. The entire region of Jinsei Northwest was in disarray. Corbin, consumed by jealousy over the affectionate gestures shared between Avril and Evan, confronted Avril multiple times, yet she remained steadfast, insisting that they were merely good friends and urging him not to overthink matters. However, love is inherently selfish, and Corbin struggled to accept this reality. He even sought out Evan for a conversation, but to little avail, as the initiative rested with Avril. Consequently, the misunderstanding deepened. Currently, Corbin wished for Avril to sever ties with Evan, but she refused, perceiving his actions as an intrusion into her personal life. The two had been in a Cold War for over 2 months. Moments ago, Li Ming's rendition of Innocence had stirred in Avril a flood of memories regarding her past with Corbin, rekindling emotions that she had thought long subdued. Now, she hesitated, contemplating whether to call Corbin. If she made that call, it would indeed render Li Ming irrelevant in the unfolding narrative. While other protagonists pursued their desires, Li Ming found himself inadvertently facilitating the connection between them. Li Ming is currently in high spirits upon the release of these 2 songs. Even Avril cannot help but bow to his remarkable talent. It is no wonder that people often say a man in love possesses an IQ of 0, as he joyfully hums a tune while hurrying home, eager to transcribe his melodies. Compositions that resonate deeply within him flow swiftly from his pen. Once he completed the lyrics and music, he glanced at the clock and noted it was only 6:30 in the evening. He promptly called Avril to inquire if she had time, as he had finished his pieces. Seizing the opportune moment, he extended an invitation for dinner. With Avril's emotions settling, she hesitated, contemplating the missed call from Corbin that lingered on her phone, before ultimately accepting Li Ming's invitation. In truth, Avril's feelings remain quite tumultuous. Her attendance was merely motivated by curiosity regarding the lyrics of the 2 songs Li Ming had penned. She has yet to realize that Li Ming harbors feelings for her. Truly, the youthful Avril embodies a carefree spirit, loving passionately and hating with unwavering intensity. Li Ming glanced at the distance and ultimately decided on Le Germain Hotel. Recalling his previous visit where the cuisine had been quite delightful and the ambience tranquil, ideal for intimate conversation, he promptly reserved a private room at Le Germain Hotel and took the lead with the score in hand, driving his Enzo ahead. The bodyguard, having just finished his shift, had never encountered such an employer and, without waiting for the shift to conclude, discreetly slipped away. What a challenge it was to ensure proper protection. What else was there to say? He hastily urged the car to pursue. Chapter 51. The first date. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Li Ming entered the room by himself, instructing the bodyguard to stand watch at both the hotel entrance and the garage, ready to notify him as soon as Avril arrived. At 7:10 p.m., the bodyguard informed him that Avril had arrived. Hearing this, Li Ming hurriedly adjusted his attire and rushed to the elevator to greet her. Avril, it seemed, had not yet fully regained her composure. The sparkle had faded from her once lively eyes. Though Li Ming was curious about what had transpired with Avril during that brief interval, his inquisitiveness did not compel him to inquire further. Upon entering the room, he allowed Avril to select a few dishes before adding some of his own, urging the kitchen to expedite their preparations. They sat across from each other at a small round table meant for four. Avril appeared somewhat despondent, prompting Li Ming to attempt a conversation about music, hoping to spark her interest. The song Girlfriend narrates the tale of a self-absorbed, rebellious young girl who boldly pursues a boy already in a relationship, ultimately succeeding in her endeavor. While the underlying message may be questionable, it hardly matters in this era where nonconformity is about to flourish, as long as one possesses appealing features. Innocence, originally co-written by Avril and Evan, conveys themes of hope, dreams, reality, misunderstandings, and beauty. However, given that Avril was currently embroiled in a dispute with Evan and Corbin, bringing up this song felt like pouring salt into an open wound. As Avril perused the sheet music and lyrics, she mentally replayed the song, and anguish washed over her. She covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face in torrents. Witnessing Avril's sorrow shattered Li Ming's heart. He was rendered speechless, awkwardly passing her tissues. Should a journalist have stumbled in at that moment, an extraordinary tabloid story would have surely emerged. After what felt like an eternity, Avril composed herself, taking several large sips of juice before inhaling deeply. I truly apologize for revealing such an ungraceful side of myself to you. I genuinely adore both of your songs. They resonate perfectly with my style. Thank you so much. There's no need for such formalities. Please don't be so polite, he replied. Would you care for some red wine? Avril's emotions were a tumultuous blend of joy and sorrow. After a moment's contemplation, she nodded in agreement. A little wine would suffice to persuade herself not to dwell too much on her troubles. With a grand gesture, Li Ming extravagantly ordered the most expensive items, showcasing a lavish demeanor befitting a spendthrift. Seizing the moment while the red wine breathed, Li Ming initiated a conversation with Avril. Will you come to watch my match tomorrow? I've reserved front row season tickets for you, and you can come see me play whenever you have the time. That sounds wonderful. I happen to have little work lately, and you've already helped me write 2 incredible songs. It feels as though I've completed half of my work for next year, Avril replied, her tone slightly awkward, her gaze momentarily lifting before quickly dropping. She fidgeted with her knife and fork, lost in her thoughts. The atmosphere grew strangely tense once more. Do you smoke? Avril inquired, pulling out a pack of lady cigarettes and offering Li Ming one. You seem to be in a bad mood. Let me join you for a smoke. Though I don't actually smoke. You know, as an athlete, I must steer clear of such vices, and you should take care of your voice as well. It's fine. I sing rock, so smoking is just a way to strengthen my vocal cords, Li Ming retorted, unable to respond to her teasing remark. After all, she was the punk girl who could boldly proclaim, I smoke, drink, and have tattoos, but I'm not a bimbo. Thankfully, she had yet to begin her tattoo journey. As the saying goes, cigarettes nurture the body. Alcohol nourishes the soul. Together they lead to a night of indulgence, but neither compares to the heartache of love. The wine was nearly ready to be savored. Let us drink. Since neither of us knows what else to say, let's just enjoy ourselves. Where are we? In a hotel. What S in abundance? Rooms. No, it's the wine that S in abundance. Li Ming, who had always abstained from alcohol in his previous life and possessed a low tolerance for spirits, now enjoyed the remarkable ability of rapid recovery bestowed by his azure physique. Even though he once struggled with a mere sip, he now found himself impervious to intoxication, capable of consuming copious amounts without consequence. Avril, however, was a different story. She possessed a genuine affinity for drink. They had already polished off 5 bottles of red wine, with Li Ming serving her more than himself, wary of her propensity to overindulge. As the evening wore on, Avril climbed onto the small round table, causing the dishes to clatter dangerously to the sides. She positioned herself directly in front of Li Ming, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Fortunately for them both, Avril's petite stature of 1.57 meters allowed her to sit comfortably on the table, face to face with Li Ming. Feeling slightly flustered under her unwavering stare, Li Ming averted his eyes downwards, only to find himself captivated by the glistening allure of Avril's lips. A surge of anticipation coursed through him, as if his heart were striving to escape his chest. "Do you like me?" Avril asked, her tone devoid of emotion, strikingly cold. Caught off guard by her abruptness, Li Ming momentarily faltered, unsure of how to respond. Yet, Avril was relentless. She seized the collar of his shirt, bringing their faces perilously close. In that moment, Li Ming succumbed to his impulses and leaned in to kiss her. However, the instant their lips brushed, she pushed him away. "I currently have a boyfriend, though he hasn't spoken to me in quite some time. He hasn't formally ended things either. I have no desire to initiate a breakup. He should understand that I am not that kind of person. Why then? Does he persist in misunderstanding me?" As she spoke, tears began to flow anew from Avril's eyes. I know you and Evan are very good friends. You are a girl of discernment." Li Ming gently brushed Avril's hair, smiling as he comforted her. How do you know these things?" This question from Li Ming left Avril so astonished that her tears ceased to flow. "We are in Toronto. Is it so peculiar that I know a few things? Moreover, for someone I admire, I must first understand her. Otherwise, would it not be rather abrupt? No wonder the lyrics of your two songs are like this. The lyrics of Girlfriend suggest that you are pursuing me, implying that you believe Corbin is unworthy of my affection and wish to claim me as your girlfriend. Is that the interpretation?" Avril appeared somewhat dazed, her gaze becoming vacant once more. "As for the lyrics of Innocence, do you mean to convey that you understand my friendship with Evan and are aware of my dreams, and that you will respect them? Is it your intention?" Li Ming understood that he could no longer allow her to dwell in memories. Given the circumstances, he must take the initiative. A person who truly loves you will seek to understand you, and one who genuinely knows you will have faith in you. Do not linger in sorrow. If he does not cherish you, why should you continue to grieve for him? Such a version of you is simply heart-wrenching. As Li Ming spoke, he lifted Avril from the table and leaned down to kiss her. Startled, Avril struck at Li Ming's chest with her small hands, but as time passed, her resistance softened, and she gradually wrapped her arms around his back. Chapter 52. This is a serious dilemma. The two embraced and kissed for an indeterminate duration. Avril felt as though she was on the verge of suffocation before she finally pushed herself away from Li Ming's embrace. "How could you do this? I've already told you that we haven't officially broken up yet." In the timeline of reality, Avril indeed ended her relationship in November 2003. Flustered, Avril adjusted her hair, attempting to step back, but Li Ming would not release her. "You're already 19. Do you not comprehend that a silent departure is a dignified way to part?" Li Ming gazed at Avril with a look of indulgence, contemplating that he was indeed the most successful fan of all. There is no need to place such immense pressure upon yourself. Granting yourself an opportunity is quite commendable, is it not? How could one not see that Avril embodied the spirit of a tomboy? She found excuses in a manner unlike anyone else. "If you can outdrink me, I shall consider you my boyfriend." Why the need for additional drinks, one might wonder. It is puzzling how someone of such a petite stature can consume so much. "Very well, you have said it." He promptly ordered 5 more bottles of red wine and replenished the order for food. Let the revelry commence. With the conversation reaching this juncture, both parties shed their inhibitions. Avril boldly perched herself upon Li Ming's lap, initially using a glass, but soon resorting to drinking directly from the bottle. With all 5 bottles now consumed, a total of 10 bottles of red wine had been downed, and Avril must have had at least 3 bottles herself. It seemed that Avril had truly overindulged. She gently pecked Li Ming on the cheek before resting her head on his shoulder, drifting into slumber. Faced with this predicament, Li Ming had no choice but to secure a room for Avril to rest. He swiftly contacted the manager to arrange a room, and as he carried Avril outside, an unexpected complication arose. Avril's bodyguard insisted on escorting her home. While such a request was undoubtedly reasonable, Li Ming felt uneasy leaving Avril in her intoxicated state without his presence. After some contemplation, he resolved to accompany Avril's bodyguard to ensure her safe return home. Just as he was making his way to the elevator with Avril in his arms, a shout halted his steps. "Wardfall, you big oaf. Where do you think you're taking that bimbo?" A slender Caucasian man donned in a blue knitted hat was being dragged along by a girl with multicolored hair, hurling insults as they approached. For a moment, Li Ming suspected he was dealing with a drug addict in a euphoric haze. However, regardless of his state, if he dared to insult him, it was one thing, but to insult his girlfriend was entirely unacceptable. Li Ming placed Avril into the arms of her bodyguard, Henry, who quietly remarked, "This is her boyfriend, Jesse Corbin." Former boyfriend, mind you. Ex-boyfriend. Are you aware of that? Li Ming glared fiercely at Henry. Taken aback by her intensity, involuntarily stepped back a pace. Without awaiting Henry's response, Li Ming turned sharply to fix his gaze upon Colburn, his demeanor exuding an intensity that suggested he could devour him whole. During media interviews, Li Ming was always seen with a smile, embodying a gentle demeanor. Even amidst the rigors of competition, rarely revealing any trace of ferocity, as if everything in life was but a fleeting breeze. However, this occasion was markedly different. While he could endure personal harm, daring to threaten his family was tantamount to courting disaster. Li Ming lunged forward, gripping Colburn's face with his right hand and lifting him off the ground. Since you haven't been in touch for over 2 months, I kindly request that you cease all contact from now on. Let us preserve a semblance of dignity for everyone involved. I have no desire for this to become particularly unpleasant. Take the woman beside you and leave at once. Avril is now my partner, and I do not wish to hear another word of disrespect towards her from your lips otherwise. Li Ming chose not to utter another word and forcefully hurled him outside. This man exhibited no semblance of masculinity, relentlessly clawing at Li Ming's right hand with his fingernails. Damn it, you two treacherous lovers must have been secretly entangled behind my back. Spare me your insincere words. I shall make you pay dearly for this. Corbin, evidently inebriated, violently shrugged off the scruffy girl who had approached to assist him. From his pocket, he produced a revolver, which, if his memory served him right, was a coal python. At this moment, the efficacy of the bodyguards became apparent. Li Ming's 2 bodyguards swiftly advanced to shield him, urging him to crouch down while unfurling a portable bulletproof shield that stood approximately 5 feet tall. It is often said that alcohol emboldens the timid. Under normal circumstances, even with tenfold courage, Corbin would never dare to draw a weapon. Yet, fueled by drink and humiliated before his newly acquired companion, he found it intolerable that his ex-girlfriend was being led away before his eyes. With these 3 provocations combined, today would not conclude without repercussions if that gun remained silent. Bang, 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 bang. Corbin discharged 4 rounds, his wrist trembling under the recoil. Li Ming crouched behind the bodyguard and, through the narrow gap of the bulletproof panel, observed Colburn's hand droop, instantly realizing that his wrist lacked the strength to fire again. Just as Colburn attempted to switch the gun from his right hand to his left, Li Ming sprang into action, channeling his energy into a swift maneuver. First, he delivered a forceful chop with his left hand to Colburn's right wrist, already weakened by the recoil, causing the firearm to slip from his grasp. Following that, he executed a powerful elbow strike to the right side of Colburn's temple. Finally, a swift kick with his right leg targeted Colburn's lower body, causing him to lose balance and fall to the ground. Though described in detail, these 3 actions unfolded so seamlessly that they appeared to occur simultaneously, devoid of any sequence. Once Colburn lay on the floor, Li Ming unleashed 2 fierce punches with his left fist upon Colburn's face, leaving him bloodied and battered. He concluded the assault with a decisive kick aimed at Colburn's philtrum. This series of strikes left Colburn gasping for breath, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Avril's bodyguards had whisked her away the moment Colburn brandished his weapon, likely making a hasty escape through the emergency exit to the underground garage. Li Ming, seizing the opportunity, dialed Avril's number, and as expected, it was Henry who answered. Please ensure that Avril is safely escorted home. I have dealt with the situation here. Now we must await the arrival of the police and ambulance. Exercise caution on the way back and protect Avril. Inform me once you've arrived home. Henry mused to himself, uncertain whether Li Ming was truly Avril's boyfriend, yet he was already orchestrating their departure. If he hadn't arranged it, Henry intended to do so. Rest assured, I will report to you immediately after Miss Avril is safely home. Once the arrangements for Avril were secured, Li Ming turned his attention to addressing the matter with Colburn. The gunfire had sent the hotel staff on the 5th floor into hiding, but as the sound subsided, a few brave souls began to cautiously assess the situation. Approximately 15 minutes later, the ambulance and police arrived in quick succession. Upon assessing the scene, the paramedics promptly administered oxygen to Colburn. Given the severity of the incident, involving gun violence in a crowded public space, the Toronto police dispatched 2 officers to accompany the ambulance to the hospital. The nature of the event was clear-cut, requiring little elaboration. The police first requested a copy of the surveillance footage and subsequently called several witnesses to the station for statements. Even the hotel manager was summoned for questioning, while remarkably, Li Ming, the principal party involved, was not required to provide a statement. The Toronto police promptly stated that they would report the act of bravery displayed by Li Ming, expressing their profound gratitude for his courageous actions during the shooting incident, which significantly minimized the potential harm. Indeed, the damage was minimal. 2 bullets struck the bulletproof steel plate. 1 bullet hit the elevator door, and another impacted the trash can in front of the elevator. Aside from a superficial leg injury sustained by one of Li Ming's bodyguards from a ricochet off the elevator door, there were no other casualties. Li Ming instructed his bodyguard to hand over 2 bulletproof steel plates, laden with bullets, to the police for evidentiary purposes, and then proceeded directly home. Upon his arrival, nYao, delighted to see Li Ming, eagerly shared, "You won't believe it. Today, while viewing properties, we stumbled upon a house available for both sale and rent in the racecourse area. The price is quite reasonable, 3 million Canadian dollars. What do you think? Is it better to rent or to buy? I thought you were merely joking about moving out, but you truly intend to relocate? I believe there is no necessity for that. Our current home is still quite spacious." Li Ming had never contemplated asking nYao to move out. For nYao was the first friend he had made in this world on his own accord. "You already have a girlfriend. It would be inappropriate for us to intrude any further," he remarked. "Are you suggesting I would prioritize a woman over my brotherhood?" nYao pondered for a moment before responding with a serious tone, "Indeed. You gotta be kidding me." Li Ming exclaimed, as nYao playfully struck his fist against his chest. "If you truly wish to relocate, it would be prudent to rent rather than purchase. Take your time to view several options. There's no rush." Reluctantly, nYao ekistily Ming's suggestion. The most vexing concern, however, rested with Li Ming. He had forgotten to ask for Henry's phone number, leaving him in the dark regarding Averil's current situation. He wished Henry would call him when he got home. Yet Henry had not reached out thus far. After consuming such copious amounts of alcohol, he was anxious about any potential consequences. With a heart laden with trepidation, Li Ming practiced his mid-range shots throughout the night. The following morning, news of the shooting incident at the Le Germain Hotel spread across various media outlets. The hotel, having done no wrong, found itself embroiled in an indoor shooting, leaving one to wonder how this would impact their business in the coming days. Such incidents in public spaces have severely detrimental effects, necessitating prompt and reliable reporting to quell the citizens' fears. Undoubtedly, the reports were filled with images of Li Ming, strikingly heroic as he subdued the assailant with remarkable composure. The media, well-versed in their craft, chose to omit the preceding events and focused solely on the footage commencing with the assailant drawing his weapon, highlighting Li Ming's fearless act of bravery that ultimately prevented any casualties during the shooting. Subsequent investigations revealed that the assailant's handgun still contained 2 live rounds. Had they been discharged, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The Toronto City Hall decided to bestow upon Li Ming a commendation for his gallant conduct. Li Ming once again emerged in the public eye as a hero following the shooting incident, significantly enhancing his favor among the citizens. After conversing with his private lawyer, he learned that such actions would result in a prison sentence of no less than 5 years. Understanding the gravity of the situation, he quickly dialed Zhao Jiao's number. "Have you seen today's news?" he inquired. "Yes, I just saw it and was about to call you. Why do you keep engaging in such perilous activities?" "Oh, come now. Do you think I am unaware of the dangers? I have a matter that requires your and the lawyer's assistance." "What's going on? Aren't you the hero who acted bravely? The City Hall even awarded you." "That is indeed true, but the reality is not as you imagine. I aim to ensure that justice is served. Please reach out to the court and strive to secure a longer sentence for him. Additionally, arrange for him to be placed in a more accommodating prison. I am willing to invest any amount necessary. You understand my intent, don't you?" Zhao Jiao pondered briefly and grasped Li Ming's intentions. "I understand. Rest assured, I will find the most reliable prison for him, ensuring he will never suffer from constipation again. Indeed, you are quite dependable. I entrust this to you." Just as Li Ming was about to hang up, he suddenly remembered something. "In a while, I will transfer $10 million to the management agency. This time, we will not limit ourselves to player contracts. We also need to secure some high-quality artists. When you have time, come over to my place, and I will provide you with a list." "All right, I will come over after breakfast." After ending the call, Li Ming felt a significant weight lift from his shoulders. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Jiao arrived. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Li Ming began to jot down the star players for the upcoming year, such as Howard and Iguodala. He also noted some talents in film and music, suggesting that they could sign contracts early and arrange for teachers to provide training, later securing them film resources. Such contracts generally yield substantial returns in the long run, and Li Ming knew that few were privy to this knowledge. He wrote down ideas as they came to him. In essence, this initiative was established to prevent Averil's management agency from exploiting her further. Li Ming would be willing to serve even if it was solely for her benefit. Having addressed these matters, Zhao received a call informing him that the fireworks factory had been located and was in the process of customizing the fireworks as per Li Ming's requests. Li Ming, standing nearby, repeatedly emphasized the necessity of completing the task expeditiously, asserting that financial concerns were of no consequence. This evening, on November 9th, there's a home game against the Nuggets, and Li Ming is taking the afternoon off to consult with Coach Anil, intending to see Avril. After all, she is now his girlfriend, and a modicum of care is undoubtedly essential. Accompanying Yao Ming and Ahua on a leisurely stroll around the residence, he felt that the properties along the racetrack were decidedly superior. Other neighborhoods seemed somewhat mixed in character, and their security was not as robust. As they meandered, time passed surprisingly swiftly. Approaching noon, Avril's call came through. "My goodness, did Colburn really shoot at you yesterday?" Her tone was rife with disbelief, leaving Li Ming uncertain whether her concern was for him or for Colburn. "Rest assured, I'm perfectly fine. Did Henry inform you about the situation yesterday?" "Henry sent me a message detailing the events. It truly is astonishing. Colburn is not typically such an impulsive individual." Upon hearing this, Li Ming felt a sense of discomfort. The one who was shot is your boyfriend, and the assailant is your ex. It is one thing for you to neglect my feelings, but to defend a criminal? Do you truly believe that is justifiable? Regardless of the circumstances, brandishing a firearm is indefensible, let alone discharging 4 bullets in a public space. Avril recognized her misstep. Her forthright nature often led her to speak without filter. However, she was willing to acknowledge her fault. "I apologize. This is entirely my mistake. It's all my fault for having consumed too much alcohol, and I'm truly sorry." That scoundrel Corbin deserves to be locked away for some serious reflection. How can he embrace other women and still utter such words? It utterly disgusts me. Enough about Corbin. Let's cease to speak of him. Life is long, and encountering scoundrels is a common occurrence. Fortunately, you have met me now. Otherwise, your future would be quite dire. As Li Ming jested with Avril, he inquired, "Where are you?" "I shall come to find you." In Chapter 54, titled A Misstep in the Gutter, the season's first defeat, Avril provided him with a location, a condominium situated at the southeast corner of Young Street and Bloor Street. It was not far, and Li Ming arrived swiftly. Holding a bouquet of flowers, he composed himself, instructing his bodyguard to maintain a distance before ringing the doorbell. Mere moments after he pressed the bell, the door swung open. The most notable distinction between the citizens of the Maple Leaf Country and those of the Beautiful Country lies in the custom of removing shoes upon entering a home. While the latter may tread upon sofas and beds in their footwear, the former typically prefers to be barefoot or in socks within their abodes. At first glance, Li Ming was captivated by Avril's bare feet. Her delicate little feet, resembling a meticulously crafted work of art, exhibited every detail with impeccable precision. The toes were elegantly elongated and tinted a soft pink, while the instep showcased a flawless curve, unadorned by nail polish, radiating an ineffable purity and softness. Li Ming hastily wiped away the tears from the corners of his mouth, realizing that staring at someone's feet was rather impolite. He lifted his gaze towards Avril, who perhaps had not yet found the time to apply her makeup. Or maybe she felt more at ease in front of her boyfriend and chose to forego it. In any case, Li Ming found Avril's natural appearance to be far more enchanting than her made-up visage. It must be said that the punk aesthetic simply did not suit her. Li Ming casually closed the door behind him. At that moment, Avril had already rushed into his embrace. "I'm so relieved to see you unharmed. You cannot fathom the fear that gripped me upon hearing the news." She buried her head against Li Ming's chest and, unable to suppress her tears, continued, "I never expected him to be such a person. Fortunately, I encountered you. I feel incredibly fortunate." As she spoke, Avril cupped Li Ming's face in her hands. Without hesitation, he leaned down and kissed her. "System, as you know, I seldom ask for favors. I am aware, I comprehend, I understand. Thank you. We're practically family. Have you heard of the 28 card? If you accumulate some data tonight, I'll replenish my energy. Let us not exaggerate. She is petite. Wait a moment. If all of this requires energy, then why did you have me augment my physical data earlier? That was a fixed amount. As long as you utter the word extract, you are guaranteed a random allocation of 37 centimeters. All right, you win this round. Stop overthinking. We must focus on the task at hand. I want to watch the show. No, I need to enter hibernation. My energy consumption is excessive. Dog System, do you think I believe you?" Initially, both were enamored with each other. having shared a harrowing experience during a shooting incident, which revealed to Avril the true nature of her ex-boyfriend's deceitfulness. They only paused for breath when they found themselves breathless from the kisses exchanged, gazing into each other's eyes filled with affection. This time, Avril was unyielding, initiating another kiss. Once their lips met, they became utterly entwined. There's an ancient poem that poignantly captures the moment. Weeping painfully, the old tree, dusk descends. The sun began its descent, and the heartbroken individual laments, "Oh heaven." As the sun dipped below the horizon, Avril remarked, "Aren't you supposed to have a match tonight? If you continue like this, will you still be able to perform well? We should head to the arena." Upon addressing the matter at hand, Li Ming glanced out the window, confirming that the sun was indeed nearing its setting. Thankfully, today's match was scheduled for a later time at 7:30, otherwise they would have been late. Though reluctant to part, he summoned his formidable willpower to convince himself that there would be ample time after the match. After a hasty tidy-up, Li Ming carried Avril to the bathroom for a quick rinse before taking her to the vanity. Do not inquire why he did not let her walk. The answer would become evident in due time. Once they were ready, Li Ming hurriedly led Avril towards the arena, arriving just before 7. As they stepped out of the car, Avril's legs felt somewhat uncomfortable, prompting Li Ming to have a brilliant idea. Hold on tight. As soon as the words left his lips, Li Ming swept up Avril and settled her upon his right shoulder, striding purposefully towards the players' tunnel. The security guard at the entrance, taken aback by such an unprecedented sight, was at a loss. This was decidedly against protocol, and he wondered if a ticket was still required. However, the guard's thoughts were his own concern, for Li Ming paid no heed to such regulations and pressed onward. Avril felt a twinge of anxiety, fully aware that this was not in accordance with the rules, yet she refrained from questioning Li Ming. Her trust in him was unwavering. When one believes in another, there is little need for inquiry. The seasoned guards, having seen it all over the years, chose to feign ignorance, bowing their heads as if to say they saw nothing. After all, whether Li Ming was accompanied by a young girl or even something as daunting as a missile, they dared not intervene. The reporters stationed at the players' tunnel were in a frenzy, utterly astonished by the spectacle before them. This was unlike anything they had ever witnessed. Cameras clicked furiously, and true to her mischievous nature, Avril stuck out her tongue and flashed a middle finger at the lenses, while Li Ming merely chuckled, ensuring her stability. He offered apologies to the reporters, assuring them that the match would commence shortly and that any inquiries could be addressed in the post-game interviews. Swiftly navigating through the throng of journalists, he greeted Coach Anil from across the locker room door, before leading Avril to her designated seat. This particular spot was unlike the others, situated directly behind the main team's bench and adorned with a pink heart motif. It was evident that this was undoubtedly Glenwald's idea. Li Ming returned to the changing room to switch his attire before heading to the court for warm-up. However, with the very first ball during his warm-up, he sensed something amiss, a feeling as though his strength was not fully accessible. Damn system. How much longer until I am fully restored? He grumbled inwardly. Host, you are well aware that there's a match tonight, yet you still. Never mind. I shan't scold you. After all, I find great joy in watching. Not in that sense. Rather, I believe it's inconsequential. In just 35 minutes, you shall regain your full capabilities. Initially, just hold steady for a few minutes. It won't be a significant issue. Glancing at the clock, he reassured himself that 35 minutes would not hinder the game. The Nuggets, being a lackluster team, would be in for a data onslaught. This match promised to be intriguing, especially since the Raptors were without 5 players due to suspension. Their starting lineup consisted of center, Robert Archibald, power forward, Jerome Moiso, small forward, Morris Peterson, shooting guard, Li Ming, and point guard, Palacio. Apart from Li Ming, each player was nursing injuries, particularly those sustained from prior altercations, though fighting was manageable. The aftermath of a day or two's rest rendered them sore all over. Observing Palacio's demeanor, it was clear that even ball handling was a struggle, his arms barely lifted. What could be done? It was yet another day of shouldering dual responsibilities. As the game commenced, the situation quickly tilted in favor of the opposition. Upon realizing the Raptors' collective struggle, the Nuggets promptly employed a triple-team strategy against Li Ming, creating numerous open opportunities for their team. Yet what good was that? With arms barely able to rise, relying on making open three-pointers was futile. Perhaps he could manage a couple of baskets down low, but shooting was out of the question. He wouldn't make even 1 out of 10 attempts. Frustrated, Coach Anil made 3 substitutions, but to no avail. After all, with 5 players suspended, only 9 remained available, half of whom were injured, while the other half were ill-equipped for the NBA. Despite Li Ming's solitary perseverance, the Raptors faced a disappointing defeat, concluding the game at 102-89, losing by 13 points. Yet, as the saying goes, losing is acceptable as long as the statistics remain intact. And in this match, even Wilt Chamberlain would have to acknowledge the impressive figures. Li Ming, in this match, achieved an astounding tally of 71 points, 47 rebounds, 5 assists, 11 blocks, and 8 steals. With Yao absent, Li Ming has been relentless in his pursuit of rebounds over the past 2 games. Regardless of the circumstances, he has secured the coveted super triple-double reward. Congratulations to the host. You have been granted a virtual space for half a month. However, there is no need for it. You may keep the energy for recovery, as I have already bestowed upon you the duration of a year's worth of virtual space-time from the previous occasion. This has left the system bewildered. What is this situation? Is the host truly this generous? Half a month without seeing Avril? I might as well be done for. Indeed, host, you have such thoughts. Alas, can this contraption truly hear one's innermost thoughts? Is there no longer any semblance of privacy? Chapter 55. Today we must relocate. All right, I shall cease my jesting. You are aware that the enhancement provided by virtual space has become exceedingly limited for me. After receiving 4 double rewards, Li Ming scarcely rested during his month in the virtual space and managed only to elevate his mid-range and fadeaway jump shots to a purple level. Yet, the distinction between red and gold skills is monumental. Previously, he acquired numerous golden talents primarily due to his physical attributes. The system bestowed upon him a new physique of remarkable strength. With minimal training, he reached levels unattainable by the average individual throughout a lifetime. This includes aspects such as jumping ability, speed, and even stealing, all of which rely on physical prowess and the rapidity of neural responses. Thus, in essence, Li Ming's golden skills are fundamentally supported by the body granted by the system, with the only golden skill he has obtained through personal training in non-physical attributes being that of a free throw expert. Li Ming has been playing in the CBA for 12 years, having first touched a basketball at the tender age of 3 and now at the age of 28. Although the CBA league does not boast world-class standards, the training methodologies employed are undeniably professional. Thus, Li Ming possesses a clear understanding of his capabilities and the areas in which he must enhance his skills, primarily focusing on his white and green skills. However, these particular skills do not necessitate prolonged specialized training. A bit of evening practice would suffice. The host concurred, contemplating whether he could convert energy into an enhancement of his physical recovery talent. Yes, indeed, he should promptly experiment with this possibility, as physical recovery is currently of utmost importance. After a brief pause, the system astonishingly succeeded. According to the energy conversion parameters, the host would acquire an additional 7 years and 3 months of virtual training time, enabling him to upgrade to a purple exclusive talent, advanced recovery ability. It appears that exclusive physical talents are indeed quite challenging to elevate. Nonetheless, the virtual training time seems somewhat redundant for Li Ming. If it could be transmuted into a physical talent, that would be the optimal choice. Although he lost the match, Li Ming still achieved remarkably impressive statistics, and the fans present exhibited no signs of discontent. After all, watching the game is about enjoyment. However, Li Ming felt a twinge of embarrassment, having boasted to Coach Anir before the match, only to suffer such a comprehensive defeat. Following the loss, he felt compelled to do better for the fans. Fans in the front row and those lining the corridors, clad in Li Ming's jersey, eagerly sought his autograph. Despite the loss, the Raptors maintained a commendable record of 5 wins and 1 loss, mirroring that of the Pistons. Regardless of Coach Anir's coaching prowess, his high emotional intelligence was evident as he directly summoned Avril to join him in the Player S corridor to await Li Ming. Upon Avril's arrival, the journalists in the corridor erupted in excitement. Such sensational news was irresistible. Avril shot a glance at the reporters, and, as Li Ming approached, she rushed forward to embrace him, planting a kiss on his lips. Officially announced, a romance blossoming between the musical prodigy from Ontario and the basketball virtuoso. A perfect match. Indeed, this moment sent the reporters into a frenzy, their cameras flashing incessantly. With the crowd pressing in, Li Ming urged Avril to return to the car, fearing they might be overwhelmed by the throng of journalists. Once in the locker room, regardless of the rampant speculation, Li Ming merely stated, "Let us discuss this later." He hurriedly took a shower, donned a shirt emblazoned with the largest logo of his sporting brand, and wore a baseball cap featuring the logo of a prominent bank. anxiously pulling Coach Anir along toward the media conference. A familiar sports outlet, known for its gossip, shifted into full rumor mode, neglecting to inquire about the match. Hello, Li Ming. Today, the Raptors were missing 5 key players, yet you still led the remaining squad to the final moments against the Nuggets. Currently, fans are quite concerned about your relationship with Miss Averill. Would you be so kind as to share some details? Is this transition so abrupt? Are you gossip journalists or sports reporters? Good day, Miss Catherine. Regarding this match, we will conduct a systematic review. We aim to improve ourselves with each game. Li Ming took a moment to collect himself, steeling his resolve. If there is to be an official announcement, so be it, he thought, confident that Averill would not mind. Averill is my beloved, and she shall be my wife in the days to come. I cherish her, just as I cherish this city. I shall propose to Averill with the championship ring of this season. With these words, the audience erupted, a cacophony of inquiries filling the air. The team's press officer, overwhelmed by the frenzy, called for security, but to no avail. The management, equally astonished by the commotion, swiftly arranged for security to escort Li Ming away, even as reporters trailed behind in pursuit. The nature of tomorrow's headlines remained uncertain, leaving everyone in suspense. Li Ming entered the car without fastening his seatbelt, and with a swift press of the accelerator, he fled in haste. What transpired? What could have caused such a reaction? Averill had never witnessed Li Ming display a fearful expression. Her curiosity was piqued, as she was, after all, a woman inherently inclined towards adventure. If we linger any longer, the reporters will surely strip away my skin. You cannot fathom how gossipy those journalists can be. Shall we head to your residence or mine? Li Ming's abrupt shift in conversation was rather jarring. Let's south go to your place. However, we should make a stop at the mall first. I need to purchase a few items to bring along. Certainly. The Yao and Aba are staying at my place. I hope you don't mind. Not at all. I've read about it in the news. I've known for quite some time that they are residing with you. Averill mischievously whispered in Li Ming's ear, this way. You want to be tempted to misbehave. With no competition the following day, Li Ming had informed the housekeeper to prepare some late-night snacks. He then browsed through the mall, selecting several commendable bottles of red wine. Lacking expertise in wine, he relied solely on the price to guide his choices, also hoping to discern which ones might be more palatable. Unfortunately, his home was stocked with only white liquor, and Averill was likely unaccustomed to that. Upon entering the house, nYao and Aba greeted Li Ming and Averill with a barrage of handheld confetti cannons, creating a festive spectacle with a series of loud pops. Although they did not aim at anyone, the falling confetti adorned both individuals. nYao and Aba were somewhat apprehensive. They had intended to orchestrate a welcoming ceremony that was not overly awkward, yet inadvertently ended up draping Averill in colorful paper. Unfazed, Averill joyfully danced amidst the confetti. Time off work translates to joy. With no obligations the next day, everyone indulged in a few extra drinks. After feasting and drinking to their heart's content, they retreated to their respective rooms. I must learn Chinese, Averill pouted upon reaching her bedroom on the 3rd floor. I always feel as though you 3 are speaking ill of me in Chinese. Am I really that type of person? Hee hee, tonight I shall teach you Chinese. The night passed in this manner. The following morning, nYao and Aba descended the stairs, sporting dark circles under their eyes. They were taken aback upon seeing Li Ming enjoying breakfast. You actually have the energy to eat breakfast? Don't you need sleep? This time, it was Li Ming who was bewildered. How do you know I didn't tease sleep? Look at my dark circles, and you'll understand why. I must move out today. You aren't human. Chapter 56. Becoming a shareholder of DUI Go Sports. Averill must not have slept well the previous night, as she did not rise until 2 p.m. By that time, Li Ming and nYao had already loaded their belongings onto the moving truck. nYao had rented the same house he mentioned previously near the racecourse. This house was significantly smaller than Li Ming's. It featured 2 stories plus a basement, with 4 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms and a small outdoor court in the yard, all for a reasonable monthly rent of 20,000 Canadian dollars. Li Ming busily assisted nYao and his partner with their move. Yet they could not utter a single kind word. Words such as beast, inhuman, perverse, and lecher flowed abundantly from their lips, leaving Li Ming utterly exasperated. Had it not been for their poor state, he would have surely retaliated with a shock to each of them. In the evening, after sharing a meal of hot pot with nYao and his companion, Li Ming suggested that they should always dine together, as it was lively and he would not have to cook. nYao and Aba wholeheartedly agreed with this notion. Allowing them to cook for themselves would be akin to inviting disaster. They could not possibly survive on the team's health meals, which lacked any flavor. After a day filled with activity, Li Ming had neglected to catch up on the news. However, Upon turning on the television during dinner, he discovered that his affair with Avril had become a global sensation. Insights from the sports media revealed exclusive news. Larry Tannenbaum, the owner of Maple Leaf Sports and Entertainment, stated that if the Raptors won the championship this season, he would adorn Li Ming's championship ring with a 3-carat heart-shaped pink diamond, intended as an engagement ring for Avril. Avril had not been present at yesterday's press conference, and upon returning home, she had no time to check the news, remaining blissfully unaware of Li Ming's public proposal announcement made to all media outlets. Listening to nYao and nKobe's embellished recounting, Avril could no longer contain her emotions, tears streaming down her face as she embraced Li Ming and kissed him, disregarding the feelings of nYao and nKobe. For public figures, the words spoken in front of the media must be weighed with care. Any breach of trust could be a devastating blow to a star's credibility. Thus, Li Ming's public proposal had profoundly moved her. nYao and nKobe chimed in. Could you two lovebirds kindly take your leave? With a match scheduled for the next day, no one was inclined to drink. After simply finishing their meal, nYao sent away the two who had offered to help tidy up, asserting that since they were suspended for a few days, they could occupy themselves at home. Avril was evidently in high spirits, and seizing the moment, Li Ming proposed the idea of cohabitation. Avril firmly declined, explaining that such a long-term arrangement required consultation with her management agency, as her current contract was rather stringent. After persistent inquiries from Li Ming, she revealed that the penalty for breach of contract was merely $5 million. With a grand gesture, he offered to cover the penalty if she would join his management company. With no excuses left, Avril reluctantly acquiesced to Li Ming's request. Thus, Li Ming found himself moving during the day and again at night, leading a rather fulfilling life. However, Avril was quite anxious about their cohabitation. She felt that Li Ming was excessively strong-willed in certain aspects, making some of his demands seem unreasonable. Having only been together for a day, she was already feeling apprehensive. It was particularly troubling for someone as assertive as Avril to find herself unable to maintain control. This was something she simply could not tolerate. Let's set aside the events following the move in the evening. The focus now shifts to the upcoming 3 consecutive away games for the Raptors. Avril, occupied with her preparations to organize and record the 2 songs given to her by Li Ming, found herself unable to accompany him to Portland. The following day at noon, upon his arrival in Portland, Li Ming took a moment to send Avril a message, first assuring her of his safe journey and then reminding her to watch the news that evening. It was imperative that she tuned in, for he had just signed a share transfer agreement with nYao that afternoon, involving a 5 equity stake, which warranted a press conference. It was essential for Avril to know that her partner had ascended to the status of a significant entrepreneur. Upon disembarking from the plane, nYao had arranged for staff to greet Li Ming at the airport. A man of refinement, nYao hosted a welcoming ceremony at the headquarters of nYao Sports, where, in the presence of all media, the share transfer agreement was signed, officially marking Li Ming as a shareholder of nYao Sports. The year 2003 represented the nadir of nYao Sports, its market value resting at a mere $12 billion. However, with the expansion of supply in the Asian market commencing the following year, the company's market value would experience a swift ascent. Since Li Ming has become a shareholder, he is determined not to allow the previous mistakes made by nYao Sports to be repeated. It remains to be seen whether Li Ming will regret granting him a 5 equity stake when the company's market value soars in 2 years. Upon acquiring his shares, Li Ming did not hesitate. He indulged in a generous draw, claiming that he wanted to understand why his recovery ability surpassed that of others. Li Ming extolled Li Ming as an honest individual and assured him that he could reach out any time in America, affirming that they would always remain the best of partners. Such words were merely for show. Li Ming was exhilarated to receive shares of such high value for the first time in his life. However, there were still matters to attend to. His signature shoe, Ming 1, was ready for testing, and he was eager to wear it that evening. After trying on 7 different styles, each with unique soles and materials, he ultimately selected a pair reminiscent of the futuristic GT Cut 1. Once the basketball shoes were finalized, Nike seized the opportunity to promote them in the media. The away game colorway featured a purple logo on a white upper, while the home game variant showcased a purple upper with a white logo. There would be a variety of fan colorways released later, but Li Ming primarily wore these 2 designs. Having wrapped up matters with nYao Sports, the clock struck 5:30 p.m., leaving just an hour and a half before the game commenced. At the press conference, Li Ming donned a mask of anguish again. Perplexed by the reporters' relentless inquiries regarding his relationship with Avril, despite the event being dedicated to DUI Go Sports. He dismissed their concerns, focusing instead on the impending match, and hurriedly made his way to the Rose Garden Arena. To cut to the chase, the Raptors fielded a team of mostly second-string players, maintaining the same starting lineup as before, pure substitutes alongside Li Ming, with the center being the water cooler player, Robert Archibald. On the other side, the Trailblazers had the following lineup: point guard, Damon Stoudemire, shooting guard, Bonzi Wells, small forward, Zach Randolph, power forward, Rasheed Wallace, still with the Trailblazers, and center, Dale Davis. Upon entering the court, Li Ming was taken aback. The lineup was bewildering. Apart from the diminutive 178 centimeters player, the heights of the others were equally disconcerting. Was this yet another attempt to target him? Li Ming, having boldly declared his intentions, who would dare to deny him victory? Chapter 57. I implore you, please refrain from touching my backside. Beep. The referee signaled for the players to position themselves, initiating the jump ball. Archibald did not even attempt to jump, fully aware that he would not secure the ball. The Trailblazers launched the first attack, knowing full well that apart from Li Ming, the team possessed no immediate combat capability. Stifling Li Ming would guarantee them a victory. Li Ming commenced the match by assuming dual roles of both father and mother. Initially, he engaged in perimeter defense, only to discover that the opposing team resorted to their old tactics. Whoever Li Ming guarded would retreat to the corner. The Trailblazers consistently targeted the interior, prompting Li Ming to disregard perimeter responsibilities altogether. He seamlessly exchanged positions with Jerome Moise, opting to confront the formidable presence of the roaring deity, once again fortifying the defense of the paint. Li Ming's presence in the paint offers a significant advantage, effectively thwarting passes directed towards the interior. In instances of high lobs, even if the interior player establishes position, Li Ming can leap from behind to deflect the ball. For bounce passes, the task becomes even simpler. He can swiftly emerge from behind at the moment the ball makes contact with the floor, seizing the opportunity to snatch it away. With his exceptional strength, speed, and vertical leap, no one can truly contain him, allowing him to dominate defensively at will. After Randolph was blocked twice under the basket by Li Ming, he became infuriated, resorting to increasingly petty tactics. This individual is truly unpredictable, unrestrained in his actions. During the Trailblazers' next offensive possession, Randolph executed a spin move to evade Peterson and charged towards the basket, intent on dunking over Li Ming. Typically, it is Li Ming who dunks over others. It is rare for anyone to attempt to dunk on him. As Randolph aimed to dunk over Li Ming, the latter was certainly unwilling to concede. He leapt vertically, his chest nearly reaching the rim. In response, the furious Randolph resorted to a slime maneuver, inadvertently grabbing Li Ming's backside as he jumped. Li Ming had never encountered such a situation. A sudden tremor in the sky caused him to plummet down, just as Randolph was executing a knee-up dunk, striking Li Ming squarely in the chest. Li Ming, despite his exceptional physical prowess, was unable to withstand the charge of a 200-plus-pound adversary delivering a knee strike. He was promptly knocked to the ground, igniting fervor among the fans. The Rose Garden Arena was more vibrant than during festive celebrations. It must be said that fortune was not on Li Ming's side, as the atmosphere within the Trailblazers was quite dismal. Wallace and Randolph harbored mutual disdain for one another, and the management shared similar sentiments towards both. However, when it came to confronting Li Ming, the two exhibited a camaraderie akin to that of brothers, showcasing a dirty collaboration that few could replicate. Li Ming, a victim of misfortune? Certainly not. He was determined to reclaim his dignity and charged into the paint of the Trailblazers on 4 consecutive occasions, only to be unceremoniously knocked to the ground each time, with the referee merely calling routine fouls. This relentless onslaught left Li Ming exasperated. Is everyone conspiring against me? On the offensive front, the Trailblazers seemed to adopt a strategy centered around Li Ming's shooting prowess, compelling their players to foul him under the pretext of guarding the water cooler. Whether it was a jump shot or a layup, the directive remained the same. Let the water cooler players commit fouls. On defense, each time Li Ming dared to leap, there was someone ready to grab him, be it by the waist or the hem of his shorts. Who could withstand such treatment? The most disheartening aspect was the referee's indifference. Not a single whistle was blown. Fine, you think you're invincible? Let us see whether your shooting is as accurate as my free throws. With biased officiating and ineffective teammates, Li Ming found himself relentlessly battered, repeatedly sent to the foul line. After enduring several double teams from Wallace and Randolph, he realized he was truly at his limit. It was exhausting. The style of play was inhuman, and even with 30 times the recovery speed, he was faltering. After just 4 minutes into the second quarter, Li Ming, in a moment of desperation, requested a timeout, shocking Coach Anil, who had never witnessed Li Ming voluntarily seek a breather. Seated on the bench, Anil pondered for a moment before finally addressing Li Ming. I understand you both are young and in the throes of your first love, which makes it difficult to part. However, youth must be tempered with restraint in certain matters. Neglecting your physical well-being could jeopardize your career. What on earth are you talking about, old man? Can I request you to organize your thoughts a bit better? Li Ming raturta. Coach, are you overthinking this? Just look at how I'm faring on the court. Every offensive attempt ends with me being knocked down, and on defense, the moment I jump, they resort to petty tactics. Even a steadfast individual like me cannot endure this. Anil scratched his head, contemplating the validity of Li Ming's grievances. It seemed plausible, yet he recalled instances of being targeted in the past. Never mind, he thought. Let's not speak of it and maintain our camaraderie. As the second half commenced, and Li Ming prepared to receive the ball for the first play, he realized that nothing was working anymore. Before Li Ming left the court, the score was tied at 34-34. After his departure for 8 minutes, the score had escalated to 43-63, resulting in a deficit of 20 points. In truth, the defensive strategies employed by the Trailblazers did not significantly hinder Li Ming's offensive capabilities. After all, falling to the ground merely resulted in 2 free throws, which he could consistently make. However, on the defensive end, Li Ming found himself utterly exasperated. My dear fellows, I implore you, cease this inappropriate behavior of groping me. It is genuinely unsettling. One can indulge in a hearty meal without uttering nonsense. Yet your actions make it seem as if I am subjected to unwanted advances. Who would dare to touch you in such a manner? Wallace exclaimed vehemently. I have navigated the NBA for many years relying solely on my physical prowess, never resorting to underhanded tactics. Randolph's audacious remarks were equally ludicrous. Were anyone to overhear them, they would surely be left in fits of laughter. Well then, you two are indeed impressive. I concede this game. The audacious often intimidate the honorable. With vital organs at stake, what could possibly deter the likes of you? In this match, the Trailblazers secured a comfortable victory over the Raptors with a score of 96-117, bestowing upon them a second consecutive defeat by a margin of 21 points. Li Ming furiously attempted 49 free throws, successfully securing the top position on the NBA single-game free throw leaderboard. In this match, he made 5 out of 7 field goals and converted 48 of 49 free throw attempts. The solitary miss was a result of his arm not recovering in time after a fall. He amassed an astonishing stat line of 58 points, 21 rebounds, 10 assists, 5 blocks, and 6 steals. During the post-game press conference, the journalist failed to pose any relevant questions, with the first inquiry surprisingly concerning whether his relationship with Avril had led to excessive indulgence, resulting in a depletion of his physical condition, as he had never previously been seen taking a break during games. Infuriated, Li Ming contemplated hurling a Gatorade bottle at the reporter, but fortunately, Coach Anil discerned the brewing storm and took the bottle away beforehand. Unsurprisingly, the media session concluded on an unpleasant note, with Li Ming seething with anger. As he walked down the player tunnel, he kicked a trash can, pursued by photographers snapping away. While Li Ming did not express anger over the loss or self-criticism, he could not tolerate any negative remarks about Avril that would surely provoke his wrath. Tomorrow presents a formidable challenge, as they face the Lakers in a back-to-back away game. But thankfully, Jalen Rose is set to make his return. Li Ming vowed that he had never thought about Jalen Rose as much in his entire life. Li Ming's inner self is resolutely opposed to a third consecutive defeat. Otherwise, he cannot fathom how the media would portray the situation. However, with this group of weary soldiers, what strategy should be employed to secure victory against the illustrious Lakers? Regardless, it is time to set forth for Los Angeles. Chapter 58. The formidable Lakers. Los Angeles, the second largest city in the United States, is home to one of the most successful franchises in NBA history, the Lakers. Nestled against the backdrop of Hollywood, the Staples Center never lacks for attention, with a plethora of celebrities gracing every home game. The matchup between the Raptors and the Lakers can be likened to a cosmic collision, with numerous sports media dubbing it a preview of the grand finals. Upon arriving in Los Angeles, Li Ming found himself devoid of the inclination to explore as the weight of immense pressure bore down upon him. Facing the robust Lakers, he recognized that retreat was not an option. Another defeat would mark a third consecutive loss, relegating their record to a meager 5 wins and 3 losses, landing them in 6th place in the Eastern Conference. Countless media outlets eagerly awaited the opportunity to revel in his misfortune. Reflecting on the preseason, when he boldly declared his intent to secure a championship for Toronto, fills him with a sense of shame. As a rookie, the initial games may have been relatively effortless, as opponents struggled to decipher his playing style. However, as the season progressed, teams gradually began to unravel the intricacies of each player's game, leading to the emergence of the so-called rookie wall. Unlike others whose performance plummets, Li Ming's statistics remained relatively stable, a testament to his exceptional talent. Despite opponents' attempts to limit his shots, passes, and movement, his prowess could not be entirely curtailed. At 6:30 p.m., the game commenced punctually, broadcast live across the nation, with virtually every prominent sports media outlet in attendance. On the sidelines, the reporter Greg Siegel, known for his flamboyant attire, appeared eager, seemingly prepared with a multitude of questions to challenge the eventual loser of the contest. As the Lakers DJ exuberantly introduced the players, the starting lineups were as follows. For the Raptors, center, Archibald power forward, Moiso small forward, Jalen Rose shooting guard, Li Ming point guard. Preseason for the Lakers, center, O'Neal power forward, Karl Malone small forward, Devin George shooting guard, nKobe point guard. Gary Payton, despite Malone's age of 40, he averaged 20 points per game last season with the Jazz and had maintained an impressive injury-free career prior to joining the Lakers. Gary Payton, also averaging over 20 points last season, contributed not only with points, but also with 8 assists and 4 rebounds per game. In this era, he is regarded as one of the premier defensive guards. Though Devin George may not be a household name, he is a veteran of 3 championships and serves as a competent starting player. The formidable duo of nKobe and O'Neal requires no introduction. They are undeniably dominant forces, necessitating double teams for effective defense. This represents the strongest team Li Ming has encountered since entering the NBA. The true test begins now. Beep. The referee tosses the ball, and the game is underway. O'Neal's strength lies in his seemingly hefty appearance, yet his agility is remarkably impressive. With a gentle leap, he deftly passed the ball to Devin George. George swiftly tossed the ball backward before sprinting to position at the frontcourt. The Lakers' first play showcased Payton's steady demeanor. Upon noticing Li Ming guarding nKobe on the perimeter, he decisively lobbed the ball into the paint. One might say, O'Neal facing Archibald. Perhaps it's best not to dwell on such comparisons out of respect for the departed. During the Raptors' possession, as Li Ming received the ball, nKobe and Payton swiftly closed in to double-team him. To put it bluntly, the duo of nKobe and Payton posed a more formidable challenge than any triple-team Li Ming had previously encountered. The stance of their legs, the rhythm of their hands, and the intensity of their gazes all indicated that if Li Ming intended to force his way through the defense, it would be wiser to reconsider his approach. At this juncture, Jalen Rose's contribution became evident. Though his prowess may not be overwhelmingly strong, he could certainly be classified as a near-star player. George was reluctant to leave him unguarded, which afforded Palacio the liberty to unleash his shooting. After all, Coach Arnie had emphasized before the game that any player who finds themselves open should take the shot without concern for the outcome. In reality, Palacio felt considerable pressure. His three-point shooting had never been particularly reliable. If he were to miss, could one truly rely on the Raptors' interior presence to compete with Hall of Famers O'Neal and Malone for rebounds? Yet, despite the pressure, one finds that without it, motivation wanes. With determination, Palacio launched the ball, and it swished through the net. This undoubtedly struck a significant blow to the Lakers, as the first three-pointer had been made, disrupting their strategic approach. The Lakers' second play followed suit. nKobe maneuvered Li Ming to the right corner, while Payton delivered the ball to O'Neal, who effortlessly scored 2 points beneath the basket, making it appear even easier than in practice. Li Ming, upon realizing the situation, thought it was untenable. How could he defend without nKobe on the court? He started to vent his frustrations. "nKobe, I've heard you've been running around due to some off-court issues lately. Aren't you exhausted? Do you have the energy to recover?" nKobe shot a glance at Li Ming, his expression one of disdain. "Rookie, do not presume that after a couple of commendable games, you can stand on equal footing with me. Just look at my hands." As he spoke, nKobe gradually extended his index, middle, and ring fingers, conveying a message that was unmistakably clear. "I have 3 championship rings. You have none. What are you babbling about?" "Hey, buddy," saying that is rather pointless. "Although I may not possess a ring at present, I will surely have plenty in the future." Li Ming's words were nothing short of pretentious. Had pretentiousness been a crime, he would have faced sentencing for the first 5 chapters alone. His remark elicited laughter from the bystanders. Rookie, confidence is commendable, but arrogance is a problem. Time would reveal all truths. Shifting the topic, I came across reports suggesting that Shaq had also been involved. Damn, if you mention this again, I swear I'll take your head off. The tension in the air was palpable, as the gaze directed at Li Ming was one that could kill. In truth, the mention of Shaq had indeed been made by Kobe, but it was during a private conversation with the Eagle County Police. O'Neal had advised Kobe that a monetary settlement could resolve the matter, prompting Kobe to seek the police's assistance in facilitating a financial arrangement with Caitlin, mentioning that Shaq had previously settled matters similarly. However, the police, lacking decorum, leaked the conversation, leading to a sensational media headline. Kobe claims Shaq did it too, which ignited a firestorm online. Kobe found himself in an inescapable predicament, having apologized profusely to O'Neal, which irrevocably fractured their relationship. Hey, why so serious? You're scaring me, Li Ming remarked nonchalantly, unbothered by the multitude who wished him harm. With enough lice, one hardly feels the itch, and debts are of little concern. Damn, I assure you, if you utter one more word of nonsense, you'll regret it. As Kobe grew visibly agitated, Li Ming chose silence. He merely wished to play basketball, not engage in conflict. Kobe's current demeanor was clearly unsettling, and it was best to avoid provoking him. After all, anyone embroiled in a sexual assault case was bound to be on edge. In the ensuing exchanges, both teams demonstrated a competitive spirit. Today, Palacio exhibited remarkable shooting accuracy, with Li Ming assisting him thrice. Currently, Palacio had made 3 out of 5 three-point attempts, while O'Neal and Malone maintained perfect shooting percentages. However, the score remained tight. It was evident that 3 points outweighed 2. Just 3 minutes into the game, the Lakers called for a timeout. Upon returning from a break, Kobe actively sought the ball. It seemed he had conferred with Zen Master during the timeout, intent on teaching the overconfident rookie a lesson. What did the fans wish to witness? Was it not this very spectacle? The matchup between the two premier shooting guards, number 7 against number 8, electrified the audience, who leapt to their feet, chanting, "Beat Lee." In the 2003 to 2004 season, Kobe was a force to be reckoned with, deftly juggling court appearances and games. Yet each return to the court showcased his exceptional talent and ability to lead the Lakers to victory, underscoring his indomitable will. Li Ming exerted himself to the fullest. Although he had engaged in numerous direct dialogues with nKobe within the virtual realm, this marked their inaugural encounter in the tangible world. From approximately the 45-degree angle of the three-point line on the right side, nKobe commenced his movement, executing a sweeping right-handed, leftward change of direction. Without losing momentum, he skillfully dribbled with his left hand, surging down the center towards the interior. Li Ming maintained his position throughout the play, yet this was Kobe Bryant. Not the Black Mamba, but rather the little flying hero. With determination, Kobe pushed against Li Ming with his right hand, leveraging their physical contact to penetrate the lane. Upon witnessing this, Shaquille O'Neal quickly established his position outside the restricted area. As Kobe's right foot grazed the white line of the restricted zone, he seized the ball with his left hand, lifted it high, and executed a powerful, soaring dunk. Li Ming found himself firmly restrained by Kobe's right hand, forced to retreat with no room for a jump, ultimately falling victim to a dunk. After suffering consecutive humiliations in 2 matches, he was determined to unleash his ultimate skill to turn the tide of this game. In the next sequence, Li Ming positioned himself at the same spot where Kobe had just been, executing an identical crossover and a similar midcourt drive. However, this time, Shaquille O'Neal stood guard beneath the rim. It was imperative for Li Ming to retaliate with a dunk. He leaped from a position just 2 steps outside the reasonable charging area, switching the ball from his left hand to his right midair to evade O'Neal's block. With a deft maneuver, he brought the ball from above downwards, then swept it upwards in a full arc, spinning 180 degrees to evade Kobe's imminent block, culminating in an exquisite midair switch with a crescent moon-style dunk, stunning both O'Neal and Kobe. This extraordinary play rendered the previously jubilant Los Angeles fans into a stunned silence, as they begrudgingly returned to their seats. The pent-up frustration from 2 games finally erupted, as Li Ming roared triumphantly, pounding his chest and proclaiming, "I can achieve anything. I can conquer it all." Kobe, not accustomed to such indignities, found it intolerable to endure the humiliation both on and off the court. And thus, the rivalry intensified, with both players exchanging blows in an exhilarating display of skill. During his number 8 days, Kobe's stamina was remarkable, his ball handling impeccable, and his ability to blend with the ball unparalleled. Li Ming attempted to intercept Kobe's pass 3 times, succeeding only once. The other 2 attempts were thwarted. One was called a foul, and the other saw Kobe effortlessly break through for a dunk. This left Li Ming hesitant to attempt any further interceptions. Regardless of the ongoing discord between Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe, their shared objective on the court remains clear: to secure victory in this match. The Lakers, in their offensive strategy, benefit from the formidable duo of O'Neal and Malone executing pick and rolls for Kobe, while defensively, Payton and Kobe tightly guard Li Ming. Li Ming found himself in a rather uncomfortable predicament, unable to exert his full strength. Fortunately, during this match, Preseason exhibited commendable accuracy, and Jalen Rose successfully executed 2 one-on-one plays, alleviating some of the pressure on Li Ming. Otherwise, this game would have been exceedingly arduous. Shaquille O'Neal and Karl Malone set up a formidable pick and roll for Kobe Bryant. Whether it was O'Neal or Malone, as long as they could deliver the ball to the cutting players, both could effortlessly score in the paint. If Li Ming ventured into the paint to defend against them, Kobe would unleash his firepower from beyond the arc, leaving even Jalen Rose powerless to contain him. In the current league, one-on-one, the only player capable of limiting Kobe's prowess is Li Ming. However, Kobe's exceptional shooting ability from long range, despite its high percentage, inevitably has its limits. In this delicate balance, Li Ming was compelled to anchor himself in the paint, standing tall at 197 centimeters, as he bravely faced off against 2 elite interior giants. It was undeniably a formidable challenge. This match was incredibly difficult. Li Ming vowed that if the Yao were present, their combined strength would undoubtedly overpower the Los Angeles Lakers. It seems that Kobe may have been provoked by Li Ming's previous trash talk, as he continued his relentless assault until the halftime whistle sounded. Throughout the 2 quarters, Kobe did not rest for a single moment, shooting 15 out of 23 attempts and fiercely scoring 35 points. The Raptors trailed the Lakers by 16 points, with a score of 49-65. The primary issue for the Raptors in this match was not their offense, but rather their defense. The only player capable of defending from position 1 to 5 was Li Ming. No other teammate could effectively contain the Lakers' star players on their own. Li Ming found himself at the end of his tether, ready to risk everything. During the halftime break, in the visitors' locker room, Coach O'Neal incessantly emphasized the importance of defensive mindset, asserting that if they could not defend effectively, it would be preferable to send their opponents to the free throw line rather than allowing them an easy path to the basket. Coach O'Neal was genuinely anxious. After all, shortcomings in offense could stem from a lack of skill, but failures in defense indicated a deficiency in attitude. As the second half commenced, the Raptors initiated their offensive play. Li Ming signaled to his teammates, directing 4 of them to assume their positions. He executed a series of intricate maneuvers, employing a dazzling zigzag tactic reminiscent of a dog on a leash, showcasing his agility on the NBA court. Regardless of the score, it was imperative to project an assertive spirit. Li Ming repeatedly launched himself into the air, whether through dunks or layups. If neither was feasible, he would draw fouls, determined to drive into the paint and increase their opponent's foul count. After several exchanges, Zen Master sensed something amiss. Li Ming was clearly harboring a cunning strategy, intent on wreaking havoc within the paint. The Zen Master's mind was racing. Who would dare to attempt such audacity? After all, the Lakers' interior presence was formidable. Featuring the likes of Shaquille O'Neal and Karl Malone, Li Ming truly disregards his own life, going to such lengths. Upon resuming, the master strategist, having learned from previous encounters, decided to substitute Marlin and allowed Horace Grant to assist in guarding the paint. He emphasized to Grant, whenever Li Ming charges in, you must foul him, yet remember to avoid any malicious intent. A touch of normal defensive maneuvers will suffice. Thus, they resorted once more to the tactics employed by the Trailblazers in the last match to contain Li Ming's offensive prowess. Li Ming executed several plays inside the key, all resulting from fouls committed by players from the opposing team. With no alternative at his disposal, he resorted to his ultimate move. Shaq, how have you tolerated this kid for so long? Clearly, you are the leader of the team, yet it appears he is attempting to overshadow you. You've only taken 10 shots in this game, while he has taken significantly more. Hey, you shouldn't even think about playing this game with me. Our sole objective in this match is to defeat you, Shaquille O'Neal remarked with a sideways glance at Li Ming, shaking his head. Is that so, Shaq? If that is the case, you must not care at all about the Lakers management's decision regarding you and Kobe, Li Ming replied with a smile directed at O'Neal. You do realize that Kobe's contract expires next summer, don't you? Can you fathom why he has yet to agree to an extension? You are approaching 32. You should grasp my meaning. O'Neal was left bewildered by this revelation. How do you know so much about our internal affairs? What do you mean? Are you suggesting that only one of us can remain next year? Chapter 60. The connection of the OK duo. O'Neal found himself at a loss, and given his naturally distracted demeanor, this momentary lapse allowed Li Ming to snatch a rebound. The crux of the tension between O'Neal and nKobe lay in the question of who would assume the position of the team leader. The media's portrayal of Shaq's actions was merely sensationalism. nKobe had frequently apologized to O'Neal regarding this matter, which had little substantive impact on their relationship. "Shaq, I recognize your unparalleled status. You are one of the greatest centers in the league, and your dominance is evident. If the Lakers consider a trade, would you contemplate joining the Raptors to form a formidable frontcourt duo with Li Ming? Despite Yao's height, his technical prowess is exquisite, and he could easily play power forward." O'Neal, already irate, became even more incensed. "Goodness, we have barely begun this season, and you're already discussing next season? Furthermore, I refuse to believe the management would ever contemplate trading away a dominant force like me in my prime." Upon encountering O'Neal, Li Ming's mindset had deteriorated significantly, rendering the interior game a secondary concern. After all, an emotionally volatile O'Neal possesses considerably diminished effectiveness in the paint. Regardless of who it is, one cannot perform well in basketball with a half-hearted approach. Li Ming returned to the perimeter, continuing to match up against nKobe. "Hey, brother, refrain from passing to that clumsy giant. Just look at his distracted expression. It is evident that he is not approaching this game with the seriousness it deserves." Li Ming has truly embodied the essence of persistence. Initially, due to Shaquille's lackadaisical training attitude, nKobe had engaged in numerous heated discussions with him. As a perfectionist can hardly tolerate any form of complacency. Now, with Li Ming bringing up the matter of O'Neal's inattentiveness on the court, one must extend gratitude to Li Ming for this. This individual, relying on his exceptional talent, approaches everything with a casual demeanor, yet I remain untroubled. We still hold the lead, and there is ample time for him to be distracted. As nKobe spoke, he demonstrated his intentions with a swift motion, nudging Li Ming with his back before executing a right-handed spin and driving towards the basket. Li Ming, unwilling to lose his position, closely shadowed nKobe. Upon entering the paint, nKobe launched himself off the ground, and Li Ming followed suit. However, to his surprise, nKobe, upon ascending, forcefully slammed the ball onto the floor, causing it to bounce directly into O'Neal's embrace. Even in his bewilderment, O'Neal would not miss the opportunity to dunk. nKobe, grinning, pointed at O'Neal, who reciprocated the gesture with a smile. "Kid, did you see that? This is the epitome of the league's most formidable inside-outside synergy. As long as we remain focused, I can't fathom anything that could possibly defeat us." While nKobe smiled joyfully, he also felt a twinge of guilt. His offhand remark about Shaq doing it too unexpectedly became a tactic for the opponents to target him and Shaquille, something nKobe could not abide. He can tolerate others' mistakes, but his own are intolerable. He holds himself accountable for them. This left Li Ming bewildered. The script was amiss. According to his understanding, the narrative should have been nKobe furiously attacking with the ball, only to be blocked by Li Ming beneath the basket. Something was off. Something was conspiring against him. Now, thanks to nKobe's brilliant assist, it seemed O'Neal had also unlocked a newfound determination. Without hesitation, he positioned himself in the paint, executing screens from the perimeter as if fueled by an inexhaustible reserve of energy. Observing O'Neal's enthusiasm, nKobe began to feign attacks, drawing Li Ming's defensive attention. In the next offensive possession for the Lakers, nKobe performed an impressive maneuver right before Li Ming, spinning past him and delivering a behind-the-back pass. Catching even Li Ming off guard, O'Neal had just reached the designated spot, and with the ball in hand, he executed a textbook Shaquille slam to conclude the offensive play. This exemplified the synergy they had cultivated since 1996, enduring until 2003. Even though nKobe was reluctant to confront it, he had to acknowledge that the early years of his career were undeniably shadowed by the great Shaquille O'Neal. These two plays seemed to have activated the OK connection. As long as Li Ming was absent from the paint, nKobe would not even raise his head, directly tossing the ball towards the basket. nKobe understood that no matter where he threw the ball, Shaquille would inevitably catch it. This was the essence of Shaquille's prowess, regardless of nKobe's arrogance or dominance. He had never once undermined Shaquille's reign beneath the basket. It has been confirmed. The jester is indeed Li Ming. There was once a glimmer of hope to close the gap, but that has now vanished entirely. As the game reached the official timeout in the fourth quarter, the score stood at 83-95, with a mere half a quarter remaining and a 12-point deficit looming. At this moment, Li Ming truly comprehends the significance of the three-point shot. However, his shooting percentage from beyond the arc has proven to be utterly unreliable. Despite years of practice, he has yet to master it, and without a doubt, this game is slipping away from him. The Lakers are well aware of Li Ming's struggles with three-point shooting. Whenever he attempts a shot from long range, they merely send two defenders to disrupt him. However, should he opt for a two-point attempt, they are quick to respond. The Trailblazers are taking a gamble, and so are the Lakers, wagering that the referees cannot call every foul. Li Ming's style of play has severely undermined the balance of the game, and it is imperative that the officials take measures to mitigate his impact. Li Ming also sensed that while a single game might not reveal much, through this particular match, he recognized that the league had positioned itself in opposition to him. But why? Was it due to his Asian heritage? Was it because Toronto lay beyond the borders of the United States? Did he lack an aesthetic appeal in his game? That seemed implausible. After all, he was still a shareholder in the sports company. Why, then, was there such animosity directed towards him? Li Ming harbored an ominous premonition. Sensing that events were subtly veering towards a direction beyond his control, he fervently hoped that this matter was merely an internal affair of the alliance, rather than being influenced by certain individuals or organizations from outside the alliance. Li Ming, having reached his limit, thought to himself, "Let us see how many rules you can break." While aspirations may be grand, the stark reality is often harsh. The Lakers bench is indeed formidable, leaving Li Ming feeling utterly helpless against the fouls he endured. Despite his fervent efforts to close the gap in the final moments of the game, the odds were insurmountable. And ultimately, the Raptors succumbed to the Lakers by a narrow margin of 6 points. As the final buzzer resonated throughout the arena, the scoreboard solidified the outcome at 99-105, marking the Raptors' third consecutive defeat. Li Ming delivered an astonishing performance, amassing 60 points, 23 rebounds, 12 assists, 7 blocks, and 6 steals, thereby solidifying his reputation as a prolific scorer. nKobe contributed significantly with 41 points, 3 rebounds, 11 assists, and 2 steals, while O'Neal added 33 points, 16 rebounds, 5 assists, and 3 blocks, their combined prowess effortlessly overshadowing Li Ming's individual accomplishments. The reporters on the sidelines, having not witnessed such a flawless OK connection in quite some time, could hardly contain their excitement as they flocked around nKobe and O'Neal. In a moment of nostalgia, O'Neal playfully ruffled nKobe's hair, reminiscent of their past camaraderie. Li Ming hastily evaded the reporters of the sidelines, striding purposefully towards the away team's dressing room without a backward glance. Fatigued and disenchanted, he appeared detached during the post-match media session. Initially, he responded to a few questions in a conventional manner. Yet when faced with the final inquiry, he could no longer contain his frustration, slamming his hand on the table and erupting in anger. A reporter, whose origin remained unknown, asked, "Hello, Li Ming. Since your relationship with Miss Averill was confirmed, your team has not secured a single victory, and your individual performance has also declined compared to previous matches. Has your romantic involvement affected your game?" Li Ming was furious. "It is acceptable for you to criticize me, but not Averill," he exclaimed. "My relationship with Averill will not affect any match. We have lost 5 key players, and we are up against the most luxurious roster of the Lakers. Yet we fought until the very last moment. A game cannot be judged merely by superficial statistics, can it? I no longer wish to respond to these inconsequential questions. Thank you all." With that, Li Ming turned and stormed off, fully aware that the league might impose a fine for his attitude, yet he accepted it resolutely. As Li Ming slammed the door behind him, the reporters were elated. A sensational story was unfolding. They had already conceived their headlines. Shock. The true culprit behind the Raptors' 3-game losing streak is Averill. A paradigm shift. Li Ming's poor performance is attributed to this revelation. Don't miss it. Averill is indeed the star slayer. Chapter 61. Coach Kobe's apology and the end of the losing streak after departing from the Staples Center. Coach Anil, aware of Li Ming's discontent, extended a special invitation for a late-night meal at a Chinese restaurant. "Coach Anil, I assure you, I am perfectly fine. Are you concerned that I might be struggling mentally? I assure you, once Yao returns to the court the day after tomorrow, I will demonstrate our true strength to the entire league." Li Ming is truly indifferent to matters on the court. His irritation today stems solely from the media attributing the team's defeat to Averill, a notion he cannot abide. For Li Ming, record-breaking achievements hold little significance if no rewards accompany them, as long as his personal statistics remain commendable. He perceives no issue an attitude reminiscent of a mere data-driven mentality. However, that is not the crux of my argument. I am acutely aware of our team's capabilities. Provided that all members are in good health, no team stands as our adversary. We possess the finest configuration of both interior and exterior players in the entire league. Even the Lakers pale in comparison to us. Coach Anil, savoring a piece of braised pork, surprised Li Ming by using chopsticks. He called Li Ming aside to convey his thoughts. Through these recent matches, I sense a certain targeting from the league towards you. Although the reasons remain unclear, we must remain vigilant. In the future, strive to play a simpler game and trust your teammates, for they hold great faith in you. Coach Anil's words were undeniably insightful. Ever since Li Ming arrived in this realm, he seems to have lost his sense of reverence, often exuding an air of invincibility, unwittingly uttering many grandiose statements and offending several whom he ought not to have. Li Ming, reflecting on Anil's words, discerned the crux of his greatest dilemma. If a professional basketball player languishes in obscurity on lower-tier courts for a decade or more, only to suddenly attain unparalleled prowess one day, his ego is bound to swell immensely. The suppression he once felt will be counterbalanced by an inflated sense of self-worth. This inflation serves as a clarion call for the injustices of his previous struggles. After sitting in the desolate depths for decades, a single sword stroke brings forth a resounding echo across the land. Yet an elevation in skill devoid of an accompanying expansion of perspective ultimately renders one merely a powerful frog at the bottom of a well, incapable of stirring any significant waves. Thank you, Coach. I believe I understand now. Li Ming expressed his gratitude with profound sincerity. What is there for us to thank each other for? I merely offered some suggestions. The true execution on the court rests upon you, Anil replied, setting down his chopsticks and fixing a serious gaze upon Li Ming. I recognize your formidable talent and your well-honed skills. It is likely that no one in this league can impart much to you anymore. However, remember this. The summit you perceive may not be the true pinnacle. You are still young, and there is ample room for growth above. Upon hearing this, Li Ming chose not to respond. Perhaps he had been too accustomed to smooth sailing, failing to recognize his own shortcomings. It was only when he truly settled his mind to reflect that he realized the extent of his numerous flaws. At present, his most significant defect lay in his restless mentality and irreverent attitude. The desire for rapid success had hindered his progress. Perhaps it was time for him to slow down. The protagonist has finally achieved a balanced mindset, enabling him to play basketball with focus. Returning to the hotel alongside Coach Anil, Li Ming hastily retrieved his phone and began a lengthy conversation with Avril. He was confident in resolving matters on the court, and having come to this world, he must cherish every moment spent with Avril. System, the sycophant, making the system nauseating. The following morning, Li Ming turned on the television to watch the news. Astonished to find that he had not been criticized at all, the overwhelming coverage was dominated by nKobe's apology at the press conference the previous day. nKobe first offered a heartfelt apology to the Lakers management, pledging to resolve off-court issues promptly to avoid burdening the team. He then apologized to O'Neal, acknowledging his past immaturity that had caused significant distress to O'Neal, expressing a desire for both to continue to inspire one another and strive together for another championship. Finally, he extended his apologies to Vanessa, assuring her that he would not repeat past mistakes, having undergone a profound transformation. During the interview, nKobe was even momentarily choked with emotion. While the big shark continuously patted his shoulder, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, Li Ming was utterly bewildered. Could this truly be the butterfly effect he had inadvertently set in motion? If nKobe and O'Neal had consistently collaborated, how formidable would they have been? After finishing lunch, Li Ming accompanied the team to another city in California, Sacramento, for the final game of their 3-game road trip. In this match, the Raptors finally had their entire roster present. Although the Kings were a powerhouse in the Western Conference, boasting star players like Peja, Divac, and Mike Bibby, they paled in comparison to the fully assembled Raptors. By the conclusion of the first quarter, the game had nearly devolved into garbage time. The Raptors led 42-19, with a staggering 23-point advantage. Li Ming's performance in this match was remarkably astute, reminiscent of the way Kobe Bryant approached the game. He actively drew attention from defenders on the perimeter, thereby creating opportunities for his teammates with exceptional shooting skills to exploit defensive lapses, facilitating swift ball distribution. His forays into the paint were predominantly feigned attacks, designed to lure defenders inward, which frequently left his teammates in open positions, effectively transforming the dynamics of the game. Marshall scored an impressive 23 points in a single quarter, hitting all 4 of his 3-point attempts, thereby setting a new personal record. observing the jubilant expressions of his teammates. Li Ming couldn't help but smile in response. Indeed, he had previously played far too passively, never considering how to leverage his teammates' strengths. Even when faced with triple coverage, his instinct was merely to pass to the nearest open player, which diminished the confidence of those teammates with less proficient shooting skills. Having always identified as a point guard, he pondered how, after training in a virtual space, he had seemingly forgotten his own expertise. It became evident that dedicating time in the virtual realm to the system as energy replenishment was indeed wise. Otherwise, prolonged practice in such a space could jeopardize one's mental well-being. After all, who could sustain playing over 20 hours a day for 365 days a year? As Li Ming's mindset shifted, the strategies that the Kings had previously employed against him became utterly ineffective. Although his mentality had transformed, his relentless pursuit of statistics remained unchanged. In the latter half of the third quarter, the Kings made the decision to substitute all their key players, replacing them with a complete bench lineup. In contrast, the Raptors, while also rotating out their starters, chose to keep Li Ming on the court. For Li Ming, every moment of play is invaluable. Missing even a minute could mean losing crucial statistics. In his quest for achievement, he must seize every second and avoid the missteps from the first game. As the game concluded, the Kings players returned to the tunnel with their heads hung low. The defeat was disheartening. The Raptors triumphed with a staggering score of 132-91, inflicting a 41-point loss on Sacramento. In this match, Li Ming once again recorded a quintuple-double, amassing an extraordinary tally of 39 points, 18 rebounds, 27 assists, 11 blocks, and 11 steals. Marshall set a personal best with 41 points, hitting 12 out of 17 three-pointers, equaling Kobe's record for the most three-pointers made in a single game. Yao Ming also contributed significantly, achieving 20 points, 13 rebounds, 5 assists, and 3 blocks, leading to a joyful atmosphere as they celebrated their collective triumph and impressive stats. Although Li Ming's 5 blocks and 6 steals were accumulated against the opposing team's bench players, the statistics were nonetheless valid, and he felt no concern over others' opinions. He simply relished the pursuit of numbers, much like his admiration for Avril. In the post-game media session, while numerous outlets congratulated Li Ming on his quintuple-double, there was a palpable curiosity regarding his fervent data collection in the final half of the fourth quarter. There was no need for Li Ming to address this. Coach Anil took the initiative to clarify. "I wish to communicate with all the media. You often treat Li Ming as if he were a seasoned star, yet he has played less than 10 games in this league. As a rookie, I believe it is essential for him to fully experience the atmosphere of the game while his energy levels are high, as this will significantly contribute to his growth. His potential far exceeds what we have seen thus far." With the coach willingly taking the blame, the media had little left to say. Moreover, the coach's decisions are beyond the player's influence. It is not the lies that inflict harm, but rather the truth, which cuts like a knife. Li Ming is indeed a rookie who has played fewer than 10 games. Anil's grandiloquent statements have effectively silenced all future media claims that Li Ming merely accumulates statistics during garbage time. Following the press conference, a grueling stretch of 3 consecutive away games finally came to a close, and the entire Raptors team returned to Toronto overnight. In their next match, the Raptors would host the Rockets, marking Carter's return to his former team. Unlike the dramatic departure of Li Ming, Carter's exit was not as fraught with tension. The fans in Toronto likely still harbor affection for Carter, in stark contrast to the years of silence until his retirement when the fans finally cheered for him. Furthermore, the Rockets are also the team where Yao Ming spent his rookie year, and during that season, the undeniable leader, Francis, took considerable care of Yao. Thus, this upcoming game is destined to be rich in narrative. However, that is a matter for the day after tomorrow, November 16th. Today, Li Ming found it impossible to dwell on such thoughts. His immediate concern was to return home, which was causing him considerable anxiety. The events following his return home need not be elaborated upon to avoid any suspicion of filler content. So, without further ado, let us proceed to the next day. Avril enjoyed a leisurely sleep-in, only rising around 1 in the afternoon. Shortly after her meal, she insisted on going together to cue for songs. Li Ming had little choice but to set off for the studio. En route, Li Ming and Avril discussed the idea of converting one of the guest rooms on the second floor into a recording studio, allowing them to relinquish the current studio and eliminate the need for back-and-forth travel. Avril was quite pleased with this suggestion, confidently assuring him that she would take charge of the arrangements. It must be said, those who work diligently are the most beautiful of all. Li Ming watched Avril diligently revising lyrics and recording songs, his eyes unwilling to blink even once. To this day, he found everything too surreal. Avril was a workaholic when it came to her craft, tirelessly perfecting her songs until past 10 in the evening, only returning home when hunger became unbearable. The events of that night are best left unsaid. Another day had dawned. The matchup between the Raptors and the Rockets was set to be broadcast live across the nation, marking the first confrontation between two superstar players who had swapped teams. It was a return to the launching pad for the demigod, filled with hype, and many anticipated that this game would be nothing short of spectacular, akin to a collision of celestial bodies. As for Li Ming, he epitomized a disinclination towards participating in team training. Throughout the season, he had only attended 3 sessions. Yet, curiously, no one ever criticized him for his lack of practice, which was quite rare. Arriving at the arena just in the nick of time, he embraced Avril's thigh with his right arm, ensuring she was comfortably seated on his shoulder. The media reveled in this spectacle ever since Li Ming began dating. Avril had made it a habit to perch upon his shoulder as they entered the arena for every home game, seemingly destined to become a new emblem of the venue. At 7:30 in the evening, the game commenced punctually. The Raptors maintained their original starting lineup, while the Rockets fielded center Kevin Cato, power forward Bojan Bogdanovic, small forward Vince Carter, shooting guard the veteran Mobley, and point guard Francis. The referee took to the center of the court, signaling for the players to take their positions. And with a sharp whistle, the match began. Facing his former team, Yao Ming showed no mercy, swiftly claiming the offensive advantage. Li Ming understood that he was not the focal point of this game. His role was to facilitate for the great Yao. The Raptors initiated the attack, as Williams rapidly advanced to the front court and passed the ball to Li Ming. Li Ming, confronting Mobley's defense, executed a deft move, transitioning from his right hand to his left in a seamless under-the-leg maneuver. As Kevin Cato attempted to provide support, he delivered a precise through pass to Yao Ming. Under the basket, Yao comfortably cradled the ball, and facing the impending challenge from nKobe, he elegantly pivoted and unleashed a hook shot, skillfully banking the ball into the hoop. The Raptors thus secured their initial 2 points. As Li Ming and his team returned to defend, he expressed his dissatisfaction towards the Yao, saying, "You should really go for it. Nene is not that tall, standing 20 centimeters shorter than you. There's no room for leniency." The Yao cast an indifferent glance at Li Ming, dismissing him. He believed not everyone possessed his athletic prowess. If anyone had such abilities, it would surely be him who first executed the dunk. The Rockets were undoubtedly eager to set up a play for Vince Carter, and as soon as the ball crossed half court, the veteran passed it to Carter. Upon receiving the ball at the top of the arc, Carter executed a few dribbles before suddenly accelerating towards the basket. Jalen Rose barely had time to react as Carter leaped from just beyond the free throw line, soaring through the air to deliver a magnificent windmill dunk before Yao Ming could even step in for a defensive effort. The entire crowd at the Air Canada Center erupted, showering Carter with applause and cheers. Li Ming surveyed the atmosphere of the entire arena with a smile. Carter had made significant contributions to Toronto's basketball scene, and this applause was well-deserved. Of course, when it comes to dunks, Li Ming was not one to shy away from competition. Yet this time he intended to let Yao Ming take the spotlight. "Dare to ignore me? Just watch how I deliver the pass." Upon reaching the front court, Li Ming shouted in Mandarin, "I'm throwing you an alley-oop. You must catch it." This declaration made Yao Ming somewhat anxious. If he failed to secure the ball, one could only imagine the self-reproach Li Ming would unleash upon himself. Li Ming, undeterred, seized a moment as he noticed no one was closing in on him. With a sweeping crossover, he left the seasoned defender in his wake. Advancing further, he leaped for a mid-range shot from the left side at a 45-degree angle, startling Carter from the perimeter and Kevin Carter from the paint. However, Li Ming had no intention of taking the shot himself. As he observed Kevin Carter charging towards him, Li Ming abruptly passed the ball in Carter's direction, slamming it near the baseline. The basketball ricocheted upward, soaring above the rim. Upon witnessing this exceptional pass, Yao Ming quickly comprehended the challenge set before him. He dashed from the right side of the basket to the left, and as he positioned himself directly beneath the hoop, he launched into a magnificent 180-degree reverse alley-oop dunk. This remarkable play left Yao Ming elated as he triumphantly shouted to the audience, "This is my horse." Upon witnessing the exquisite execution of a dunk by Yao Ming, Li Ming couldn't contain his joy and playfully slapped Yao's backside. Ever since Li Ming adopted a more relaxed mindset, his gameplay has become increasingly formidable. In the past, It was well known that Li Ming would predominantly seek to score on his own, prompting defenders to devise numerous strategies to thwart him. Even if they couldn't completely neutralize him, they could still impose significant disruption. Now, however, opponents find themselves uncertain as to whether Li Ming will choose to attack or not, making it impossible for them to effectively contain him. Thus, in the first quarter, both teams exchanged scores without exerting their full defensive prowess, allowing their star players to showcase their talents in a captivating display. Aware of the match's significance for both sets of fans, neither coach opted for substitutions during the first quarter. As the quarter concluded, the Rockets trailed the Raptors by 4 points, with a score of 31-35. As the second quarter commenced, the Rockets introduced an entirely bench lineup, while Li Ming led the Raptor substitutes. Was it not time for Li Ming to accumulate impressive statistics? At the onset of the second quarter, Li Ming quickly realized that apart from Jim Jackson, the only opponent he recognized, the rest of the Rockets bench players were unfamiliar to him. It seemed that the current iteration of the Rockets bore little resemblance to his previous impressions. Faced with a feeble bench lineup, what could Li Ming do but apply relentless pressure? He dashed to the frontcourt baseline, waiting for the opposing team to inbound the ball. This tactic was rather audacious, leaving the Rockets players with no choice but to initiate screens from their backcourt. Otherwise, they would struggle to receive the ball. The golden steal skill awarded by the system was becoming increasingly second nature to Li Ming, its effectiveness evidently heightened. Just as Jackson managed to advance the ball to the frontcourt and poised a dribble, Li Ming swiftly intercepted it with a decisive swipe. Li Ming seized the ball and charged forward, facing the vacant frontcourt of the Raptors. He felt it was time to showcase his skills, opting for a spectacular windmill dunk reminiscent of Carter's earlier performance. With a leap just a step before the free throw line, Li Ming effortlessly executed the windmill dunk, scoring with finesse. The Rockets substitutes, watching from the sidelines, displayed exaggerated expressions of disdain, as if to say, "This play is utterly uninspiring. I might as well return to my seat." Having learned their lesson, the Rockets bench players decided that whoever Li Ming was guarding would not receive the ball, disregarding whether that player was the sixth man or not. Thus far, in one-on-one defense, Li Ming found it challenging to guard anyone other than Nowitzki. Yet he managed to block Shaquille O'Neal on occasion. Familiar with the exchange tactics, Li Ming noticed Jackson leading him toward the baseline and exchanged a knowing glance with Mozoy, signaling him to switch positions. "I wager you won't hit from beyond the arc." Upon entering the paint, Li Ming rendered the Rockets' interior defense utterly fragmented. Who has ever witnessed an athlete leap straight up to seize a rebound without bending their legs? Before anyone else even leaves the ground, he has already claimed the ball. It is no wonder he shatters rebounding records. One cannot help but be in awe. After merely 3 minutes of play, an unheralded Rockets big man, Alton Ford, discreetly remarked to Li Ming, "We are merely substitutes. Could you perhaps ease up a bit? Earning a living is no simple task, and we are counting on this fleeting moment on the court to bolster our statistics. When you attack, I shall refrain from defending you." Upon hearing this, Li Ming realized that there were indeed unspoken rules on the court. If you were to pull out 2 packs of cigarettes from your pocket and hand them to me at this moment, I would even suspect that we had returned to the CBA. Moreover, do you think you could withstand my offense? Li Ming has spent 12 years languishing on the bench in the CBA, long devoid of any sympathy. Do you still wish to attack? Hand over the ball. Alton Ford, seeing Li Ming's silence, mistakenly believed he had acquiesced. He turned and attempted a hook shot, only to be intercepted mid-air by Li Ming, who snatched the ball and cradled it in his grasp. This prompted the Rockets to call for a timeout. Ford shot Li Ming a glare, muttering curses as he returned to the bench. If one were to listen closely, they might catch words such as F, who the hell, and B. The Rockets bench players were simply no match for Li Ming. To be precise, apart from the star players adept in both offense and defense, the others could not contend with him. With 8.5 minutes remaining in the second quarter, the Rockets trailed by 12 points, 33-45. Time was slipping away. Coach Anil, upon seeing the Rockets reinstate their starting lineup, made no hesitation, countering with his own stars. The moment Yao Ming entered the game, Li Ming began setting him up. As Li Ming drew defenders, Yao scored repeatedly in the paint, feasting until he was satiated. The Rockets faced a dilemma. They had to choose between 2 poisons, and the only option was Yao. Though Yao could be contained to some extent, Li Ming was simply uncontainable, shooting 8 out of 10, with the 2 missed shots resulting in offensive rebounds, showcasing his beastly athleticism. Carter understood that relying solely on half-court battles would yield no victory, so he proactively called for a strategy. The strategy was simple, a moving screen variant of the elevator door play learned from the Wizards. The elevator door strategy, notorious in later stages for being targeted by the league, saw Vince Carter drain 3 consecutive three-pointers from the perimeter, forcing a timeout for the Raptors. Not only Coach Anil, but even Li Ming found this tactic insurmountable. It was a blatant foul, a moving screen. Even Li Ming's physical prowess couldn't penetrate it. Thus, the timeout proved somewhat futile, leaving only a tense standoff. However, at that moment, Yao offered a suggestion that illuminated everyone's minds. Is it not merely a three-pointer? Marshall can handle that too. Indeed, Marshall is one of the record holders for three-pointers in a single game, and the decision was made. This led to an intriguing turn of events, as the Raptors also employed the elevator door strategy. With Li Ming's presence, the Raptors executed the play with even greater precision, and every time Marshall shot, it felt easier than in practice. The exchanges between both teams intensified, with each employing the other's tactics, heralding the onset of the small ball era. As the first half concluded, the Rockets trailed the Raptors by a mere 8 points, with a score of 67-75. During the latter half of the second quarter, both teams showcased astonishing three-point shooting accuracy. The Rockets converted 9 out of 14 attempts, while the Raptors netted 8 out of 12. This remarkable performance delighted Marshall, who now tallied an impressive 26 points, with 7 of the Raptors' 8 three-pointers attributed to him. Unbeknownst to the players on the court, the game was being broadcast live across the nation, attracting a vast audience. Consequently, both teams employed this three-point strategy, leaving commentators across all platforms utterly bewildered. nYao questioned, "Is this approach reasonable?" To which Coach Zhang responded, "This is precisely how the game should be played. It is entirely rational." Kenny Smith then asked Barkley, "Did you have such a strategy during your playing days?" Barkley retorted, "If we had attempted such a strategy, our coach would have benched us to watch the water cooler." Kenny pressed further, "Could you elaborate on the characteristics and counter-strategies of this approach?" Barkley replied, "I can hardly fathom who would devise such a tactic. It should not exist. It is merely a moving screen. Its existence tarnishes the integrity of basketball." The commentators were left in a state of confusion, and the fans present were even more perplexed. Before Li Ming joined the Raptors, Carter's play style was characterized by soaring athleticism. Following Li Ming's arrival, the game had transformed into a three-point shootout. The contemporary acceptance of three-point shooting had not yet reached its zenith, and due to the presence of hand-checking, shooting from beyond the arc posed a significant challenge for perimeter players. Coaches traditionally refrained from basing their strategies on three-point shooting, opting for it only when trailing. Yet this match redefined everyone's perceptions. Three-pointers could indeed be executed in such a manner, and their success rate could be astonishingly high. During halftime, Coach Anil made no additional comments, instead choosing to encourage Marshall, indicating that he had an opportunity to break his scoring record for consecutive games, urging him to seize the moment. Upon hearing that he would be the focal point of the strategy, Marshall was overwhelmed with excitement, nearly prostrating himself before Coach Anil in gratitude. As the halftime intermission concluded, both the Raptors and Rockets maintained their starting lineups, as the elevator door strategy imposed minimal physical toll on the players. Observing the intensity on the court, the fans instinctively knew another barrage of three-pointers was imminent. Chapter 64. Marshall's personal performance. Since everyone is already in a state of abandon, why not compete in the accuracy of three-point shots? In truth, Li Ming felt quite elated, as his assist count had reached an impressive 18. If the game continued in this manner, he would undoubtedly break the record for the most assists in a single game. As the third quarter commenced, the first offensive play saw the seasoned player Mobley holding the ball a mere 2 steps beyond the arc, while Carter and Francis executed a flurry of frantic movements. What else could they resort to with such an elevator door strategy? They had no choice but to pursue. Li Ming skillfully navigated past the 2 defenders, reaching Carter, only for the ball to be deftly redirected by the seasoned veteran into Francis's hands. As Francis seized the ball, Yao Ming rushed forward to bolster the defense, prompting the spectators to eagerly observe the unfolding drama, while other players instinctively created space. Francis, murmuring to himself, likely engaged in some playful banter with Yao. Back in 2003, Francis exhibited his remarkable skills, executing a wide, deceptive dribble that unsettled Yao's balance, followed by a cunning behind-the-back maneuver that left Yao momentarily airborne. With ease, Francis completed a layup and promptly returned to assist Yao, both sharing a light-hearted moment as they playfully patted each other's backs. Li Ming was certainly unwilling to let the Yao suffer a disadvantage. Intentionally using the cover, he shifted position towards Big Brother Fu, accelerating directly towards the basket. Li Ming's dominance beneath the basket is formidable. As he entered the 3-second zone, he executed a deceptive layup, effortlessly deceiving Kevin Cato and the big fella. In a fluid motion, he tossed the ball high into the air, where Yao Ming caught it with both hands and, soaring above the two defenders, slammed it into the hoop. This display elicited laughter from the big fella, who remarked to Yao about not seeing him play this way during their time with the Rockets. What could Yao do but smile in response? In the next possession, the Rockets employed the elevator door strategy once again, this time with the big fella slipping through the crowd. Brimming with confidence, he received the ball and, without hesitation, leaped into action, delivering a precise three-point shot. This is simply unplayable. Even the future Warriors wouldn't dare to rely on the elevator door strategy as a staple tactic. Such a method cannot be tolerated within the league. Is there even a hint of entertainment left in this? Based on the style of play exhibited in this match, it is certain that this tactic will be banned within 3 days. Li Ming discreetly shared this idea with Marshall, who, upon hearing it, could hardly contain himself. This was it. His career single-game scoring record hinged on this very match. At the pinnacle of the arc, Li Ming held the ball, while Jalen Rose and Marshall dashed into position. Although it was the two of them maneuvering, any astute observer could discern that the ball was destined for Marshall. On the Rockets' side, Carter was relentlessly pursuing Marshall, for only his speed and wingspan could provide any semblance of interference. Naba, on the other hand, was far too sluggish. Had they employed an elevator door strategy, he would have struggled to navigate around it. In truth, the pass from Li Ming was not particularly ideal, necessitating an adjustment from Marshall upon receiving the ball. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Carter closed in. However, Marshall was acutely aware that this game was his personal showcase. He possessed the ultimate freedom to shoot and the most advantageous tactical alignment. He was determined to etch his name into NBA history with an unforgettable performance. As Carter lunged forward, Marshall launched into the air, releasing the ball just as it sailed past the fingertips of both Marshall and Carter. It remained a mystery whether Carter had even grazed it. Even Marshall himself was uncertain. The ball struck the front of the rim, ricocheting forward before gracefully falling through the net. As if in awe of the ball's momentum, Carter fixated intently on it, sensing an inexplicable connection. Had he inadvertently touched it? Yet it still found its way through? Unyielding in his disbelief, Carter retaliated with a forceful three-pointer, his gaze piercing into Marshall. In that moment, the fire of Carter's competitive spirit truly ignited. Upon noticing Carter's urgency, Li Ming hurried to Marshall's ear and said, "Did you see that? Carter couldn't guard you and is now flustered. If you sink a couple more shots, he might just explode with frustration. Whether or not we can dismantle the Rockets hinges on you." After conveying this, he discreetly signaled Marshall to position himself to the right, as his passing was notably more reliable on that side. Having spent a decade in the league, Marshall possessed enough acumen to understand, and he promptly made a cut towards the right three-point line. Before his ankle injury, Carter moved effortlessly, but now his mobility was severely compromised. He could only manage linear acceleration, making sudden stops and starts exceedingly challenging. Helplessly, he watched as Marshall maneuvered between Yao Ming and Jalen Rose. The pass from Li Ming to Marshall was significantly more precise from the right side. Upon receiving the ball at chest level, Marshall took a deep breath, leaped from his spot, and the basketball swished through the net effortlessly, securing a three-pointer. As the third quarter reached its midpoint, the Rockets found themselves trailing by 18 points. Frustration consumed Carter. He dashed frantically, leaving Jalen Rose struggling to keep pace. In that moment, Li Ming decisively abandoned his defense against Mobley and pursued Carter with determination. Sensing Li Ming's approach, Carter became momentarily unsettled and launched the ball with all his might. The basketball arced through the air in a startlingly high trajectory, finding nothing but net. This three-pointer ignited the crowd into a frenzy, with a myriad of celebratory gestures erupting, resembling a chaotic yet divine dance. Li Ming smacked his lips twice, feeling a twinge of jealousy as the fans cheered for Carter, their applause echoing once or twice too often. The teammates of the Rockets rushed over to celebrate with Carter, a sight of sheer brilliance that left one in awe. Now, the pressure shifted to Marshall. In the next play, Marshall emerged from the crowd to receive a pass from Li Ming. His demeanor transformed as he prepared to showcase his prowess beyond the arc. With a slight adjustment, he leaped and released the ball in one fluid motion, sending it swishing through the net. An impeccable shot. This marked Marshall's 11th three-pointer of the game. As he retreated on defense, he exchanged a grin and a high-five with Li Ming, exclaiming, "If I break the three-point record today, let's all hit the Rebel nightclub tonight. The tab's on me." After speaking with Li Ming, Marshall dashed over to his other teammates, likely sharing the same sentiment. It was no wonder Marshall was so exhilarated. To hold the record for the most three-pointers in a single game would etch his name into history, a distinction every player covets. Although he couldn't possibly bring Avril to the nightclub, Marshall felt it would be impolite to decline, so he resolved to invite her along. Unbeknownst to him, whether Carter was fatigued or simply under pressure, his next three-point attempt hit the front of the rim and failed to find its mark. The Raptors seized the opportunity, launching a swift counterattack. Li Ming was the fastest. As he prepared to leap for a dunk from the free throw line, he cast a quick glance backward and spotted Marshall advancing to the arc just beyond the three-point line. Without a moment's hesitation, he flung the ball behind his head, allowing Marshall, positioned just a step in front of the arc, to execute a sudden stop and jump shot. Chapter 65. Breaking the single-game assist record. Bang. 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 Swish. This shot truly represented the pinnacle of Marshall's capabilities. One could hardly dismiss it as mere luck. The ball grazed the front edge of the rim, then ricocheted off the back edge before finally bouncing off the backboard and into the net. Upon scoring, Marshall equaled his previous record for three-pointers in a game, tying with nKobe for the highest number made in a single match. In the subsequent possession, Carter attempted a three-pointer that fell woefully short, resulting in a complete airball. Whether it was fatigue, a failing mindset, or perhaps the extraordinary three-point shot that had just drained his luck, it was uncharacteristic of Carter to miss so egregiously. This moment seemed to signal a halt to the Rockets' offense, which appeared to stagnate, with their three-point shooting percentage plummeting. Aside from the occasional successful shot from the veteran, Big F, Carter managed to convert only 1 out of 5 subsequent three-point attempts. The efficacy of the elevator play hinged upon a consistent three-point shooting percentage. Yet, given the Rockets' current shooting woes, continuing to employ the elevator strategy seemed futile. With only 56 seconds remaining in the third quarter, Coach Van Gundy decided to substitute all of the Rockets' starting players. The score stood at 83-114, with the Rockets trailing by 31 points, leading Van Gundy to raise the white flag in surrender. At this moment, the DJ encouraged the audience to rise and cheer, while the big screen began replaying Marshall's three-point shots. Having made an astounding 15 three-pointers, Marshall shattered the league record for the most three-pointers in a single game. His face flushed with excitement, he embraced each teammate, lingering a moment longer with Li Ming. The teammates erupted in cheers, calling for a night out to celebrate. Coach Anil, however, wore a dark expression. How dare these young scamps suggest an outing while in his presence? Were it not for the record-breaking nature of the day, he would have insisted they stay for extra practice. The timeout was brief, and the game resumed. With Van Gundy having surrendered, Coach Anil had no choice but to pull the starters, leaving only Li Ming on the court while the others returned. The Rockets bench, noticing Li Ming still playing, wore expressions of sheer frustration, as if they had been struck by a debilitating malady. If thoughts could kill, they would have been feasting right then and there. Li Ming remained undeterred, resolute in his pursuit of statistics, emboldened by Coach Anil's unwavering support. What mattered now was not mere scoring. He had already amassed 26 assists, just 5 shy of breaking the NBA single-game assist record. With 13 minutes remaining on the clock, Coach Anil had emphasized during the recent timeout the necessity for Li Ming to create offensive threats, thereby facilitating opportunities for assists. Every player was instructed that upon receiving a pass from Li Ming, regardless of defensive presence, they were to shoot immediately. This was a clear indication that the head coach was fostering a culture of statistical enhancement among his players. Nevertheless, none of the Raptors voiced any dissent, for the majority of Li Ming's passes were to open players, and each member of the team had diligently honed their shooting skills during practice. Li Ming's offensive prowess is formidable. With a steady shooting ability, he can firmly establish himself against the Raptors. When Li Ming penetrated into the unguarded paint and prepared to pass the ball, Coach Van Gundy realized that Li Ming was not seeking personal glory, but rather aiming to break the single-game assist record. In the final minute of the third quarter, Li Ming recorded 2 assists. As he delivered a buzzer-beater jump shot to Masolo, the third quarter concluded. Van Gundy's expression darkened, as being overshadowed by another historical achievement within his own team was indeed a humiliating experience. During the intermission, Van Gundy meticulously devised a strategy, succinctly instructing his players to thwart Li Ming's passing lanes and compel him to score on his own. As the fourth quarter commenced, during the Raptors' first offensive play, Li Ming sensed something amiss as he crossed half-court. The Rockets were no longer double-teaming. Every player was tightly marking their man. It was clear to Li Ming that Van Gundy's intent was to allow him to score, but not to assist. With just 3 assists needed to shatter the NBA single-game record, Li Ming realized his only recourse was to drive to the basket, draw the defense, and then pass to Ba, who was more than capable of converting easy layups. However, reality proved starkly different. After years of playing, Li Ming had never encountered such a scenario. As he charged into the paint, the Rockets' backup center was resolutely denying Ba's position, leaving the 3-second area completely vacant. In the midst of that vast emptiness, he had no choice but to showcase his skills. Executing a stunning 360-degree dunk, the crowd erupted in joy, with Avril leaping up to blow kisses at him, her exuberance utterly charming. On the way back on defense, Li Ming playfully brushed against Avril's cheek as he passed the Raptors' bench, affectionately whispering, "There's even more spectacular action to come." At that moment, Peterson, a backup small forward for the Raptors, stealthily approached Li Ming and confidentially proposed, "Once I get into position, just hand me the ball. I'll force a few shots. Even if my shooting percentage is low, I refuse to believe I can't make 3 more in this quarter." With such earnest enthusiasm, Li Ming had no alternative but to comply. Indeed, Peterson erupted with energy. After receiving the ball from Li Ming, he immediately executed a pick and roll, stepping back for a jumper. When he received his 8th shot, he completed Li Ming's 3rd assist. Van Gundy, a gracious competitor, accepted the inevitability of Li Ming breaking the record and decided to grant him a moment of glory. The Rockets called a lengthy timeout, and the entire audience of 20,000 at the Air Canada Centre stood in raucous applause, with some even beginning to shed their shirts in celebration. Moreover, there was an individual who, in a moment of exuberance, removed her bra and waved it in the air, only to be politely escorted out by security. The large screen in the arena began to replay Li Ming's assists from the match, showcasing the top 5 players on the assists leaderboard. To his delight, Li Ming found himself in the first position, having shattered the single-game assists record. At that moment, the system chimed in. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired the golden skill. Precision delivery. Your passes are both swift and accurate, which supersedes the blue skill. Intermediate passing mastery. System, do you have any idea what I truly lack? I am in desperate need of 3-point shooting. I'm a shooting guard, not a point guard. Why grant me such a precious golden skill?" He lamented, "If only I could choose for myself. My first choice would be to swap hosts." With this thought, Li Ming refrained from provoking the system further. Observing the electrifying atmosphere in the arena, he felt an overwhelming surge of excitement and shouted to his teammates from the bench, "Tonight, Marshall will cover the drinks, and I'll take care of all the lovely ladies you fancy." Chapter 66. The game transforms into a slam dunk contest as soon as Li Ming finished speaking. His ear was seized. Avril, her expression seething with anger, glared at Li Ming with a look reminiscent of a predator ready to devour its prey, her prominent nose nearly crinkling in disapproval. "Ouch, that hurts. What are you doing? I will definitely take you with me tonight. Wherever I am, you must be there too." Listening to Li Ming's endearing yet somewhat cheesy declarations, Avril couldn't help but smile, releasing her grip and planting a quick kiss on his cheek from behind the substitute bench. This display utterly disgusted the entire Raptors team, each player wearing expressions akin to having swallowed a fly. Coach Neal, however, remained unfazed, chuckling as he remarked to Li Ming, "With your offensive and defensive prowess, if everyone can just perfect their shooting, which team could possibly stand against us?" Before Li Ming could utter a word, his teammates eagerly chimed in, "Rest assured, Coach, we shall practice our shooting daily, ensuring that our skills reach new heights before the All-Star game." Coach Neal nodded in satisfaction, glancing at the clock, which indicated less than 5 minutes remained in the match. The score stood at 95-129, with the Raptors leading by 34 points. Anil felt it might be somewhat disrespectful for Li Ming to re-enter the game at this juncture, and contemplated suggesting he remain on the bench for a brief respite. However, at that moment, the entire audience rose to their feet, chanting Carter, Li Ming, dunk. The fans were truly elated today, witnessing a series of record-breaking feats and spectacular displays of athleticism. The ticket price had proven to be well worth it. Upon hearing the chants, Carter could no longer remain seated and promptly stood up from the Rockets bench. Though he harbored disdain for the management in Toronto, his affection for the fans of the city ran deep. Coach Van Gundy, wishing to fulfill the fans' desires, called Carter into the game. With Carter now on the court and the audience still buzzing with excitement, Coach Anil decided to let Li Ming continue playing. Both teams now boasted their star players on the court alongside 4 substitutes. Yet everyone understood that the match had devolved into garbage time, devoid of defense. and transformed into a showcase of dunks for the audience's enjoyment. The Rockets initiated the attack while the Raptors spread out, allowing Li Ming to face Carter in a one-on-one duel. Li Ming pondered for a moment, then smiled as he conversed with Carter. What do you think about this? Let's engage in a performance that is less contrived. In a bit, you can accelerate and break past me while I feign being unable to keep up, and at that moment, you execute a stylish dunk. We shall play each shot this way and see whose dunk possesses greater creativity. Are you up for it? Carter, intrigued, replied, "Oh, so you wish to challenge me in the art of the dunk? If we were to measure sheer scoring power, I can see that you surpass me. However, if it is the aesthetic beauty of the dunk we are to compare, then let us see." No sooner had Carter finished speaking than he made a swift, straight-line acceleration, charging towards the basket. Li Ming pretended to lag behind as he followed a couple of steps. At that moment, Carter executed a remarkable self-alley-oop, concluding the offensive play with a back dunk. That was quite a move, but just wait and see what I can do. Li Ming boasted while applauding. I eagerly anticipated. Carter, too, set aside the notion of winning or losing. He was intent on engaging in an exhilarating dunk contest with Li Ming. When it was the Raptors' turn, Carter feigned a lack of coordination. Li Ming, with a swift motion, struck the ball down from the free throw line, preparing for his own self-alley-oop. As the ball reached its apex, Li Ming caught it flawlessly, executing a breathtaking 360-degree dunk known as the turning back to gaze at the moon. The audience erupted, rising in unison to chant Dunk King. Seeing Li Ming's dunk, Carter chuckled and remarked, "Well done, young man. That was indeed a spectacular dunk. Let us treat these final 4 minutes as our dunk contest." The ensuing moments were filled with a dazzling display of personal performances from both Carter and Li Ming. Even when Carter misjudged a play, sending the ball out of bounds, Li Ming promptly grabbed the ball to initiate the next play, passing it back to Carter. With one ball each, they continued to dunk until they succeeded. Had the Raptors not been ahead by over 30 points in the last 5 minutes, the league would surely have imposed penalties for such an exhibition of play. However, everyone understood the significance of this game for both teams, knowing that no team could recover from a 30-point deficit in under 5 minutes. Ultimately, it can be said that the dunking exhibition at the end of this match was a confluence of perfect timing, circumstance, and collective spirit. As the final buzzer rang, the score stood at 107-141, with the Raptors achieving a resounding victory over the Rockets by 34 points. In this match, Li Ming achieved a remarkable feat, accumulating standardized statistics of 41 points, 16 rebounds, 31 assists, 5 blocks, and 5 steals. Apart from his assists, which exceeded expectations, the rest of his performance remained consistently stable. Marshall, on the other hand, reached new heights, shattering his previous personal scoring and three-point records with an impressive total of 47 points. Indeed, Marshall attempted only 2 mid-range shots, successfully making one, while he launched 23 three-pointers, converting 15 of them. Yao Ming effortlessly scored 25 points, grabbed 13 rebounds, delivered 4 assists, and blocked 2 shots, finishing his work after 3 quarters. Carter also contributed significantly with 48 points, 6 rebounds, 7 assists, and 2 steals, just shy of his career high from the year 2000. It was a moment of collective joy. Although the Rockets faced defeat, their spirits remained unbroken, with mutual gestures of respect exchanged among the players. Yao Ming embraced Big Fundamental tightly, whispering something unknown into his ear. At that moment, Van Gundy, holding Li Ming, expressed, "You are the most gifted and capable player I have ever encountered. I can hardly fathom the presence of such a prodigy in the sport of basketball. You will undoubtedly transform this game in the future. Keep striving to become a legend." Li Ming could only offer words of humility and gratitude. As the match concluded, the audience lingered in their seats, seemingly reluctant to depart, as if savoring the moment and witnessing the passing of the torch for the Raptor spirit. This game was broadcast live across the nation, drawing reporters to the sidelines for interviews. Since his relationship with Avril began, Li Ming had developed a distaste for these interviews, as the media often probed into matters unrelated to basketball, prying into his private life with Avril. In light of these inquiries, he preferred to let his coach, nYao, take the lead. While he could evade the reporters within the arena, he could not escape the team's media obligations. As anticipated, Inside Sports posed relatively reasonable questions, inquiring about Li Ming's perspective on the tactical approaches employed by both teams during the match. What can Li Ming say? He, too, wishes to see this tactic abolished. However, Marshall has just achieved a career-high score using this very strategy, and he proclaimed at the press conference his intent to ban it. claiming it undermines locker room unity. Tactics are neither inherently good nor bad. If the Rockets can harness this approach to close the scoring gap, then surely we can employ it to accumulate points as well. The application of tactics is contingent upon the synergy of the players, and we are a team without weaknesses. So I harbor no concerns that any strategy will pose a challenge to us. Thank you. As for ESPN, the tone shifted dramatically, questioning whether Li Ming's final assists might be perceived as mere stat padding, considering he had excellent scoring opportunities. Isn't this rather obvious? Just 3 assists shy of breaking the record. Who wouldn't he seek to enhance their numbers? The playing time for the substitutes is already limited. I would much prefer to develop a harmonious collaboration with them. By passing the ball, we can cultivate their shooting rhythm, ensuring our unassailable position. Thank you. TNT's inquiries were even more pointed. It appears they had somehow learned of Li Ming and Avril's cohabitation and directly questioned whether this relationship might affect his performance on the court. Li Ming simply cannot bear such inquiries. The moment he hears such questions, a chill runs down his spine, and he is overwhelmed by a desire to unleash his frustration upon those foolish enough to utter them, yearning to uncover their thoughts. Just recently, I shattered the league's single-game assist record. I wonder if you all even noticed? If such a performance is deemed insufficient, I am at a loss to comprehend what standard of excellence you are referencing. In the previous 3 games, we were deprived of 5 key players due to suspensions. Now that they have returned, time will reveal the truth. We shall prove our strength to all. With a dismissive gesture towards the microphone, Li Ming exited the scene. Starting tonight, a well-deserved 3-day break awaits. I refuse to let these callous media representatives tarnish my good spirits, especially since Avril is waiting for me outside. Chapter 67. Dare you appear before me again? Upon exiting the room, the sight of Avril patiently waiting at the door alleviated all of Li Ming's worries. He chose not to dwell on anything further. As long as his performance remains stellar and the team continues to secure victories, he shall not tolerate any more idle chatter. Tomorrow is Monday, and Avril intends to head to the studio to write songs. With nothing else to occupy his time, Li Ming naturally decided to accompany her. He inquired whether Yao Ming would like to join them, only to learn that Yao has been searching for a suitable location to open his own restaurant. It seems that Yao harbors a deep affection for the culinary venture. While it may have sufficed in Houston, does he not have enough Chinese restaurants to indulge in here in Toronto? If Yao chooses not to join, so be it. The rest of us shall revel in the nightlife together. At the club, it was evident that Avril was enjoying herself far more than Li Ming, who found himself consumed by jealousy. Ultimately, he feigned exhaustion, settled the bill, and took Avril home. Li Ming has a habit of soaking in a hot spring after playing basketball, and it is essential that Avril Lavigne is present in spring. The evening hours always pass swiftly, and before long, it is the next day. Around 10 a.m., Zhao called. He had been negotiating prices with Ping Insurance for the past few days and had just secured all possible endorsements that morning. To summarize the lengthy conversation, Ping Insurance was the first to reach an agreement, as Pacific Insurance unexpectedly intervened with an offer of $15 million for 5 years. This left Ping in a state of urgency, promptly offering a 10-year, $35 million endorsement fee to be paid in a lump sum. Zhao found this price quite agreeable. After securing the second weekly best endorsement from Ferrari and Breitling, the quotes had already been discussed. However, Bentley then entered the fray with a notably high offer. All 3 companies were still negotiating the terms of their contracts. Currently, the most favorable option was Ferrari's 5-year offer of $18 million, paid in one sum, along with the provision of the latest endorsed model at no cost. Bentley proposed a 10-year deal at $50 million, but with an annual payment of only $5 million and the provision of a bespoke model. Breitling had begun its collaboration with Bentley last year. If Li Ming chose Bentley, he would receive an identical contract from Breitling. If he opted for Ferrari, it would be a 3-year contract worth $8 million. In the beverage sector, PepsiCo presented an enticing offer of a lifetime contract for $60 million, paid in a lump sum, but with the stipulation that he endorsed both their beverages and snacks, requiring him to shoot 2 commercials each year. It was clear that delaying their decision would elevate his market value, as evidenced by the shift from a 2-year offer of $5 million to multi-year contracts. Ultimately, Li Ming decided to sign with Ping Insurance, Bentley, Breitling, and PepsiCo. This amounted to a colossal contract worth $195 million, from which, after taxes and his agency's commission, he would retain $90 million. No more pretense. He was a billionaire. He instructed Zhao to arrange for a unified signing at his agency the following day and to coordinate with the media for separate press conferences. These major endorsements included exclusivity clauses and were long-term contracts, meaning that significant endorsements would be scarce in the future, necessitating wise investments of this newfound wealth. In 2003, even if Li Ming was not particularly savvy, he understood that investing in Google and Apple was a sound choice. He would discuss specifics with Yang Jilong once he returned from Longhua. By lunchtime, Avril finally rose from bed, seemingly in a poor mood, deliberately pouting at Li Ming. When he attempted to kiss her, she evaded him. Wouldn't it be better to sleep earlier at night? Staying up late is not good for your health. So you plan to stay up all night? What could he say? He could only coax her. Li Ming repeatedly vowed to adhere strictly to the law and to heed Avril's every word. However, he still hadn't fully appeased her, unless he accompanied her for an evening of skateboarding. Despite his lack of experience with this activity, he felt compelled to embrace the opportunity to showcase his abilities. For it was a sport after all. Shortly after arriving at Avril's studio that afternoon, Evan was the first to walk in. It must be said that Evan possessed a certain charm, exuding the aura of an artistic youth, though he was slightly shorter in stature. Overall, he certainly surpassed Cobain, which perhaps explained Cobain's lack of confidence. Although it was their first encounter, Li Ming and Evan surprisingly found common ground in their conversation, particularly regarding gossip that even Avril was unaware of. Astonishingly, they both knew. Avril's eyes widened in disbelief. If you two continue like this, I might just feel a pang of jealousy. Just as she contemplated how to interrupt their exchange, an unexpected visitor knocked on the door. What if, Huibulai, have you consumed the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard? Or perhaps sipped on some tiger bone soup? Are you unaware that Avril is my girlfriend? Upon seeing Huibulai enter, Li Ming's expression soured instantly, resembling that of a disgruntled donkey, as he directly questioned, "How dare you appear before me? Have you forgotten our previous conversation?" Huibulai, recalling their earlier chat, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Rubbing his reddened nose, he defiantly replied, "Avril invited me to collaborate on a song. So what? Do you have an objection? Oh, so you're waving your flag now. What can you possibly contribute to songwriting? You struggle to even write a simple word. We don't need you here. My girlfriend and I can easily brainstorm 2 songs in an afternoon without any hassle." Listening to their exchange, which nearly escalated to familial insults, Avril, despite her straightforward nature, began to grasp the situation. Li Ming was jealous. This reaction puzzled her. After all, her relationship with Evan was quite amicable, and Li Ming could engage in jovial banter with him. Huibulai was merely a musical partner, someone she had only met at last year's record-breaking celebration for Complicated. Most importantly, she harbored no romantic feelings for him. He was short, unattractive, and his nose took up half his face. Why then did Li Ming have such a strong aversion to him? Li Ming, what's wrong? Huibulai is a friend I specifically invited over to write songs with us today. You remember him from your last meeting, don't you? Avril tilted her head, her large eyes brimming with confusion. Li Ming nearly succumbed to his emotions in that moment. Adorable yearning. Li Ming pondered deeply, realizing he must first resolve matters concerning Huibulai. Ah, how vividly he recalled, though he wondered if Mr. Huibulai remembered the words he had spoken. Huibulai, unable to endure Li Ming's sardonic remarks any longer, retorted, "Of course I remember. I will never forget how you threatened me by throwing me to the ground before you even became Avril's boyfriend." Avril, utterly bewildered, felt as if her CPU was nearing a short circuit on the verge of stuttering. "Well, since you have the audacity to say that, do you dare to clarify your intentions before everyone?" Li Ming boldly confronted him. "What do I have to fear? Li Ming, you and Avril are not yet married. You are merely her boyfriend. I have every right to pursue her." The moment Huibulai uttered his last word, Avril retaliated by smashing her guitar over his head with considerable force, the instrument piercing through with alarming intensity. "You wretched creature. How dare you speak such things in front of my boyfriend? What do you take me for?" As if that were not enough, she continued to strike Huibulai with the broken guitar. "You despicable scoundrel. Hurry and leave my studio. From now on, we shall have no further dealings. Do you understand?" Chapter 68. You don't even know me? Huibulai's heart shattered at this revelation. He had always believed he held a favorable position in Avril's eyes. After all, her smiles directed at him were so sweet. This brings to mind the 3 great illusions of humanity. I can turn the tables, it's not a big deal. And she likes me. Avril, with her striking beauty and sweet smile, was a vision, while Huibulai, with his awkward demeanor, was hardly the embodiment of charm. Huibulai gazed at Avril, his small eyes filled with profound confusion, unable to believe that this was the gentle Avril capable of such actions. Li Ming, upon witnessing his behavior, felt exasperated, unable to comprehend human speech. He rose and swiftly approached, grabbing him by the collar and casting him outside, not forgetting to shut the door firmly behind him. It is truly perplexing what Huibuli was thinking. Could he genuinely believe that Avril is a sweet girl? I consistently urge Avril to quit smoking, suggesting she replace her cigarettes with something else to occupy her mouth. You all know I am referring to chewing gum. With Huibuli's antics, the atmosphere became so deflated that no one felt inclined to create new songs. Instead, we engaged in idle chatter. Evan, with a loose tongue, was nearly divulging the color of his underwear under Li Ming's probing. Li Ming successfully uncovered a multitude of Avril's past gossip, his delight evident as he could hardly contain his smile. He savored the tales while absent-mindedly cracking sunflower seeds into a trash bin, thoroughly engrossed in the conversation. Avril, however, was infuriated, her face turning an ashen hue. Had it not been for her fondness for her guitar, she would have surely dealt a sharp blow to each of them. As their conversation continued, the evening light began to fade, prompting Avril to suggest that they head to Wellesley Park for some skateboarding after dinner. Li Ming had no objections and readily agreed by noon. Evan, clearly lacking conviction, hesitated while casting a few glances at Li Ming, ultimately conceding. The look he gave Li Ming left him bewildered. I am not Corbin. Why is he staring at me, as if fearing I might strike him? Just because of that look, he must go today. No wonder Avril suggested they visit Wellesley Park for skateboarding. This place is devoid of lights, relying solely on moonlight for illumination, offering both tranquility and thrill. Li Ming realized that Evan should not have come. He had misjudged him. As for the appeal of skateboarding, Li Ming truly could not fathom it. Gliding on flat ground was manageable, but attempting tricks on a sloped, professional venue proved futile. After falling thrice, he declared that this activity bore him a grudge, and he simply could not engage. Initially, he had intended to show off, but discovering that even his athletic prowess could not conquer skateboarding, he could only convince himself that it was due to his height, asserting that his style of play was not aligned with theirs. Though Li Ming may not excel in skateboarding, Avril is undeniably a master of the sport, executing several challenging tricks that earn enthusiastic cheers from Evan. Amidst this harmonious scene, an unfortunate disturbance arises. A group of unruly delinquents approaches, demanding that they vacate the area, claiming it as their territory, and threatening violence if they do not leave promptly. Taken aback by their aggressive demeanor, both Avril and Evan pause. Noticing Avril's rising danger, Evan quickly grips her arm and whispers, "There are too many of them, and they appear to be high, just a bunch of addicts. It's best not to stoop to their level." While Evan cowers, Li Ming remains undaunted, thinking to himself, how could I not assert my role as the protagonist? Even a casual outing with my girlfriend has attracted trouble. It seems that maintaining a low profile is a formidable challenge. Is there a problem with us wanting to play here for a while? Li Ming boldly strides to confront the foremost delinquent, towering over him by a significant margin. Hey, you oversized fool, do you not comprehend human speech? I told you to get lost. Li Ming stands momentarily stunned by the retort, incredulous as he gestures towards Avril. You only want us to leave? You have no thoughts about such a beautiful lady? Are you out of your mind? This shorty has neither beauty nor grace. Who will be interested? If you refuse to leave, boys, teach him a lesson. The delinquents, unaware of Li Ming's identity, react swiftly, launching themselves at him. Evan, terrified, pulls Avril away, but she shows no fear, shouting encouragement after taking just a few steps. After all, how could her boyfriend's combat prowess possibly be matched by this gang of addicts? Li Ming felt that venturing outside today was certainly a miscalculation, as he encountered an array of unpleasant events. While other protagonists basked in glory before the heroine, his own experience was akin to a slap in the face. Moments ago, he had the audacity to speak ill of Avril, and now they were headed toward their own demise. The tactics of these petty thugs were utterly chaotic, devoid of any strategy, and Li Ming could hardly contain his frustration. Without even a glance, he delivered a precise jab that sent the foul-mouthed ruffian sprawling to the ground. Observing the oncoming gang of delinquents, a smirk curled at the corner of Li Ming's mouth. As long as there were no American-style katas, their numbers posed no threat to him. The faster they charged, the harder they would fall. With his hands casually tucked into his pockets, he executed a low roundhouse kick with his right leg, striking the kidney of the first thug, sending him rolling on the ground in agony, howling in distress. After firmly establishing his right foot, Li Ming executed a swift left side kick, striking the abdomen of a nearby thug with precision. Observing the lad's remarkable resilience, It was evident that he enjoyed a restful slumber, for he promptly fell back into a deep sleep after the blow. The remaining ruffians, witnessing this display, abruptly halted in fear, and upon casual estimation, there appeared to be around 7 or 8 of them left. Why did they not advance? Has their turn concluded? Now it is my turn. A family must remain united and harmonious. Since we are all here, let us lie down together on the ground. Li Ming took the initiative, leaving the group of addicts struggling to keep up with his pace. With his hands casually tucked into his pockets, he delivered 7 powerful kicks, each one landing with remarkable force. Evan, witnessing the scene, felt a tightening in his legs and silently vowed never to cross Li Ming in this lifetime. There was no denying the potency of his strikes. Each one targeted the vital points, and it was a spectacle that no man could bear to watch without apprehension. As the 7 fell, Li Ming was dissatisfied with their disarray. Among them were 3 clutching their groins, 1 howling in distress, and 2 who had succumbed to slumber. Their disjointed formation was unacceptable. Thus, he dispatched another kick to each of the 3 still standing. The one who had been howling fell silent, while the 2 who had been asleep were jolted awake. Indeed, Li Ming was nothing short of miraculous. Observing their similar postures, he felt a sense of satisfaction and turned to Avril, inquiring if she still wished to play. Should she choose to continue, he would assist by nudging them aside. Upon hearing this, Avril eagerly volunteered, insisting she would personally remove the 10 individuals who had just spoken ill of her. However, being petite and lacking in strength, she found herself unable to move the first person after just 2 attempts. This was unacceptable. Li Ming cleared his throat and addressed the group, urging them to cooperate. He suggested that if there were any slopes or obstacles, they should make an effort to move themselves. Should his girlfriend become fatigued, he would be compelled to intervene. The leader of the ruffians regretted his decisions immensely. All for a mere $5,000. He had followed orders to confront these 3 individuals. Had he known the level of their combat prowess, he would have merely feigned conflict with words instead of resorting to violence. Now it seemed that the money would scarcely cover medical expenses. Initially, he had perceived the 2 pale-skinned individuals, the male resembling a submissive, and the female akin to a child, as easy targets. Little did he realize that the ones engrossed in their phones were the true formidable opponents. With no recourse, the ruffian gritted his teeth and, in a display of desperation, knelt on the ground, begging for mercy, tears streaming down his face. He lamented his lack of foresight in confronting the 3 and pleaded for their clemency, vowing never to return to this place again. Li Ming observed their demeanor and was about to mock them when he suddenly realized a grave issue. Where were his bodyguards? Where was Avril's bodyguard? It was inconceivable that 4 professional bodyguards would fail to appear at such a moment. The mere thought sent a chill of apprehension down Li Ming's spine, and he lost interest in further confrontation with the ruffians. After delivering a swift kick to one of their faces, he swiftly scooped up Avril and fled, all the while instructing Evan, "Hurry home. We shall postpone our fun for today. Once we arrive, make sure to place a call." Something was amiss, profoundly amiss. Chapter 69. Red Eyes Avril had never seen Li Ming in such a state, and an instinctive fear began to creep over her. "What's wrong? You appear rather anxious," she remarked. "Come on, superstar, think. We're your bodyguards. It's unusual for ruffians to target us." Li Ming was a loss for words. Avril had yet to realize that her bodyguard was missing. Is it not said that a man in love possesses an intellect akin to 0? Yet, how is it that a woman can be equally oblivious? In truth, Avril, a mere 19-year-old girl, had only recently risen to fame and had only just acquired a bodyguard this year, one who had never truly been put to the test. It is entirely understandable that she momentarily overlooked his absence. After all, in Avril's mind, the earlier situation was hardly a concern, with Li Ming by her side. She felt assured of her safety, and she could easily recall instances from her high school days when she had faced larger crowds and brawls. With Avril in his arms, he dashed towards the parking lot, and upon arrival, the sight before him left him stunned. For bodyguards sat perfectly aligned in a vehicle, all wide awake and buckled in. Upon closer inspection, each one clutched a dark brown card, adorned with a grotesque crimson eye, beneath which was inscribed the words, "Welcome, Li." Li Ming's hair was already short, but now it stood on end. Avril, witnessing this bizarre scene, felt a chill run down her spine. She pressed her head tightly against Li Ming's neck and, trembling, inquired, "What is their current situation? Why aren't they blinking? I'm so frightened." The known facts do not evoke fear. It is the unknown, the incomprehensible that terrifies even someone as tough as Avril. Just as Li Ming gently reassured her to remain calm, the phone suddenly rang. He freed one hand to check the phone, revealing an unlisted number. Given the timing of this concealed call, it was undoubtedly treacherous. "Hello, who is this?" Li Ming asked, devoid of any emotion, while Avril cautiously lifted her head. "Hello, Li. Congratulations, we have recognized you. We believe you will undoubtedly become a leading figure in your field. You possess extraordinary physical abilities and a brilliant mind. From now on, we are allies. Keep your identity card safe. Its significance is beyond your imagination." With that, the caller hung up. Aside from discerning that the individual was male, Li Ming gleaned little else from the encounter. In light of the current circumstances, it was utterly perplexing to ascertain their motivations. Were those ruffians summoned by them? If so, it seemed rather beneath the gravity of the bizarre scene unfolding before him. What were their intentions? Why had they remained so reticent? How had he become entangled with them? And what was the significance of this identity card? It felt as if he were trapped in a game reminiscent of the Three Kingdoms. With an overwhelming number of questions swirling in his mind, he resolved to set them aside for the moment and address the peculiar tableau before him. Gently, he lowered Avril to the ground and peered through the car window. The four bodyguards exhibited subtle movements in their chests, confirming their lack of immediate peril. Their eyes were unfocused, akin to those of individuals caught in a dreamlike stupor. The dark brown cards they held were identical, offering no distinguishing features from outside the vehicle. Assured of their safety, Li Ming held his breath and cautiously opened both doors on the right side. After doing so, he swiftly maneuvered to the opposite side to open those doors as well. It was better to err on the side of caution. Should there be any asphyxiating gas within the vehicle, it would spell trouble. After approximately 5 minutes, Li Ming sensed that the situation was likely stable. With a decisive motion, he delivered a few sharp slaps, rousing the four bodyguards from their stupor. It was no wonder they were deemed professionals. Upon awakening, they quickly sensed the discord, exchanging glances to confirm the last time they had checked the clock. As fate would have it, it coincided perfectly with the moment the ruffians had chosen to stir trouble. Li Ming had been engrossed in playing Snake when he chanced upon the time displayed in the upper right corner of his phone. The four individuals, oblivious to the cards in their hands and the events that had transpired afterward, felt as if they had merely blinked and found themselves in their current predicament. It was time to adopt a divine perspective. Hidden amidst the flowers, two individuals wielding peculiar devices were focused on the very spot where Li Ming had engaged in a confrontation, though the precise purpose of their apparatus remained a mystery. They murmured to each other in a manner that seemed normal, yet their discourse was laden with incomprehensible phrases. Struggling to fathom the situation, Li Ming felt as if his mind was nearing a boiling point, prompting him to abandon his thoughts entirely. He decided to summon Avril and hasten home. Before he could reach his residence, Evan called to inform him that he had already arrived home and inquired if Li Ming and Avril had made it back. After exchanging a few casual remarks, they arranged to have lunch together the following day, just as Li Ming and Avril arrived home. Once the nanny opened the door, Li Ming inquired meticulously whether anything unusual had occurred in their absence, but the two nannies appeared utterly perplexed. It seemed that all was well at home, allowing Li Ming to finally ease his anxious heart. Regardless, now that he was home, it was time to unwind. Just as Li Ming contemplated enjoying a soak in the hot springs with Avril, he felt something card-like brush against his fingertips within his pocket. Li Ming's scalp was nearly on fire. With his perceptive abilities, he could not fathom how this card had come into his possession. In that moment, he forsook his favorite pastime. After informing Avril that he was heading downstairs to practice his shooting, he promptly dashed to the basketball court below. The reason for his haste was simple. He feared that this object might be a miniature bomb or something of the sort, a consequence of his relentless paranoia. Li Ming raised the small card, examining it under the light from various angles. The material felt like an ordinary metal card, akin to the size of a hotel room key, entirely pristine white. Only when held against the light could one discern that both sides bore the imprint of an open eye. No matter the angle from which it was viewed, the eye seemed to be staring directly at him. Li Ming felt utterly perplexed. While others enjoyed their time travel with sumptuous feasts, wealth, and alluring companions, his own experiences were marked by peculiarities, save for playing basketball and encountering Avril. This was truly unsettling. Was this a basketball narrative or an urban tale? When faced with uncertainties, he decided to consult the system. System, are you not capable of sensing the malice directed towards me? It is not malice, but rather actions that could inflict harm upon the host. This system can detect the instigator. Isn't that essentially the same thing? Who has attempted to harm me this time? I genuinely do not know, as no harm has been inflicted upon the host. Psychological harm does not count as harm. Psychological harm is not considered. Very well, you are impressive. Is our time travel truly infallible? I can't shake the feeling that a conspiracy lurks behind it all. Rest assured, this falls within the system's initial capabilities and is absolutely foolproof. Having gleaned no useful information from the system, Li Ming concluded that, judging by their actions, they bore no significant malice. It was likely just a group of ineffectual ruffians attempting to draw his attention, incapacitating his bodyguards while orchestrating an elaborate ruse to induce anxiety, ultimately leading him to join some bizarre organization and swindle him out of his money. The logic was sound. It must be so. Chapter 70. A grand feast and a visit from Iverson. Having rationalized the situation, Li Ming no longer felt troubled. Apart from the rather strange manner in which these supernatural figures managed to slip a card into his pocket without detection, everything else seemed trivial. It was not particularly challenging to incapacitate 4 bodyguards, provided one had superior skill and chose the right moment. With matters as they stood, overthinking would serve no purpose. Li Ming took a moment to steady his nerves and decided to indulge in a hot spring. Nighttime transition. Early the next morning, Zhao called Li Ming to inform him that the media appointments were arranged and representatives from various companies were en route, ready for the signing ceremony. Recognizing the importance of the event, Li Ming swiftly tidied his appearance and set out with his bodyguards. The signing ceremony that morning went smoothly, with minimal requirements. Aside from stipulating that Li Ming could not use competing brands in public, he was expected to participate in several advertising shoots and promotional events each year. He spent the entire afternoon occupied with the press conference, which concluded around 5 in the evening. On his way home, Li Ming received a call from Coach Anil. From the conversation, he learned that the league had officially established the parameters for officiating the elevator door tactic. Any suspected moving screens would now be called as such, alleviating any concerns he had regarding this matter. Li Ming was acutely aware that this tactic would undoubtedly be countered. Otherwise, basketball would lose its allure entirely. Upon returning home, the latest Bentley, an epitome of elegance, arrived alongside him. The vehicle exuded grandeur and sophistication, yet regrettably lacked the characteristics of an SUV and was not bulletproof. His custom-made Lincoln armored vehicle would not arrive for another fortnight, leaving him in a quandary. After a long day of toil, Master Li had just stepped through his door when he received a call from Yang Jilong, who informed him that he was already set to board a flight in Hong Kong, destined for Toronto in a mere 15 hours. This was fortuitous. With everyone free the following noon, Li Ming planned to summon all his friends for a grand feast to dispel the shadows of the previous night. As luck would have it, just after ending the call with Yang Jilong, another unfamiliar number rang through before he could even set his phone down. Li Ming now felt an involuntary tension upon seeing an unfamiliar number, yet he answered the call. "Hello, who is this?" "This is Iverson. You should know me, right?" The voice on the other end exuded a cool demeanor, and Li Ming instantly recognized who it was. "Haha, of course. I've watched you play since I was a child. I've always admired your signature moves." "Thank you. We're coming to Toronto tomorrow. Do you have time for lunch?" Iverson's initiative to suggest a meal left Li Ming curious about his intentions. He was the first superstar to take the initiative to invite him. "Tomorrow at noon. I'm hosting a large gathering at my place with friends, including Yao and others. If you don't mind, you're welcome to join us." With that, Li Ming felt he had extended the invitation. If Iverson felt awkward, it was not Li Ming's concern. "Sure, the more, the merrier. I'll be at your house at 11:30 tomorrow." Iverson, true to his role as the leader, seemed unfazed by the number of attendees. On the 19th at noon, Iverson arrived punctually at Li Ming's door, bringing along 2 bottles of red wine. By then, the spacious villa had become lively. Yao and Ba were setting the table. Evan and Avril were preparing utensils. 2 housekeepers were bustling in the kitchen, while Li Ming conversed with Zhao Jiao and Yang Jilong about business matters. Yang Jilong had just secured the original equity of Tangshuan and Alimama during his trip to Longhua. Interestingly, both sides had initially shown little interest. However, after Li Ming became a Nike shareholder, they eagerly sought contracts with Yang Jilong, which had been delayed until now. Upon hearing the doorbell, Li Ming opened the door and joyfully embraced Iverson, exclaiming, "Everyone, come see who has arrived. This is the mysterious guest I mentioned, Iverson." As they were all from the basketball world, Yao and Ba rushed over first to greet Iverson. Yao, having become somewhat familiar with Iverson during last year's All-Star game, exchanged pleasantries with him. The worlds of sports and entertainment intertwined as Avril and Evan warmly greeted Iverson, while Yang Jilong and Zhao Jiao offered a simple yet polite handshake. As the saying goes, no one visits the temple of the 3 treasures without a purpose. Once comfortably seated on the sofa, Iverson turned to Li Ming and directly stated, "You know, I have a group of people depending on me now. Relying solely on my salary and endorsements is insufficient. This year, I opened several nightclubs, which have been quite successful. I plan to expand into several major cities." Noticing that Li Ming remained silent, he continued, "As you know, Canada and the United States are two distinct countries, and some of my connections and resources are not as effective here. My Toronto venue has yet to open because there have been constant complications during the renovations. Your influence in Toronto is unparalleled. If you help me resolve these troubles, I shall grant you a net profit of 20 points from this establishment." Li Ming understood. Iverson was seeking a shield in exchange for equity. If even a figure as formidable as Iverson cannot manage the situation, it seems there are deeper issues at play. Do you know who is obstructing you? Noticing that Li Ming did not outright refuse, Iverson felt a surge of hope. Although the identity of the puppeteer remained elusive, it surely connected to several prominent nightclubs in the area. As you know, the nightlife scene is often shadowed by local underworld influences. Why would you seek me out regarding the shadows of the underworld? I, Li Ming, am undoubtedly a figure of virtue. Surely, your mere offering of shares cannot resolve this matter. Is the nightclub you're operating of considerable scale? Indeed, if it were not substantial, other clubs would not band together. A larger scale implies greater investment, and greater investment signifies higher profits. You speak as if we are strangers. You're my brother. When a brother is in trouble, how can a sibling not lend assistance? Leave this matter to me. When shall we finalize the equity agreement? We are all part of the same league, and Li Ming will certainly help as best he can. It is but a small effort. I have the contract with me, right here in my bag. There are no mandatory stipulations. It merely ensures smooth operations, with a net profit share of 20 for you. Iverson retrieved the contract from his bag and handed it to Li Ming. After a cursory glance, Li Ming noted that the terms were straightforward and uncomplicated, requiring no legal counsel. He readily consented. The contract was prepared in duplicate, and once signed, the atmosphere turned jovial as they officially commenced their feast. This gathering marked Li Ming's most significant banquet since arriving in this world. He had never participated in the team's previous gatherings. Although there was a match scheduled for the afternoon, everyone indulged in a modest amount of drink to celebrate. It was a rare occasion for so many friends and loved ones to come together. After a few toasts, even those who were initially strangers began to forge connections. Li Ming raised his glass and lightly clinked it with Avril's, leaning in to whisper in her ear, "It is truly wonderful to have you here." Li Ming slowly closed his eyes, sipping red wine delicately. In this moment, everything felt perfect. Chapter 71. Confronting the 76ers after dinner, nYao, Big Ba, and Iverson retreated to their rooms for a brief afternoon slumber, preparing for the evening's match, while the others gathered to engage in a game of cards. During the game, Evan couldn't resist theatrically reenacting Li Ming's valiant stance from the previous night, as if it were the most remarkable spectacle he had ever witnessed. Li Ming felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. After all, it was merely 10 ruffians. Was such a fuss truly warranted? Why had he not mentioned that he had been standing with his hands in his pockets throughout the ordeal? At 5 in the afternoon, the trio of Iverson was roused, and the entire group set forth to the Air Canada Center. Upon seeing Li Ming seated in a Bentley, Iverson was momentarily taken aback. "Are you venturing into the business realm? Riding in that car certainly obscures your identity as an NBA star." This remark highlighted one of Iverson's characteristics, his profound admiration for luxury vehicles, particularly sports cars, which rendered him nearly immobile at the sight of them. The Bentley, being excessively refined, was not something Iverson possessed. Given the opportunity, he was eager to take it for a spin. Li Ming, unable to resist, signaled his bodyguard with a glance, allowing things to unfold as they would. Upon arriving at the Air Canada Center, the group parted ways. After all, Li Ming and his 4 companions would proceed through the players' tunnel, while Yang Zhilong and his team had to go through ticket verification. Why were there 5 individuals on Li Ming's side? Avril was perched upon his shoulder, of course. At this moment, Allen Iverson was at the pinnacle of his career, and it must be said that he had an overwhelming number of fans. Even the Air Canada Center was filled with admirers sporting Iverson jerseys. In this match, the Toronto Raptors retained their familiar lineup, while the Philadelphia 76ers featured center, Mark Jackson, power forward, Kenny Thomas, small forward, Aaron McKee, shooting guard, Iverson, point guard, Eric Snow. On paper, apart from Iverson, there seemed to be no formidable players, which suggested that the game would ultimately become a showdown of stars. The chief referee approached the center circle, signaled for both teams to take their positions, and initiated the jump ball. Mark Jackson, with his average jumping ability, stood 18 centimeters shorter than Yao Ming, making this an uneven contest for the jump ball. The Raptors seized possession right from the outset. As Li Ming dribbled past the halfway line, Allen Iverson and Eric Snow swiftly closed in on him. This was an attempt to exert pressure on Li Ming right from the onset of the match. Although Iverson was shorter in stature, his tenacious double-team defense rendered Li Ming exceedingly vigilant. His remarkable hand speed could effortlessly snatch the ball away before one even realized it. Li Ming, mindful of the situation, deftly tossed the ball to Williams from above. Williams, having diligently practiced his shooting during this period, received the pass with unwavering confidence and took a shot. Alas, fortune was not on his side, as the ball circled the rim only to emerge again. Although Yao Ming was not positioned perfectly, he leaped behind Jackson, arriving just in time to gently nudge the ball into the basket for a second-chance score. When it was the 76ers' turn to attack, Iverson faced Li Ming's defense, silent and fixated on the ground beneath him, seemingly contemplating the most effective way to break through. "Hey, brother, why so serious? You should pass the ball and run with me to the baseline. You must have seen the footage. Other teams do it this way. No one can single-handedly take me on." Li Ming couldn't help but tease as he noticed Iverson's serious demeanor. "That's because you haven't faced me yet, kid. I will obliterate you. Trust me. I'm the most formidable player you have ever encountered," Iverson retorted defiantly, executing his signature crossover move as he spoke. Many may not be familiar with the term crossover, but it refers to a combination of dribbling between the legs and a step-back maneuver. Iverson first broke through with a straightforward step, then transitioned into a crossover followed by a behind-the-back retreat, ultimately employing a rhythm of quick and slow steps to penetrate the lane. It must be said that Iverson executed this move with remarkable finesse. While other stars have utilized the crossover, none have done so with the same fluidity as Iverson, evoking a sense of imitation akin to Dongsher imitating Sia. Standing at a modest height, Iverson maintained a low center of gravity and exhibited rapid acceleration. In a moment of oversight, Li Ming found himself unexpectedly outmaneuvered. Confronted with the formidable presence of Yao Ming's defense beneath the basket, Iverson executed a simple yet elegant pull-up shot, seamlessly transitioning from the right to the left side, evading Yao's attempt to block. In his prime, Iverson's playing style was undeniably graceful, akin to a spirited butterfly, as his slender frame deftly navigated around the muscular giants in the paint, exuding a distinct aesthetic appeal. As for trash talk, Iverson was a master of this art. As he passed by Li Ming, he activated his mockery mode, saying, "You defended well. Perhaps next time you'll manage to stop me." Upon hearing this, Li Ming felt a surge of delight rather than anger, and promptly retorted, "If that is your stance, then I shall take you on single-handedly. You two must brace yourselves against me." Even the audacious Iverson never entertained the notion that he could guard Li Ming alone. As soon as Li Ming secured the ball at the arc of the three-point line, he hastily summoned Snow to assist in the defense. However, the mere duo's attempt at double-teaming posed little challenge for Li Ming. He initiated a feigned shot, skillfully shifting the weight of both defenders, then deftly tapped the ball with his right hand to the left before executing a behind-the-back maneuver with his left hand, sending the ball soaring through the narrow gap between them. With grace akin to a butterfly flitting through flowers, he maneuvered past them, arriving at the basket. Li Ming faced a desperate defensive effort from Mark Jackson and Kenny Thomas, and, with tears in his eyes, executed a ferocious dunk over both of them. The moment the crowd witnessed such a powerful display of athleticism, they erupted from their seats. Defeating Iverson with his own signature moves while executing a dunk amidst double coverage was precisely the thrilling star showdown that the fans adored. Just as Iverson had completed his previous taunt, it was now Li Ming's turn to respond. That was solid defense. "Next time, you might actually succeed in guarding me." Confusion clouded Iverson's face as he thought, "Is this a joke? Aren't those my words?" Not wishing to engage further with Li Ming, Iverson unleashed a spectacular crossover. However, when he found himself unable to shake off the defense, he reverted with another dazzling crossover move with his left hand, finally creating the separation he sought from Li Ming. Li Ming often enjoys employing double crossovers. However, executing such a pronounced maneuver, nearly grazing the floor, is beyond his capabilities, let alone performing it consecutively. As Allen Iverson penetrated the lane, he faced the interference of Yao Ming. In a remarkable display of skill, Iverson leaped and nudged Yao with his chest. This reverse force allowed him to maintain his balance, skillfully tossing the ball towards the backboard and executing a bank shot that found its mark. In Li Ming's estimation, the Iverson of 2003 surpassed the Kobe of the same year, particularly in terms of body control and shooting finesse during layups, which was nothing short of phenomenal. Nevertheless, the primary concern with such an aggressive style of play is the strain it places on one's stamina and the heightened risk of injury. It was precisely due to this playing style that Iverson experienced a rapid decline after being traded to the Pistons in 2008, falling from grace. At this moment, Li Ming was also filled with joy. He waved to Marshall and unexpectedly called for a screen. Li Ming proactively called for a screen. When had Marshall ever witnessed such a scene? He joyfully rushed over to provide Li Ming with cover. At that moment, Thomas, who was guarding Marshall, had only just regained his focus and hurried to offer assistance on defense. Yet, it was precisely this fleeting moment that Li Ming sought. Utilizing Marshall's screen to shield himself from snow, Li Ming executed a pronounced right-handed crossover. However, unlike Iverson, after completing his motion, the ball lingered momentarily in his left hand before he performed an expansive left-handed crossover. The reality was that with his tall stature, his center of gravity was elevated. Without that brief pause, Li Ming would struggle to control his own body, let alone execute the maneuver. This pause, though slight, was imperceptible to the naked eye. Only visible through slow-motion footage, it lasted less than 0.3 seconds. For the spectators present, Li Ming had once again responded to Iverson with a move reminiscent of a latter style. Chapter 72. Next season, come to the Raptors. Li Ming failed to keep pace with Iverson's change of direction, just as Iverson could not track Li Ming's own. The reason Li Ming is unable to keep up lies in Iverson's agility and the timing of his plays. Conversely, the reason Iverson struggles to match Li Ming is due to the remarkable speed and length of Li Ming's initial step. It is simply impossible for anyone's lateral movement to match the swiftness of Li Ming's first stride. Li Ming effortlessly penetrated the paint, and in the face of Mar Jackson's defense, he chose not to exploit him, instead executing a spectacular alley-oop that propelled Yao Ming into an emphatic dunk. Allen Iverson's face turned a shade of green with anger. This guy, Li Ming, has no sense of sportsmanship. Not only does he employ all my signature moves, but he also parrots my words. When Iverson engages in trash talk, he often does so without full seriousness, but once the banter ceases, he truly focuses. Iverson was becoming a bit too absorbed, having already begun to play hero ball. Li Ming's performance became increasingly astute. On the defensive front, he welcomed any attempts to penetrate or shoot, asserting his ability to defend when possible and to provide support when not. Offensively, he actively drew multiple defenders, facilitating his teammates' fluid movement. Notably, Williams and Jalen Rose were encouraged to exploit mid-range positions, their proficiency in that area significantly surpassing their three-point shooting percentages. While showcasing individual brilliance, they also engaged in teamwork. It was evident by the end of the first quarter that the 76ers trailed the Raptors by 12 points, 25-37. Largely due to Jalen Rose and Williams squandering 4 open three-point opportunities. Coach Chris Ford of the 76ers recognized that continuing in this manner would yield no hope of victory. Yet he felt powerless to alter the course. This team belonged to Iverson, who wielded unrestricted authority to shoot. Aside from Iverson, Coach Ford struggled to identify another player with a sharp offensive edge. During the intermission, the Raptors players appeared remarkably relaxed. Since their last outing at a nightclub, the team's camaraderie had flourished, dissolving any previous barriers. Even Jalen Rose exchanged playful banter with Li Ming. This positive shift was undoubtedly a result of Li Ming's evolving playing style. With newfound clarity regarding his role, his approach became more coherent, leading to an increase in shooting opportunities and a more comfortable rhythm for the team. What is the essence of playing? Primarily, it is to earn a living and to derive joy from the game. Now, as they all enjoyed financial rewards while reveling in victories and personal statistics, the team atmosphere could hardly be poor. Though Iverson was renowned for his stamina, after playing the entirety of the first quarter, he surely needed a brief respite in the second. This left the 76ers in a dire predicament, as Li Ming remained unfazed by fatigue. Consequently, in the second quarter, Li Ming began to dominate the 76ers bench players. The game quickly spiraled out of control, prompting Coach Ford to forego timeouts, opting instead to wait for the official break. By that point, the score had ballooned to 28-52, with the 76ers trailing by 24 points. Falling behind by such a margin, neither trivial nor insurmountable, made it implausible for the 76ers to concede the match in the second quarter. Upon resuming after the official timeout, both teams reinstated their starting lineups. As soon as Iverson received the ball, Li Ming addressed him. "Does your contract include a player option? Just look at your current roster. It lacks even a strong one-on-one presence, let alone a star player. If you continue down this path, you might find yourself without a championship for life. Iverson did not even glance at Li Ming, replying, "What? Do you have any suggestions? If you have a player option, consider opting out this offseason and joining the Raptors. I'll be sure to pass the ball to you." Upon hearing Li Ming's words, it seemed as though Iverson's heart paused for a moment. Li Ming's offensive prowess is unmistakable. Aside from double teaming, there appears to be no effective countermeasure. With a formidable scorer like Li Ming drawing defenders, one can play with remarkable ease. Furthermore, his perimeter shooting skills far surpass those of his current teammates, and the Raptors boast a towering center like Yao Ming. Most importantly, the Raptors possess ample salary cap space for a max contract. Should I truly join the Raptors, a championship opportunity would undoubtedly present itself. It is no wonder that Li Ming is referred to as Old Six. Seizing a moment of distraction from Iverson, he swiftly reached forward, knocking the ball from Iverson's grasp. When it comes to the speed of pursuing a loose ball post steal, if Li Ming claims second place in the league, no one would dare assert they occupy the top spot. He picked up the ball at the top of the arc, took a couple of strides, and effortlessly executed a behind-the-back dunk. After the slam, he playfully patted his chest and gestured to the audience, exclaiming, "This is for you." At that moment, Iverson had just sprinted in from the backcourt and couldn't contain himself. "Dude, you have zero sportsmanship. Who steals the ball while recruiting others? Do you even understand the rules? Is there such a rule in the NBA?" Li Ming, perplexed yet undeterred, responded with unwavering confidence, "In Toronto, my rules are the rules." This truly infuriated Iverson, who was determined to teach this audacious young man a lesson, aware that he needed to conserve his energy. Iverson prepared to unleash one of his signature moves, an isolation play followed by a mid-range jump shot, approaching the left side of the three-point line at a 45-degree angle. He feigned a shoulder shimmy, then explosively drove left, quickly transitioning into a fadeaway jumper. Truth be told, this maneuver is indeed challenging to defend against, as most players struggle to keep pace with Iverson's rhythm. Li Ming, however, was a different story. Although he struggled to keep pace with Iverson, his remarkable height and speed set him apart. From a distance of 2 steps away, he leaped with both legs, arriving ahead of the moment and snatching the ball with ease. Iverson's expression darkened. Who was truly teaching him a lesson here? This was no ordinary feat. Could anyone really jump like that? One must indeed thank the system for bestowing such a physique. Even a casual workout could elevate him to heights unattainable by others in a lifetime. Coupled with various golden skill enhancements, it could be said that Li Ming's defensive prowess relied more on his physicality than on tactical awareness. Iverson, having been outmatched, wore a scowl. With this in mind, Li Ming could not afford to show him any leniency. A mid-range shot, you say? I could do that too, with the same angle and the same maneuver, but a distinctly different shooting style and elevation. Iverson and Snow leapt with all their might, barely reaching Li Ming's chest. Swish! The ball arced beautifully through the air, finding the net with a perfect swish. Was that what you intended to do? Li Ming spread his arms, taunting Iverson. Shrimp and pork heart once again. If this were in Toronto, it was one thing, but had it been in Philadelphia, Iverson vowed he could have forced Li Ming to regret it. As the game progressed, Iverson became increasingly fired up. Once he hit his stride, his offensive play was indeed difficult to contain, though exhausting. When Iverson could no longer keep up, what hope did the 76ers have? By the end of the match, the Raptors triumphed at home with a score of 116-73, securing a remarkable 43-point victory over the 76ers. Li Ming played the entire game, achieving an impressive record of 21 out of 29 shots, amassing 56 points, 19 rebounds, 15 assists, 8 blocks, and 6 steals, exemplifying a standardized performance that brought him immense satisfaction. Meanwhile, Yao Ming clocked out after 3 quarters, delivering a versatile display with 19 points, 11 rebounds, 5 assists, and 2 blocks. On the 76ers side, only Iverson managed to score in double digits, albeit with a dismal shooting percentage of 14 out of 39, totaling 39 points, 3 rebounds, and 6 assists. While the game was fiercely contested, camaraderie prevailed post-match. After the final whistle, Iverson embraced Li Ming and whispered, "You are the strongest player I have ever encountered, bar none. Without a doubt, you will be the foremost figure in the league's future, and I eagerly await that day." Li Ming chuckled, "Thank you, my brother. Now, consider my proposal for next season. Let us strive for the championship together." Chapter 73. Player of the Month, and the clash with the Cavaliers having bid farewell to Iverson. A 2-day respite ensued. On November 22nd, the team would face the Nets in New Jersey. The task of managing Iverson's store was entrusted to nYao to discern who was obstructing matters and to inform them that Li Ming now held shares in the establishment. A hint of cooperation would suffice to resolve the issue. Should they choose to remain obstinate and continue their malicious interference, Li Ming would not hesitate to initiate a crackdown on organized crime in Toronto. As anticipated, the local factions were not oblivious. Their motivations were purely self-serving. That evening, a gathering unfolded, and after an extensive discussion, it was decided that the profits from the new nightclub would be shared among them, provided they ensured no gang members would cause disturbances. Li Ming is undoubtedly able to accept this. After all, it is a chance to earn without any cost. The intermediary indeed facilitates swift financial gain. Time during the break passes surprisingly quickly. Over the past few days, Li Ming and Avril have remained indoors, taking it upon themselves to clear a patch of grass in the yard and transform it into a skateboarding arena. The next match will be an away game against the Nets, and following that, the season's schedule will intensify, making it challenging to find such extended breaks of 3 to 4 days again. Nevertheless, it is fortunate that Li Ming does not need to participate in team training, granting him a relative sense of freedom. The Raptors are in excellent health, and Li Ming's performance has become increasingly judicious. As of December 8th, he has yet to suffer a defeat, boasting an impressive 12-game winning streak. The Raptors currently hold a remarkable record of 17 wins and 3 losses, placing them at the pinnacle of the league. Tomorrow, they will travel to Cleveland to face the Cavaliers, marking Li Ming's first direct confrontation with LeBron James. After completing morning strength training, Li Ming enjoys breakfast while perusing the news. Yesterday, the league announced the Players of the Month for November, with no doubt that the Eastern Conference's finest player is indeed Li Ming, averaging 49. 9 points, 19. 7 rebounds, 12. 6 assists, 5. 8 blocks, and 6. 7 steals, leading the league in all 5 categories. However, to his surprise, the Western Conference's top player is Shaquille O'Neal. It remains uncertain whether this is due to his reconciled relationship with Kobe, but O'Neal's statistics have surged dramatically following the game against the Raptors, averaging 22. 8 points, 14. 6 rebounds, 3. 9 assists, 2. 2 blocks, and 0. 9 steals, his efficiency nearing that of his MVP season 3 years prior. Li Ming simply cannot fathom how a fiercely competitive player like nKobe could suddenly relinquish his pursuit of a position within the team. How is this even possible? It is utterly inconceivable. Li Ming, increasingly agitated, descended to the gym after finishing his meal. Over the past 20 days, he had successfully upgraded 4 of his skills: the white-level low-tier off-ball movement expert and low-tier court awareness, which ascended to green-level beginner. Additionally, his green-level beginner offensive rhythm master and beginner stop-and-pop shooting master were elevated to blue-level intermediate. Having discussed his basketball endeavors, let's turn our attention to his life beyond the court. During this period, Li Ming established a new company focused on municipal construction, with Chun Haoran as the appointed leader. Chun had previously managed public relations in Li Ming's commercial enterprise and had demonstrated remarkable performance during his involvement with Tungshuan and Alimama. Li Ming, recognizing his exceptional abilities, decisively established a new company with an initial capital of $20 million, promising limitless rewards for achieving the set objectives. The primary task of this company was straightforward: to expend resources. The strategy was twofold. Should the current mayor be willing to collaborate, unwavering support would be provided. Conversely, if cooperation was not forthcoming, alternative methods would be employed. The first step would be to secure a partnership with the largest local news outlet in Toronto and cultivate favorable relations with other media entities, ensuring that public opinion remained firmly within his grasp. By commanding the narrative, it was anticipated that, regardless of the mayor's initial reluctance to cooperate, he would ultimately acquiesce if he wished to retain his position. Li Ming particularly emphasized that he could subtly hint at his intentions, but must refrain from stating them outright. Otherwise, should complications arise, he would not be inclined to offer assistance. The task at hand was formidable, yet in a capitalist society, wealth can resolve all matters. If a solution remains elusive, it merely signifies an insufficiency of funds. The reason Li Ming felt emboldened to spend lavishly was due to the overwhelming success of his sneakers, which had sold out completely. Factories were working overtime, and global sales had surpassed $200 million US dollars. This astonishing phenomenon in sneaker sales had occurred within merely a month. Armed with capital, Li Ming was poised to strategically expand local resources in Toronto. Curiously, whenever Li Ming was at home, Avril would linger in bed, and once again, she had not risen by 1 p.m. Consequently, Li Ming had no choice but to rouse her forcibly. This was necessary as they had a prior agreement with Avril's original company to terminate her contract, allowing her to join his own management firm. Li Ming has successfully assembled a professional team of agents, eagerly awaiting Avril's official commencement. After signing the termination contract and severing ties with her previous company, Avril felt elated. How wonderful it is to no longer be exploited by capitalists. I can choose not to attend unwanted parties, skip concerts I do not wish to perform, and decline advertisements that do not appeal to me. Clearing his throat, Li Ming feigned a serious demeanor, saying, "I must apologize, but your boss is right beside you. Is it appropriate to speak so freely? Do you not believe that you might find yourself endorsing a lingerie advertisement tomorrow? Oh, that would be splendid. Being offered a lingerie ad would certainly indicate that I possess a good figure. You must keep your word." Avril's unconventional response left Li Ming momentarily speechless. What is a boss to do when a newly signed artist is disobedient? He resolved to summon her to his room that evening for a thorough discussion on her professional conduct. With her skills needing refinement, an entire night of guidance was imperative. The following day, after breakfast, Li Ming accompanied the team to Cleveland. The game was set to be broadcast live across the nation, primarily showcasing the duel between the two prodigious rookies, Li Ming and James. Were it not for Li Ming, James would undoubtedly be celebrated as the standout rookie. To date, he has averaged 23 points, 5 for rebounds, and 5.6 assists per game, a true testament to his exceptional talent. However, in comparison to Li Ming, these statistics merely suggest the need for further practice. At 5 p.m. on December 9th, the Raptors arrived at the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse for warm-ups, only to discover that James was already practicing free throws. Although this was not their first encounter, it marked their inaugural serious interaction. Upon spotting Li Ming, James promptly tossed the ball aside and approached with enthusiasm. "Haha, look who has arrived. My good brother, it has truly been a while. What is going on? We only met during the draft. We weren't even on the same team in high school." Li Ming thought to himself, "System, when did I become such good friends with James? Why wasn't I informed? Host, this scenario does not exist. I suspect he is intentionally saying this to you. Is that truly a possibility? Ha, LeBron, it has indeed been a long time. The last time we met was during the last gathering, wasn't it? After such a lengthy separation, I have missed you dearly. I even intended to call you recently, but after changing my phone, I lost your number. You cannot imagine how I have been eagerly anticipating this game." Li appeared to be more fervent than James, embracing him tightly while gently patting his back with both hands, his words emanating sincerity. Li Ming's exuberance left James momentarily stunned. Could it be that he truly is my beloved friend, my brother? Has his extensive social circle caused him to forget me? Now, in an effort to mask the awkwardness, James genuinely began to treat Li Ming as a brother, asserting that he would host an outing to a nightclub that very evening and must treat Li Ming to 10 drinks. This revelation left Yao Ming bewildered. Am I not aware of whether Li Ming knows James? Are they already engaging in banter before the game has even commenced? Chapter 74. Is this how you treat your brothers? As the clock struck 6 p.m., the match officially commenced. The Toronto Raptors retained their original starting lineup, while the Cleveland Cavaliers starting roster included center, Zydrunas Ilgauskas, Big Z, power forward, Carlos Boozer, the one who would join the Jazz next year, small forward, Ira Newble, shooting guard, Ricky Davis, and point guard, LeBron James. Indeed, during his rookie season, James played as a point guard. In this match, Cavaliers head coach Paul Silas chose to bench Darius Miles and elevated the defensively adept Ira Newble to the starting position, undoubtedly with the intention of countering Li Ming. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded, and the two teams prepared for the jump ball, with Yao Ming securing the offensive possession right from the outset. Li Ming and Williams exchanged a few words, with Li Ming expressing his intention to assume the role of point guard, encouraging Williams to conserve his energy for off-ball movements and remain poised for potential shots. Williams was more than eager to comply. After all, facing off against the 2-3-meter-tall James was quite a daunting task for him. As James observed Li Ming bringing the ball up the court, he felt torn between the desire to match up with Li Ming and the apprehension of being outplayed. Meanwhile, Newble, undeterred by such thoughts, adhered to Coach Silas's directives and approached James to double-team Li Ming. "Hey, brother, after such a long time apart, is your first move really to call for a double team against me? Li Ming pondered his strategy, but he was certainly intent on unsettling James's mindset. James, momentarily at a loss for words, could only respond, "What can I say? What can I do? I fear I might not hold my own against you." As James momentarily lost focus, Li Ming caught a glimpse of Yao Ming, who had positioned himself perfectly. Without hesitation, Li Ming faked a shot, leaping into the air to make a deceptive pass to the awaiting Yao Ming beneath the basket. Upon receiving the ball, Yao executed a feint that caused Big Z to leap in an attempt to block him. Before Big Z could land, Yao sprang up, soaring 20 centimeters higher, and executed a powerful one-handed dunk over him. The opening play concluded with this ferocious dunk, leaving Yao exhilarated as he celebrated by forming a Wolverine pose with his arms crossed in front of his chest and letting out a triumphant roar. However, Li Ming felt a peculiar detachment from the moment. Despite the dunk being impressive, he found it lacked a certain fervor. Why was Yao so exuberant? It was perplexing and hard to believe. When Yao ran over to Li Ming to high-five him, Li Ming feigned enthusiasm, exclaiming, "That's how it's done." That dunk was absolutely spectacular, destined for the top 10 dunks of the year. Yao, while feeling pleased with his performance, was somewhat deflated by Li Ming's proclamation. He understood that if even one dunk in the top 10 wasn't his, it would undermine the credibility of the ranking. Choosing to disregard Li Ming's comments, Yao shot him a glance before heading back to the paint. As the Cavaliers took their turn on offense, James, facing Li Ming's one-on-one defense, felt a surge of eagerness. Having yet to experience Li Ming's prowess firsthand, positioned on the right side at a 45-degree angle from the three-point line, James signaled for his teammates to spread out, indicating his intention to take him on solo. Li Ming was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing James's single-handed signal. "Aren't you more a team player? Where does this audacity stem from?" In the fervor of youth, James, brimming with confidence, resolved that he must confront the 4th overall pick from the same draft class. It is worth noting that James possessed formidable strength at a young age, even before his muscles fully developed. He displayed an impressive power that promised to escalate as he honed his physique. Observing ample space in the paint, James charged towards the basket. Unlike others who often employ intricate moves to navigate through defenses, James bulldozed his way forward with sheer force. Although James's strength was considerable, Li Ming's was even greater. However, with one player on offense and the other on defense, it was clear that the defender would bear the brunt of the impact, and thus Li Ming found himself propelled backwards by James's advance. It was perplexing how, at such a tender age, James employed numerous subtle tactics. While Li Ming could comprehend the power exerted through his shoulders and arms, he was baffled by the inexplicable tugging at his waistband. "Is this how you treat your brother? Don't ever claim to know me again." As James continued his drive, Li Ming sensed something amiss. "You took a step inside the three-point line and cradled the ball with your left hand. You're practically underneath the rim now. How many steps have you taken?" With the referee remaining silent, Li Ming felt powerless. Upon reaching the basket, James leaped to dunk, and Li Ming could not allow that to happen. He synchronized his jump. One must admit that James's explosiveness in his youth was indeed formidable, as he launched himself with such power that his head nearly reached the rim. Yet, there was another individual whose explosiveness surpassed even that. Although Li Ming's ascent came slightly later, by the time James reached his zenith, Li Ming was already suspended in the air, ready to challenge him. "Bring it on." Li Ming had already placed his hand on the ball, yet James clung fiercely to it, exerting every ounce of strength he possessed. In that moment, it felt as though the two were suspended in midair. Suddenly, a dramatic turn of events unfolded, for both of their hands were pushing the ball downward, and despite their prowess, it was impossible for them to remain aloft. They began to descend. The first to plummet was the basketball. Empowered by the forces of both players, the ball crashed to the ground in front of the hoop and, to their astonishment, rebounded straight into the basket. As they both landed, the ball swished through the net, leaving James awkwardly scratching his head. "I knew the shot wouldn't go in, so I intentionally slammed it down. See? That S2 point scored right over your head." His words rendered Li Ming speechless. How brazen could one be to utter such a statement? "Scoring on my head, you say? Just wait and witness how I'll score right over you." Li Ming remained silent, his frustration brewing within him. He swiftly retrieved the ball from the backcourt, initiating a sprint and showcasing his signature move, a breathtaking full-court dunk. Observing Li Ming's determined stance, Yao Ming disregarded the distinctions between inside and outside play and dashed down the court. However, the audacious James, undeterred by the challenge, was resolute in his attempt to block Li Ming's shot. At this moment, the dynamics of the game became quite peculiar. Yao Ming had raced to the baseline, while Z, noticing James charging toward the basket, contemplated assisting him. Caught in indecision, Z found himself frozen in the restricted area, perplexed about his next move. Meanwhile, Li Ming surged from the right, and James advanced from the left, both targeting Z. Having never encountered such a scenario, Z quickly realized the obvious. They were both coming for him. Abandoning his hesitation, Z pivoted and prepared to retreat to the baseline. Yet he was a step too slow. Just as he entered the restricted area, Li Ming and James leaped simultaneously. Li Ming leaped from the right elbow area, while James sprang from the left corner of the 3-second zone. The formidable Z found himself caught in a vice between the two men. With James on the left and Li Ming on the right, Z stood in the middle. Due to James's proximity at takeoff, his jump reached a height nearly equivalent to that of Li Ming, making it apparent that he could block Li Ming's shot. However, Li Ming's speed in midair was astonishing. At that moment, he executed a remarkable midair maneuver, using his left hand to slam the ball into the hoop while perched atop Z's shoulders. Meanwhile, James was unable to halt his momentum and similarly found himself on Z's shoulders. The complication arose as Li Ming had already established his position there, causing James to inadvertently land on Li Ming's legs. Li Ming, suspended in the air, found himself unable to descend, his legs firmly pinned down by James. James, too, was trapped, hanging beneath the hoop, paralyzed by the precariousness of his position, his limbs refusing to obey him. Big Z, wishing to lie down, found himself thwarted, as Li Ming's legs clutched his head tightly, while James exerted his weight from above. The sheer strength of these two was perplexing. Even an attempt to topple over was futile. The most pressing concern was that Big Z's face was positioned right against James's midsection, rendering him nearly breathless. Let the earth perish. It should never have existed. Chapter 75. The court's living king of hell. The officiating referee for this match was the venerable Dick Bavetta, the oldest in the NBA at 64 years of age, who fancied himself well-versed in grand spectacles. However, today he discovered that he was still a novice, as the scene before him was unlike anything he had ever witnessed. With his whistle in mouth, he hurried to the base of the hoop, inquiring why they remained suspended. Before James could respond, Li Ming interjected, "Bavetta, come here and witness how I intend to descend. Look at my legs. They're squashed like a sandwich." James, displeased, retorted, "How am I supposed to come down from this position? My legs are completely devoid of strength. I fear I might cramp." Big Z, equally frustrated, lamented his predicament. Though the referee seemed oblivious to his plight, his head was obscured, rendering any inquiry pointless. "Which scoundrel has my neck in a vice? All I wish for is to lie down and catch my breath." At this juncture, Bavetta began to comprehend the situation. However, lacking the height and strength necessary to pry James's legs apart, he called upon the players from both teams for assistance. The players were equally bewildered, questioning how a simple game had led to such a bizarre entanglement. The audience was left in a state of confusion, uncertain of the trio's predicament. All they could discern was that Li Ming was perched atop Big Z, while James continued to bear down on Li Ming's legs, maintaining a precarious balance that threatened to topple the hoop. Despite the bewilderment, it was Yao Ming who stepped forward, knowing his towering stature would aid the situation. With determination, he gripped James's rigid legs, reminiscent of steel beams, and, through sheer effort, managed to free them. Once the first entanglement was resolved, the remaining ones were sure to follow. Li Ming proactively removed his leg and leapt down first. Z, perhaps genuinely short of breath, leaned against the basket at the baseline. At that moment, James, unable to bear the strain any longer, called out to Li Ming, "Brother, if you're all right, could you help me down? Our legs have gone numb, and we dread the thought of descending." Thus, Li Ming assisted James down, and one cannot deny the weight was considerable. "I must ask, brother, did you grow up on urea? At 18, is this truly your weight?" James plopped onto the court, gasping for air while rubbing his legs. "You are the one who grew up on urea. We're here to play basketball, not to ride onto Z's back. How can you criticize me? Even if I didn't T-ride you, you would still end up riding. Wait, I rode you, yet you managed to ascend even more egregiously." Their banter continued, neither willing to relent, both insisting the other should not have treated Z in such a manner. Yet not a soul cared about the unconscious Z lying on the ground, uncertain of his fate. Boozer and Ricky Davis assisted James back to the bench, while the Cavaliers' medical team carried Z away on a stretcher. The three referees at the technical table reviewed the replay countless times, ultimately confirming one truth. Within the bounds of reasonable contact, no foul had been committed by anyone. Li Ming's goal is valid. Just a minute into the match, and the score is already as it stands, something no one could have anticipated. During this period, Li Ming has played with increasing finesse, making people forget the time when he first entered the league, when he was known as the formidable presence on the court. In the initial matches of Li Ming's career, an average of one player was carried off on a stretcher per game, prompting the medical team to demand additional compensation due to their frequent interventions. Yet, what difference does it make if someone is injured? The game must go on. Upon resuming after the timeout, James was still unable to regain his momentum and required additional rest. As Li Ming strolled past James, he muttered under his breath, "The youth of today truly lacks stamina. After just a minute of play, they already need a rest. How feeble." James, unable to counter his remarks, exasperatedly removed his headband and slammed it onto the ground. Turning his head away in defiance, "I refuse to listen to such nonsense." Upon observing that James was not provoked into action, Li Ming chose to disregard him and instead focused on widening the point gap between the two teams, a strategic priority. With both James and Big Z absent, the Cavaliers had no choice but to substitute in point guard Kevin Ollie and center Chris Mim. These two players, while capable of sustaining their presence in the NBA, were hardly formidable. Among the 5 players on the court for the Cavaliers, remarkably, the most formidable was Ricky Davis. In facing such a top-tier team, Li Ming had but one tactic at his disposal: relentless full-court pressure. This approach had proven consistently effective against teams devoid of superstar talent. As the first quarter concluded, James sat slumped in his seat, covering his face. The Raptors led 39-15, a staggering 24-point advantage over the Cavaliers. Li Ming scored an impressive 15 points, secured 7 rebounds, delivered 5 assists, blocked 3 shots, and made 4 steals in a single quarter, an astounding feat. But what does such terror amount to? The Cavaliers still have a game to play. As the second quarter resumed, both Big Z and James seemed to have recovered, while the other players were utterly exhausted. This time, James and Big Z, accompanied by a group of substitutes, faced off against Li Ming and his own band of reserves. James's offensive desire was palpable. He refrained from exchanging trash talk with Li Ming, primarily because he found himself outmatched in that regard. With a singular move, James executed the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps once more, propelling Li Ming toward the basket. This time, however, James had learned from his previous encounters. He feigned a move to deceive Li Ming, then leapt just as Li Ming was descending, successfully dunking over him. Once again relegated to the role of a mere backdrop, Li Ming felt a wave of dissatisfaction. Had this rough-and-tumble newcomer to the league already begun to refine his techniques? What is happening? Is the NBA on the verge of a transformation? After being dunked on, he thought to retaliate. Transitioning to the Raptors' frontcourt, Li Ming received the ball at the arc, first executing a probing step to create a sliver of space. Noticing that James's weight was on his right foot, Li Ming deftly performed a sweeping crossover to his left, deceiving James's balance, and followed it up with a behind-the-back dribble, slipping effortlessly between the defenders. A dazzling display, akin to a butterfly enhanced in power. Li Ming surged forward, seizing the ball at the free throw line, and without a moment's hesitation, leaped into the air. The ensuing events could undoubtedly be attributed to Deba. Observing Li Ming's imminent jump, Deba made no attempt to evade. Instead, he resolutely obstructed the retreat of the towering Z. The psychological burden on Z was almost as vast as the court itself, leaving him unable to escape. Deba resorted to underhanded tactics, pinching his arm. As Li Ming advanced closer, Z, with a determined heart, resolved to draw an offensive foul from Li Ming. Li Ming executa a quinta Santial Superman dunk, his left elbow clearing the path while his right hand held the basketball aloft, crashing it down towards the hoop with ferocity. The referee's whistle pierced through the air with urgency. Simultaneously, he pointed towards the Raptors' backcourt, declaring, "Offensive foul." Big Z, indeed a stalwart of the Cavaliers' front line, adeptly drew the offensive foul against Li Ming. However, Big Z lay on the ground, foam emerging from his mouth. In that fleeting moment, it was a lightning flash. As Li Ming leaped, his left elbow struck Big Z's already fragile neck before he completed the dunk. Even Li Ming was taken aback. He never intended to injure anyone. He merely aimed for a straightforward dunk. Typically, in such scenarios, defenders would instinctively clear the area. Yet Big Z, in a bid for his team's victory, willingly made such a sacrifice. Observing Li Ming's repeated apologies, it was evident that the other players understood this was Li Ming's signature dunk. Perplexed by Big Z's audacity to confront him so directly, James maintained a somber expression, silent, and seeing their captain's reticence, the others followed suit, effectively averting any brawls on the court. It was only after the medical team arrived with a stretcher to carry Big Z away that Li Ming quietly returned to the bench. The three referees huddled around the scorer's table, murmuring amongst themselves, ultimately deciding to award Big Z a sympathy call. They ruled Li Ming's foul as a flagrant one. Chapter 76. You can shoot too? Less than a minute into the second quarter, Big Z exited the game again. At this point, Li Ming no longer contemplated dunking over James. He felt a tinge of guilt for having sidelined such a formidable teammate. The game must go on. Upon resuming play, James showcased an intense desire to attack, relentlessly bulldozing through with his powerful drives. Although Li Ming's defense may not be particularly adept, his strength is undeniably formidable. In comparison, the physical prowess of young James pales somewhat beside that of the present-day Li Ming. After being confronted with several direct drives from James, Li Ming wised up, deciding to meet his aggressor head-on rather than sidestepping. This strategic adjustment allowed him to cleverly leverage his strength, effectively stifling James's rhythm and rendering him unable to easily score through sheer physicality. In response to Li Ming's defensive tactics, James, having faced two setbacks, endeavored to alter his approach. It must be noted that while James's skills may currently be lacking, his basketball IQ remains impressively high. When brute force fails, he resorts to finesse, attempting to breach Li Ming's defenses through deceptive moves and changes of direction. Is Li Ming's reaction speed comparable to that of an ordinary person? With this maneuver, Iverson left Li Ming merely an observer, while for James, attempting this tactic often leads to disillusionment. James's efforts to challenge Li Ming with his perimeter skills were thwarted. Out of 3 attempts, 2 were intercepted, and 1 was blocked. This left James bewildered. After much struggle, with the support of the management and Coach Silas, he had finally risen to become the core of the team, yet when they were trailing and needed to score, he found himself incapable. At such a juncture, substituting in Ricky Davis for scoring, it would be akin to conceding defeat in this match. Frustrated by his inability to penetrate, James grew increasingly anxious, persistently signaling for his teammates to set screens to create opportunities for him. However, Li Ming maintained his composure, confidently allowing him a couple of steps, challenging him to shoot. In this scenario, even screens proved ineffective, as Li Ming positioned himself a mere 2 steps away from James, who could hardly find a viable opportunity to break through. Why does James attach such importance to his nickname, Little Emperor? Primarily, it stems from a psychological desire for validation from others. Especially as a newcomer to the league, he is reluctant to disappoint the expectations of the management and coaching staff. Then James took the shot. Swish! This one truly honored the young James, sinking effortlessly through the net. Li Ming, however, remained utterly unconcerned. After all, shooting a basketball is akin to enjoying dumplings during the New Year celebrations. On the other hand, James scoring a basket served to restore some hope for the Cavaliers. Although Li Ming played alongside the substitutes, the Raptors bench players have been diligently practicing their shooting lately, and their shooting accuracy has improved significantly. It has become increasingly challenging to employ the strategy of triple teaming Li Ming. Faced with the defense of James and Capono, Li Ming effortlessly passed the ball to Peterson, without any hesitation, leapt up to score another 2 points. The score now stands at 49-23. With the Raptors leading by 26 points and only 4 minutes and 22 seconds remaining in the second quarter. If this momentum continues, a 30-point lead by halftime seems inevitable. Coach Anil expressed great satisfaction with the shooting choices made by the bench players during this period, encouraging them to maintain their performance. Confident that the Cavaliers would soon concede in the third quarter. Upon returning from the timeout, noticing James's serious demeanor, Li Ming playfully approached him, saying, "Hey brother, what's wrong? It's just a game. Why so serious? Don't worry, go ahead and shoot. I won't defend you. You might regret that decision," he added, showcasing a cool demeanor. As expected, during the Cavaliers' next offensive play, James once again called for a screen. Li Ming stood behind the player setting the screen, signaling for James to take the shot. Without a moment's hesitation, James spun the ball in his hands and leaped, releasing it with precision. Swish! The ball grazed the edge of the rim and soared through the net. Upon witnessing the ball soar through the net once more, Li Ming felt a pang of anxiety, contemplating the notion that misfortunes tend to occur in threes. If the next shot were to succeed, it would indeed necessitate heightened vigilance. During this possession, Mozoy failed to capitalize on the opportunity, allowing James to snatch the rebound and initiate a fast break. Although James was swift, there was an even swifter contender. The two raced forward in tandem, and just as Li Ming crossed the three-point line and surged toward the basket, James abruptly halted just beyond the arc, finding himself in an unoccupied space of 3 meters. Taking a deep breath, James recalibrated and surprisingly opted for a three-point shot amidst the fast break. Upon witnessing James's audacity to attempt a fast break three-pointer, Li Ming couldn't help but marvel at the sheer audacity of the decision. He promptly pivoted to face the hoop, bracing himself for a rebound. With a resounding clang followed by a satisfying swish, the ball ricocheted off the backboard and gracefully settled into the net. After the shot, James glanced at his right hand, affirming with certainty that it was indeed a stroke of luck. Li Ming, this time, truly dismisses superstition. I wonder how many he can sink. In the subsequent rounds, James, with the unwavering support of his teammates, executed a series of pull-up jump shots, astonishingly netting 5 consecutive three-pointers. This prompted the Raptors to call for a timeout. Although James's offensive efficiency during this period has been remarkably high, the substantial point deficit remains, as the Raptors' offensive efficiency is commendable, leaving the Cavaliers trailing by 21 points. Coach Anil opted for a full starting lineup, emphasizing the importance of defensive switches during screens, ensuring that if James attempts a jump shot right in front of the screener, they must find a way to disrupt his shot. Li Ming was utterly astonished. If James were to commence developing his shooting skills at this age, who could possibly contend with him in the future? It was imperative to undermine James's burgeoning confidence in his shooting ability. He must be shown a lesson. Upon returning to the court, Li Ming dazzled James with a series of flamboyant dribbling maneuvers, concluding with a step-back jumper that swished through the net. James, unfazed, slowly dribbled the ball up the court, preparing to call for a screen, when Li Ming seized the opportunity, executing a swift steal that sent the ball flying. In a frantic attempt to reclaim possession, James rushed forward, but it was too late. Li Ming, with a deft maneuver, secured the ball against his body. Initially, James had been quite cautious with his ball handling, employing his offhand to shield the ball. However, after sinking a few consecutive shots, his confidence swelled, leading him to neglect proper ball protection, an invitation to be intercepted. Once the ball was in his possession, Li Ming wasted no time, continuing to engage in a half-court battle, fully aware of his advantageous position and unperturbed by the unfolding events. Li Ming surveyed the players' positioning on the court and, in an instant, surged towards the basket with a burst of linear acceleration. Seizing the moment while the Cavaliers' interior defender was preoccupied, he executed a breathtaking 360-degree spin to evade his opponent and leapt for a layup. As soon as James witnessed Li Ming's ascent, he too sprang into action. Yet the whereabouts of the ball remained a mystery. During Li Ming's dazzling spin, he had deftly passed the ball behind his back to the waiting Bob beneath the basket, who, facing an unguarded hoop, effortlessly scored. Realizing that Li Ming was serious, James began to handle the ball with greater caution. Advancing into the Cavaliers' front court, James resorted to an old tactic, leaping directly with the aid of a screen set by Capono. However, Jalen Rose, who followed Capono, leaped with all his might to disrupt James, but he was still too far away. While Jalen Rose was distant, Li Ming was in close proximity. He ascended in a straight line alongside Capono and, with a resounding slap, sent the ball ricocheting back into the arms of the now-landed James. Taken aback, James realized the ball could return. Noticing that Li Ming had not yet fully descended, he leapt again for a jump shot. Chapter 77. Another quintuple-double. James, with a strategic mindset, seized the opportunity to release the ball while Li Ming was momentarily fatigued from his previous exertion. However, Li Ming was no ordinary player. As soon as he touched down, he propelled himself upwards once more. The same shot, executed in identical fashion, was met with another rejection, but this time it met James squarely in the face. As the saying goes, one should refrain from striking the face or exposing weaknesses. This particular rejection seemed to momentarily disconnect James from the game. From that point until halftime, James failed to score again. Li Ming returned to the visitors' locker room, feeling remarkably relaxed. Previously, James had been scoring relentlessly, sinking three-pointers and two-pointers alike, which had placed an immense psychological burden on him. What distinction is there between a shooting James and a jersey-wearing Kobe? In this league, having one player like me with extraordinary skill suffices. Others should refrain from exhibiting similar talents. As the third quarter commenced, it was unclear what Coach Silas had discussed with James in the locker room, but from that point onward, James incessantly took shots. Whether he succeeded or failed, whether he was blocked or intercepted, he remained undeterred in his attempts. This was utterly bizarre, wholly inconsistent with Li Ming's perception of James. In Li Ming's mind, James placed great emphasis on personal statistics and shooting percentages. In the final moments of a quarter, James would rarely take a desperate shot. Among all superstars, he was unique in this regard. However, after witnessing this game, Li Ming was genuinely astonished. This was not the individual he had envisioned. And something fell amiss in this world. By the fourth quarter, the Cavaliers trailed by 41 points. Yet James remained on the court, still matching up against Li Ming, continuing to shoot and maneuver for tactical passes. Ultimately, the Raptors triumphed over the Cavaliers with a score of 142-115, a narrow victory by 27 points. The reporters inside the arena could hardly contain their excitement, rushing towards Li Ming and James, eager to conduct interviews due to their remarkable performances. In this game, Li Ming once again achieved a quintuple-double: 55 points, 21 rebounds, 14 assists, 10 blocks, and 10 steals. With 5 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, Li Ming secured his quintuple-double, after which he had not actively defended, thus allowing the Cavaliers a chance to narrow the score. James's performance was extraordinary: 19 of 42 shooting, amassing an impressive 59 points, 9 rebounds, 7 assists, 3 blocks, and 2 steals. His 59 points marked the highest single-game score by a rookie in history. Aside from Li Ming, the questions posed to Li Ming by the reporters were relatively straightforward, primarily inquiring about how he managed to execute targeted defense against an opponent performing exceptionally well. They also asked if achieving a quintuple-double in front of the 2003 draft's first overall pick was an attempt to prove he deserved to be the top pick. What kind of questions are these? Am I not entitled to be in Cleveland as the number 1 pick? Li Ming casually responded to the media, remarking that their questions lacked substance. After the interview concluded, his curiosity piqued. He approached James and inquired, "My friend, this is uncharacteristic of you. Why did you take so many shots in this game? Even though your shooting percentage was commendable, such offensive choices seem unwise." It's nothing, brother," James said, scratching his head with a hint of embarrassment. "Coach Silas advised me to play like you. When the team is struggling, I should facilitate play. When we're stagnant, I need to create opportunities for myself to truly become a superstar. I must admit, in our generation, you are undoubtedly the strongest. You've already outpaced me, but I won't lag too far behind. Well, it seems my presence has sparked a change in you. Li Ming Shuklat. I wish you luck. I'm not easily surpassed. Yet, as long as I keep progressing, I can always draw closer to you. Don't you think?" The young James exuded confidence, with boundless potential ahead of him. "Of course. My good brother, I know your dunking skills are extraordinary. How about we participate in the dunk contest together? I feel I don't have many tricks up my sleeve." "Come on, we're both rookies. What is there to fear? It's a fantastic opportunity to showcase ourselves. All right then, let us make it official. We'll bring Wade along too. Well, if you can rally Wade, then I'll join." "Agreed. See you at the parking lot after the media event." Having planned a night out, they felt it would be a shame to miss the chance when someone else was footing the bill. Li Ming achieved the remarkable feat of recording 3 triple-doubles in a single season, a milestone that has never been accomplished in history. At a recent press conference, journalists surrounded him with targeted inquiries regarding his playing style, training methods, and technical attributes. It had been a month since anyone had thought to question Avril during the post-match media sessions. Most of the questions from other reporters were quite routine, until a journalist from CCVV posed a rather audacious question. "Esteemed Mr. Li Ming, might you represent the Dragon Nation team at the Athens Olympics next year?" How could such a question even be raised in this forum? Is this an official media outlet? Had I not expressed my sentiments on this matter before? What do you expect me to say? I still carry the identity of Toronto's son. To this journalist, I must clarify that I have previously addressed this question. I would not mind representing the Dragon Nation, but as of now, no formal discussions have taken place regarding this matter. Furthermore, I must first seek the opinions of the citizens of the Maple Leaf Country in Toronto. This is a multifaceted consideration, not a decision I can make at a media briefing. Having succinctly responded to the reporter's inquiries, Li Ming swiftly made his exit. He chuckled to himself, thinking that since James had foolishly claimed brotherhood, today was the day he would extract some retribution. The two spent the night at a nightclub, conversing until the early hours of the morning, their voices hoarse from shouting. After indulging in numerous drinks, their camaraderie intensified, with James thumping his chest, proclaiming that they must play basketball together whenever the opportunity arose, brotherhood basketball. Observing that James had clearly exceeded his limits, Li Ming promptly escorted him out of the nightclub and instructed his driver to take him home. As for Li Ming, He was eager to find an internet CAF and immerse himself in a night of Warcraft. The test map for Dota had been released, and he was determined to enjoy it thoroughly. This year's Christmas showdown did not involve the Raptors, leaving Li Ming quite content with his leisure. After a resounding victory of 125-98 against the Magic on December 21st, he welcomed a 4-day holiday. Speaking of the Magic, there is more to discuss. In that match, Li Ming defended Tracy McGrady one-on-one throughout the game, yet McGrady still managed to score 42 points. The reason was simple: rhythm. Who among us would suddenly take a shot while walking? Li Ming had defended throughout the entire match, yet he struggled to find the rhythm against McGrady. However, under Li Ming's defensive pressure, McGrady's shooting percentage was not particularly impressive, making only 15 out of 36 attempts. Nevertheless, this season, McGrady would not be able to claim the title of scoring champion. As of now, Li Ming's average points per game had surged to 51, rapidly approaching Chamberlain's record of 54 points per game from a 1961-62 season. Li Ming was determined to seize this record. Hence, he had intensified his shooting in recent games, taking advantage of any opportunity to score when the double team was not too tight. The 4-day Christmas holiday was inconsequential for the people of Long Country, but it held significant importance for Avril. On the afternoon of the second day, Avril, having just risen, eagerly dragged Li Ming out for shopping. The array of items they purchased was astonishing, the most surprising being Avril's insistence on acquiring a Christmas tree over 3 meters tall, which she insisted must be placed in the living room on the first floor. Fortunately, the first floor boasted a height of nearly 4 meters. Otherwise, in an apartment, even a Christmas tree would be too cumbersome to accommodate. Despite the shopping spree, Li Ming did not neglect his training and even devised a novel training method, having Avril hang on to him while he performed dunks to enhance his explosive power. Avril was clearly reluctant, clinging tightly to Li Ming's neck, feeling as though her arms would soon give out. Nonetheless, Li Ming reveled in the activity, thoroughly enjoying himself. Eventually, Avril could no longer continue and revealed a surprising twist. Her parents were coming to Toronto to celebrate Christmas Eve and Christmas together. What? Her in-laws were coming to celebrate? You're telling me now when I have nothing prepared. Chapter 78. The arrival of the in-laws regardless of what Li Ming wished to prepare. Tom was no longer on his side. The following day, December 23rd, Avril's parents, Claude and Judith, arrived. They appeared quite youthful, seemingly in their early 40s. Upon seeing Li Ming, they were warm and welcoming, with Claude shaking Li Ming's hand and urging Judith to take numerous photographs. Judith explained that Claude was a fan of Li Ming and had insisted on capturing several signed photos to boast to his friends upon returning home. Avril, observing this, felt a wave of frustration. She had hoped her family would impose some authority on Li Ming, yet here they were, acting like starstruck fans. This was going to be a challenging situation to navigate. In Li Ming's imagination, the anticipated three-way interrogation did not transpire. Instead, the two individuals assumed a role more akin to that of hosts than Li Ming himself. They frequently directed the maid to perform various tasks and instructed the gardener to attend to different matters, bustling about with great enthusiasm. I couldn't help but wonder if there were significant matters they had neglected. Li Ming was utterly bewildered. What was happening? It felt as though they had been married for many years, and there was not a trace of unfamiliarity among them. Indeed, he had come here with the understanding that he would evaluate whether this fellow was worthy of trust. Yet the reality was far from what had been promised. Avril was even more perplexed. Having already suffered from a lack of sleep, her mind was now even more muddled. After enduring the wait until lunchtime, they finally delved into serious matters. Li Ming, as long as you both genuinely love each other, your aunt and I will absolutely not interfere. However, you must also be aware that Avril has a fiery temperament and possesses a rather tomboyish demeanor. If you truly decide to be together, you must embrace her flaws. Claude, as he spoke, cast a guilty glance at Li Ming, his eyes seemingly conveying a message. You better prepare for a difficult journey ahead. How was Li Ming to respond to such a statement? Rest assured, uncle and aunt, I will take good care of her. We have agreed that if the Raptors win the championship this year, I will propose directly. If they do not, we will get engaged during the off-season. What do you think? With such words spoken, what could the elderly couple possibly object to? For them, the mere fact that someone was willing to take on this challenging situation was a cause for cheer. This was entirely different from what Li Ming had envisioned. They were remarkably accommodating. No wonder, in the original world, Avril's marriage was fraught with misfortune. It was not solely a matter of her discerning eye. In the afternoon, he took the elderly couple shopping, as they constantly felt that their home lacked this and that. They purchased a plethora of household items that Li Ming did not recognize, with 4 bodyguards pushing 4 small carts, while Li Ming himself was laden with bags, ultimately failing to secure a successful checkout. In the evening, Li Ming suggested dining on hot pot, not the cheesy variety from the States, nor the cream-dip version from Canada, but the authentic copper pot hot pot of old Beijing. To create a satisfactory sesame sauce, he procured a multitude of condiments. And only when the housekeeper had prepared all the ingredients did he succeed in replicating the flavors of his memories. In winter, how could one not indulge in hot pot? Li Ming and Avril are generally not picky about their meals, content to eat whatever the housekeeper prepares. However, with their parents visiting, they certainly cannot settle for such casual arrangements. It has been over half a year since Li Ming last savored authentic Beijing hot pot. Aside from Li Ming, the other 3 are unable to use chopsticks and resort to ladles, transferring food to their plates and awkwardly using forks to dip into the sesame sauce. A sight that makes Li Ming cringe. Yet, despite the clumsy method, they compete fervently, fearful of missing out on a morsel of meat. Li Ming, the traditional cuisine of your homeland is absolutely delightful. In comparison to your hot pot, ours is merely a watery broth. Claude lounges on the sofa, incessantly rubbing his belly, utterly perplexed by how simply adding scallions, ginger, garlic, and some unknown seasonings to pure water can yield such exquisite flavor. As the brief holiday came to an end, Li Ming's parents-in-law expressed their utmost satisfaction, confidently entrusting Avril to him. They were set to return to their work, and Li Ming was eager to resume his basketball training. The season had reached its midpoint, with a tightly packed schedule ahead. Time swiftly advanced to the evening of February 12th. Over the past 2 months, the Raptors had suffered only 1 loss against the Bucks. In that game, Yao Ming was sidelined due to knee discomfort, and the others struggled to find their rhythm, leaving Li Ming to bear the burden alone, resulting in a disheartening 5-point defeat. After a match against the Supersonics, Li Ming and Yao Ming hurriedly boarded a flight to Los Angeles, landing just after 11 at night. There was no choice. The rookie challenge awaited them the following day. Although Li Ming felt confident about dominating the match, he was reluctant to miss out, given that all participants were from the 2003 draft class. A few days prior, the Player of the Month for January had been announced, and once again, it was Li Ming in the Eastern Conference, boasting an impressive average of 52. 2 points, 15. 9 rebounds, 11. 6 assists, 6. 2 blocks, and 7. 1 steals, leading the league in 5 statistical categories. The only blemish was his average of 5. For turnovers, an awkward statistic indeed. Notably, Li Ming had also been named Player of the Month for December in the East. Compared to January, his scoring was slightly lower, yet his other statistics remained stable, including turnovers. In the West, the Player of the Month for December was the Timberwolves star, who achieved a perfect 20-10-5-3-2 performance. However, the January Player of the Month in the West was particularly intriguing. nKobe, with averages of 29. 8 points, 5. 3 rebounds, 9. 2 assists, 1. 3 blocks, and 1. 6 steals. While it was expected for nKobe to claim the award with nearly 30 points per game, the 9 assists raised eyebrows. How could he manage such a feat without sacrificing scoring efficiency? Most astonishing of all was his remarkable shooting percentage of 52.8. Simply incredible, truly incredible. In the past 2 months, Li Ming has primarily focused on surpassing Wilt Chamberlain's record for the highest average points per season, resulting in an intensified emphasis on his offensive capabilities. Unfortunately, this has led to a slight decrease in his shooting accuracy, which currently stands at 65.7. Nevertheless, acquiring a golden offensive skill is not without merit. Speaking of skills, Li Ming has become the youngest player to achieve the milestone of 1,000 points. Earning a golden offensive skill, drawing fouls. Once you decide to draw a foul, no one can hinder you, which has replaced the blue skill, intermediate foul draw specialist. He has also successfully become the youngest all-star player, receiving a purple defensive skill, advanced court awareness, which supersedes the green skill, basic court awareness. Li Ming feels that he has not developed any skills through personal practice, leading him to believe that he has reached a plateau in his abilities. Unless the system provides rewards, it seems challenging for him to upgrade his skills through practice alone. The reward that lies closest before him is the title of the youngest AMVP, with only 3 days remaining until the All-Star game. Avril is already waiting for him at the airport, as she has recently been cast as the lead in a rather lackluster film. Li Ming glanced over the script, noting a lack of passionate scenes, and thus refrained from excessive interference. As long as Avril was satisfied, imperfections could be overlooked. he decided to observe the situation first, and if necessary, he would contribute a few modifications himself. On the morning of the 13th, after breakfast, Li Ming accompanied Avril to the filming location, maintaining a serious demeanor throughout, which caused the director to break into a cold sweat, not to mention the other actors. Ultimately, it was Avril who pouted and insisted on sending Li Ming away. Los Angeles, a city characterized by its vibrancy and hustle, made Li Ming feel oddly out of place, prompting him to abandon any thoughts of exploration. He was eagerly anticipating the evening's game against the formidable Yao Ming. No, he meant against Stoudemire. At 7 p.m., the rookie challenge commenced. Arriving at the Staples Center, it was evident why this venue is renowned as one of the most electrifying arenas in the league. Even before the match began, the atmosphere in the stands was already charged. Although this was merely a rookie game, both the 2002 and 2003 drafts were star-studded, boasting a multitude of devoted fans. As he stood in the player tunnel, listening to the cheers of the audience, Li Ming chuckled and shook his head, aware that a pre-game photo shoot awaited them. The photograph for the 2003 Rookie Challenge would undoubtedly encapsulate the youth of many in the years to come. The reporters on the sidelines were bustling with activity. Despite this being a rookie contest, the excitement was palpable. The clash between the perimeter of the 2003 draft and the interior of the 2002 draft promised to be nothing short of explosive. With the DJ announcing the players, each team's members took to the court. This year's Rookie Challenge was truly a spectacle of brilliance, with the starting lineups as follows. First year, center, come on. Power forward, Anthony, small forward, James, shooting guard, Li Ming, point guard, Wade, head coach, Collins. Second year, center, Yao Ming, power forward, Stoudemire, small forward, Boozer, shooting guard, Ginobili, point guard, J.R. Smith, head coach, Michael Cooper. On examining the rosters, it was evident that the second-year players boasted a significant height advantage, rendering them dominant in traditional half-court play. If the first-year team were to substitute Bosch for their center, they would undoubtedly represent the pinnacle of the small ball era. Thus, it appeared that this game was a confrontation between old and new styles of play. Li Ming glanced at the others and perceived that Anthony was under considerable pressure. After all, Anthony had entered the league with a golden key, having been a standout prior to the draft, often compared to LeBron James. However, neither of them was currently basking in the limelight, as their combined statistics paled in comparison to Li Ming's. The imposing presence of a second-year player was still palpable, and it seemed that Come On appeared somewhat anxious. Seizing the opportunity before the match officially commenced, Li Ming approached Come On and said, "Hey, my friend, let me take the jump ball." Come On, surprised to find someone willing to alleviate his worries, instantly brightened and hurried back to the defensive end. Meanwhile, the referee was making his way to the center circle with the ball. Upon noticing that Li Ming had taken over Come On's role, Yao Ming's demeanor soured. Who could possibly jump against him? I usually keep quiet, but had I known you were so keen on jump balls, I would have let you take them all in future Raptors games. The referee, indifferent to their banter, blew the whistle and initiated the jump ball. Yao, now wiser to Li Ming's intentions, refrained from jumping, opting instead to position himself for defense at the second-year player's end. Thus, an opportunity to tease Yao Ming was lost. The Rookie Challenge, in essence, was designed to provide these newcomers with a grander stage to showcase their potential, drawing attention from audiences who may have previously overlooked them. Consequently, Li Ming was determined not to overshadow his teammates, dedicating himself entirely to facilitating their plays. For the opening shot, he executed a deceptive pass, aiding LeBron in soaring towards the basket. Yet the second-year players were equally resolute, promptly launching a counterattack. Stoudemire received a bounce pass from Jin Billy and executed a powerful slam dunk. Just as Come On arrived beneath the hoop, he found himself unceremoniously knocked to the ground by Stoudemire. After a few seconds of waiting for assistance that never came, he sheepishly picked himself up. Li Ming did not even attempt to defend, and seeing that Xiao Si was about to dunk, the others immediately sprinted towards the front court. Poor Come On had to pick himself up and serve the ball, only to find all his teammates had already rushed ahead, leaving him utterly alone to receive the pass. With a resolute heart, Come On threw the ball in a shot-put style. Whoever wants to catch it can do so. I have no desire for this wretched ball. If there would be a true embodiment of ruthlessness, it would undoubtedly be Come On. Perhaps fueled by frustration, he miraculously sent the ball soaring through the hoop. Although it was a violation of the serving rules, the moment was so theatrical that not only the audience, but even the players were left astounded. They had never witnessed such a play in their lives. The spectators, indifferent to the technicalities, erupted into an enormous cheer after a brief silence. The All-Star game thrives on dramatic flair and captivating moments. With that shot, Kamon had undoubtedly carved a name for himself. If I'm not mistaken, this singular moment will be recalled throughout his entire career, a feat that ordinary players can seldom hope to achieve. Kamon, overshadowed by Li Ming's sudden emergence, was selected by the Knicks at the 10th pick, while Bosh took over Kamon's original position, chosen 6th by the Clippers. The second-year team prepared for another front-court serve. Everyone was ready to receive the ball, and Yao Ming executed a perfect backdoor cut, leaving Kamon behind. Without hesitation, Jin Billy tossed the ball high from behind the backboard, allowing Yao Ming to effortlessly complete a two-handed dunk. Yao, while this is your usual dunking style, I won't say much. But come on, this is a rookie game. Can you still dunk like that? Li Ming observed Yao's seemingly ordinary dunk, clicking his tongue in disapproval while shaking his head. Yao, noticing Li Ming's reaction, chose to disregard him entirely. What was so impressive about merely jumping a bit higher? It was absurd to ridicule oneself repeatedly. Such behavior was trivial and immature. This time, both Li Ming and Wei De had learned their lesson, refraining from rushing to the front court and patiently awaiting the inbound pass. Dwayne, he said in a moment, I shall pass you the ball. Let's discuss how we can make the dunk more interesting. Upon noticing that Yao Ming was ignoring him, Li Ming devised a plan to have Wade execute a dunk. How about you penetrate the defense to draw the interior players up, then bank it in? I'll follow up with a dunk, he proposed. All right, it's settled. With the strategy established, Li Ming wasted no time and began to accelerate. Although Wade lacked the moniker of Flash, his speed was among the finest in the league. As soon as he saw Li Ming sprinting, he quickly followed suit. Yao Ming, upon witnessing Li Ming's determination, immediately understood the situation. He was being ignored and now faced with Li Ming's approach. Without looking back, Yao dashed out from the paint in preparation for the next offensive play. This unexpected maneuver left Stoudemire bewildered, caught between action and inaction. Standing idle while Li Ming surged forward would render him merely a backdrop. Resolute, Stoudemire thought, since Yao has already taken off, surely no one will mind if I follow suit. As Li Ming charged towards the basket, he encountered a surprising sight. Yao was retreating from the right side of the court, while Stoudemire was coming back from the left. The paint was devoid of anyone but their teammates. Yet, with the plan firmly in place, what choice did Li Ming have? He could only unleash a powerful shot against the backboard. The sheer force of the ball startled Wade, who was compelled to leap from the free throw line. It was unavoidable. He had to jump, for the ball was soaring too high. Remarkably, despite recently undergoing surgery to remove the meniscus from his left knee, Wade demonstrated explosive leaping ability, managing to place the ball into the hoop with a remarkable reach. Upon landing, Wade shot Li Ming an incredulous glance before swiftly turning and retreating to defend. Upon seeing that he had kindly passed a showy ball to Wade, Li Ming was taken aback by the latter's indifference. Had he known, he would have surely passed it to Anthony, for he undoubtedly would not have caught it. Li Ming has once again succumbed to laziness. Observing the second-year players settling into their positions, he neglected to return on defense, believing they deserved a chance to showcase their skills. Thus, the first quarter concluded with both teams scoring solely through dunks, without a single point from other types of shots. Although a few three-pointers were attempted, none found their mark. Remarkably, neither team managed a free throw during this dunk exhibition, underscoring the intensity of the defense. At the end of the first quarter, the second-year team led the first-year team by 4 points, with a score of 38-34. Xiaoxi himself had amassed 20 points. As the second quarter commenced, Xiaoxi turned to Li Ming with a grin, saying, Hey, buddy, can you see it now? While your dunking skills are impressive, mine are not to be underestimated. If I so desire, the MVP of this match is mine. What nonsense! Surely, you must be intoxicated. My lack of shooting in the first quarter was merely to grant you novices an opportunity to shine. Since you squandered that chance, don't blame me. Chapter 80. Xiaoxi. Overwhelmed by defeat, the second quarter was about to begin. For the second-year team, only Xiaoxi remained on the court, while the rest were substituted with bench players. On the first-year team, aside from Li Ming, all others were also replaced. Xiaoxi had performed excellently in the first quarter. It appeared that Coach Cooper aimed to see Xiaoxi claim that rather inconsequential trophy, allowing him to remain on the court as the second quarter began. As both teams prepared for the game, Li Ming approached Bosh and said, You can go play, I'll handle the paint alone. Bosch's face lit up with joy. He was primarily an offensive power forward and found it challenging to play in the post, particularly as a center. The second quarter officially commenced, with the second-year team taking the first possession. After bringing the ball past half court, Deng Liwei noticed Xiao Si frantically calling for the ball near the elbow, unguarded. He delivered a bounce pass directly into Xiao Si's hands. Underneath the basket stood only Li Ming. Xiao Si had never directly faced him in a matchup. His understanding of Li Ming's interior defense limited to a few recorded games. Thus, he wasted no time and executed a powerful dunk, his body forming A-shape midair. Seeing Xiao Si leap, Li Ming followed suit, ascending directly. As he soared, he obscured the entire hoop. Realizing Li Ming had covered the rim, Xiao Si's mind raced, contemplating how to overpower Li Ming for a contested dunk, which would undoubtedly be spectacular. However, the confrontation did not favor Xiao Si, as Li Ming, with both hands, swatted the ball down. As both players landed, the ball ricocheted off the ground, and Li Ming swiftly intercepted it. Observing Xiao Si regain his stance, Li Ming passed the ball back, advising, "Your jump was too far on that last attempt. Try a closer approach, and you'll surely dunk it." As the ball was once more in his possession, Stoudemire momentarily froze, yet with the sphere firmly in his grasp, there was little left to discuss. Gritting his teeth, he leapt from his spot, contemplating that this predicament was of his own making. Indeed, it was Li Ming who had brought this upon himself. While other forms of defense might prove challenging, in this direct confrontation, Li Ming was well-versed. As anticipated, the shot was once again thwarted by Li Ming's decisive block. Consequently, Stoudemire, having expended his strength, found himself squatting on the ground. Li Ming, clutching the ball, stared intently at Stoudemire, who remained seated. Growing impatient, Li Ming tossed the ball to Stoudemire, saying, "Is it really necessary to sit there just because you missed a dunk? Come on, get up. Just one more dunk. And surely you can manage that." Even Stoudemire, typically oblivious, recognized that Li Ming was teasing him. However, as the team star player, he had his pride to uphold. With the ball in his possession, failing to dunk would leave Li Ming at a loss for words with the reporters afterward. Resolving to rise to the occasion, Stoudemire quickly got to his feet and leapt powerfully from the ground, opting for a two-handed slam this time. Li Ming, upon witnessing the relentless determination of Xiao Si, raised the right corner of his mouth into a menacing arc, laughing and jumping with fervor. Xiao Si had already anticipated that Li Ming would attempt to obstruct his dunking trajectory with both hands, thus gritting his teeth in an effort to shove Li Ming aside. Had this been the initial jump, perhaps Xiao Si's zealous spirit could have indeed succeeded in displacing Li Ming. However, this was the third attempt, and having just risen from the ground, he lacked the requisite force. As expected, Li Ming once again thwarted the ball with his hand. Yet, Xiao Si grasped the ball firmly, resulting in his fall to the ground. The referee positioned along the baseline observed the play clearly, noting that Li Ming had merely pressed down on the ball without making contact with any other part of Xiao Si's body, thereby refraining from blowing the whistle. Xiao Si felt disheartened, pondering why he had boasted in front of Li Ming after merely attempting a few dunks. This is a common pitfall for high school players who have just begun to garner attention, the propensity to show off. Unfortunately for Xiao Si, his attempt to display bravado had failed, leaving him with only the encouragement to try again next time. Seated on the ground, clutching the ball, he remained motionless, as did Li Ming. 3 seconds later, the referee decisively called an offensive 3-second violation. Anthony chuckled as he approached to inbound the ball, and Li Ming turned to him, suggesting, "Let us orchestrate an alley-oop. I'll draw the defense, and you can deliver a thunderous dunk over Xiao Si." How does that sound? Although Li Ming's demeanor may lack politeness, Anthony was nonetheless quite enthusiastic about the prospect of a dunk. After all, with his own leaping ability not being exceptional, having someone to draw the defense and allow him to execute a few stylish dunks was an enticing opportunity. Observing Anthony's agreement, Li Ming gradually dribbled past half court, positioning himself at a 45-degree angle to the left of the three-point line, directing his teammates to reposition. Noticing that Stoudemire had matched up with Anthony under the basket, Li Ming hesitated no longer and surged towards the rim with a direct acceleration. Stoudemire, recognizing Li Ming's intention to dunk, felt a surge of frustration and thought to himself that he must bring him down, even if it meant committing a foul. However, as Li Ming penetrated the paint, he did not leap. Instead, he executed a high lob pass to the right side of the basket. At that moment, Stoudemire had already jumped, exerting all his strength for a vertical leap, but alas, he was just a fraction short of intercepting the pass. Anthony received the ball on the right side of the rim and, without hesitation, slammed it down with both hands. The powerful dunk rattled the rim, and his foot inadvertently kicked Stoudemire. This infuriated Stoudemire, who immediately rose to confront Anthony, but upon realizing it was him, he turned back. Michael Cooper, noticing Stoudemire's disturbance, promptly called a timeout to allow him to cool off on the bench. With Stoudemire off the court, Li Ming also opted to sit out, informing Coach Collins that he wished to re-enter the game when Stoudemire returned. Stoudemire remained on the bench for the entirety of the second quarter. As the halftime score concluded, the sophomore team held a slender lead of 74-72. As the third quarter commenced, both the sophomore and freshman teams fielded their starting lineups. At this juncture, Yao Ming stealthily approached Li Ming and remarked, "You have no idea." Stoudemire was nearly beside himself in the locker room, shouting in frustration. He insisted that Coach Cooper devise an effective strategy for him to secure an easy dunk, to which Li Ming replied with laughter, "He certainly dares to dream." If such a strategy existed, Coach Cooper would have long since made his mark in the NBA rather than coaching in the WNBA. The two shared a hearty laugh, conversing in Mandarin without concern for eavesdroppers, their banter growing ever more exuberant, essentially sealing Stoudemire's fate. According to Yao Ming, in the upcoming plays, he would intentionally position himself to block Stoudemire in the paint, thereby granting Li Ming the opportunity to dunk over him. Naturally, Li Ming would not decline such a request. After all, Yao was his elder brother, and when he sought assistance within reasonable bounds, it was an obligation he was eager to fulfill. Chapter 81. The cunning to Yao. Having made a decision with the Yao, it seemed that little C was now truly destined for calamity. Whether it was due to his agitation or sheer stubbornness, he unexpectedly demanded the ball as the third quarter commenced. How could Li Ming tolerate such audacity? He promptly signaled to Tianshuan to switch defenses. Upon seeing Li Ming encroach upon the paint, little C, brimming with vigor, appeared undeterred by his recent humiliation. It was as if he had not just been sent sprawling to the ground, but was instead preparing for a fierce retaliation. To be candid, Li Ming had never encountered such relentless determination in a player before. He mused that if he did not block at least 10 or 8 shots, it would be an affront to the spirit of shot blocking. Had he known during the previous match against the Suns, he would have dominated the paint. With little C's unyielding demeanor, he could have easily shattered the single-game block record. This time, however, little C had shown a modicum of wisdom. He did not leap from too far away for his dunk, but instead took off just outside the restricted area, preparing for a two-handed slam. Observing this stance, Li Ming realized that little C intended to leverage his weight advantage to assault the rim with a powerful dunk. To the other players and the spectators, it appeared as though Li Ming could only jump vertically, making it seemingly impossible to defend against such a play. If it were an ordinary player, the shot would indeed be indefensible. But was Li Ming an ordinary player? This time, he summoned all his strength, leaping with all his might, rising above the rim. Little C, in disbelief, inwardly cursed, pondering how such a beast could exist. To leap from a standstill and soar above the rim. Was this even human? He thought it best to retreat. There was no need for further elaboration. Li Ming commanded an absolute height advantage. Even if little C positioned the ball behind his head, he would still need to reveal it to attempt a dunk. At the moment when little C's energy waned, Li Ming seized the opportunity, firmly pinning the ball down while sending little C crashing to the ground. Little C was truly bewildered, but the torment was far from over. nYao retrieved the ball and, noticing little C just rising, passed it back to him. Little C found himself in a most awkward predicament. He was nearing the 3-second violation in the key, preparing to exit, yet the ball had returned to his hands. He had no choice but to shoot. However, little C's offensive options beneath the basket were starkly limited. He lacked the dream shake and could hardly fathom a reverse layup. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to attempt one final dunk. This time, his desperation contorted his face into a grimace. To an outsider, it might have seemed he was afflicted by some ailment. Yet, Li Ming was not one to show mercy. Whether he was afflicted by polio or not, he would surely send him tumbling. Bam! Little C found himself once again on the ground. As fate would have it, nYao picked up the ball, delighting in the prospect of passing it to little C once more when Coach Cooper called for a timeout. This was merely the beginning of the third quarter. The first offensive possession for the sophomore team had yet to conclude. As the game approached, Li Ming noticed that Xiao C had once again taken a seat on the bench. Deciding not to take the court himself, he informed Coach Collins and settled down beside him. Xiao C remained on the bench for the entirety of the third quarter, leaving Li Ming bemused by Coach Cooper's decision to reinstate him at the start of the fourth. Yao Ming, who had only played half of the third quarter, immediately stood up to request his return to the game upon seeing Xiao C on the court. The strategy was so apparent that it made Li Ming cover his ears in disbelief. Once on the court, after come on passed the ball to Li Ming, Yao Ming shot him a knowing glance from a distance and promptly dashed over to Xiao Ci's side. Xiao Ci, oblivious to Yao's intentions, assumed he was there to bolster the defense beneath the basket. Unbeknownst to them, Anthony was unaware of the unspoken agreement between Yao and Li Ming. He made a cut to the three-point line, ready to receive the ball. The timing was impeccable. Li Ming felt compelled to pass to Anthony, delivering a precise bounce pass. Anthony wasted no time, leaping into action and launching the ball, which spun gracefully through the air before swishing through the net. Yao Ming, slightly displeased, approached with a furrowed brow and shot Li Ming a pointed glance, to which Li Ming promptly assured him he would pass the ball next time. During the subsequent defensive play, Li Ming whispered to Anthony about his intention to execute a dunk over Xiao Ci. Upon hearing this, Anthony confidently thumped his chest, promising that with him guarding the paint, Xiao Ci would be rendered immobile. Meanwhile, the second-year team's offense saw Xiao Ci finally relinquishing his stubbornness in seeking the ball.